Chapter 1. The Easiest Summer Job. A daily wage of 100,000, accommodation and meals included, comprehensive insurance benefits provided, job description, cleaning. Lin Mo stared at the recruitment notice that popped up on his phone screen, his finger hovering over the close button, hesitating to press it. A sense of absurdity washed over his nerves like a tidal wave. In this day and age, have scammers become so lackadaisical? 100,000 a day for a cleaner? It was quicker than robbing a bank, practically emblazoning the word fraud across its face. Yet his gaze was firmly fixed on a line of fine print below. Note: 1 month's salary is prepaid upon employment, payable in cash. 3 million. This figure seared into Lin Mo's heart like a red-hot brand, igniting a fervent desire within him. The cost of his sister Lin Wan's third gene optimization surgery was precisely 3 million. Missing this month's optimal treatment window would lead to irreversible deterioration of her bodily functions, an unbearable price for Lin Mo. In the hospital room, his sister's pale, yet perpetually optimistic face surfaced in his mind. Her clear eyes seemed to silently yearn for hope. Lin Mo's hesitation dissipated entirely, replaced by an unwavering resolve. He no longer pondered whether this was a trap or an elaborate scam. For his sister, he would brave not only a den of thieves, but also the most perilous of situations. She would face any danger. He took a deep breath and dialed the number from the recruitment notice. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. There was no courteous greeting. Instead, a processed, genderless electronic voice emerged from the other end, cold and mechanical, exuding an undeniable authority. Name: Lin Mo. His voice was calm, yet beneath that calm lay an uncontainable determination. Age: 19. Reason for application: I need money, a substantial amount. Lin Mo articulated each word with a palpable stubbornness. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if weighing the significance of his words, or perhaps conducting some form of data analysis. After a brief pause, the cold electronic voice resumed. 3 o'clock this afternoon, South City Abandoned Industrial Zone, Warehouse Number 3. Come alone. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Lin Mo with no opportunity for further inquiries. He glanced at the time. It was noon. He hastily consumed a bowl of instant noodles and sent a message to his sister in the hospital, reassuring her that he had found a promising summer job. Afterward, he donned a faded yet clean old tracksuit, armed with a mix of trepidation and resolute determination, and boarded the bus heading towards South City. Outside the window, the bustling city faded away, replaced by an increasingly desolate landscape. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Lin Mo stood before the rusted door of Warehouse Number 3. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rust and years of accumulated dust, as if time itself had come to a standstill here. He pushed open the slightly ajar iron door. With a creak, the jarring sound of metal scraping echoed through the vast, empty warehouse, rendering the atmosphere particularly discordant. The interior was expansive and desolate, shrouded in dim light, with only a few broken skylights at the top allowing faint rays to filter through. Dust particles floated visibly in the air, contributing to the pervasive silence. At the center stood a rudimentary metal table accompanied by 2 chairs. A man, enveloped in a black trench coat, occupied one of the chairs, his form entirely obscured by shadows, rendering his features indistinguishable and devoid of any semblance of life. Was he the interviewer? A wave of unease washed over Lin Mo, an inexplicable sense of pressure enveloping him. Yet he compelled himself to remain composed, stepping forward gradually to the opposite side of the table, drawing the chair back and sitting down. You are quite punctual, the figure in black rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper grinding against a rough surface, laced with an eerie echo. I am earnest, Lin Mo replied, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. The man in black remained silent, merely sliding a document across the table. It was a labor contract. As Lin Mo picked it up, the moment his fingertips brushed against the paper, he was taken aback. The texture was peculiar, neither resembling ordinary paper nor conventional plastic, but rather exuding a warmth akin to jade, imbued with a slight chill, reminiscent of some ancient hide. Written in dark golden ink was a dense array of stipulations, the letters glimmering faintly under the dim light. The salary and recruitment details matched precisely. A daily wage of 100,000, payable monthly, with an option for an advance. Workplace, Zone 0. Job description, environmental maintenance and cleanliness. At the bottom of the contract, the signature line for the first party bore a mysterious black vortex emblem, as if it could draw one's gaze into its depths. There are no issues, simply sign it, the man in black stated flatly, devoid of any emotional inflection. Lin Mo's eyes traversed the bizarre clauses, such as the first party holds the ultimate authority over the safety of the second party, and the second party must not disclose any information regarding job responsibilities, with violations subject to dimensional punishment, each word resonating with strangeness and peril. Nevertheless, he suppressed all doubts, his focus fixated on the salary. 3 million, the hope for his sister. He grasped the pen resting on the table, which felt unusually heavy, its barrel cold, as if forged from some unknown metal. Without a moment's hesitation, he inscribed his name Lin Mo the designated signature line. The instant he completed the final stroke, the dark golden text of the contract suddenly radiated with light, transforming into countless tiny runes that, like living entities, flowed from his fingertips and entered his being. A jolt coursed through Lin Mo's body, a chilling yet peculiarly invigorating energy sweeping through his limbs, as if something were taking root within him. Simultaneously, a cold, mechanical voice devoid of any emotion resonated deep within his mind, clear as if whispered directly beside him. Host compatibility detected. Initiating soul binding. 1050. 99 ding. Zone manager system binding successful. Newbie task issued. Follow the guide and complete the onboarding procedures. Task reward. Advanced salary of 3 million. Lin Mo's pupils abruptly contracted. Was this an illusion? Or was it real? He barely had time to ponder. Very well. The man in black stood up, his voice seemingly imbued with a subtle hint of satisfaction. Welcome aboard, Lin Mo. Now follow me. The man in black turned and walked towards a wall deep within the warehouse. He extended his hand and pressed gently against the surface. Rumble, a deep, thunderous noise erupted as the seemingly solid wall cracked open, revealing an elevator that shimmered with a chilling metallic sheen. The interior of the elevator was profound, as if it led to the unknown. This is... Lin Mo stood in astonishment, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Your workplace is underground. The man in black stated succinctly, stepping inside first, his figure swiftly engulfed by the darkness of the elevator. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo forced himself to suppress the tumultuous waves of fear and uncertainty within him. He realized there was no turning back. He stepped forward, resolutely following suit. The elevator doors slowly closed behind him with a heavy metallic grinding sound. Suddenly, a powerful sensation of weightlessness struck him as the elevator plummeted at a terrifying speed. Lin Mo had to brace himself against the cold wall to maintain his balance, feeling a pressure against his eardrums. He glanced at the floor display, the numbers racing by at a heart-stopping pace. 10, 50, 100, 200. Finally, the elevator halted at the 300 level. Ding! A soft sound echoed as the elevator doors opened slowly. An indescribable aura rushed forth, a blend of ancient, desolate, bloody, and sacred contradictions, so intense it nearly became tangible. Just inhaling a single breath sent shivers through Lin Mo's soul, as if he were standing in the lair of a prehistoric behemoth. Outside the elevator lay a vast corridor crafted from an unknown alloy, illuminated every 10 meters by ghostly blue lights, casting eerie shadows that heightened the strangeness. At the end of the corridor stood a pair of colossal doors, beyond description in their grandeur. Towering 100 meters high and nearly 50 meters wide, their surface was adorned with intricate patterns that could bewilder the mind, resembling totems of ancient deities or enigmatic sigils. In the center of the grand doors, inscribed in blood-red lettering, were ominous words that radiated a sinister aura. Zone 0, the land of divine fall. The man in black approached the doors and inserted a black card into a slot beside them. Verification complete. Cleaner, Lin Mo, access level, minimum. Welcome to your workplace. A cold, mechanical voice resonated through the vast corridor. Boom! The colossal doors emitted a thunderous sound, heavy enough to make the world tremble. They gradually opened a narrow gap, just wide enough for one person to pass through. The aura seeping through the crack was 1,000 times more potent than before. Lin Mo felt as if he were being scrutinized by a colossal primordial beast, every cell in his body screaming to flee, an instinctive fear causing his hair to stand on end. "Enter," commanded the figure cloaked in black, his voice imbued with an unmistakable authority. "Your first day on the job begins now. Remember, do not touch what you should not touch, and do not gaze upon what you should not gaze. Your sole responsibility is to maintain cleanliness." With that, he handed Lin Mo a frigid wristband. "This is your identification bracelet and storage device, containing your work attire and cleaning tools. Your salary has been deposited. You may withdraw it at any time." Instinctively, Lin Mo accepted the wristband, and the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Beginner task completed. Reward. Salary of 3 million has been credited. His phone vibrated, revealing a bank notification with a lengthy string of zeros. Gazing at the notification of 3 million, the last remnants of Lin Mo's hesitation evaporated completely. He lifted his gaze towards the gaping abyss of the doorframe, which seemed to connect to a realm entirely detached from the mundane world. Shadows of immense proportions and distorted light flickered within, exuding an indescribable aura of both the eerie and the divine. Clenching his fist tightly, he took a step forward, crossing the threshold into the territory known as the land of the fallen gods without a hint of hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, this step would transform him from an ordinary mortal struggling for survival into a being destined to command both deities and demons, embarking on an unparalleled journey of cleansing the world. Chapter 2. Wiping the Demon Suppressing Monument. Reward. Divine Body Refinement Technique. As he stepped inside, the world spun chaotically around him. Lin Mo felt as if he had traversed a delicate membrane of water, and the vista before him suddenly expanded, only to engulf him in an icy chill. Contrary to his expectations, there were no rampant demons or rivers of blood. Instead, an overwhelming desolation and silence seeped into his bones, more chilling than any gruesome scene. Before him lay an expanse of desolate black earth, boundless and reminiscent of the ruins at the edge of the universe. The sky bore an eerie dark purple hue, devoid of both sun and moon, marked only by immense, gaping rifts in space that resembled deep scars stretching across the heavens. These fissures emitted a suffocating dim light, as if poised to devour everything in their path. The air was thick with an ancient, decayed atmosphere, and the ground beneath his feet was as hard as iron, barren of any life, as though even the most tenacious beings could not take root here. In the distance, colossal remnants of walls and structures, disproportionately large, stood like the gravestones of giants, silently looming. What tightened his pupils further was a shattered giant sword, embedded in the earth, its hilt disappearing into the clouds. The blade bore the scars of time's erosion, yet still radiated a terrifying aura capable of subduing eternity. This is the Forbidden Zone? This is the land of the fallen gods? Lin Mo's heart raced within his chest, nearly bursting from his throat. For anyone living in the era of spiritual revival, the term Forbidden Zone resonates like thunder. It embodies death and terror, serving as a trial ground for warriors, a taboo that ordinary people could never hope to approach in their lifetime. And he, Lin Mo, an ordinary university student who wasn't even a martial trainee, had become a janitor in this Forbidden Zone? This was utterly preposterous, a notion so absurd it defied belief. Ding! Detection confirms the host has entered the work area. The Forbidden Zone management system is at your service. We wish you a pleasant work experience. Daily Task 1. Wipe the Demon Suppressing Monument. Task description. Before him stands the Demonic Suppression Monument, a pivotal nexus within the Forbidden Zone. It is encrusted with millennia of dust, severely impairing its suppressive efficacy. You must diligently employ the dusting cloth to cleanse it, restoring its rightful majesty and divinity. Please note, the millennia of dust is no trivial matter. Mere common objects will disintegrate upon contact. The host must exercise utmost caution. Task reward. Body refinement technique of gods and demons, first layer. Task time limit, 1 hour. A virtual screen materialized before Lin Mo, visible only to him. Instinctively, he gazed ahead. Approximately 100 meters away, a black stone monument, standing 3 meters tall, loomed. Its composition was neither metal nor stone, exuding an obsidian hue. inscribed with mysterious glyphs resembling tadpoles ancient and obscure. Yet at this moment, the monument was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, rendering the glyphs dull and lifeless, as if forgotten by the world. The body refinement technique of gods and demons? Although Lin Mo was not a martial artist, he possessed basic knowledge. Any technique associated with the term gods and demons could incite a storm of bloodshed in the outside world, coveted by martial families and elite academies alike. Such a technique could transform mortals, bestowing them with divine and demonic powers. And now, merely by cleansing a monument, one could obtain it? Was this system genuinely benevolent, or was it jesting? Lin Mo glanced at the storage bracelet adorning his wrist, and with a thought, a deep blue jumpsuit and a pair of gloves appeared in his hands. Additionally, a toolkit materialized. He opened the toolkit to reveal an orderly array of cleaning supplies. A broom, a mop, a bucket, and several neatly folded cloths. One of the cloths bore a label reading, "Dusting Cloth." Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch his lips. This Forbidden Zone steward system was indeed aptly named, even providing cleaning tools. He swiftly donned the jumpsuit, put on the gloves, grasped the dusting cloth, inhaled deeply, and advanced towards the demonic suppression monument. The closer he approached, the more oppressive the invisible weight became. It was a pressure emanating from the depths of his soul, as if an ancient deity were gazing down upon him, a mere insignificant insect, or perhaps the collective resentment of countless beings converged. His legs began to tremble, and breathing grew laborious. Each step felt as though he were wading through lead. "No, I cannot falter." Lin Mo clenched his teeth, images of his sister's pale visage flooding his mind, alongside the 300,000 surgical fees and the seemingly endless costs of subsequent rehabilitation. Though the funds had arrived, true recovery was still a distant prospect. He had to secure this job. For his sister, he would risk everything. An overwhelming desire for survival and a profound sense of duty compelled him to withstand the pressure that could bring an ordinary person to their knees. Sweat drenched his forehead, yet his steps grew more resolute. At last, he reached the foot of the demonic suppression monument. He extended his hand, pressing the dusting cloth against the dust-laden surface of the stone. In that instant, as the cloth made contact with the monument, a surge of frigid, ferocious energy, imbued with the intent of slaughter and destruction, surged like a tide through the cloth, racing up his arm and straight to his heart. "Ah!" Lin Mo emitted a muffled groan as his entire right arm instantaneously succumbed to numbness. Dark, inky meridians surfaced beneath his skin, writhing like living creatures across his arm, as if they intended to tear it apart. The intense pain, accompanied by a penetrating sense of decay, nearly caused him to falter. His vision blurred, and it seemed as though he would be utterly consumed by this terrifying force in the next moment. Was this what they referred to as Tenthasani or dust? This was no mere dust, but rather a venomous substance infused with countless negative energies. One touch would likely reduce an ordinary person to a mere puddle of pus, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Ding! High concentration of violent energy detected. Host's passive skill purification from the cleaner profession has been activated. The system's prompt resonated in Lin Mo's mind, imbued with an emotionless mechanical tone. Simultaneously, a warm, immense wave of energy surged forth from Lin Mo's chest, akin to a gentle spring breeze or the fervent heat of a blazing fire, coursing through his entire being. Wherever it flowed, the violent energy invading his body seemed to encounter its nemesis, emitting a silent wail as it was swiftly enveloped, disintegrated, and dissolved. The excruciating pain and corrosive sensation were abruptly replaced by a tingling warmth, as Lin Mo felt his body greedily absorbing something. The numbness in his arm receded like a receding tide, and the dark meridians vanished without a trace. Breathless and shaken, Lin Mo gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. It turned out that this job came with its own protective gear, and the efficacy of this gear was nothing short of miraculous. This was not purification, it was clearly an act of devouring and transformation, converting toxicity into nourishment. Such an ability could fundamentally alter his understanding of the world. Steeling himself, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened with focus. He grasped the wondrous dust cloth and began to wipe the stone tablet with fervor. With each motion, The seemingly ordinary dust was gradually absorbed and eliminated by the dust cloth. With every speck of dust he removed, the oppressive force emanating from the stone tablet diminished, while the previously dim runes began to flicker back to life with a faint golden glow, as if the ancient script, once dormant, was awakening. Simultaneously, streams of pure, untainted energy flowed back from the stone tablet through the cloth, slowly seeping into Lin Mo's body. This energy was gentle yet formidable, akin to a babbling brook or an expansive ocean, continuously washing over and transforming his limbs and bones. His skeleton emitted faint, crisp sounds, becoming more resilient, as if undergoing rigorous tempering, each inch brimming with immense potential. His muscle fibers, torn and reformed, imparted explosive power with each restructuring, as if he had developed the primal instinct to rend steel. His internal organs, as well as every single cell, were being nourished and fortified by this energy, becoming increasingly vibrant and full of life. He could even sense the vigorous flow of blood coursing through his veins, as if the vessels beneath his skin were rejoicing, while his senses sharpened to an unprecedented degree, allowing him to detect even the faintest energy fluctuations in the air. Lin Mo was completely immersed in this transformative sensation, oblivious to the passage of time and his surroundings, solely focused on the mechanical act of wiping. He experienced a peculiar illusion that he was not merely cleaning a monument, but rather polishing a long-dormant artifact, restoring it to its former glory. In turn, this artifact, employing its primordial power, was cleansing his mortal essence, guiding him towards a higher state of existence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. When Lin Mo finally wiped away the last speck of dust, the entire demon-suppressing monument erupted in a brilliant radiance. A resplendent golden beam shot into the sky, akin to divine retribution, instantaneously dispelling the surrounding eerie darkness. All the runes etched upon the stone came to life, swirling like golden dragons across its surface, exuding an aura of vastness, sanctity, and majesty, sweeping forth as if even the fissures in space trembled under this overwhelming pressure, emitting a mournful sound. Ding! Daily task. Wiping the demon's suppressing monument has been completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. The host has thoroughly cleaned, restoring the monument's power to its peak state, and has additionally gained partial recognition of the demon-suppressing monument authority. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. Divine Demon Body, Refining Technique, First Layer. A torrent of immense information surged into Lin Mo's mind, akin to a divine revelation. It was an exceptionally profound body refining method, with countless golden ancient characters arranging and combining in his consciousness, ultimately transforming into a complete technique deeply imprinted in his memory, as if he had always known it. Simultaneously, his recently transformed body began to autonomously operate according to the principles of the divine demon body refining technique. The pure energy he had absorbed was swiftly refined and assimilated, merging into his very flesh and bones. Lin Mo could vividly see the monumental changes occurring within his body. His strength, speed, and defensive capabilities were surging at an unfathomable rate. Crack! As he gently clenched his fist, a crisp explosion echoed through the air, as if even space itself struggled to contain the power contained in his punch. He tested his bodis movements, and with a mere casual step, he felt capable of instantly propelling himself several meters away, his speed astonishing beyond belief. Picking up a solid black stone, he squeezed it lightly, and it crumbled into powder, slipping through his fingers. This is power? Lin Mo opened his palm, gazing at his still delicate and fair hand, yet feeling the terrifying strength within, capable of piercing steel and even tearing through the air. This was no longer the body of an ordinary person, but a vessel in the midst of transforming into that of a divine being. He could even sense the energy particles floating in the air around him, now clearer than ever before, as if within reach. He was no longer the ordinary university student who could barely lift a chicken. He raised his gaze towards the newly rejuvenated demon-suppressing monument. At this moment, the stone tablet radiated a subdued brilliance, yet its oppressive aura had intensified tenfold, as if a true deity had descended, surveying the vast expanse of desolation below. Lin Mo suddenly attained enlightenment. The so-called guardian system of the Forbidden Zone, the notion of purification, is in essence a form of elevated cultivation and equivalent exchange. While others plunder from the Forbidden Zone, he engages in service to it, receiving in return the most primal and unadulterated power. He is not merely cleaning, rather. He is establishing a connection with this land, marred by the fall of deities, and drawing from its offerings through a unique approach. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse beneath the base of the stone tablet, where something appeared to be partially concealed. It was a fragment of a shattered scale, glimmering with a bronze hue. This scale, no larger than the palm of his hand, exuded an ancient aura, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to embody some timeless principle. Even under the oppression of the demon-suppressing tablet, it emitted a faint yet vibrant breath of life, evoking a distant, ethereal sound akin to a dragon's roar, as if awaiting discovery. Lin Mo's breath caught in his throat, a powerful intuition surging within him. This fragment was no ordinary object. What could it be? What secrets lay hidden within it? He slowly extended his hand towards the bronze scale. Chapter 3. The Hope of My Sister, the Might of a Single Blow. There lay a fragment of scale, no larger than a palm, its edges ragged and incomplete, firmly pressed beneath the base of the demon-suppressing steel, revealing only a modest corner. It rested there in tranquil silence, as if it had existed for eons. Lin Mo's gaze was drawn to it. He sensed that this seemingly ordinary scale harbored a presence more ancient and terrifying than the steel itself, an oppressive aura that emanated from the very depths of its bloodline. Akin to a predator at the pinnacle of the food chain, surveying its prey. Was it an illusion? Lin Mo shook his head, suppressing the thought. The examiner had warned him against touching anything that he should not. At present, he was merely a low-ranking janitor. Fulfilling his duties was of utmost importance. He glanced at the time on his wristband. An hour had passed since his arrival. It was time to leave. Lin Mo murmured softly as he stowed his cleaning tools back into the storage wristband and turned to retrace his steps. As he passed through the doorway once more, the familiar air from the outside invigorated him. The figure in black remained stationed like a statue outside the door. Is the work completed? The figure rasped. Yes. Lin Mo nodded. The figure did not inquire further, but regarded him with an intense gaze that made Lin Mo feel as though he had been thoroughly seen through. Very well. Return at the same time tomorrow. Remember, you must not disclose anything about this place to anyone, or you will bear the consequences. Having said this, the figure retreated into the shadows once again. Lin Mo did not linger. He took the elevator back to the surface, stepping out of the abandoned warehouse. The afternoon sunlight warmed his skin, bestowing upon him a sense of surreal detachment. Who could have anticipated that just moments ago? He had been in a terrifying forbidden zone known as the Land of Divine Fall, performing janitorial duties for a steel that suppressed divine beings. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. The explosive sensation of power still coursed through him, unmistakable and vivid. This was not a dream. He had truly grown stronger. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mo hurried to the city center hospital. At the payment window, he utilized the wristband's transfer function to pay the $3 million for the surgery in one swift transaction. When the receipt was printed and handed to him, Lin Mo's hand trembled slightly. The heavy burden that had weighed upon his heart had finally been lifted. The surgery for Lin Wan is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Family members are advised to prepare accordingly, the nurse stated in a mechanical tone. Thank you, thank you. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he clutched the receipt and swiftly made his way to the inpatient ward. Pushing open the door to the room, he found a pale, frail girl leaning against the head of the bed, quietly gazing out the window. Upon hearing the door creak open, she turned her head, her face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile. Brother, you're back. How did the job hunt go? The girl was none other than Lin Mo's sister, Lin Wan. Xiao Wan. Lin Mo approached her, ruffling her hair as he presented the payment receipt. I found a job, a summer position with a daily wage of 100,000. Look, the surgery fee has been paid. We can have the surgery tomorrow. Lin Wan gazed at the payment slip marked as settled, her eyes instantly moistening. Brother, where did you acquire such a substantial sum? A daily wage of 100,000. Have you engaged in something perilous? She grasped Lin Mo's arm, her voice laced with concern. She knew her brother all too well. He would go to any lengths for her sake. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Lin Mo playfully pinched her nose, concocting a premeditated lie with a smile. I was fortunate enough to secure a position as a personal assistant to a super-rich estate manager, responsible for overseeing his collection of antiques. The wealthy gentleman has a rather peculiar temperament, yet he is exceedingly generous. Seeing my diligence, he advanced my salary. It is entirely safe, albeit somewhat tiring. Upon hearing that he was managing antiques for a magnate, Lin Mo felt a slight relief. Brother, you've worked hard. Tears still cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. For you, any hardship is worth it. Lin Mo wiped her tears away, his heart swelling with tenderness. Family is his only vulnerability. To safeguard this warmth, he would face any challenge, whether working as a janitor in a forbidden zone or confronting whatever lay ahead, without fear. As the siblings conversed, the door to the hospital room was suddenly thrust open. A young man, adorned in designer attire and overly groomed, strode in, flanked by two imposing figures resembling bodyguards. The youth, Zhao Kai, was Lin Mo's classmate, a quintessential second-generation rich kid. He had persistently pursued Lin Mo, facing countless rejections, yet remaining obstinately tenacious. Xiao Wan, I heard that your treatment expenses for this month are still unsettled. Worry not, for I, the young master, have prepared for you. Zhao Kai waved a bank card in his hand, wearing a self-satisfied grin. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I wouldn't bat an eye at 30 million, let alone 3 million. Lin Mo's expression turned icy in an instant. Zhao Kai, I have told you many times. Please cease your harassment. Harassment? I am assisting you. Zhao Kai's visage darkened slightly. Lin Mo, you are utterly useless as an older brother. You cannot even gather your sister's surgical fees without resorting to her sacrificing her dignity? What a waste. His disdainful gaze fell upon Lin Mo, brimming with contempt. To him, Lin Mo, the impoverished soul, was unworthy of his attention. Lin Mo shielded his sister behind him, calmly regarding Zhao Kai. I have already paid for my sister's surgery. Now, please leave this place. You've paid? Zhao Kai erupted in exaggerated laughter, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. With your means? Where did you steal it from? Or did you sell your sister for a good price? His bodyguards joined in the mockery. Other patients and their families in the room cast peculiar glances. Lin Mo trembled with fury, her face growing even paler. Lin Mo's gaze gradually turned frigid. He could endure insults directed at himself, but he would not tolerate anyone harming his sister. I will say this once more. Leave now. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable chill. A destitute wretch dares to confront me? Zhao Kai was infuriated by Lin Mo's demeanor. As a member of the martial arts society, boasting the prowess of a third-tier martial artist, he regarded Lin Mo, an ordinary individual, with disdain. Strike him. Let him understand the distinction between respect and contempt. Zhao Kai commanded one of his bodyguards from behind. With a sinister grin, the bodyguard swung his massive hand towards Lin Mo's face with tremendous force. The gust of wind accompanying the blow suggesting that, should it connect, a normal person would likely lose several teeth. Lin Mo gasped in terror. However, Lin Mo did not even flinch. At the precise moment the hand was about to make contact with his cheek, he moved. His actions were devoid of flamboyance. They were almost imperceptible. He simply raised his hand and delivered a punch. This strike seemed utterly unremarkable, akin to a casual blow from an ordinary person. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the air. In the astonished gazes of all present, the burly bodyguard, towering at nearly 6 feet and weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, his body contorting into a shrimp-like shape, his feet leaving the ground. Crash! His heavy form collided violently with the wall behind him, producing a thunderous sound, before collapsing to the floor like a puddle of mud, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. The entire ward plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone stared, spellbound, at Lin Mo. Zhao Kai's arrogant grin froze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Another bodyguard trembled in fear, his legs weakening, cold sweat pouring down his face. He had clearly witnessed a fleeting glimmer of faint. almost invisible golden light enveloping Lin Mo's fist in that brief moment. That was a sign of externalized vital energy. A martial artist. Moreover, only someone of at least 7th-tier proficiency could effortlessly shatter the defenses of a 2nd-tier practitioner with such ease. This Lin Mo is, astonishingly, a hidden master of martial arts. Lin Mo slowly retracted his fist, his gaze calmly resting on Zhao Kai's face. Now, do you still require my guidance on how to leave? Chapter 4. The soul-devouring flower and the star-plucking hand. A guttural sound escaped Zhao Kai's throat, as if an invisible hand had tightened its grip around his neck. His mind was a blank slate. Lin Mo is a martial artist? How could that be possible? A man so impoverished that he could not even afford his sister's medical expenses. How could he possess the prowess that requires immense resources to cultivate? Moreover, the power behind that punch. Zhao Kai pondered. Even their martial arts society's president, a formidable 9th-rank martial disciple, could not have delivered such a nonchalant strike. Fear washed over him like a frigid tide, drowning his limbs and soul. He gazed into Lin Mo's calm, untroubled eyes, feeling as if he were under the scrutiny of a prehistoric beast. Get away. I'll leave at once. Zhao Kai scrambled out in a panic, not even sparing a glance at the bodyguard still unconscious on the floor. The other bodyguard, relieved as if granted a pardon, hoisted his companion and fled the hospital in disarray. Thus, the farce came to an end. The expressions of the others in the ward towards Lin Mo had completely transformed, shifting from pity and disdain to awe and curiosity. Brother, you. Lin Wan grasped Lin Mo's hand, her small face etched with shock. She was equally bewildered as to when her seemingly frail brother had become so formidable. It was merely self-defense. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, downplaying the incident. He had learned it online, and to his surprise, it proved quite effective. He did not wish for his sister to become entangled in the perilous world of martial artists. He simply wanted her to focus on her recovery and lead a safe, ordinary life filled with happiness. After reassuring his sister, Lin Mo exited the hospital. Standing on the street, he contemplated his clenched fist. That punch he had thrown had utilized less than 10% of his strength. The first level of the divine demon body refinement technique not only enhanced his physique, but also awakened within him a pure, formidable power. This essence seemed to surpass the vitality of ordinary martial artists. It appears that this job as a sanitation worker is more complex than I had anticipated. Lin Mo glanced up at the sky. There was still ample time before the next day's work commenced. He needed to adapt swiftly to this newfound power, and he required even more strength. Zhao Kai's appearance had sounded a clarion call. In this high martial world without power, one could not even uphold the dignity of protecting one's family. The following afternoon, Lin Mo arrived punctually at the goddess fallen land once more. The desolate black earth remained unchanged, as did the eerie, dark purple sky. Ding! Welcome back to your post. Today's tasks have been refreshed. Weekly task. 1. Prune the soul-devouring flower. Task description. The soul-devouring flower in the southeastern corner of the Forbidden Zone has absorbed an excess of dissipated soul energy, causing its branches and leaves to grow excessively lush, which has begun to destabilize the area's energy. Please use the soul-calming shears to trim the extraneous foliage. Task reward. Divine level martial arts star plucking hand. Task time limit, 3 hours. A weekly task. Lin Mo's heart stirred with intrigue. The rewards had shifted from mere techniques to martial arts. The star-plucking hand, its name alone exudes an air of dominance. He retrieved an ancient-looking pair of silver scissors from his toolkit, inscribed with runes intended to soothe souls. This must be what is referred to as the soul-reaping scissors. Guided by the system's map, he ventured towards the southeastern corner of the Forbidden Zone. The deeper he traversed, the more palpable the violent and chaotic energy became in the air. After approximately half an hour, he finally beheld his objective. It was a flower? It was rooted atop a massive skeleton, its trunk as robust as a coiled dragon, extending countless vine-like arms of varying thickness. Each vine culminated in a bizarre, purple blossom resembling a human face. The mouths of these flowers opened and closed, seemingly voicelessly lamenting, as streams of visible gray energy were drawn in and expelled. This was the soul-devouring flower. Merely gazing upon it, Lin Mo could feel his mental strength being tugged by an invisible force. A plethora of negative emotions flooding his mind. He quickly activated the divine demon body refinement technique, a warm current enveloping his spirit, gradually alleviating the discomfort. Should any martial artist from the outside witness this, they would likely scramble to possess it. Lin Mo shook his head. This soul-devouring flower, both its blossoms and vines, was undoubtedly a premier material for crafting spirit-enhancing elixirs or malevolent artifacts in the outside world. However, his task was to prune it as if it were merely a potted plant. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the soul-reaping scissors firmly and cautiously approached. When he was still 10 meters away from the soul-devouring flower, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! The nearest vine, akin to a venomous snake striking, shot toward him with a sharp whooshing sound. The flower at the vine's tip opened its mouth, emitting an imperceptible mental shriek, piercing straight into Lin Mo's mind. Had any martial master been present, they might have suffered grave injury at first glance, their souls torn asunder to nourish the flower. Yet, Lin Mo merely furrowed his brow. The divine demon body refinement technique activated automatically. The mental assault dissipated like a cow sinking into the sea, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Faced with the approaching vine, he did not even flinch. He channeled the purest essence of divine and demonic power into his right arm, and, employing a straightforward and forceful approach, unleashed a punch directly at it. Bang! His fist collided solidly with the vine. However, the outcome diverged from Lin Mo's expectations. That remarkably resilient vine merely recoiled without a trace of damage, while Lin Mo himself felt a tingling pain in his fist. How incredibly hard! Lin Mo's heart raced with surprise. His punch could easily pierce through a meter of steel, yet it left the vine unscathed. Whoosh! 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 The failure of his strike seemed to enrage the soul-devouring flower. In an instant, dozens of vines surged from all directions, enveloping Lin Mo like a net from the heavens. The air crackled with explosive sounds, the spectacle formidable. Lin Mo's expression finally turned grave. If brute force proved ineffective, it was time to rely on finesse. With a deft maneuver, he glided through the gaps in the vines, evading danger like a wraith. The divine demon body refinement technique endowed him not only with strength and defense, but also with reflexes and coordination far surpassing those of ordinary mortals. The seemingly lightning-fast attacks, which would daunt a typical person, appeared to him in slow motion. While deftly dodging, he sought an opportunity. The soul-reaping scissors were firmly gripped in his hand. At last, he seized a moment of vulnerability, advancing towards the trunk of the soul-devouring flower. He focused on the thickest vine, channeling his demonic energy into the scissors. And with all his might, he delivered a decisive cut. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The vine, which could withstand even his strongest punch, snapped in response. From the severed end, what flowed was not sap, but pure soul energy, which the soul-reaping scissors absorbed completely in an instant. Ding! Successfully pruned the soul-devouring flower's branches. 100. Task completion rate 1. This was promising. Lin Mo felt invigorated. It seemed that to combat the vile entities lurking in this forbidden zone, specialized cleansing tools were essential. However, his actions ignited the wrath of the soul-devouring flower. All the floral faces emitted a piercing shriek, one capable of rending souls. The entire soul-devouring flower erupted in fury. Hundreds of vines darkened the sky, sealing off all of Lin Mo's escape routes, and surged towards him with frenzied intent. The scene resembled the onset of an apocalypse. Chapter 5. The disturbance of the town's martial commander, the mysterious aura of the forbidden zone confronted by a multitude of vines that danced like demonic spirits. Lin Mo's gaze was remarkably composed. Danger, he understood, also heralded opportunity. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged boldly into the web of vines. In that moment, his body exhibited an extraordinary flexibility and coordination, evading deadly strikes with impeccable timing. Each advance was executed with precision, stepping deftly into the gaps between the vine's assaults. He resembled a dancer pirouetting on the edge of a blade, graceful yet lethal. The soul-cutting scissors in his hand transformed into the sharpest of fangs. Snip, snip, snip. The crisp sound of severing echoed amidst the tempestuous howls, each sound marking the fall of a vine. Each instance represented a pure surge of energy absorbed by the soul-cutting scissors, a portion of which was then channeled back into Lin Mo's being. His demonic power steadily grew, albeit at a measured pace, throughout this intense pruning endeavor. Lin Mo was entirely absorbed in this dance with death, his technique becoming increasingly refined and his movements more fluid. From initial clumsiness to later ease, culminating in decisive offensive strikes, he seemed to embody a master horticulturist, pruning a particularly unruly potted plant. Time slipped away silently with each snip and cut. When the final superfluous vine was severed, the rampaging, soul-eating flower finally fell into stillness. Its once overwhelming foliage was now neatly trimmed, even acquiring a semblance of beauty. The grotesque, human-faced blossoms closed their mouths, ceasing their chilling shrieks, and instead blossomed quietly, both enchanting and exquisite. Lin Mo stood still, his chest gently rising and falling. His work attire was dust-laden, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Ding! Weekly task. Prune the soul-eating flower has been completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. Congratulations, host. You have received a task reward. Divine level martial arts star, snatching hand. A tremendous flow of information surged into his mind. This time, it was not merely a technique, but a method of harnessing power. The star-snatching hand comprises 3 techniques. The first technique, landing the moon, focuses on capture, allowing one to retrieve objects from 100 meters away or to lock an enemy's meridians, severing their lifeblood. The second technique, shattering stars, emphasizes offensive prowess, condensing power into the fingertips, capable of penetrating any barrier. The third technique, veiling the sky, is an area attack that casts a palm as if a celestial canopy, enveloping and crushing all beneath it. The profound methods circulated in Lin Mo's mind, harmonizing perfectly with the demonic power within him. He felt no need for deliberate study. It was as if this martial art was an innate instinct. He instinctively raised his hand towards a towering black rock in the distance and reached out. This was the initiating posture of landing the moon. Buzz! A subtle tremor resonated through the air. The massive black rock, weighing several tons, unexpectedly rose from the ground, defying gravity, and slowly floated before Lin Mo, hovering above his palm. At that moment, a look of astonishment flickered in Lin Mo's eyes for the first time. Is this martial arts? Is this the pinnacle of martial arts? It is utterly preposterous. With a single thought, he clenched his fingers tightly. The suspended rock was instantly crushed into powder by an invisible force, cascading down through the gaps in his fingers. With this, wound tea cleaning become significantly more convenient in the future. Surprisingly, this was Lin Mo's first thought. He glanced at the neatly trimmed soul-devouring flower, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, it looks much fresher. He sheathed his soul requiem scissors and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he completed the trimming and the soul-devouring flower returned to its tranquil state, an invisible wave of serene energy began to emanate from the flower, spreading throughout the entire Zone 0. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, at the sub-branch of the Martial Guard Bureau, a secret base located underground, in the central monitoring hall, hundreds of screens displayed real-time energy data from Jiang City and its surrounding areas. Suddenly, one screen marked as Zone 0 began to flash red wildly, emitting a piercing alarm. Alarm! Alarm! An anomalous fluctuation in the energy index of Zone 0 has been detected. The fluctuation curve is shifting from extreme volatility to high stability. What? The entire monitoring hall was thrown into chaos. All personnel stared in shock at the incomprehensible data curve displayed on the screen. The energy index of the restricted zone was only supposed to become increasingly volatile and unstable over time. This had been the unbreakable rule for a century since the revival of spiritual energy. When has the energy within the zone ever purified itself? An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in the uniform of a senior commander of the Martial Guard Bureau, strode quickly to the main screen. His name was Qin Jinshan, the chief commander of the Jiang City branch. and a genuine fifth-rank martial king. He fixed his gaze on the screen, his murky eyes flaring with a terrifying brilliance. Retrieve all data from the past 72 hours. Qin Jinshan's voice was steady and commanding. Soon, the data was retrieved. Report to the chief commander. The energy index of Zone 0 exhibited an eerily similar stable fluctuation 3 days ago. However, the amplitude was minor and was quickly overshadowed by new volatile energy, thus deemed a normal disturbance by the system. 3 days ago, Qin Jinshan's brow furrowed tightly as he fell into deep contemplation. Zone 0, codenamed the Land of Divine Fall, is the oldest, most mysterious, and most perilous of all restricted zones. For a century, the Martial Guard Bureau has invested countless resources and even sacrificed several martial emperor-level experts. Yet they have failed to penetrate its core area. Their understanding of this forbidden zone is nearly non-existent. They only know that it seals unspeakable horrors within. And now, this most dangerous zone has shown signs of self-purification not just once, but twice. What does this truly signify? Is it a blessing or a curse? The chief commander, should we dispatch an exploratory team to investigate? On est incroyable que ceci. Qin Jinshan shook his head, his expression grave. No, the peril associated with the No. 0 restricted zone is not something we can casually probe. Any anomaly may prove to be a lethal trap. However, we must ascertain the cause of this peculiar fluctuation. Qin Jinshan's gaze fell upon a corner of the surveillance screen, which displayed the live feed of the sole entrance to the number 0 restricted zone. There stood the colossal gate, 100 meters high, unwavering and timeless. Connect me to the headquarters in the capital. I wish to request the use of the Tianyan system for a high-precision breath scan of the number 0 restricted zone. Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the tempest he had stirred within the Zenwusi. After work, he hummed a tune as he ventured to the market to procure fresh pork ribs and vegetables. His sister was to undergo surgery the following day. He intended to nourish her well. Upon returning to the hospital, as he entered the inpatient building, he unexpectedly collided with someone. It was Zhao Kai, the affluent heir he had frightened off the previous day. Beside Zhao Kai stood a tall, imposing young man. Clad in a white martial arts uniform adorned with a thunderbolt emblem, the youth surveyed Lin Mo with a rebellious glint in his eyes. Lin Mo, you finally arrived, Zhao Kai exclaimed, instantly finding his anchor. Pointing at Lin Mo, he addressed the young man beside him. Cousin, this is the one. He was the one who injured me yesterday and humiliated me. The white-clad youth was none other than Zhao Kai's cousin, Lei Dong, a rising star in the Lei family of Jiangxing and a celebrated student at the Tianyang Martial Arts Academy. He was a mere 21 years old, yet already a formidable first-grade martial artist. Lei Dong scrutinized Lin Mo, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed no fluctuation of vitality emanating from Lin Mo, who appeared to be an ordinary university student. You are Lin Mo? Lei Dong inquired, his tone laced with condescension. Regardless of the methods you employed to injure Zhao Kai yesterday, you have shown a blatant disregard for the Lei family's honor. Now, kneel and apologize to my cousin, and then sever one of your arms. We shall consider this matter settled. His tone was as flat as if he were stating an undeniable fact. To him, demanding an ordinary person's self-mutilation was an immense act of grace. Lin Mo's eyes hardened. Having just acquired newfound strength, he was in good spirits, only to be confronted by this pest. He could hardly muster the energy to engage in dialogue. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Lin Mo coolly uttered 5 words, circumventing them as he prepared to ascend the stairs. Seeking death. A chilling, murderous intent erupted in Lei Dong's eyes. Chapter 6. A single finger, the fall of a prodigy. Did I grant you permission to leave? The voice of Lei Dong resonated like the frigid winds of December, chilling to the bone. As a prodigy of the Lei family and a star at Tianyang Academy, wherever he went, he was surrounded by adoration. How could he ever have been so thoroughly disregarded by an ordinary person? An overwhelming aura of a martial artist erupted from within him, surging like a tidal wave towards Lin Mo. Under such pressure, an ordinary individual would likely collapse in terror, their resolve shattered. Yet, Lin Mo's stride did not falter in the slightest. He did not even cast a glance back. The formidable presence that could instill fear even in a ninth-tier martial apprentice felt to him like a gentle breeze, stirring not a single ripple. Lei Dong's pupils constricted sharply. Something was amiss. This Lin Mo was certainly no ordinary individual. To so effortlessly disregard his imposing aura suggested two possibilities. Either the other possessed strength far exceeding his own, or he was in possession of some treasure capable of nullifying such pressure. Lei Dong leaned towards the latter. How could a mere impoverished student be a master? He must have stumbled upon some fortuitous treasure. Intriguing. It appears you harbor some secrets. The murderous intent in Lei Dong's eyes was momentarily replaced by a glimmer of greed. In a flash, he darted to position himself before Lin Mo. Surrender your secrets. His fingers curled into claws, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Aimed directly at Lin Mo's throat. This strike was infused with such force that even the air around them reverberated with a piercing sonic boom. He was confident that, with this blow, even a steel plate would be effortlessly penetrated. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be drained of life in that instant. Zhao Kai's face twisted into a cruel and triumphant grin, as if he could already envision Lin Mo's throat crushed, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. However, in the face of this thunderous attack, Lin Mo's reaction was astonishingly simple. He halted, slowly raised his head, and his calm gaze finally met Lei Dong's face. Then, he extended a single finger, the index finger, pale, slender, and impeccably flawless. It resembled a work of art. With that solitary finger, he met Lei Dong's claw, which possessed the power to shatter stone. Seeking death, Lei Dong felt profoundly insulted. To attempt to block his full-force strike with merely a finger? He intended to shred that finger along with Lin Mo's entire arm. He intensified the force in his claws. In the next moment, finger met claw in a gentle collision. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor was there an explosion of energy. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The ferocity on Lei Dong's face became rigid. Zhao Kai's smile also froze in place. All eyes were fixated on the point of contact between finger and claw. There, Lin Mo's delicate finger lightly rested at the center of Lei Dong's formidable claw. Yet Lei Dong, who had infused all the might of first-tier martial artist into his claws, found himself utterly immobile. This is impossible. Beads of cold sweat instantly formed upon his forehead. He felt as if his claws had collided with an immovable ancient divine mountain. No matter how he urged the blood and energy within him, he could not advance even a fraction. What struck him with even greater terror was the indescribable, razor-sharp force emanating from his opponent's fingertips, mercilessly invading his body and wreaking havoc upon his meridians and bones. That was Star Shatter. Lin Mo had not even employed the power of the gods and demons. Merely through the physical prowess bestowed by the gods and demons' body refinement technique and the technique of the star-plucking hand, he achieved such a terrifying effect. Lei Dong raised his head in fear, seeking mercy. Yet, Lin Mo offered him no such reprieve. To those who sought to slay him, Lin Mo was never merciful. His task was to cleanse, and the enemy was mere refuse in need of eradication. His gaze remained serene. With a slight movement of his fingertip, pop, a soft sound resonated. In the horrified eyes of all, Lei Dong's iron-hard claw was effortlessly pierced, as if it were made of tofu, by Lin Mo's finger. Blood trickled down from the tip. But this was merely the beginning. That sharp force surged forth, coursing up Lei Dong's arm. Crack, crack, crack. A series of dense, bone-crushing sounds erupted. Lei Dong's entire right arm, from palm to shoulder, shattered inch by inch. A wail, more akin to that of a tortured beast than a human, finally erupted from Lei Dong's throat. His body crumpled as if all its bones had been extracted, collapsing to the ground, rolling frantically while clutching his arm, now reduced to a mass of pulp and howling in despair. The first-tier martial genius, the prodigal son of the Lei family, before Lin Mo. He appeared as fragile as an infant, just a single finger. Merely one finger had rendered him incapacitated. The entire hospital lobby fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone seemed ensnared by a spell, petrified in place. Zhao Kai, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. A warm wetness spreading in his trousers, a foul odor permeating the air. He gazed at Lin Mo, who stood like a demonic deity, his attire untouched by even a wrinkle, his very soul trembling. What kind of monster had he provoked? Lin Mo slowly withdrew his finger, devoid of even a trace of blood. He did not cast a single glance at the writhing Lei Dong on the ground, as if he had merely crushed an annoying insect beneath his foot. His gaze then fell upon the utterly stunned Zhao Kai. I told you yesterday to leave. It seems you did not comprehend. Lin Mo began to stride forward, slowly approaching Zhao Kai. Each step felt as though he were treading upon Zhao Kai's heart. The shadow of death enveloped him entirely. No, don't come closer. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Tears streaming down Zhao Kai's face, he frantically kowtowed and pleaded for mercy. My cousin is Lei Dong. My uncle is an elder of the Lei family. If you harm him, the Lei family will not spare you. In a moment of desperation, he even invoked his last bastion of support. The Lei family? Lin Mo's steps came to a halt. He tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion gracing his features. Is that truly formidable? Would the cleanup be particularly troublesome? This seemingly casual retort was far more chilling than any threat. He was actually contemplating dismantling the entire Lei family? What a wild and terrifying thought. At that instant, an ancient yet authoritative voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. Stop! An elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, exuding vitality, strode and surrounded by a throng of followers. Upon seeing Lei Dong lying on the ground, teetering between life and death, his expression shifted dramatically. Dongya. The newcomer was none other than Lei Zhan, the head of the Lei family in Jiangcheng, a renowned six-tier martial artist. He immediately discerned the dire condition of his grandson, and an immense fury erupted within him. Brat, dare to harm my grandson? Prepare to meet your end. With hair and beard standing on end, Lei Zhan exhibited no hesitation as he unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at Lin Mo's crown. The full-force attack of a six-tier martial artist created a tempestuous sound, causing the very air in the hall to solidify. This blow was potent enough to reduce Lin Mo and the floor beneath him to mere pulp. However, in the face of this lethal assault, Lin Mo merely lifted his eyelids. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes. So filthy, he murmured softly. Then, he raised his hand, not a mere finger, but his entire palm. He met the thunderous strike head-on, unwavering and unflinching, simply responding with star-plucking hand third style, covering the sky. Chapter 7. The mysterious overlord. As Lin Mo raised his hand, it felt as though the entire world dimmed for an instant. There was no overwhelming aura, nor was there dazzling brilliance. Yet, Lei Zhan, a seasoned sixth-grade martial artist, felt every hair on his body stand on end at that moment. He perceived not merely a hand, but rather a celestial dome slowly descending upon him. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. His prideful strength, capable of shattering stone, seemed as insignificant as a child's fist before that hand, small and absurd. The thunderous sound contained within his palm's force was abruptly extinguished. The blood and energy surging within him froze instantaneously. A primal fear, rooted in the instinct of survival, seized his heart. No, Lei Zhan let out a terrified roar. Desperate to withdraw, to retreat, yet his body felt as if it were infused with countless tons of mercury, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as that seemingly unremarkable hand drew nearer. Then, gently, it pressed against his palm. Bang! A soft sound, scarcely louder than a whisper. Lei Zhan's entire being was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. In midair, he expelled a long stream of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Boom! He crashed through the load-bearing wall of the hospital building, soaring several meters before landing heavily in the flower bed outside, raising a cloud of dust. Motionless, he lay there, suspended between life and death. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire hall. Even the recently arrived members of the Lei family were petrified, transformed into lifeless statues. Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg, their eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. If Lin Mo's finger had incapacitated Lei Dong, the act of sending the head of the Lei family, Lei Zhan, flying with a single palm, was nothing short of miraculous. It was a terror that shattered their worldview. Who was Lei Zhan? A sixth-grade martial artist, a figure of considerable renown in Jiang City. Yet, he was effortlessly dispatched by a youth who appeared to be scarcely 20 years old. Was this some kind of film? Zhao Kai was utterly stunned, his eyes rolling back as he fell into unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. Lin Mo slowly retracted his hand, a slight frown creasing his brow. He glanced at the gaping hole left by Lei Zhan and the chaos within the hall. Sighing, he lamented the mess he had created. He shook his head, his tone tinged with the professional annoyance of a cleaner. To others, however, this demeanor reflected an utmost disdain for the Lei family, as if they were inconsequential. Lin Mo paid no further heed to the paralyzed members of the Lei family, turning instead towards the elevator. He still needed to ascend to see his sister. It was only when the elevator doors slowly closed, severing the line of sight from all present, that the Lei family members awoke from their stupor, erupting into terrified screams as they rushed outside to rescue their patriarch. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away from the city center hospital, atop a high-rise building, the commander of the Jiangchang division, the 5th-rank Marshal King Qin Jinshan, stood resolutely in place. He refrained from visiting the hospital, fully aware that, amid such a high-level conflict, his presence would render him mere cannon fodder. Before him hovered a palm-sized metallic object, resembling an eye, one of the most advanced detectors of the Zhenwu division, known as the Heavenly Eye. Everything that transpired in the hospital moments ago unfolded clearly before his gaze through this device. From a moment Lei Dong struck, to Lin Mo's decisive gesture rendering him powerless, from Lei Zhan's furious response, to Lin Mo's forceful rebuttal. Every detail was vividly captured. At this moment, the Martial King, who wielded the power of life and death in Jiangqing's martial arts realm, felt a torrent of cold sweat saturate his back. His body trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from exhilaration. It was him, it had to be him. Qin Jinshan fixed his gaze on the final image relayed by the Heavenly Eye, where Lin Mo entered the elevator, his lips quivering. What he witnessed was not martial prowess. Absolutely not. It was the Tao, the manifestation of fundamental principles. While others perceived merely the might of Lin Mo's strike, as a martial king, Qin Jinshan discerned a deeper essence. In the instant Lin Mo acted, he sensed through the Heavenly Eye a subtle distortion of spatial rules surrounding him. Lei Zhan's power was not merely shattered. It was obliterated by that warped space. This was a transcendent technique, far beyond the martial arts system, an almost divine ability. Returning to the essence, words, manifesting laws, this was the power of the domain, a force only comprehensible within the deepest recesses of the Forbidden Zone. Qin Jinshan's mind raced with frenetic thoughts. A bold conjecture, so audacious it sent shivers down his spine, emerged within him. This young man, named Lin Mo, was not a hidden genius. He had emerged from the number 0 Forbidden Zone. He was not human. He was an indescribable ancient being, awakened from a land of divine downfall, disguised in human form. This hypothesis perfectly elucidated everything. Why had the number 0 Forbidden Zone inexplicably undergone self-purification? Because this formidable entity had awakened and, by merely manifesting his presence, quelled the violent energies of the entire zone. Why did he regard martial artists as mere ants? Because to him, human warriors might truly be indistinguishable from insects. Why had he appeared in the hospital? Qin Jinshan recalled the information regarding Lin Mo's gravely ill sister. So that was it. A spark of realization ignited in Qin Jinshan's eyes. This powerful figure was not born for slaughter and destruction. He was here to experience the mortal realm. That girl was his anchor in this world, a tether to his earthly experiences. Zhao Kai and the Lei family, these fools, had dared to provoke the anchor of such a being. Was this not courting death? That the formidable entity had not reduced them to ashes on the spot was an act of immense mercy. He had just uttered, "Will be troublesome to clean up?" Qin Jinshan recalled Lin Mo's nonchalant retort, and his heart raced once more. The implication from the esteemed figure was clear. Should the Lei family dare to disturb him again, he would not hesitate to eradicate them from existence. No, it was imperative to prevent that group of fools from the Lei family from provoking this formidable individual again. Qin Jinshan promptly activated his communicator. Issue an A-level ban. Seal off all information regarding today's conflict at the Central Hospital. No one is permitted to discuss or disseminate any related details. Additionally, dispatch personnel to take control of the Lei family. Inform them that if they wish to survive, they must remain silent and act as though nothing has transpired. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences. Furthermore, immediately classify Lin Mo's sister, Lin Wan, as an S-level protected individual. Utilize all available resources to ensure her surgery and recovery are flawlessly executed. Remember, it is at all costs. After issuing a flurry of commands, Qin Jinshan let out a long sigh. He gazed in the direction where Lin Mo had vanished, his eyes filled with reverence. Jiangsheng was on the brink of transformation. A living myth, emerging from the realm of fallen deities, had descended, and he, Qin Jinshan, must navigate this monumental upheaval, seeking a path of survival for humanity and the Zhenwu division. That path was clear: never disturb the esteemed figure's experience of life. Those who dared to intrude would face annihilation. Chapter 8. The Bones of the Candle Dragon. The Eye of the Candle Dragon. Lin Mo was blissfully unaware that his casual disposal of a few nuisances had stirred a tempest of imagination in the heart of the commander of the town's martial division. He was equally oblivious to the fact that he and his sister had been designated as top-tier protected individuals. At this moment, he sat beside Lin Wan's hospital bed, peeling an apple. Lin Wan's surgery had been remarkably successful. Under the covert care of the town's martial division, the hospital had dispatched a premier team of specialists, utilizing the most advanced equipment and superior genetic optimization fluids. Although Lin Wan felt somewhat weak post-surgery, her vital signs had completely stabilized, and the pallor of her face had acquired a hint of healthy color. "Brother, it was quite noisy downstairs just now. What happened?" Lin Wan inquired curiously. "Nothing much, just a mad dog barking around, which the security chased away," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly as he cut the apple into small pieces and handed them to his sister. Lin Wan responded with a simple "oh," and without further thought, happily began to eat the apple. Observing the serene smile on his sister's face filled Lin Mo's heart with tranquility. This was precisely what he yearned to protect. For this peace, he would willingly embrace the role of a cleaner in the Forbidden Zone, even if it meant battling deities and demons. In the following days, tranquility reigned. The Lei family seemed to have vanished from Jiang City, never to be seen again. Lin Mo's daily routine became remarkably structured. During the day, he accompanied his sister, watching her steadily improve. In the afternoons, he reported to work in Zone 0. The tasks assigned by the system during this period were predominantly mundane. For instance, he was tasked with clearing moss from the Bridge of Forgetfulness, which rewarded him with a martial art technique called Shadow Step. Another task involved weeding the Stone of 3 Lives, rewarding him with a soul-nourishing pill that could strengthen his constitution and enhance his mental acuity. Lin Mo's prowess steadily advanced through these seemingly monotonous cleaning duties, and his command over the powers of deities and demons grew increasingly adept. One day, as usual, he stepped into the realm of the fallen gods. The cold notification tone from the system echoed in his mind, but this time, the content was markedly different. Ding! The system has detected that the host has proficiently mastered basic cleaning skills. The special task module is now activated. Monthly regular task. 1. Polish the bones of the candle dragon. Task description. The ancient divine beast, the candle dragon, perished here, its bones having dulled over millennia. Please utilize dragon scale, cloth, and dragon essence ointment to perform a thorough polishing of its bones, restoring its ancient grandeur. Task reward. Eye of the Candle Dragon, capable of seeing through all illusions and discerning the essence of all things. Task time limit, 24 hours. A monthly regular task. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The Candle Dragon, a fearsome divine beast that existed solely in myth and legend. It opened its eyes to herald the day and closed them to usher in night. Its breath signified winter, while its exhalation marked summer. Its bones lay within this forbidden zone. and his task was to polish them. Lin Mo felt as though his worldview had been profoundly transformed once again. From his toolkit, he retrieved a piece of fabric that shimmered with iridescent hues and a jar of golden ointment that exuded an extraordinary fragrance. This was the dragon scale cloth and dragon essence ointment. Guided by the system map, he ventured deeper into the forbidden zone. This time, he traversed for a full 3 hours. The surrounding scenery grew increasingly awe-inspiring. Enormous remnants of weaponry, collapsed temples, and desiccated blood-red lakes. Each site emanated an unsettling aura of ancient times. At long last, he reached his destination, and the sight before him left him utterly astounded. Before him lay an enormous skeleton that defied description, colossal and imposing, akin to a continuous mountain range sprawled across the black earth, extending beyond the horizon. Each bone seemed meticulously carved from white jade, grand and magnificent. Just the skull alone was larger than a small mountain. The two cavernous eye sockets appeared to be gateways to the abyss, drawing one's soul in with a mere glance. Was this the remains of the candle dragon? Standing before this skeleton, Lin Mo felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. An overwhelming pressure, emanating from the very essence of life, rendered him nearly breathless. Even after eons of death, the residual might of this skeleton remained terrifyingly formidable. He had no doubt that even the smallest fragment of these bones, if brought forth into the world, would drive martial emperors and even martial saints into madness. Now, he was tasked with polishing this mountainous relic. The endeavor was daunting indeed. Lin Mo chuckled wryly and rolled up his sleeves. He leapt into the air, landing atop the candle dragon skull, selecting a horn to commence his work. He first applied the golden dragon essence ointment evenly across the surface of the bones, then began to vigorously and meticulously wipe with the dragon scale cloth. This process was far more arduous than he had anticipated. The residual pressure from the candle dragon's skeleton relentlessly assailed his mind and body. Each inch of bone was encrusted with an incredibly resilient layer of time's dust, which required him to channel his demonic power to barely remove. This was not merely a test of physical endurance. It was a trial of mental and willpower limits. Yet Lin Mo gritted his teeth and persevered. With each inch of bone polished, a faint but supremely pure dragon aura seeped from the skeleton, absorbed by his body. Under the nurturing influence of this dragon aura, his divine demonic body refinement technique began to hint at a potential breakthrough to its second tier. The aura he absorbed from the forbidden zone thickened and became increasingly terrifying, infused with a trace of the candle dragon's unparalleled ancient might. As time passed in the monotonous polishing task, every second seemed to stretch infinitely. Lin Mo entered a state of complete immersion, where the world around him faded away. His focus narrowed solely on the colossal skeleton, and in his heart a singular thought prevailed: to polish it, to restore its former glory. This phenomenon stems from a subtle compulsion inherent to the profession of a cleaner. Time seems to stretch indefinitely. As Lin Mo meticulously polished the last segment of the tail vertebra of the candle dragon's skeletal remains to a pristine sheen, an unexpected transformation occurred. A resonating hum filled the air. The colossal skeletal structure of the candle dragon trembled in unison. Each bone, as white as jade, emanated a dazzling divine light. A silent dragon's roar, reverberating across the heavens and the earth, transcended time and space, echoing throughout the realm of divine descent. Upon the bones, an immense phantom of the candle dragon, composed purely of energy, gradually materialized. Its eyes, reminiscent of the sun and moon, lowered to gaze upon the diminutive human standing atop its tail vertebra. Lin Mo felt ensnared by this overwhelming aura, as if his very soul were on the brink of freezing. Was this the lingering will of the candle dragon? Ding. Monthly task. Polishing the candle dragon skeleton has been completed. Task evaluation. Exceedingly perfect. Congratulations, host, on receiving the task reward. Eye of the candle dragon. The system's notification resonated like celestial music. In the next moment, the immense phantom of the candle dragon transformed into two streams of golden light. darting towards Lin Mo's eyes like lightning. Ah! Lin Mo felt as though his eyes had been struck by two blazing suns. An excruciating pain, unfathomable in its intensity, engulfed his entire being. He clutched his head, collapsing in agony upon the skeletal remains. Golden tears streamed from his eyes. Yet amidst this unparalleled torment, a profound transformation was unfolding in his vision. Chapter 9. The arrival of King Wu at the source of the forbidden zone. Golden tears streamed down, enveloping Lin Mo's world in a blinding radiance. He felt as though his very eyes were being dissolved and reshaped by an unparalleled force. Each optic nerve and every cell was undergoing a cycle of destruction and rebirth. The agony he experienced was far more intense than any prior transformation. Yet, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He sensed a new, unimaginable power awakening within his eyes. Time became an elusive concept, and eventually, the searing pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. The world before him had irrevocably changed. It was no longer merely a tapestry of colors and shapes. He could perceive the flowing energy particles of various properties in the air. He could see the intricate energy circuits within the skeletal remains of the candle dragon beneath his feet, swirling like galaxies. He could even glimpse a vast spatial rift in the distance, revealing another completely different dimension. The essence of all things lay bare before his gaze. This was the eye of the candle dragon, a means to pierce through illusions and discern the essence. Lin Mo lowered his gaze to his hands. He could distinctly observe the quivering of muscle fibers beneath his skin, the pulsing of blood within his veins, and even the rhythmic breath of each cell. With a mere thought, he activated the divine demon body refinement technique. Instantly, he witnessed the divine demon power circulating through intricate meridian pathways, ultimately converging in his limbs and bones. Many obscure aspects of the technique became clear under the inside of the eye of the candle dragon. So this is how it works, Lin Mo murmured to himself. His efficiency in wielding divine demon power surged tenfold in that moment. The eye of the candle dragon was akin to a supreme cultivation sheet. He lifted his gaze once more to the immense skeletal remains of the candle dragon. At this moment, the bones had regained their tranquility, the brilliant light now subdued. However, the oppressive aura emanating from the depths of his bloodline felt even more substantial than before. Lin Mo bowed slightly to the remains. After all, he owed a debt of gratitude to this ancient divine beast. Glancing at the time, he realized the 24-hour mission deadline was nearly up. It was time to depart. He shifted his form and activated the shadow step, transforming into a fleeting silhouette as he dashed toward the entrance of the forbidden zone. With the eye of the candle dragon, his perception of this forbidden area had undergone a transformation. He was now able to easily evade hidden energy turbulence and spatial traps. His speed amplified several times over. At the entrance of Zone 0, Qin Jinshan, the commanding officer of the Jiangsheng branch, stood with an expression of grave concern. Behind him trailed two similarly formidable King Wu-level warriors, sent as reinforcements from the capital headquarters to investigate the anomalies within Zone 0. Old Qin, are you certain that the lad named Lin Mo is an ancient existence that emerged from this very place? One of the burly figures among them, a rugged-looking martial king, inquired with a furrowed brow. His name was Shi Gang, an 8th-rank martial king known for his fiery temperament, who believed that brute force was the ultimate truth. He regarded Qin Jianshan's elaborate theories about the experiences of powerful figures in a mortal realm with a degree of skepticism. I cannot assert it with absolute certainty. Qin Jinshan replied solemnly. Yet apart from this explanation, there exists no other rationale to account for his astonishing prowess and the unprecedented self-purification of Zone 0 on 2 separate occasions. Perhaps he is merely a lucky fool who stumbled upon an ancient legacy, Shi Gang scoffed. Once he emerges, I shall personally gauge his worth. No. Qin Jinshan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily cautioned. Shi Wang, you must not act recklessly. Should he truly be that existence, your probing will be perceived as an affront. It could bring catastrophic consequences to the entire Jiang city, or even to humanity itself. Is it truly that exaggerated? A second martial king, possessing an elegant demeanor and wielding a folding fan, chuckled softly. His name was Liu Bai, a seventh-rank martial king, renowned for his exceptional intellect. I find some merit in Commander Qin's conjectures. Our understanding of the Forbidden Zone is akin to blind men attempting to discern an elephant. It is not impossible for phenomena that subvert our comprehension to arise. At that moment, amidst their debate, the ancient, immovable giant door suddenly emitted a faint cracking sound. Following this, a narrow gap, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, began to open slowly. The hearts of the three martial kings surged to their throats. He is about to emerge. Their gazes were fixated intently on the crevice. In the next instant, a young man clad in a blue janitorial uniform, a broom slung over his shoulder, and humming a cheerful tune, stepped through the opening. It was none other than Lin Mo. He had just completed the most laborious cleaning task in history and was in high spirits, contemplating purchasing his sister her favorite strawberry cake after work. However, the moment he stepped out of the Forbidden Zone, he froze. He beheld three unfamiliar figures standing in the corridor, especially the elderly man with white hair at the forefront, whose gaze upon him was so peculiar. There was reverence, excitement, and a hint of fervor. As Qin Jinshan, Shurgang, and Liu Bai laid eyes on Lin Mo, their minds collectively went blank. They had envisioned countless scenarios for the grand entrance of a powerful figure. Perhaps it would be bathed in divine light, or shrouded in ominous energy, or perhaps unremarkable yet exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet, they never anticipated the appearance of a mere janitor returning home from work. The contrast was simply too stark. However, when they attempted to probe Lin Mo's depths with their spiritual senses, the faces of the three martial kings changed dramatically. In their perception, the Lin Mo before them was not merely a human. He was a conglomeration of indescribable, chaotic, and terrifying energy. Within that seemingly frail body lurked an ancient beast capable of devouring the sun and moon, especially when their senses brushed against the faint, barely perceptible aura of the candle dragon's majesty that lingered upon Lin Mo. Boom! The minds of the three martial kings felt as though they had been struck by countless bolts of lightning simultaneously. Shurgang's robust form shuddered violently, his previous disdain and contempt instantaneously supplanted by an overwhelming dread. The folding fan held by Liu Bai fell to the ground with a sharp crack, his complexion as pallid as parchment. Meanwhile, Qin Jinshan, the first to succumb to his wild imaginings among the martial kings, found his legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the floor with a resounding thud, kneeling in reverence. His body trembled uncontrollably. His gaze was filled with astonishment and fervor. I am a junior Qin Jinshan. I humbly welcome the esteemed elder. From seclusion, his voice, fraught with intense fear and excitement, had completely altered in pitch. He had seen it. He had sensed it. It was the breath of the candle dragon, an essence that existed solely in myth, one that even the martial gods might struggle to encounter, the aura of a supreme divine beast. This Lin Mo was not merely emerging from the land of the fallen gods. He had just engaged in an intimate encounter with the candle dragon deep within the Forbidden Zone. Good heavens! This was no mere powerful figure. This was the very source of the Forbidden Zone, a living, breathing, prehistoric myth. Lin Mo gazed at the elderly man, now kneeling before him and kowtowing fervently, utterly bewildered. Who is this old man? A scam artist? Chapter 10, The Benefaction of the Great One? No, it is waist-sorting Lin Mo was utterly bewildered. He gazed at Qin Jinshan, who knelt on the ground, trembling like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, and his mind momentarily stalled. What was happening? Instinctively, he took a half-step back, warily observing the three peculiar individuals before him. To Qin Jinshan and the others, however, this retreat signified something entirely different. The senior was displeased. We, mere ants, have disturbed the tranquility of the senior. Panic-stricken, Qin Jinshan's spirit fled, intensifying his kowtows, his forehead colliding with the unyielding alloy floor, producing a dull thud. Please, senior, quell your wrath. The younger generation meant no offense. I merely merely wish to express my gratitude for your purification of the forbidden zone and to pay homage to your might. Sure Gang and Liu Bai finally emerged from the terrifying aura that had paralyzed them. Sure Gang's rugged face was now as pale as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of the defiance and disbelief he had previously displayed. He stiffly bent at the waist, mimicking Qin Jinshan's actions, bowing deeply, not daring to exhale. Liu Bai, overcome by fear and thought, collapsed to his knees. The Candle Dragon. What a being of such unparalleled stature. The youth before him, radiating such distinct dragon might, must have had close contact with the Candle Dragon, and he had emerged alive. What did this signify? It indicated that the will of the Candle Dragon had sanctioned his existence. Indeed, it was as if the dragon's essence had been bestowed upon him. This surpassed the limits of their imagination. Senior, I am Liu Bai, lacking the insight to recognize the mountain of your greatness. I implore your forgiveness. In an instant, within the corridor, 3 martial kings, whose mere footfalls could shake Jiang City thrice, were reduced to a scene of absurdity, 1 bowing, 2 kneeling. Lin Mo observed this spectacle, his brow furrowing deeper. Utilizing the newly acquired eye of the Candle Dragon, he cast a glance at the trio. Under its keen insight, the surging vitality within them was vividly apparent. 3 martial kings, and their strengths were formidable. Why did they pay him such homage? Purification of the Forbidden Zone? Homage to divine might? Lin Mo reflected on his duties, cleaning inscriptions, trimming flowers, polishing. Could it be that these menial tasks, in their eyes, constituted the so-called purification of the Forbidden Zone? In the mystical aura he had accumulated from his prolonged work, there was perceived by them as divine might. A ludicrous yet seemingly plausible conjecture took shape in Lin Mo's mind. It appeared they had misinterpreted something. Moreover, it was a monumental misunderstanding. Lin Mo opened his mouth, contemplating how to clarify that he was merely a janitor. Yet the words caught in his throat. Explain? How would he explain? By stating that he possessed a system that enabled him to grow stronger through household chores, or that he had merely been polishing a deceased dragon's bone, hence acquiring a hint of draconic essence? Such declarations would likely be met with even greater disbelief than claiming to be an ancient entity emerging from the Forbidden Zone. Furthermore, the revelation of the existence of a system is the utmost folly. Since they are willing to misconstrue, let them continue in their misunderstanding. The identity of a figure from the Forbidden Zone seems to spare one from many unnecessary troubles. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo cleared his throat, resolved to play along with their script. He mimicked the demeanor of those transcendent beings from the films, adopting a tone that was both indifferent and detached, as if devoid of any earthly warmth, and gradually spoke. Rise. This place is not meant for your kind. Depart swiftly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with remarkable clarity in the expansive corridor. These seemingly profound words fell upon the ears of the 3 martial kings like a divine decree from the heavens. The senior, indeed, does not appreciate disturbances. This is a warning to us. It also serves to protect us. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone is not a realm where mere mortals like us may linger. Yes, we shall obey. Qin Jinshan, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rose from the ground and respectfully retreated to the side. Sure Gang and Liu Bai also quickly stood up, bowing their heads, not daring to glance at Lin Mo even once. Observing this, Lin Mo silently exhaled in relief. It seemed this tactic was quite effective. He chose to disregard the 3 and prepare to leave, eager to procure a strawberry cake before the shop closed. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he paused. Something had occurred to him, and he rummaged through his pocket, retrieving an item. It was a small fragment of bone, no larger than a fingernail, that he had extracted while polishing the remains of the Candle Dragon, conveniently cleaning it from the crevices of the skeletal horns. This shard, dark golden in hue and bearing traces of dried dragon essence, appeared to Lin Mo as nothing more than a piece of waste material, intended for disposal after work. Yet, looking at the 3 martial kings, who regarded him with such reverence, a novel idea struck him. Perhaps it could be repurposed? Consider it. A token of gratitude to ensure their silence? With this thought, Lin Mo slowly turned around under the anxious gazes of the three martial kings. He flicked the dark golden shard with a casual motion. Whoosh! The fragment transformed into a streak of light, landing precisely in Qin Jinshan's hand. This is of no use to me. Consider it a gift, Lin Mo remarked in a tone as nonchalant as discarding refuse. With that, he did not linger, his figure flickering as he employed the shadow step, vanishing instantaneously at the corridor's end, leaving the three martial kings standing in stunned silence. Qin Jinshan, head bowed, trembled as he opened his palm. Upon discerning the dark golden shard, his pupils constricted to their utmost. What is this? What it harbors is the purest essence of the divine dragon, untainted by any impurities. It is 100-fold more potent than the dragon's might he had sensed before. Merely cradling it in his palm, he felt a faint loosening of the martial king bottleneck that had stagnated for years. This is a treasure, a divine artifact. It is a fortuitous opportunity so extraordinary that even the revered martial sage would be driven to madness. And this esteemed senior dares to declare it of no use to me? Then, as if discarding refuse, he bestows it upon himself? Qin Jinshan's mind was once again overwhelmed by immense joy and astonishment. This is a gift from the elder, an acknowledgement of our unwavering loyalty. Liu Bai's voice trembled with emotion. Shi Gang, flushed with excitement, gazed at the fragment of bone in Qin Jinshan's hand, his eyes brimming with envy and fervor. He finally comprehended that Qin Jinshan's imagination was entirely justified. This senior truly is an unparalleled master, one who regards divine artifacts as mere refuse. With utmost care, Qin Jinshan enveloped that piece of bone in the purest silk he possessed, then pressed it close to his chest, as if it were not merely a fragment of bone, but the very essence of his life. Transmit my orders. Qin Jinshan inhaled deeply, his gaze transforming into one of unprecedented determination and sharpness. From this day forth, the Zero Zone, within a 10-kilometer radius, shall be designated as the highest level S restricted area. Anyone who dares to approach a single step without my decree shall be met with merciless retribution. Furthermore, I shall immediately establish a special liaison office, of which I shall personally assume the role of leader. Its sole purpose will be to cater to our Elder S needs. We must fulfill any demand from our Elder in this world at the earliest opportunity, sparing no effort or cost. The protection level for Miss Lin Wan, our Elder's companion, shall be elevated to an unprecedented divine status. I shall not allow a single hair on her head to be harmed. The identity of our Elder is the highest secret of the martial command. Whoever dares to divulge even a fragment shall be tried for treason. Qin Jinshan's voice resonated powerfully, each word striking with authority. He understood that an unparalleled opportunity had descended upon Jiangcheng right before him. Clinging to the thigh of this formidable figure in the restricted zone would be the wisest decision of his life. Meanwhile, our esteemed figure in the restricted zone, Lin Mo, stood at the entrance of a bakery, gazing at the sold-out sign with a countenance full of regret. Alas, it is all due to those few individuals who wasted time. Tomorrow, I must leave work early. Chapter 11. Cake in Divine Security. Lin Mo stood before the cake shop, its roller shutter drawn down, as the evening breeze swept through, carrying a hint of desolation. He retrieved his phone and glanced at the time, 8:15 p.m. Typically, at this hour, the renowned Sweet Moments Cake Shop, famous for its robust ingredients and delectable flavors, would have long since sold out its offerings and closed for the night. It was all due to those three peculiar individuals. Lin Mo mused to himself. An elderly man and two middle-aged men. Their strength appeared formidable, at the very least. They were figures to be revered within the realm of mundane martial arts. Yet, upon encountering him, they reacted as if they were mice before a cat, one bowing, two kneeling, their mouths uttering fervent praises, addressing him as senior. Had it not been for their seemingly sincere demeanor and the fact that they delayed him from purchasing a cake for his sister, Lin Mo would have been disinclined to even part with that piece of refuse he had pried from the dragon's spine. That dark golden fragment, tainted with the dried essence of dragon marrow, seemed to him no different from stubborn tartar, mere waste that needed to be discarded. Tossing it to them could be seen as a form of resource repurposing. Alas, Xiaowan will be disappointed. With a sigh, Lin Mo turned and walked towards the city hospital. Unbeknownst to him, 100 meters behind, in a shadowy alley, two figures observed him with extreme fervor and reverence. "Did you see that? Senior, he is actually troubled over not being able to buy a piece of cake." One figure whispered, his voice trembling with astonishment. "Is this the legendary refining the heart in the mundane? To immerse oneself in the most ordinary human experiences, to taste the myriad emotions, thus honing a heart that has long transcended the ordinary." Another voice quivered with excitement. These two were elite agents dispatched by the Town Martial Bureau to execute a divine security mission, genuine fourth-grade martial artists. Their singular task, to covertly protect the sole anchor of Senior in the mortal realm, Miss Lin Mo, 24 hours a day, while documenting his every action without his notice, reporting back to Commander Qin Jinshan as invaluable intelligence on the disposition of the esteemed figure. "Quick, document this," one urged. "Senior seems to be experiencing some emotional turbulence today, perhaps due to a mundane strawberry cake. Preliminary assessment suggests that Senior is engaged in some profound worldly cultivation. We must not disturb him, but we must ensure that the next time, Sweet Moments Cake Shop reserves the freshest cakes for Senior." "Understood." Upon returning to the ward, as Lin Mo pushed open the door, a gentle smile had returned to his face. "Brother, you're back." Lin Wan's eyes sparkled like two little stars. "What about the cake?" "They sold out." Lin Mo replied with a helpless shrug. "It was too popular. But I promise, tomorrow, I will definitely get you one." "It's all right, I was just asking casually," Lin Wan said with a mature smile, though a flicker of disappointment passed through her gaze. Lin Mo observed everything with keen eyes, his determination to leave work early the next day solidifying. Just then, a middle-aged doctor, clad in a white coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered the room, exuding an air of refined elegance. He first bowed respectfully to Lin Mo, and then addressed Lin Wan in an exceptionally gentle tone. "Miss Lin Wan, how are you feeling today? Is there any discomfort?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He did not recognize this doctor. Furthermore, did a chief physician truly need to be so humble towards an ordinary patient? "I am well, thank you, doctor," Lin Wan replied politely. "That's good to hear," the gracious doctor smiled, retrieving a beautifully packaged box from his pocket. "This is our hospital's latest introduction, a nutritional supplement imported from overseas, remarkably effective for post-operative recovery. You need only take one before bedtime." He placed the box on the bedside table, nodded respectfully to Lin Mo, and then exited. Lin Mo picked up the small box, feeling its smooth texture, covered in incomprehensible foreign characters. Using the recently acquired Eye of the Candle Dragon, he cast a glance at it. To his surprise, he was taken aback. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of the Candle Dragon, the so-called nutritional supplement was anything but ordinary. Inside were pill-like orbs, translucent and lustrous, each containing a pure and formidable life energy. This life energy was several times more refined than the soul-nourishing pills he had previously obtained in the Forbidden Zone. If this were to be sold outside, each orb would be enough to drive countless martial artists into a frenzy, worth a fortune. And yet, this doctor had the audacity to label it as a mere nutritional supplement, presenting an entire box at that. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lin Wan inquired curiously, noticing him lost in thought over the medicine box. "Nothing," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly as he tucked the box away. "The items given by the hospital are of uncertain origin. We should refrain from consuming them indiscriminately." He sensed an invisible layer of protection surrounding his sister. This feeling intensified as he stepped out of the ward to fetch a pot of hot water. In the corridor, a newly hired nurse was meticulously mopping the floor. Lin Mo's Eye of the Candle Dragon swept over her, revealing that her internal vitality was robust, with pronounced temples indicating she was a formidable third-tier martial artist. A third-tier martial artist serving as a nurse? In the adjacent ward, a patient receiving an intravenous drip appeared to be drowsy, yet his breathing was long and steady. His muscular form taut, akin to a coiled leopard. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of the Candle Dragon, he detected energy fluctuations that reached the fifth-tier martial artist level. A fifth-tier martial artist, in a place like Jiangsheng, could easily serve as a guest elder for a prominent family. Yet here he lay disguised as a patient. Lin Mo halted in his tracks. The doctor, the nurse, the patient. Even the maintenance worker at the end of the corridor repairing a fire hydrant. None of them were ordinary individuals. An invisible net woven by martial artists enveloped his sister's room, ensuring her protection against any threat. Who were they, and why were they doing this? In Lin Mo's mind, the peculiar figures kneeling before him flashed through his thoughts in an instant. Was it them? Suddenly, Lin Mo grasped the underlying clue. They had mistaken him for a formidable entity emerging from the Forbidden Zone, thus employing this means to safeguard their soul connection, in hopes of pleasing him. A wave of absurdity washed over Lin Mo, yet he soon found it entirely reasonable. For those powerful beings living in fear of the Forbidden Zone, it was hardly surprising for a living legend to perform acts of deference and reverence. Well, Lin Mo mused himself. With such a cadre of elite bodyguards at no cost, he need no longer worry for his sister's safety. With a sense of relief, he grasped his water jug and continued toward the water room. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he turned, the custodian mopping the floor, the patient feigning sleep, and the maintenance worker repairing the fire hydrant all secretly exhaled, their backs drenched in cold sweat. When the senior's gaze swept over them, they felt as though they were laid bare, their very souls exposed, with no secrets left to conceal. The sensation of being scrutinized by a higher life form nearly rendered them breathless. Indeed, the senior was exceptional. His realm surpassed their wildest imaginations. Meanwhile, in Jiangsheng, at the Jinwu Division's S-grade encrypted training chamber, Qin Jinshan sat cross-legged, a fragment of dark golden bone, no larger than a fingernail, suspended before him. Having bathed, changed, and burned incense to calm his mind, he had adjusted his state to its peak. He gazed at the fragment with eyes filled with reverence and fervor. This was a gift from the senior, an artifact imbued with the essence of the Candle Dragon. It represented the greatest opportunity of his life. He had lingered at the pinnacle of the fifth-rank martial king for a full decade. Throughout these 10 years, he had exhausted every means, yet could not advance a step further. The sixth-rank martial king was a colossal threshold. A slight misstep marked an insurmountable chasm. Yet now, he sensed that the opportunity for breakthrough lay before him. Drawing a deep breath, he hesitated no longer, opening his mouth to swallow the dark golden bone whole. Boom! At the moment the bone entered his abdomen, an indescribable, overwhelmingly tyrannical energy, originating from the primordial chaos, erupted within him. This was not mere spiritual energy or blood force, but a higher essence belonging to divine beasts, the true dragon Qi. Qin Jinshan emitted a pained roar as his skin cracked inch by inch, golden light bursting forth from the fissures. His body seemed on the verge of being explosively torn apart by this terrifying energy. Golden blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse under the energy's assault. Just as he felt himself about to burst apart and perish, a spark of clarity ignited in his mind, recalling the senior's nonchalant gaze, as if discarding refuse. This object is of no use to me. To the predecessors, such divine artifacts are mere worthless debris. Yet, am I truly incapable of bearing even a fragment of refuse? No. A formidable will to survive and an indomitable spirit sustain the last remnants of his clarity. He fervently channels the cultivation techniques he has mastered, directing the tumultuous dragon energy to assault the bottleneck that has confined him for a decade. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Break for me. Qin Jinshan unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Crack! A sound reminiscent of a deep-seated resonance emanated from within him. The seemingly unbreakable barrier finally yielded, a fissure forming under the relentless onslaught of the dragon energy. In the outside world, the spiritual energy of the entire Jiang city erupted violently at that moment. Countless streams of spiritual energy coalesced into a massive vortex, surging fervently towards the base of of the Zhenwu division. Within Jiang City, innumerable martial artists simultaneously raised their gazes towards the sky, astonished. A natural phenomenon. This signifies a martial king is about to break through. What terrifying pressure! Who among the esteemed is poised to ascend to the 6th rank of martial king? Within the secret chamber, Qin Jinshan's aura soared to unprecedented heights. 5th rank pinnacle. Breakthrough. 6th rank martial king. Yet this was not the end. The dragon energy remained vast and overwhelming, propelling his realm further upwards at an astonishing pace. Early stage of the 6th rank martial king. Mid-stage. Late stage. Pinnacle. Boom! An aura far surpassing that of an ordinary 6th rank martial king erupted from him, enveloping the entirety of Jiang City. Qin Jinshan abruptly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light piercing through the void. He felt an unparalleled might coursing through him, tears of joy streaming down his face. He bowed deeply in the direction of the number 0 forbidden zone. The grace of the predecessors in bestowing life anew. Qin Jinshan shall never forget. However, at that moment of overwhelming emotion, Lin Mo's phone, resting on the bedside table in the hospital, suddenly vibrated gently. A system notification sound, audible only to Lin Mo, echoed in his mind. Ding. Urgent mission triggered. Mission name, cleanse the wretched well. Mission location, number 0 forbidden zone. Gongjin ruins. Mission description. An unknown leakage has occurred at the wretched well, with the source of contamination eroding the outside through underground water veins. Please proceed immediately. Use the pure source stone to seal the well's mouth and cleanse the overflow of filth. Mission reward, divine ability, pure, yang golden light. Mission countdown, 23:59, 58. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. An urgent mission? Divine ability? Chapter 12. Urgent mission. Stealth amidst the web of fate in that fleeting moment. Lin Mo's pupils constricted to the size of a pinprick. An urgent mission. Divine powers. These 2 phrases struck his heart like heavy hammers. Unlike the mundane, weekly, or monthly cleaning tasks he had grown accustomed to, the term urgent carried an inherent sense of imminent crisis. Moreover, the reward was no longer mere martial arts, but the very essence of divine powers. Although Lin Mo was unclear about the precise distinctions between divine powers and martial arts, the sheer implication of their meanings conveyed an insurmountable chasm in their levels of significance. What weighed even more heavily upon him was the task description. The well of filth has experienced an unknown leak, and the source of contamination is eroding the outside world through underground water veins. Eroding the outside world. These 4 words caused Lin Mo's heart to plummet. He had always believed his work was confined to cleaning an isolated zone, cut off from the rest of existence. Yet now, for the first time, the system explicitly informed him that the filth within that forbidden area was contaminating the world he inhabited, the very city where his sister resided. A profound sense of responsibility and urgency surged within him. This was no longer merely a job for monetary gain. He glanced at his sister Lin Mo, peacefully asleep on the hospital bed, her serene visage igniting an unwavering resolve within him. He must go. At once. Immediately. He rose, without a shred of hesitation. Yet a grim reality confronted him. How could he leave this hospital? Ever since Qin Jinshan and his cohort had fabricated his identity as a powerful figure, this hospital, especially the special care ward where his sister lay, had transformed into an impregnable fortress. Lin Mo didn't need to consciously perceive it. He could sense the formidable waves of vitality lurking in the corridor, the stairwell, and even beneath the shadows of the trees outside. These were the elites sent by the Department of Martial Suppression, serving as his sister's divine security. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have welcomed such top-tier protection. However, at this moment, it represented the greatest obstacle to his escape. The Eye of the Candle Dragon. Lin Mo silently chanted within his heart. A faint golden radiance flickered across his gaze. Instantly, the world before him deconstructed into a different realm. No longer were there mere walls, floors, and bodies, but rather a network of energy, clear pathways, and trajectories. He perceived it. At the end of the corridor, The third-tier martial artist, masquerading as a caregiver, had his vital energy circulating along a specific route, creating a visual blind spot every 3 minutes for half a second. At the stairway, a fifth-tier martial artist, dozing against the wall, scanned his surroundings with a mental radar, yet there existed a subtle, nearly negligible blind spot directly beneath the ward door. Outside the window, 3 martial artists stood in a triangular formation, their energies interconnected, forming an invisible net that sealed off any possibility of physical escape. Yet beneath the inside of the candle dragon's eye, there exists an exceedingly minute nexus of energy within this web, a point that undulates with their breaths. If one can seize the moment of its vibration and traverse through, no energy alarms shall be triggered. The heavenly net? Under the primordial insight of the candle dragon's eye, any intricate defense is merely a sieve riddled with flaws. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, the power of gods and demons within him quietly circulating. Shadow step. His form seemed to transform into a weightless shadow, emitting not a whisper, gliding along the ground towards the hospital room's entrance. At the very instant the caregiver's gaze turned, and as the patient's mental scan swept past, Lin Mo's figure, akin to a droplet merging into the ocean, silently passed through the door. The entire process flowed seamlessly, unnoticed by anyone. He melded with the shadows against the wall, making his way towards the staircase. The fifth-tier martial artist patient stirred slightly, as if sensing something. He abruptly opened his eyes, shimmering with vigilance, scanning his surroundings. The corridor lay desolate, resonating only with the ticking of instruments. Was it an illusion? He furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. Perhaps it was merely the divine presence of a predecessor that had inadvertently brushed past this place. Contemplating that otherworldly being, a deeper reverence welled in his heart. He closed his eyes once more, though this time his vigilance was heightened. Unbeknownst to him, the brother bound to the predecessor he sought to protect had already, like a specter, arrived outside the inpatient building. Lin Mo stood in the shadow of a grand tree, gazing up at the window of his sister's room. Warm light flickered within, illuminating all that he yearned to safeguard. Without lingering, he shimmered and completely melded into the city's nocturnal embrace. As Lin Mo's figure vanished around the corner, in a makeshift command room on the hospital's top floor, a technician tasked with monitoring all energy fluctuations suddenly uttered a sound of surprise. "What is it?" inquired a vigilant captain nearby. "Strange." The technician pointed at a data line on the screen, brow furrowed. "Just 3 seconds ago, our spiritual energy sensing field set up around the special care unit on the 17th floor experienced an exceedingly minute energy dip, lasting approximately 1/10,000th of a second." Energy dip? The captain's expression shifted. "What does that mean? Was it triggered?" "No, on the contrary," the technician elucidated. "It was not triggered. Rather, it seemed as though something, in a manner we cannot comprehend, circumvented the entire sensing field. It did not touch any of the warning lines. Instead, at the moment it passed, it caused a diminishment in energy density in that small expanse, thus creating the dip. Yet this phenomenon transpired with such rapidity that the system could scarcely capture it, relegating it to the realm of inconsequential data noise." The captain, enveloped in perplexity, nevertheless grasped the crux of the matter. "Are you suggesting that something may have eluded us right beneath our very noses? Theoretically, that is implausible." The technician shook his head, asserting that achieving such a feat would necessitate an extraordinary mastery over energy, akin to water flowing over stone without the stone perceiving its presence. This transcended martial arts, bordering on the realm of the ethereal. The captain fell into silence. Ethereal? Unbidden, the image of Commander Qin Jinshan's description of Mr. Lin surfaced in his mind, an ancient being that had emerged from the land of divine fall, traversing the mundane world. For him, the so-called nets of heaven and earth were perhaps nothing more than a mere child's play. "Document it." The captain inhaled deeply, issuing a solemn command to classify this occurrence of data noise as an S-level encrypted event to be reported directly to Commander Qin. Note: suspected predecessor ventured out at night. Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the tempest of speculation his departure had incited among the personnel of the Town Marshal Commission. At that moment, he hastened with utmost urgency to the entrance of the number 0 restricted zone before the familiar iron gate of the abandoned factory. He produced his black work card, swiping it at the access point. The cold metallic door slid open silently. As he stepped inside, the lights along the corridor illuminated sequentially, casting a long shadow behind him. He progressed unimpeded, swiftly arriving before the colossal gate inscribed with number 0 restricted zone, land of divine fall. The countdown of his mission echoed in his mind like a relentless pendulum, ticking away. 23:15. 4:2. Time was of the essence. Lin Mo pressed his palm against the frigid metal gate. With a thunderous rumble, the giant door began to creak open, unleashing an energy more potent than ever before. Infused with the essence of the ancient and the violet, Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeper. He sensed that the energy within the restricted zone had grown increasingly unstable, akin to water on the verge of boiling. The so-called well of filth was likely the source of this upheaval. Without further hesitation, he stepped into the familiar yet foreign darkness. The system map unfurled in his mind, revealing a clear golden route leading to an area of the restricted zone he had never visited before, Gongjin Ruins. Lin Mo employed the shadow step, transforming into a blurred afterimage as he raced along the path toward the depths of the restricted zone. Chapter 13. The Ruins of Gunmetal. The well flowing with black water. As Lin Mo ventured deeper into the forbidden zone, he became increasingly aware of an extraordinary aura of ferocity. The air was thick with a subtle yet repugnant odor reminiscent of corroded metal intermixed with decaying flesh. The ground transformed from the previously charred earth to a dark crimson hue, akin to metal strata soaked in blood for eons. The surrounding landscape grew ever more bizarre and awe-inspiring. A shattered colossal axe, its blade resembling a small mountain, was deeply embedded in the earth. Its shaft adorned with verdigris, yet still emanating a disquieting sharpness. Nearby lay a collapsed metallic temple, with countless massive pillars, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Strewn haphazardly across the ground, their surfaces etched with incomprehensible runes that seemed to pulse with a faint luminescence, as if engaged in a silent respiration. In the distance, a gargantuan metal warship, reminiscent of an aircraft carrier, was half buried within a mountain peak, its hull riddled with enormous gashes, as though it had endured a cataclysmic interstellar conflict. This was indeed the ruins of Gunmetal, the fabled site of the fall of an ancient deity of warfare and bloodshed, a being of the metal element. Everywhere, the essence of Gunmetal exuded a piercing and lethal aura. Lin Mo's candle dragon eyes scanned the enormous metallic remnants, revealing that within them lay an energy of pure, terrifying metallic essence. Any fragment, no matter how small, could send practitioners of metal arts into a frenzy, serving as unparalleled material for forging divine weapons. Yet at this moment, these sacred energies were tainted by a cold, viscous black energy imbued with corruption and decay. This black energy clung to the remnants of divine weaponry and sanctuaries like maggots, incessantly eroding their intrinsic brilliance, accompanied by a hissing sound reminiscent of acid-corroding steel. The entire ruins of Gunmetal were shrouded in a veil of silence and decay. Lin Mo's brow furrowed tighter. As a fastidious cleaner, the sight of such a filthy and chaotic environment instinctively unsettled him. He quickened his pace. Eventually, after traversing a graveyard formed of countless shattered swords, he arrived at the destination marked on the system map. It was a vast depression akin to a meteorite crater. At its center lay an ancient well. The well was modest in size, measuring merely 2 meters square, crafted from an unknown black metal. Its rim adorned with grotesque, beastly carvings. This was the Well of Filth. At that moment, the ancient well gurgled ominously, exuding a viscous black liquid. The liquid, thick as oil and as dark as ink, emitted a nauseating stench. As it flowed to the ground, it immediately corroded the dark red metallic strata, creating numerous pits and releasing plumes of black smoke. Within a radius of 100 meters around the well, not a single blade of grass grew. All life had withered away. A pure and unadulterated force of filth seeped forth from the well, transforming into a visible black mist that ascended into the air, only to descend like raindrops, further tainting this desolate expanse of metal. Lin Mo could even discern that a portion of this tainted power was infiltrating the underground water veins beyond the forbidden zone through the fissures deep within the earth, much like ink diffusing into clear water. Indeed, the source resided here. Ding! You have arrived at the mission location. Please promptly utilize the purifying stone to seal the well and cleanse the overflow of filth. As the system's prompt echoed in his ears, a stone, the size of a human head, materialized in Lin Mo's hand. This stone, radiating a pristine white akin to exquisite jade, emanated a gentle and sacred luminescence. Its surface adorned with naturally formed wave-like patterns. Purifying stone, a divine artifact imbued with the power of purification, capable of sealing and cleansing all sources of corruption. This would serve as his instrument. Holding the purifying stone, Lin Mo advanced step by step toward the tainted well. As he drew near, the well seemed to sense the impending threat. Gurgle, gurgle. The black liquid bubbling from the well surged with greater ferocity. The black liquid coursing across the ground began to writhe and coalesce, as if animated by life itself. Swiftly, it consolidated into grotesque monsters. Some resembled skinless hounds. Others appeared as oozing masses adorned with tentacles, while others morphed into shifting blobs of liquid. They bore no eyes, yet collectively turned towards Lin Mo, emitting a silent roar. A torrent of mixed emotions, brutality, madness, and resentment, assaulted Lin Mo's mind. Were an ordinary warrior, even a king of martial arts, to be swept by this mental onslaught, they would likely succumb to instant madness. Yet within Lin Mo's consciousness resided the divine demon body refinement technique. The moment this mental assault entered his mind, it was crushed into fragments by an unparalleled, divine, demonic power. Lin Mo's gaze remained utterly undisturbed, exuding an aura of tranquility. Roar! Witnessing the ineffectiveness of their mental assault, the filthy monsters emitted piercing shrieks. They advanced with their viscous limbs, dragging long black trails from all directions towards Lin Mo at lightning speed. The corrosive liquid behind them left a series of dark afterimages. Faced with this onslaught, which could induce instantaneous terror in those afflicted with agoraphobia, a flicker of impatience finally crossed Lin Mo's expression. How filthy! With his left hand cradling the purifying stone that radiated sacred light, he slowly raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers aligned, pointing towards the foremost of the muddy monsters. He executed a delicate flick. Star-plucking hand, second form. Shattered star. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a barely perceptible, meticulously concentrated force that erupted from his fingertips. Thud! A soft sound resonated. The massive, menacing muddy monster abruptly halted in its tracks. At the very center of its body, a pinhole-sized aperture appeared. In the next instant, fissures radiated from this opening, swiftly enveloping its entire form. Boom! The mud creature erupted with a thunderous blast, transforming into a cascade of inky liquid that splattered in all directions. With a mere gesture, it was obliterated. Lin Mo did not even resort to the power of gods and demons. He relied solely on his physical strength and the technique of stellar puncture. Yet, the splattered black liquid began to writhe mid-air, seemingly intent on reconstituting itself. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. These entities proved to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Akin to the stubborn grease clinging to a kitchen exhaust hood, cleaning them would be quite a hassle. At that moment, more foul creatures charged at him with reckless abandon. A fetid gust assaulted his senses. Lin Mo sprang into action. Shadow step. His figure transformed into a blur among the throng of monsters, trailing elongated afterimages. Each flicker positioned him at the most cunning and lethal angles. With every precise strike of his finger, he targeted the core of a filthy creature. Pop! 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 The muffled explosions echoed continuously and hollow. One after another, the vile beings were detonated by his stellar puncture, showering the air with a dark deluge. He resembled an elegant and efficient sanitation worker, diligently clearing away an unexpected refuse catastrophe. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. They seemed inexhaustible, continually emerging from the well and the surrounding putrid liquid. Lin Mo's frown deepened. At this rate, even if he managed to eliminate all these creatures, it would merely be a temporary fix. He must seal that well. He glanced at the countdown. 22:40, 11. Time was slipping away. Lin Mo resolved to disengage from the skirmish. A flash of golden light ignited in his eyes as the Dragon of Illumination's gaze swiftly pinpointed a relatively vulnerable path within the throng of monsters. He gathered his strength beneath him, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly toward the tainted well. Roar! The foul creatures seemed to sense his intent, descending into a frenzy. They abandoned their attacks, instead using their viscous bodies to stack upon one another, attempting to construct an insurmountable wall of flesh between Lin Mo and the ancient well. Gazing at the writhing, stench-ridden barricade composed of countless monsters, a glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He raised his hand, not merely a finger, but his entire palm, pushing forth toward the grotesque wall. Stellar grasp. Third form. Veil of the Heavens. Chapter 14. The Janitor's Fury, the pure, young, golden light. Buzz. At the moment Lin Mo thrust his palm forward, the space before him visibly distorted. An invisible yet palpable and terrifying force, seemingly capable of subduing all, emanated from his palm, expanding like a transparent wall, crashing down with tremendous weight. The writhing mass of flesh, composed of hundreds of loathsome creatures, felt as though it were gripped tightly by an unseen giant hand. In that instant, all of the monsters froze, their viscous forms contorted under the immense pressure, producing squelching sounds. "Cleanse for me," Lin Mo uttered a chilling command. His fingers clenched fiercely. Boom! The flesh wall, formed by the monsters, shattered under the horrified gazes of onlookers. No, it was not merely a shattering. Under the absolute power known as covering the sky, it was brutally ground into the most primal black liquid, which was then forcefully pushed outward in all directions, smoothed over. Like a janitor wielding an immense, invisible scraper, he leveled all the stubborn stains from the wall in one decisive stroke. A grand pathway leading to the pit of filth was instantly cleared. Without the slightest pause, Lin Mo traversed the now flattened area of corruption, stepping directly onto the edge of the ancient well. Peering down, he beheld the unfathomable darkness below. The viscous, malevolent black liquid roiled within the well, akin to bubbling magma. Seething and roaring, streams of filthy primordial energy surged forth from the depths of the well. Lin Mo sensed that beneath this well lay a dimension steeped in decay and depravity, a possible prison for some malevolent deity. He had no time to ponder these thoughts. He raised the purifying source stone towards the well's mouth, and then, with great force, pressed it down. Roar! The instant the purifying source stone made contact with the black liquid, a furious roar filled with resentment and unwillingness erupted from the depths of the well. The entire ancient well trembled violently. A surge of filth, more powerful than before, erupted from the well, transforming into a colossal claw made of black liquid. Reaching for Lin Mo, seemingly intent on dragging him and the purifying source stone into the abyss. Dare to resist? A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. His other hand pressed firmly against the purifying source stone, and the powers of divinity and demon surged forth from within him without reservation. Descend from me. Boom! The purifying source stone, radiating with holy light, plunged into the black liquid like a red-hot branding iron sinking into butter. The enormous black claw, upon contact with the radiant light of the purifying source stone, hissed and evaporated swiftly as if snow encountered the blazing sun. Lin Mo forced the purifying source stone deeper into the well, inch by inch. It fit perfectly. When the pristine source stone was fully embedded into the wellhead, perfectly aligning with the black metallic rim, a resonant hum echoed. The water-like patterns on the stone surface suddenly illuminated, unleashing gentle halos of white light that spread outward, forming an immense sealing array that enveloped the entire tainted well. The violent, boiling force of corruption within the well was stifled, akin to a rooster grasped by the throat. Instantly silenced and quelled. The roar emanating from the depths of the well abruptly ceased. Ding! Emergency task. Cleanup of the corrupted well has been completed. The wellhead has been sealed. Task evaluation. Outstanding. Distributing task rewards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine ability. Pure, young, golden light. A torrent of information. 100-fold greater than that received during the acquisition of the star plucking hand, surged into Lin Mo's consciousness. This was not merely a technique or a method. Rather, it was the application of a principle, an instinct inherent to his being. It was the authority to summon the most radiant and unyielding force of the universe. Lin Mo felt as though a miniature sun had taken residence within him. Instinctively, he raised his hand. A strand of golden, warm, and sacred light coalesced and danced within his palm. This was the pure, yang golden light, naturally effective against all malevolent, corrupt, and demonic forces. It served as the most efficient disinfectant. Lin Mo gazed at the depression below, where the remnants of the corrupted liquid still writhed, attempting to coalesce once more after being dispersed. A glimmer of determination, reminiscent of a cleaner's obsessive diligence, flickered in his eyes. Having accepted the task, it was imperative to leave no trace of filth. He raised his palm, directing it towards the entire hollow. The miniature sun in his hand radiated with blinding brilliance. Divine ability, pure, yang golden light. Boom! A colossal golden beam, seemingly descending from the celestial realm, erupted from his palm. The beam exploded midair, transforming into an endless cascade of golden light, akin to divine maidens scattering blossoms, blanketing the entire concave expanse of the metal ruins. As the golden light rained down upon the black, corrupt liquid, an indescribable spectacle unfolded. The stubborn, corrosive filth shrieked silently, akin to a vampire exposed to sunlight. Under the illumination of the golden radiance, it was swiftly evaporated, purified, and disintegrated. Tendrils of black mist ascended, only to be utterly obliterated by the golden light midair. The entire process resembled a grand and sacred disinfection operation. In the span of mere seconds, every trace of black corruption within the hollow was meticulously eradicated. The ground reverted to its original dark red hue, and, thanks to the cleansing power of the golden light, even emitted a hint of divine metallic luster. The foul stench that had lingered in the air dissipated, replaced by a refreshing scent reminiscent of grass after a rain. Lin Mo surveyed his labor with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Now that felt right. He retracted his palm, and the golden light gradually faded away. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle occurrence that transpired just as he had finished cleansing the battlefield with the pure yang golden light and was preparing to depart. The ancient well, sealed by the essence stone, exhibited a faint flicker in the central ceiling array at its mouth. From that ephemeral crevice, a slender thread of malevolent, vengeful black aura quietly seeped forth. This ethereal essence stirred not a soul, nor did it emit any discernible energy fluctuations. It slithered like a cunning serpent, stealthily gliding along the ground before vanishing into an underground fissure. Meanwhile, in Jiangsheng, nestled 300 meters beneath the surface, a tightly guarded secret water quality monitoring laboratory was abuzz with concern. Dozens of the nation's leading researchers were gathered before a colossal screen, their brows furrowed in distress. The display revealed a real-time monitoring report from Jiangsheng's primary underground water source. Notably, a reading labeled as unknown high-energy particles, dark attribute, was persistently escalating, albeit at a sluggish yet unstoppable pace. This is untenable. We have exhausted every known purification method, physical filtration, energy counteraction, spiritual dilution, yet all have proven futile. This dark energy possesses an alarming degree of pollution and assimilation. It is gradually altering the foundational structure of our water supply. If this continues, within 72 hours, the drinking water for millions in Jiangsheng will transform into a chronic poison, lamented an elderly professor, his voice heavy with sorrow as he gazed at the screen. Just as despair enveloped the room, an unexpected anomaly arose. Suddenly, the red curve representing the unknown high-energy particle reading plummeted without warning. 100, 80, 50, 20, 10. In the span of a single second, it reached 0. The screen transitioned from alarming red warnings to a reassuring green, signaling absolute safety. The laboratory fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had halted. All present stood transfixed, their eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? Is the data erroneous? Has the system collapsed? Quick, fetch the latest water samples. Immediately, the elderly professor's voice trembled with urgency. Minutes later, a fresh water sample was placed under the microscope. Previously visible dark energy particles, resembling black insects, had vanished without a trace. The water appeared crystal clear and pure, exhibiting even higher activity levels than before the contamination. It has purified itself. The professor, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy as he perused the inspection report. It was a miracle, a divine occurrence. The laboratory erupted into thunderous applause. This report, classified as top secret, was promptly delivered to the desk of Qin Jinshan, the commander-in-chief of the town's martial affairs. Chapter 15. The Imagination of Commander Qin. The guardian of the world and night was already deep. In the brightly lit command office of the town martial division, Commander Qin Jinshan sat behind his desk, his eyes bloodshot, yet his spirit remarkably exuberant. He was engrossed in a highly confidential document recently transmitted from the capital headquarters concerning the number 0 Forbidden Zone. The dossier was substantial, yet the useful information within was woefully scant. The majority comprised harrowing accounts of exploration teams dispatched by the town martial division that had met with utter annihilation over the years. Among the list of casualties, the names of 3 formidable martial emperors were inscribed, further deepening Qin Jinshan's reverence for Mr. Lin, who had emerged from the land of divine desolation. To stroll leisurely in such a perilous place, treating it as casually as one would a backyard, indicated that this elder's realm of power transcended his wildest imagination. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. His aide burst in, excitement radiating from him, almost to the point of fervor. "Commander, a monumental piece of news." The aide placed a freshly printed report, still warm to the touch, on Qin Jinshan's desk. "The dark source has vanished." "What?" Qin Jinshan leapt to his feet, snatching the report. The dark source was the code name used within the town martial division for the mysterious dark energy contamination that had suddenly emerged within the underground aquifers of Jiang City. This matter had been classified as S-level top secret, for its disclosure could incite overwhelming panic throughout Jiang City and even the entire nation. In recent days, he had been under immense pressure, scarcely managing to sleep. He had even prepared for the worst-case scenario, ready to petition the headquarters to deploy strategic-level weaponry to obliterate the underground aquifers of Jiang City entirely to halt the spread of the contamination. Such an action would be a desperate measure, inflicting 1,000-fold damage upon oneself to defeat the enemy. And now, his aide was informing him that the dark source had disappeared. He scrutinized every word and figure on the report intently. The graph depicting a precipitous drop from peak levels to 0 resembled a sheer cliff. The latest testing results indicated the water quality to be absolutely safe. Qin Jinshan's hands began to tremble slightly, not from fear, but from an indescribable, overwhelming shock and exhilaration. "When did this occur?" His voice was somewhat hoarse. "Just 15 minutes ago," the aide replied, without warning. It was as if an invisible hand of the divine had instantaneously erased it. 15 minutes ago. Qin Jinshan's mind was struck as if by a bolt of lightning. He abruptly lifted his gaze to another report at hand. This one had just arrived from the monitoring team at the hospital, detailing an S-level encrypted incident regarding the elder's suspected nocturnal venture. The report indicated that the energy anomaly deemed data noise had occurred just over an hour ago. A wildly audacious yet entirely rational thought, exploded in his mind. The timing matched. Everything aligned perfectly. It is neither mere data noise nor a miraculous event. It is the wisdom of a predecessor. The esteemed elder of the gaming realm has made his presence felt. Qin Jinshan's mind raced, intricately weaving all the clues into a cohesive and lucid logical chain. This venerable figure was not simply confined to the hospital, sharing mundane moments with his bonds. His consciousness had already enveloped the entirety of Jiangsheng. He had long since detected the insidious pollution emanating from the Forbidden Zone, a threat looming over this city and its countless inhabitants. Thus, he ventured out under the cover of night. Silently, he navigated through the seemingly trivial traps laid by the Town Marshal Division. Where did he go? Surely, he ventured to the very source of the contamination. The source located deep within the enigmatic 0th Forbidden Zone, a place even the Town Marshal Division could not fathom. Then, with an overwhelming force akin to thunder, he employed methods beyond mortal comprehension to obliterate the dark source capable of annihilating an entire city at its roots. Hence, the water quality monitoring laboratory witnessed that scene reminiscent of a divine miracle. After accomplishing this feat, he quietly returned to the realm of mortals, continuing to play the role of an ordinary, gentle university student, tirelessly striving for his sister. He concealed his contributions and accolades. Upon realizing all of this, Qin Jinshan felt a surge of fervor coursing through him. What had he been contemplating? How to curry favor with the elder? How to obtain even a modicum of reward and fortune from him? He felt utterly ashamed of his own petty, selfish, and ignoble thoughts. How laughable, how superficial. The breadth of this predecessor's spirit is immeasurable. His gaze encompasses not personal gains or sectarian interests, but the entirety of the world and all sentient beings. He is not merely engaged in the trivialities of life. He is silently safeguarding this world. Meanwhile, we, the common folk, those who pride ourselves as humanity's guardians, the Town Marshal Division, remain utterly powerless against a crisis capable of obliterating cities. They are even unaware that the elder has already intervened to save them. A profound sense of guilt and reverence enveloped Qin Jinshan. As he gazed out at the dazzling lights of Jiangsheng, his eyes brimmed with moisture. He bowed deeply towards the direction of the 0th Forbidden Zone, a gesture more heartfelt and sincere than any before. "Commander, what should we do now?" the aide inquired cautiously, observing Qin Jinshan's emotional turmoil. "We shall do what we must." Qin Jinshan straightened, his gaze transformed into one of unprecedented determination and clarity. The elder quietly protects the world. Thus, we must clear all obstacles in his path. The elder prefers solitude, and we shall safeguard his tranquility to the utmost. The elder cares for all beings. We must dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, striving until our last breath. He picked up a pen and began to write with fervor on a blank application form. Immediately, in my name, I hereby request the allocation of the highest specification Sky Dome Ecological Life Pod, along with 3 national treasure-level genetic rehabilitation experts, to Jiangsheng. The adjutant was taken aback. "Commander, the Sky Dome Life Pod? That is a national treasure reserved for extending the lives of martial saint-level warriors. Moreover, those 3 experts are exclusively at the service of the highest officials." "No buts." Qin Jinshan's voice rang out, resolute and commanding. "It has been discovered that Jiangsheng is home to a remarkable existence that holds the potential to recreate human civilization. This individual's ties, Miss Lin Mo, must receive the utmost, most elite, and foolproof care this world has to offer. As our predecessors guard the world, it is our duty to safeguard the anchor of our predecessor. This is the only contribution our Zhenwu division can make for them." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." The adjutant, inspired by Qin Jinshan's fervor, blushed with excitement, rendered a precise military salute, and hurriedly exited. Qin Jinshan watched the adjutant's retreating figure before resuming his seat. He understood that his efforts were still far from sufficient. Gazing at the map of Jiangsheng on the table, he glanced at the adjacent, rudimentary map of the Zero Zone. A bold, perhaps even audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. The following morning, Lin Mo returned from the Forbidden Zone and stopped by a breakfast shop near the hospital to buy his sister her favorite steaming soup dumplings and soy milk. Acting as if nothing had transpired, he pushed open the door to her hospital room. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Wan's face. She had awakened and was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, she beamed with joy. "Brother, you're back." "Yes. I just returned from morning exercises," Lin Mo replied, delivering a kind lie, as he placed the breakfast on the bedside table. "Eat while it's hot." Observing his sister's improved complexion compared to the previous day brought him a sense of tranquility. The hardships of the previous night and the greater troubles looming ahead seemed to dissipate in that moment. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The hospital director, accompanied by a group of chief physicians, entered respectfully. The director, leading the group, wore a smile that bordered on obsequiousness. "Mr. Lin, good morning," he greeted, bowing deeply before Lin Mo. "Is there something you need?" Lin Montag inquired, rising unable. "Well, it is like this." The director wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking nervously. "In order to provide Miss Lin Wan with a better recovery environment, our hospital has prepared a brand new, top-tier special care ward overnight. We kindly ask Mr. Lin and Miss Lin Wan to relocate." Before Lin Mo could respond, Lin Wan shook her head. "There's no need. This place is just fine. No need to trouble yourselves." She was a considerate girl, aware of the sacrifices her brother had made for her illness and unwilling to add to his burdens. "Not at all. Is no trouble whatsoever." The director hastily waved his hands, his tone filled with anxiety. "This is what we ought to do. It is our duty." Lin Mo observed the director's demeanor and had already deduced most of the situation. It was likely the doing of those individuals from the Zhenwu department once again. Initially, he intended to decline. However, upon accompanying the director to the so-called new ward, he fell into silence. Chapter 16. The Celestial Life Pod. A glimpse from the abyss, what once could be termed a hospital ward has transcended into something extraordinary. Nestled atop the hospital, this expansive suite exceeds 300 square meters, boasting a living room, bedroom, rehabilitation room, an independent kitchen, and even a sunroom adorned with exotic flora. Every piece of furniture and equipment represents the pinnacle of technological advancement, as if drawn from the pages of a magazine. The air is imbued with a subtle, refreshing fragrance that invigorates the spirit. As Lin Mo's keen gaze swept across the room, he noted the walls, floors, and even the ceiling were embedded with energy circuits crafted from a special alloy. These circuits formed a vast and intricate defensive and spiritual gathering array, capable of withstanding the full force of a martial king's strike. Moreover, they slowly gathered and purified the ambient spiritual energy, maintaining a concentration far superior to that found outside. Prolonged residence in such an environment would bestow longevity and immunity from ailments, even upon an ordinary individual. What astonished Lin Mo the most was the remarkable object positioned at the center of the rehabilitation room. It was a futuristic, silvery medical pod, reminiscent of an eggshell. The semi-transparent shell glowed with a gentle blue aura, with countless streams of data flickering across its surface. The name Celestial Ecological Life Pod sprang to Lin Mo's mind, a term he had encountered in online discussions. This apparatus stood as the crowning jewel of the Human Federation's medical advancements, integrating treatment, repair, genetic optimization, and training assistance into a national treasure. It was rumored that fewer than 10 such devices existed throughout the entire Federation, each designated to serve those martial saints who had made exceptional contributions to human civilization. Now, to find such a legendary device here, merely for his sister's post-operative recovery, seemed utterly absurd. "Mr. Lin, this Celestial Life Pod has been specially requisitioned overnight by Director Chin from the headquarters in the capital for your sister." The hospital director explained cautiously. Additionally, the Federation's foremost genetic rehabilitation experts, Chun, Wang, and Li, are en route. They will oversee Miss Lin Wan's rehabilitation plan in its entirety. Lin Mo was rendered speechless, gazing at the palace-like suite and the national treasure of a life pod, feeling a mix of incredulity and amusement. Qin Jinshan, this martial king with an overactive imagination, had truly gone to great lengths to appease him, the so-called overlord of the Forbidden Zone. This was not mere appeasement. It was as though he was treating his sister like a queen. "Brother, this is far too extravagant. We cannot accept it," Lin Wan said, visibly intimidated by the grandeur, tugging gently at Lin Mo's sleeve. Snapping back to reality, Lin Mo ruffled his sister's hair and smiled gently. It's all right. Since it is a heartfelt gesture from them, we shall graciously accept it. He had come to terms with the situation. Refusal, instead, would incite panic among Qin Jinshan and his companions, leading to unnecessary speculation. In their eyes, the acceptance of your offering by a prominent figure is a mark of respect. However, if what you present is deemed unworthy, that is truly the most dreadful outcome. Furthermore, with such favorable conditions to facilitate his sister's swift and effective recovery, why would he not embrace this opportunity? Thus, he expressed his gratitude, nodding to the director. I am unworthy. This is our privilege. The director, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, almost bowing once more. In this manner, Lin Mo was carefully transferred to a lavish new ward. As she reclined within the life support pod, the door gently sealed, and the soothing blue nutrient solution enveloped her. She felt as though she had returned to her mother's embrace, warm and secure, her fatigue and discomfort dissipating rapidly. Lin Mo observed the screen of the life support pod, watching as his sister's vital signs steadily improved at a delightful pace, allowing him to relinquish the last remnants of his concern. He understood that from this day forth, her safety and health would no longer weigh on his mind. Qin Jinshan and the Jinwu division would be even more vigilant and invested in her well-being than he himself. At last, he could devote more energy to his own endeavors, for he harbored a faint premonition that the tainted well and that urgent mission might merely be the beginning. Lin Mo's intuition proved to be accurate. Just as he savored the momentary tranquility brought about by his sister's recovery on the other side of the world, within a vast base constructed of obsidian at the heart of an active volcano, infused with an aura of malevolence and chaos, a figure cloaked in black robes sat atop a towering throne. His face remained obscured, revealing only two flickering crimson lights beneath the shadow of his hood, reminiscent of hellish will-o'-the-wisps. Beneath the throne, an envoy, also clad in black, knelt on one knee, trembling violently from fear. Master, the plan has failed. The envoy's voice emerged, dry and hoarse. The seed of Medellin Jiang City of the eastern continent, on the brink of maturation, had its energy supply forcibly severed by an unknown force. The executive we dispatched to investigate corrupted Bone Cane has also lost contact. His soul lamp has extinguished. The temperature within the grand hall plummeted abruptly, and the air seemed filled with countless invisible icy needles pricking at the skin. The kneeling envoy felt as if his very blood were freezing. Severed, the figure upon the throne murmured in a low tone, akin to the sound of metal scraping against metal. His voice bore no trace of anger, only a hint of perplexity. The seed of metal was a scheme of my own design, linked to the essence of the tainted well. Unless faced with an entity of equal caliber, it should be impossible for anyone to erase it from its very roots. The eastern continent, that region, should no longer possess any power capable of contending with us. Who could it be? Who is it that has disrupted my affairs? He extended a pale hand, resembling a withered bone, and gently pointed into the void. Before him, an ethereal water mirror materialized, revealing the map of Jiangxin. Let me see. Have the ancient relics of the Jinwu division finally lost their composure? Or perhaps it is the remnants of the old gods, lurking in the forbidden zones, that have awakened? His fingertips glided slowly across the surface of the water mirror. An invisible force, imbued with the essence of the abyss, transcended the barriers of space and descended upon Jiangxin. This force stirred no one. Like a most cunning hunter, it silently scanned every corner of the city, seeking the lingering essence that had purified the seed of Gengjin. Soon it found its target. Within the campus of Jiangxin University, it detected an unremarkable young man, quietly enjoying lunch in the cafeteria. It sensed that aura, a presence that evoked profound discomfort, even a hint of disdain, warmth, sanctity, imbued with the essence of masculinity and the power to vanquish evil. Just as darkness instinctively despises light. Found it. The figure upon the throne whispered, "Hey, human? Such a young human?" He found it hard to believe. No, within him, aside from that repugnant sonora, lay concealed a force, older, more tyrannical, and hauntingly familiar. The red glow beneath the hood flickered violently. It is their essence, the essence of those damn gods and demons who have sealed us here. A successor of the gods and demons. A terrifying intent to kill erupted from the throne. The entire volcanic base trembled violently under this murderous intent. No matter who you are, since you're a lackey of them, you must die. Convey my command. Dispatch jealousy and gluttony from the 7 sins of the abyss to Jiangsheng on the eastern continent. At any cost, bring the successor of the gods and demons to me, alive. I shall personally peel off his skin and extract his soul to discover what treasures those lofty gods and demons have bestowed upon him. As you command, my lord. The messenger on the ground, feeling as if granted a reprieve, hastily retreated. The great hall returned to silence, save for the 2 flickering crimson flames, burning ever more fiercely in the darkness. A colossal conspiracy targeting Lin Mo from the deepest shadows of the world has silently unfurled its prologue. Meanwhile, our classmate Lin Mo, at this moment, was mildly displeased due to the price increase of 5 jiao for the braised pork in the cafeteria. Chapter 17. Return to the Sun. The provocation of the talented Jiangsheng University, the day of return. Lin Mo, bearing a simple backpack, stepped once more onto the campus. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sycamore leaves, casting dappled shadows, surrounded by students brimming with youthful vitality. Everything remained unchanged from before. Yet Lin Mo was acutely aware that he had transformed entirely. No longer was he the anxious student, tirelessly laboring to cover living expenses and his sister's medical bills. His bank account now harbored a sum he had once only dared to dream of. His sister was receiving unparalleled medical care, her recovery imminent. Moreover, he possessed a power potent enough to reshape the world. This transformation imbued him with an unparalleled sense of tranquility and composure. As he traversed the campus, observing his surroundings, he resembled a hermit who had seen through the worldly illusions, returning to the clamor of the city with a sense of detachment and a hint of nostalgia. Lin Mo, a melodious voice called out from a distance. He turned to see a girl clad in a white dress, her long hair cascading down her back, radiating pure and exquisite beauty, standing not far away, energetically waving at him. The girl was Su Muyu, his classmate and one of the most admired figures at Jiangsheng University. Their paths had crossed through a group project, fostering a relatively amicable relationship. Su Muyu had long harbored a vague fondness for Lin Mo. She admired his tranquility, his clean and handsome visage, and particularly his eyes, which seemed to peer through the depths of existence. It's been a while. Lin Mo approached her, offering a polite smile. Indeed, it feels like you've changed a bit. Su Muyu tilted her head, curiously scrutinizing him. Oh, in what way? I can't quite articulate it. She scrunched her adorable nose. It just feels like your aura is different. Though you were always quiet, it seemed as though you carried many burdens, a weightiness. Now you seem much more at ease, almost transparent. She struggled to find the right words. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile at her observation. Women's intuition could indeed be formidable. In recent times, he had navigated forbidden zones, battled filth, and acquired supernatural abilities. Experiences that surpassed what most would encounter in a lifetime. How could his demeanor remain unchanged? Perhaps it's just that my part-time job has been going well. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. A part-time job? What are you doing? Su Muyu inquired with curiosity. Cleaning, he answered casually. Huh? Su Muyu was taken aback. Just then, a magnetic voice, tinged with unabashed arrogance, interjected. Muyu, I've been looking for you everywhere. So you're here. A tall, handsome young man clad in designer sportswear approached them. His name was Li Hao, the vice president of the school's martial arts club and a direct descendant of the esteemed Li family, known for their martial prowess in Jiangsheng. At merely 20 years of age, he has attained the esteemed rank of a second-tier martial artist, undeniably a figure of prominence within the school, a paragon of excellence. His pursuit of Su Muyu has become a widely acknowledged endeavor. However, upon observing Su Muyu sharing laughter and conversation with Lin Mo, an imperceptible shadow flickered across his gaze. He was certainly acquainted with Lin Mo, a notorious underachiever. a mere commoner who has yet to ascend even to the rank of a martial apprentice. What right does such a person have to stand alongside Muyu? Li Hao's gaze fell upon Lin Mo, imbued with a condescending scrutiny. This classmate appeared somewhat unfamiliar to him. He feigned ignorance, his tone laced with superiority. Su Muyu's brows knitted slightly. She disdained Li Hao's demeanor. Li Hao, this is my classmate, Lin Mo, she introduced. Oh, Lin Mo, Li Hao elongated the name, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips as he continued. I recall now. I heard that you were working various jobs to gather medical funds for your sister, even taking on the dirty and exhausting work of cleaner. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among the students passing by. In an instant, many gazes converged upon them, tinged with sympathy or disdain. In this world of martial prowess, strength equates to everything. A commoner who cannot even cultivate martial arts, and a destitute cleaner to boot, undoubtedly occupies the lowest rungs of society. Su Muyu's expression darkened immediately. Li Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I speaking nonsense? Liao Shuzha Inusunli. I am merely expressing concern for a fellow student. What is this, Muyu? You defend him so vigorously. Could it be that you? His words trailed off, yet the insinuation was unmistakable. Su Muyu's cheeks flushed with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Throughout this exchange, Lin Mo, the focal point of the confrontation, displayed no sign of disturbance. He didn't even cast a glance at Li Hao. His gaze remained calm, fixed on the horizon, akin to a mighty dragon that pays no heed to an ant scurrying at its feet. This utter disregard, deeply rooted and genuine, incited even greater fury within Li Hao than any vehement rebuttal could have. He felt as though his fists were striking against cotton, powerfully rendered ineffective. A mere cleaner, a worthless individual. What audacity does he possess to ignore me? A surge of rage coursed through Li Hao's mind. He resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson upon this insolent pauper. Lin Mo, I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Li Hao stepped forward, unleashing the formidable aura of a second-tier martial artist, crashing down upon Lin Mo like a tidal wave. He intended to utilize the oppressive presence of a martial artist to force Lin Mo to kneel publicly, to strip him of all dignity. He could almost envision Lin Mo trembling in terror beneath that aura, begging for mercy in a pitiful display. The surrounding students also felt the weight of that overwhelming pressure, retreating in fear, their faces reflecting awe and trepidation. Su Muyu's complexion turned pale as she instinctively attempted to shield Lin Mo. Be careful. However, in the following moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone utterly dumbfounded. The formidable aura, powerful enough to unsteady even a ninth-tier martial artist, collided with an invisible, indestructible wall just a meter away from Lin Mo. No, it was not merely a wall. It felt more like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, instantly melting away without even a ripple. Lin Mo remained rooted in place, calm and composed, not even stirring the hem of his garment. As the source of that oppressive aura, Li Hao's experience was even more terrifying. At the moment his pressure surged forth, he felt an indescribable presence emanating from Lin Mo. What was that? It was not the vitality of a warrior. It was an overwhelming force that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos of ancient times. A supreme pressure. Within this force, there appeared to be a glimmer of a terrifying radiance akin to the sun, scorching, sacred, and impossible to behold. Before this presence, his prideful second-tier martial master aura crumbled like the childish scribbles of a 3-year-old. Naive, laughable, utterly fragile. His aura was obliterated in an instant, crushed beneath the weight of an innate fear that seized his very heart. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His legs felt as if they were laden with lead, becoming unbearably heavy and slightly weak. He yearned to retreat, but found himself devoid of the strength to even move a finger. All he could do was watch helplessly as Lin Mo slowly turned his tranquil gaze toward him. Then he heard Lin Mo's voice, flat and devoid of emotion. Do you have something to say? Thud. Li Hao's knees could no longer withstand the terror that surged from the depths of his soul. His legs buckled, and before the eyes of hundreds of witnesses, he fell to his knees, utterly defeated. Chapter 18. The Kneeling Prodigy and the Mysterious Investigator Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the entrance of Jiangxin University, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Hundreds of students, newcomers and veterans alike, stood frozen in place, as if enchanted, transformed into lifeless statues. Their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg, and their eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. The expressions on their faces conveyed a singular sentiment: utter disbelief. What had they witnessed? Li Hao, the very embodiment of excellence, the vice president of the school's martial arts society, a scion of the illustrious Jin Dengli family, youthful, affluent, strikingly handsome, and a formidable second-tier martial artist. He was the quintessential Prince Charming in the eyes of countless girls, the object of envy and admiration for many boys. Yet, inexplicably, had knelt down in front of everyone, before a well-known impoverished student, an ordinary individual devoid of any martial prowess. He had knelt down with unwavering resolve. Furthermore, his pallid complexion, trembling as if caught in a tempest, and his clothes drenched in cold sweat unmistakably reflected a deep-seated, profound terror. Was the sun rising from the west today, or had they all collectively succumbed to an illusion? Su Muyu was equally bewildered, her lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and shock. Being the closest observer, she felt the intensity of the moment most acutely. She was aware that Li Hao had unleashed a powerful aura of a martial artist, intending to intimidate Lin Mo. Yet, she had seen no reaction from Lin Mo, not even a flicker of his gaze. And then, Li Hao had knelt. So decisively, so completely. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Lin Mo possessed some unfathomable power? A bold thought, one she scarcely dared to entertain, quietly took root in her mind. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, the focal point of the spectacle, wore an expression of innocence. He truly had done nothing. He simply felt a bothersome fly buzzing incessantly by his ear. Annoyed, he cast a glance at the insect, and then, as if by magic, the fly fell to the ground. That was all. He had no inkling that the faint whispers of Dragon S might and the pure yang aura clinging to him, remnants of his recent endeavors, were terrifying to a martial artist of Li Hao's caliber, a crushing force from a higher realm of existence. It was akin to an ant, oblivious to its fate, flailing its limbs at a slumbering dragon. The dragon merely opened its eyes in irritation, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from its bloodline and soul was sufficient to shatter the poor ant. You! Li Hao knelt on the ground, his teeth chattering. He wished to rise, yet his legs felt as if they had been infused with 1,000,000 tons of mercury, utterly refusing to obey his command. He gazed at Lin Mo with terror. That face, which seemed utterly ordinary to him, now appeared transformed into some indescribable, otherworldly being walking amongst mortals. He could not fathom it. He was completely at a loss. Why? Why did an ordinary person exude an aura 1,000 times more terrifying than that of his grandfather? A formidable martial arts master. This defied logic. This contradicted the principles of martial arts. Classmate, are you all right? The ground is cold. Please rise, Lin Mo said, observing Li Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling as if he were about to disintegrate. Out of humanitarian concern, he offered this seemingly mundane reminder. However, to Li Hao's ears, it resonated like a divine decree from the heavens. This senior was graciously allowing him a way out. The fact that he had not crushed this insignificant insect that dared to offend him was a monumental act of mercy. A wave of euphoric relief washed over Li Hao in an instant. He could not comprehend where he found the strength, but he scrambled to his feet, using all limbs, not daring to lift his head, let alone cast another glance at Lin Mo. I'm fine. I just suddenly had a cramp in my leg. Yes, a cramp, he stammered, fabricating a ridiculous excuse that even a 3-year-old would not believe. Then, amidst the silence that enveloped the scene, he scurried away like a frightened dog, tail between his legs, not daring to look back. The entire episode was absurd to the extreme. It wasn't until Li Hao's figure vanished completely around the corner of the campus that the air, which had grown still, finally began to stir again. A cacophony of discussions erupted. What did I just witness? Li Hao was scared off? Scared off? He knelt down for goodness sake. What is Lin Mo's true identity? Wasn't he just an ordinary person? Ordinary? Have you ever seen an ordinary person who can bring a second-tier martial artist to his knees with just a glance? I see it now. He must be a powerful figure from a hidden family, here to experience life at our school. Yes, that must be it. Playing the fool to catch the wise. This is the true demeanor of a great figure. In no time, a flurry of speculations and wild imaginations spread wildly among the crowd. Lin Mo was instantly enveloped in an aura of mystery and power. Sumuyun observed Lin Mo, surrounded by the throng, yet maintaining an expression of serene calm, as if nothing had transpired. A myriad of colors sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She felt as though she had uncovered a colossal secret. Lin Mo, the quiet and refined boy who always sat silently in the corner of the classroom, must be concealing an untold story. Meanwhile, at a nearby CAF on the second floor, not far from the school gate, a foreign man clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, exuding a chilling demeanor, was quietly sipping his coffee, observing the scene with keen interest. A cruel and icy smile curled at the corner of his lips. Upon the lenses of his sunglasses, a rapid stream of data, visible only to him, flickered by in swift succession. Target lock, Lin Mo. Life energy response, undetectable. Mental strength, undetectable. Threat level, unknown. Warning, extremely dangerous. Residual traces of purifying light and demon blood detected on the target. Preliminary assessment. Target is a demon god, Air, codename Sunday. This golden-haired foreigner was dispatched from the Abyss base, one of the 7 sins of the Abyss. Codename Jealousy. He was a master of mental prowess, particularly adept at delving into the human psyche, conjuring illusions, and manipulating souls. He gazed down at Lin Mo, surrounded by a throng of admirers, a flicker of envy igniting in his eyes. Why? Why should such a young, yellow-skinned monkey from the eastern continent be favored by the demon gods? How could he possess such formidable power, one that even instilled fear in him? He, who had sacrificed so much to attain strength, deemed it unjust. This world is far too inequitable. Yet soon, everything you possess will belong to me. Jealousy licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He recognized that confronting such a being head-on would be the most foolish course of action. He must uncover his weaknesses, find his anchor. His gaze gradually shifted to Lin Mo's side, landing on the beautiful girl in a white dress, who gazed at Lin Mo with admiration and curiosity. Ktargit bon blok, sumuyo. Emotional correlation, 78, friendship beyond, yet not quite lovers. Action plan generated. Create chaos by manipulating the target bond. Forcing Sun to reveal his true abilities and trump cards. The corners of Jealousy's mouth curled into a silent smile. He set down his coffee cup, rose to his feet, and, like an elegant gentleman, exited the CF. A more insidious and lethal crisis targeting Lin Mo had quietly begun to unfold. Chapter 19. Foreboding dangers and the anger of the janitor, Lin Mo preferred to remain in the shadows, desiring nothing more than to quietly blend in, diligently pursue his studies, and subsequently embark on his duties in the restricted zone. However, Li Hao's astonishing act of kneeling shattered his aspirations entirely. Now, wherever he wandered, he could feel the weight of the awe, curiosity, and scrutiny emanating from those around him. Numerous members of the martial arts society would bow respectfully as he passed, leaving him utterly perplexed. Lin Mo, who on earth are you? Even Sumu Yu could not quell her curiosity, and after a self-study session, she approached him and whispered, "Who am I?" "I am merely Lin Mo," he replied, spreading his hands with genuine sincerity. But Li Hao, perhaps he truly had a cramp that day. Lin Mo could only offer this implausible excuse to deflect her inquiries. Naturally, Su Muyu was unconvinced. Her cheeks puffed as she contemplated further questions. Yet upon gazing into Lin Mo's clear and tranquil eyes, she swallowed her words. She understood he was reluctant to divulge more. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Thus, she resolved to refrain from pressing further, choosing instead to regard him with a gentler gaze. "All right, I believe you," she smiled, then added, By the way, there's a newly opened grand amusement park in the city center this weekend. Would you like to join me? This was her first invitation, and a charming blush adorned her fair cheeks. Lin Mo, upon witnessing the anticipation in her eyes, initially intended to decline. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself nodding in agreement. Perhaps it was the improvement in his sister's condition that had lifted his spirits. Or perhaps the oppressive atmosphere of the restricted zone had instilled in him a yearning to experience the vibrancy of life. Good. Her affirmative response filled Su Mu Yu with childlike joy, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. The weekend arrived as anticipated. Lin Mo and Su Mu Yu strolled side by side amidst the throngs of the amusement park. Dressed in a pale yellow floral dress and adorned with a white sun hat, she radiated youth and vitality, resembling a blooming sunflower. She was exuberant, leading Lin Mo through all the attractions that piqued her interest: merry-go-rounds, pirate ships, log flumes. While Lin Mo found little thrill in these juvenile amusements, the sight of her unblemished, brilliant smile and the sound of her melodious laughter seemed to thaw the icy heart he had developed from prolonged exposure to the restricted zone. This sensation was undeniably pleasant. However, as they ascended the Ferris wheel and the cabin slowly reached its zenith, offering a panoramic view of the entire Jiang city, Lin Mo's pupils abruptly constricted. His candle dragon eyes activated spontaneously, without warning. In his vision, the world instantly lost its hues, leaving behind a monochromatic realm composed of countless energy lines. And then he beheld, beneath the amusement park, approximately 50 meters into the depths of the earth, a surge of malevolent and chaotic energy, as dark as ink, rapidly converging and solidifying. This energy was familiar to him, originating from the same source as the power within the pit of filth. Yet it was far more refined and even more aggressive. It resembled a bomb on the brink of activation, its internal energy structure becoming exceedingly unstable. At most, there were merely 10 seconds left before it would erupt completely. The explosive force would be sufficient to raise the entire amusement park, along with all buildings within a kilometer radius, to the ground in an instant. Countless lives would vanish in that fleeting moment. This was a brutal and inhumane act of terror directed at innocent civilians. What is wrong, Lin Mo? Why does your expression suddenly look so dreadful? Su Mu Yu inquired with concern, having noticed Lin Mo's abnormal demeanor. Lin Mo offered no reply. His gaze pierced through the cabin's glass, transcending the clouds, precisely locking onto the rooftop of a building 1,000 meters away. There, a man with golden hair clad in a black trench coat stood at the edge of the terrace. A faintly sickly and appreciative smile gracing his face as he gazed in the direction of the Ferris wheel. In his hand, he clutched a black crystal orb. The dart bomb set to explode beneath the earth was being remotely controlled by this crystal sphere. In that instant when Lin Mo's candle dragon eye locked onto him, the golden-haired man seemed to sense something amiss. He lifted his head, and across the distance of 1,000 meters, their gazes met in the air. A provocative, cruel smile spread across his face. His lips silently mouthed a few words to Lin Mo. Come, save them. Boom! An uncontrollable fury erupted from the depths of Lin Mo's heart. He was no saint. He was even somewhat selfish, merely wishing to protect those around him and live his own modest life. Yet, he possessed his own bottom line. And this golden-haired man had undoubtedly crossed that deepest line, to use the lives of countless innocents as leverage to force his hand, to serve as the grand fireworks spectacle for his twisted desires. Such actions transcended mere enmity. They were garbage that must be utterly eradicated. Scum, brace yourself, don't move, Lin Mo instructed Su Mu Yu calmly, his voice steady. Yet beneath that calm lay a fury potent enough to scorch the heavens. Su Mu Yu was taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. They resembled a deity looking down upon the mere ants of the mortal realm. She instinctively nodded, gripping the armrest tightly. Lin Mo no longer regarded her. He slowly raised his right hand, directing it toward the realm below, that realm of laughter and joy, that haven soon to be reduced to ashes. His fingers spread wide, As if to cradle the entire amusement park within his palm, he sought to grasp not the stars, nor the moon this time, but rather space itself. He aimed to extract the very realm encompassing the amusement park from this world, albeit temporarily. This notion, mad and beyond the limits of human imagination, necessitated an exquisite mastery of the rules governing space and an unfathomable reservoir of divine power as its foundation. Yet, in this moment, fueled by rage, Lin Mo succeeded. A surge of invisible force, seemingly imbued with the weight of the entire world, descended from his palm. 1,000 meters away, atop a skyscraper, the golden-haired man felt a pang of jealousy, his smile abruptly freezing. The black crystal orb in his grasp trembled violently, emitting a mournful crackling sound. He sensed the connection between himself and the dark bomb buried beneath the earth being forcibly severed by an irresistible, higher power. No, it was not merely severed. The entire space of the amusement park, along with the bomb below, had been forcibly isolated from this dimension. This was inconceivable. For the first time, a look of sheer horror graced the face of jealousy. This transcended martial prowess. It was a means reserved for the divine. The law followed his utterances. Mastery over space. He finally comprehended why his lord had designated this objective with the codename Sun. For indeed, he was a radiant sun, walking among mortals. In that moment of profound shock, a cold, emotionless voice seemed to traverse the kilometers, resonating directly within his mind. "Found you, little insect." At that instant, the soul consumed by jealousy froze. Without a moment's thought, he shattered the crystal orb in his hand and turned to flee. However, to his terror, he realized that the surrounding space had become as solid as steel. He was immobilized. A colossal golden hand, composed entirely of pure energy, pierced through the barriers of space, looming above him. Then, fueled by the wrath of a janitor, it came crashing down upon him, the filthy wretch, with unrelenting force. Chapter 20. A thorough cleansing. The terror from the abyss. What manner of hand is this? A radiant gold, exuding a divine majesty. Within its palm, it seems as if countless ethereal shadows of deities and demons are chanting, while the sun, moon, and stars revolve in an eternal dance. It disregards the distances of space and the laws of physics, abruptly manifesting above the head of jealousy. Jealousy, a formidable entity emerging from the abyss, who toys with human hearts and regards life as mere chaff, in this moment fell for the very first and last time. Despair. The mental fortitude he so proudly possessed under the oppressive weight of that golden hand crumbled like a candle flame in the wind, extinguished in an instant. The dark energy he had drawn from the abyss for his survival met its nemesis, unable to conjure even a flicker of resistance, utterly evaporated. He sensed that he was not confronting a mere individual, but rather a vast, wrathful firmament pressing down upon him. No, he let out a final roar, filled with reluctance and terror. Then that golden hand descended. There was no earth-shattering crash, nor an explosion of energy. The palm lightly pressed against jealousy, then passed through, imprinting upon the rooftop of the edifice beneath him. Boom! The towering commercial building, standing 100 meters tall, began to crumble from the top, as if an invisible beast had taken a colossal bite out of it. Countless steel reinforcements, concrete, and glass facades were instantaneously reduced to the finest dust, scattered by the raging winds. And at the very center of that palm, jealousy left not a trace. His entire being, along with his soul and existence, was utterly erased from this world by that hand, clean as a whistle, as if a diligent cleaner had used a potent eraser to eliminate an unsightly blemish from a drawing. Inside the Ferris wheel's cabin, Lin Mo slowly withdrew his hand. The fire in his eyes gradually subsided, returning to an ancient, placid calm. He cast a glance down at the amusement park below. Under the protection of his power, the laws of that space had once again realigned with the primary world. The Ferris wheel continued its gentle rotation. The screams from the roller coaster echoed through the air. Couples still sweetly fed each other popcorn. Unbeknownst to anyone, just moments ago, all of them had danced perilously close to the gates of death. Nor did anyone realize that 1,000 meters away, a majestic building had silently vanished, reduced by half. Lin Mo. Sumuyu's voice quivered slightly. She had seen nothing. All she witnessed was Lin Mo extending his hand, then retracting it. Yet she felt that at the very instant Lin Mo reached out, the entire world seemed to freeze. An indescribable sensation, emanating from the depths of her soul, nearly rendered her breathless. The sensation was akin to the feeling that the very fate of the world lay firmly in the hands of the quiet boy beside her. "It's nothing." Lin Mo turned to her, displaying a gentle smile. Moments ago, he had encountered a most bothersome insect and had casually dispatched it. As Sumuyu gazed upon his clear smile, the shock within her heart could not be quelled. She understood that the insect Lin Mo referred to was certainly not a mere insect. What terrifying entity could provoke such an expression in him, such a display of power? And yet, he nonchalantly claimed to have killed it without a second thought. She studied the profile of Lin Mo, her gaze becoming exceedingly complex, filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of an obsession that she herself had yet to recognize. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, at the Jinwu Division's command center, alarms blared, echoing through the skies. Alert! Alert! A severe, ultra-high energy fluctuation of spatial laws has been detected in the city center. The source of the disturbance was pinpointed, above the New Century amusement park. Furthermore, the upper portion of the global trade building in the central business district had vanished into thin air. What? Qin Jinshan, the recently moved commander, touched by the kindness of his predecessor, dropped his teacup with a crash upon hearing the report. He dashed to the main screen. The display showcased real-time footage relayed by satellites. The sight of the global trade building, marred by a wound as though cleaved by a divine blade, was utterly shocking. On another screen, fleeting energy images captured by the heavenly eye system sent chills down his spine. A colossal golden hand, composed entirely of pure energy, obscured the sun, the divine, tyrannical force that crushed all. Qin Jinshan's mind went blank. His predecessor had made a move? And with such wrathful ferocity. He could not fathom what kind of enemy or what heinous crime could provoke his compassionate predecessor, who typically merely exiled foes with mercy, to employ such cataclysmic measures to obliterate them from the physical realm entirely. Quick, investigate. Ascertain what transpired at the global trade building and the New Century amusement park. I must know who has angered the predecessor. Qin Jinshan's roar reverberated through the command center. The vast intelligence apparatus of the Jinwu Division commenced its unprecedentedly efficient operation. Soon, a stream of information converged before Qin Jinshan. Report to the commander. Eyewitnesses claim that prior to the disappearance of the global trade building, a blonde foreigner was seen lingering on the rooftop. Report. We have accessed citywide surveillance and identified the blonde foreigner. His name is Philip. 3 days ago, he entered the country from the Western continent on a tourist visa. Report. We have detected an exceedingly faint residue of energy belonging to the abyss beneath the ruins of the Global Trade Center. This energy is of the same origin as the dark source that previously contaminated our water supply. The abyss. Once again, the abyss. Qin Jinshan gazed at the report in his hand, his fists cracking ominously. In an instant, he connected all the dots. That blonde foreigner was far from a mere tourist. He was a terrifying assassin from the Abyss organization. He infiltrated Jiangcheng with the intent of revenge. To provoke the Elder, he chose to strike at the most crowded amusement park, preparing to unleash an atrocity beyond imagination. He intended to use the lives of tens of thousands of mortals to enrage the Elder. And the Elder, in his quest to protect those thousands of innocent lives and safeguard the city he cherished, was furious. Thus, he unleashed divine retribution. In the most direct, thorough, and irrevocable manner, he erased that scum from the abyss, along with the tainted ground upon which he stood, from this world entirely. Having unraveled all of this, Qin Jinshan felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He was filled with trepidation. It was so close, just a fraction away, and the entire Jiangcheng would have faced an unprecedented catastrophe due to the Abyss organization's madness. He also felt a sense of relief, grateful that this city had the Elder, that true guardian walking among mortals. Convey my orders. Qin Jinshan's voice turned cold and lethal. designate the Abyss organization as the highest level, unrelenting enemy of the Zhenwu division. Archive today's incident as the day of divine retribution permanently. Furthermore, immediately dispatch personnel to handle the aftermath of the Global Trade Center. Publicly declare it a gas pipeline explosion. He knew that was all he could do to ensure the Elder's thunderous strike was followed by a meticulous cleanup, allowing him to continue his peaceful existence among mortals. Unbeknownst to him, in the distant Abyss base, at the moment that golden hand descended, the figure shrouded in black robes upon the throne trembled violently. Beneath the hood, 2 points of crimson flame flickered intensely, filled with horror and fear. Jealousy, dead, instantly struck down. He could sense that a trace of the mark he had left deep within the jealous soul was crushed by an overwhelmingly dominant force in an instant. The level of that power was even above his own. The son, that was not a mere inheritor of divine or demonic power. He was a true embodiment of a deity walking among mortals. An unprecedented terror gripped the heart of this Lord of the Abyss for the first time. It seemed he had provoked an existence he absolutely should not have challenged. Chapter 21. The new task, the granary of the god of plague, the event of the day of divine punishment, orchestrated by the forces of the Zhenwu division, has been meticulously concealed in the annals of the past. Although the gas explosion at the Global Trade Building made headlines in local news, it was swiftly overshadowed and forgotten amidst the wave of entertainment gossip and celebrity scandals. The citizens of Jiangsheng continued their tranquil lives, blissfully unaware that they had once brushed shoulders with death. Lin Mo's life returned to a semblance of peace. Li Hao's astonishing kneel had transformed him into a figure of mystique at school, yet none dared to disturb him. Those who once looked down upon him or mocked him now chose to avoid him, while those who had harbored a flicker of affection now regarded him with a sense of reverence, hesitant to approach. This new dynamic afforded Lin Mo a sense of leisure. Only Su Mu Yu persisted in her routine of studying together and frequenting the library. However, she no longer posed any inquiries regarding Lin Mo's secrets. She simply remained quietly by his side. At times, she would gaze at his profile for an entire afternoon, as if seeking to glean something from his tranquil, unfathomable eyes. Yet, all she discovered was a profound calm, as serene as the night sky. Lin Mo reveled in this state of existence. By day, he was an ordinary student at Jiangsheng University, surrounded by lovely companions and a peaceful campus. By night, he would stealthily depart to the Zero Zone for work. His abilities steadily, and one might even say terrifyingly, enhanced through a series of cleaning tasks. Daily task, dust the Wangxiang platform. Reward, 100 mental strength. Weekly task, clear the silt of the Wangchuan River. Reward, basic water manipulation ability. Daily task, polish the Meng Po's spoon. Reward, divine culinary skills, Meng Po's soup recipe. A multitude of peculiar tasks and astonishing rewards continually expanded Lin Mo's understanding. His prowess had long surpassed the mundane levels of martial arts, ascending to a realm that defied measurement. Nonetheless, he remained cognizant of his role as a mere janitor, one who tirelessly cleanses the refuse of both the Forbidden Zone and the human realm, all in pursuit of preserving the tranquility within his heart. On this day, Lin Mo entered the Zero Zone, as usual. However, this time, the chilling system notification heralded a new and invigorating message. Ding! Comprehensive strength of the host has met the criteria, now initiating the special task module. Pest Control. Pest Control Task 1. Eliminate the granary of the God of Plague. Task Location, Zero Zone Corrupted Swamp. After the fall of the ancient god of pestilence, the granary that housed the seeds of calamity became a breeding ground for an endless swarm of soul-eating corrupted mice. These mutated vermin are gnawing at the seals of the granary, attempting to unleash the ancient plague back upon the world. The host is tasked with delving into the granary to eradicate all of the soul-eating corrupted mice. Task rewards, divine ability, word becomes law, beginner. Special item, play compendium. Task countdown, 72 hours. Pest control. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first time the system had issued such an explicitly aggressive task. It was no longer mere housekeeping. It was extermination. Furthermore, the rewards were tantalizingly generous. The word becomes law alone were enough to drive any practitioner into a frenzy. It was a legendary power, one that only true deities and demons could wield, capable of altering the very rules of reality. Though only at the beginner level, its value was immeasurable. The granary of the god of pestilence, the soul-eating, corrupted mice. Lin Mo murmured to himself. He could already envision the scene. How filthy, how chaotic, how utterly discomforting it would be for someone with a cleanliness obsession. Yet, the thought of the reward for word becomes law made him feel he could endure it. The system map unfolded in his mind, revealing a golden route leading deep into the forbidden zone, an area he had never traversed, rife with swamps and toxic mists. Corrupted mire. Without hesitation, Lin Mo activated Shadow Step, transforming into a fleeting silhouette as he sped toward his destination. 3 hours later, Lin Mo stood before an expanse of endless black swamp. The air was thick with a miasma potent enough to fell a martial king. Massive bubbles occasionally formed in the mire, bursting forth with even more foul-smelling gas. Deep within the swamp, a colossal and twisted edifice made of rotting flesh and bones could be faintly discerned. The structure resembled a gigantic, decaying tumor, its surface still subtly writhing and exuding an aura of malevolence. There lay the granary of the god of pestilence. Lin Mo's full of tightly. It was too filthy. This was undoubtedly the dirtiest, most repulsive place he had encountered since becoming a cleaner. Without exception, he stifled his discomfort and stepped into the mire. His feet landed upon the viscous black sludge, yet he did not sink at all. An invisible force upheld his body, allowing him to traverse with ease. But just as he ventured 100 meters into the mire, a sudden transformation occurred. Squeak, squeak. A series of sharp, piercing sounds akin to nails scraping across glass erupted from all directions. The surface of the tranquil swamp suddenly erupted as thousands of black, furry heads burst forth. They were rats, a horde of mutated vermin, each the size of a hunting dog, with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. They are the soul-eating, corrupt rats. Each of these vile creatures is enveloped in a dense, gray-green miasma of plague. They gazed at Lin Mo, this fresh, vibrant morsel of life, their blood-red eyes gleaming with insatiable and frenzied hunger. Squeak. With a signal, thousands upon thousands of soul-eating, corrupt rats surged forth like a black tide, emerging from the swamp. From the depths of the earth, from all directions, rushing madly towards Lin Mo. The scene was enough to make even the most audacious of warriors feel a chill run down their spine and their hearts quake with fear. However, Lin Mo's face bore no hint of terror. Instead, it was marked by a profound and unapologetic disdain. A horde of filthy, wretched rats. It was time for a thorough cleansing. He slowly raised his hand. In his palm, a golden, sacred sun, as if capable of purifying all the world's filth, began to rise gently. Its radiance illuminated the entire decayed mire. Chapter 22. The Rising Sun, the Purification of Filth. The golden orb, a diminutive sun, nestled within Lin Mo's palm, radiated not heat but a sacred warmth, embodying the essence of utmost brightness and resilience. Its light served as the most potent cleanser in existence. As this sun ascended, the darkness and corruption of the foul mire seemed to encounter a natural, irreconcilable adversary. Squeak. The foremost of the soul-eating, corrupt rodents emitted a wretched, piercing scream upon contact with the golden radiance. The gray-green miasma entwined around them, lethal enough to fell even the mightiest warrior, hissed and evaporated like snow under a blazing sun, visibly dissolving into nothingness. Following this, their skin tougher than steel, their obsidian flesh, and their stark white bones disintegrated without an explosion, without a spray of gore. Everything was directly decomposed and vaporized within that divine golden light, transforming into the most primordial particles, dissipating into the void. In a single breath, the thousands of soul-eating, corrupt rodents at the forefront were silently erased from existence, leaving not even a single hair behind. This terrifying yet sacred spectacle momentarily halted the tide of darkness formed by countless corrupted rodents. These creatures, born of decay and pestilence, possessed little intelligence, driven solely by their instinctual brutality and greed. Yet in this moment, a primal fear, rooted in the very depths of life, seized them. They did not comprehend the source of this power, but they felt it: death, an end, a purifying force against which their shadowy existence could not resist. Squeak! The rodent horde behind began to stir, chaos erupting, some trampling one another in their panic. A few smaller, weaker, corrupted rodents were utterly overwhelmed by this fear, turning to flee back into the mire, desperate to escape this blinding realm that threatened their very souls. Attempting to flee? Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. As a meticulous cleaner, he detested the notion of having to tidy up while refuse scattered chaotically. Such a scenario would merely increase his workload. Filth belonged in the trash. With a flicker of thought, the small sun in his palm surged with radiant intensity. Buzz! A golden halo expanded outward from Lin Mo, akin to ripples upon water, spreading with an astonishing rapidity that surpassed sound and thought. It disregarded the mire's hindrances and the distances of space, sweeping across every inch of land within a radius of several thousand meters. Also leading corrupt rodents touched by the halo, whether charging forth, fleeing, or quaking beneath the earth, found their movements abruptly frozen. Subsequently, their bodies disintegrated as if sculpted from sand under the sun, crumbling from the outside in, transforming into a cascade of golden motes that fluttered toward the small sun in Lin Mo's palm, as if all rivers were returning to the sea. In a mere 3 seconds, the thousands of soul-eating corrupt rodents were utterly cleansed. The entire world fell silent. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the preliminary task: pest control. Eradication of the soul-eating corrupt rodent. Task evaluation: perfect. Shortest duration, most thorough cleanup, no secondary environmental pollution caused. Task progress: 30. Temporary reward acquired. Purification effect increased by 100. The chilling sound of the system echoed in Lin Mo's mind. He sensed that the small sun nestled in his palm had become even more solid and pure. As Lin Mo dispersed the radiant light from his hand, his gaze turned toward the depths of the swamp. With the rodent swarm's cover lifted, the immense, grotesque structure, built from decayed flesh and white bones, lay completely exposed before him. The granary of the god of plague. It resembled a colossal, festering tumor growing out of the earth. Countless grayish-green veins, akin to blood vessels, twisted and pulsated upon its surface, ceaselessly channeling a potent aura of plague throughout the decaying mire. The recently eradicated, soul-eating corrupt rodents were merely minor complications spawned by this malignant tumor. The tumor itself was the true source of contamination. It was, indeed, repulsively grotesque. Lin Mo's obsession with cleanliness evoked a dual sense of discomfort, both physical and psychological. He stepped forward, advancing toward the granary. Beneath his feet, the once black and viscous mire began to purify as he traversed it. The dark sludge shed its filth, transforming into normal, moist soil. The foul stench dissipated, and the air grew refreshing. A pristine and pure path was left in his wake. He was a living source of purification. Before long, Lin Mo arrived at the base of the granary. Observing it up close, the visual impact of the structure was even more horrifying. It bore no doors. The entire edifice was a singular entity, its surface cloaked in a translucent, keratin-like membrane. Through this membrane, countless seeds of varying sizes and ominous hues could be faintly discerned, suspended within the granary. Some were as dark as ink, others as green as ghostly flames, and some as crimson as congealed blood. Each seed represented an ancient, terrifying plague capable of annihilating an entire race. Seeds of calamity. These were the most malevolent sustenance hoarded by the god of plague. At that moment, it seemed these seeds sensed the purifying aura emanating from the outside world, one they abhorred. They began to thrash wildly within the membrane, colliding against one another. Thud, thud, thud. The entire granary pulsated like a gargantuan heart, each beat causing the membrane's surface to swell into grotesque pustules. Waves of more potent and malevolent plague energy seeped through the membrane's crevices, coalescing in the air into a massive, distorted visage filled with anguish and malice. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" A voice, hoarse and chilling, as if woven from the anguished whispers of countless dying souls, echoed directly within Lin Mo's mind. This was a vestige of a lingering after the fall of the god of plague. Lin Mo gazed upon the colossal visage formed of pestilential energy, his brow furrowing deeper. He offered no reply. Instead, he silently raised his right hand once more. In confronting this unseen, energy-based abomination, words were superfluous. The most effective means of communication lay in a thorough physical cleansing. With fingers splayed, a radiant, sanctified miniature sun ascended within his palm, even more resplendent than before. This, the power of the sun? No, it cannot be. How could you possess such strength? The grotesque face of the plague let out a scream of utter horror upon beholding the diminutive sun. It recognized the destructive force that utterly countered its own attributes. "Begone, insignificant mortal! Leave my domain!" The plague visage bellowed, its maw agape, unleashing a torrent of gray-green pestilence capable of erasing mountains from existence, rushing towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's gaze remained unwavering. He merely nudged the miniature sun forward with a gentle push. There was no cataclysmic clash. The golden sun penetrated the gray-green torrent. Like a droplet of pure water falling in a boiling oil, it ignited a violent chain reaction. In an instant, the entire plague torrent was set ablaze. Golden flames surged upward with a relentless force, racing toward the grotesque face of the plague. A piercing wail resonated throughout the forbidden zone. The vast visage, composed of pestilential energy, twisted and contorted in the golden flames, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Yet, Lin Mo's brow remained furrowed, for he understood that this was merely an appetizer. The true filth still resided within that grotesque, tumor-like granary. He surveyed the still quivering mass, inhaling deeply. In the next moment, he extended his other hand and grasped the air. A peculiar toilet brush, crafted entirely of pure golden light, materialized in his grasp. The cleansing endeavor was officially underway. Chapter 23. The ultimate cleanliness and the purification of physics, the toilet brush. Before him lay a toilet brush, crafted from the pure, indestructible golden light of divine energy, shimmering with a sacred aura. Were any esteemed figures from the Martial Arts Commission or venerable ancestors of martial clans to witness this scene, they would likely experience a profound existential crisis, questioning the very essence of their beliefs. To forge a toilet brush from the power capable of purging divine beings is an act of sheer extravagance. One extraordinary mindset. Yet for Lin Mo, this was nothing out of the ordinary. The craftsman must first sharpen his tools. Different stains necessitate distinct cleaning instruments. To him, the grotesque, oozing mass before him bore no difference from the most stubborn filth of a toilet that had been neglected for a decade in the human realm. A toilet brush was indeed the appropriate choice. How utterly irresponsible to leave such a mess behind. With the gleaming toilet brush in hand, Lin Mo muttered his grievances as he approached the granary of the god of plague. He reached out, touching the semi-transparent, keratin-like membrane, feeling its sticky, slick texture, imbued with a chilling essence reminiscent of decay. Disgust was evident on his face as he inhaled the noxious stench of rot and disease emanating from the membrane. System. Analyze the components and provide the optimal cleaning solution, Lin Mo silently commanded. Ding. Analyzing target sealing membrane of the god of plague. Analysis complete. Composition. A blend of the resentments of 9,999 divine beings, mixed with the corrupt divine power of the god of plague, fermented over 10 millennia. Characteristics: high-intensity isolation, energy absorption, mental pollution, self-repair. Cleaning suggestions: 1. Utilize high-purity purification energy for continuous dissolution. Estimated time: 72 hours. 2. Locate the energy supply cores, total of 108, and execute precise physical destruction. Estimated time: 3 hours. Only 3 hours? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. As an exemplary worker, efficiency was paramount. He opted for the second plan. Ding. Plan selected. Eye of the Candle Dragon has automatically marked the locations of the energy cores. In an instant, Lin Mo's vision transformed. The enormous mass appeared to him as a translucent model composed of countless energy lines. Within this model, 108 nodes, glowing with a ghostly green luminescence, clearly presented themselves before him, resembling tumors. They acted as junctions, interlinking the energy of the entire granary. So this is where they are? Lin Mo realized. No longer hesitating, he raised the golden toilet brush and, with determination, thrust it toward the nearest marked green light. With a sound reminiscent of a dagger piercing through putrid flesh, a piercing noise echoed through the air. The golden toilet brush effortlessly pierced through the incredibly resilient membrane, striking precisely at the energy core. Buzz. The energy core trembled violently upon being pierced, and then, like a balloon that had been punctured, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. A vast torrent of dark green plague energy surged forth. The moment these energies came into contact with the external air, they transformed into countless anguished, wailing faces, shrieking as they attempted to flee in all directions. Still trying to escape, Lin Mo scoffed. He vigorously swirled the toilet brush in his hand. A golden vortex erupted from the brush's head, generating an immensely powerful suction. The plague faces that had barely escaped 3 meters were yanked back by the golden vortex, utterly drawn in. Then, with the pure yang golden light emanating from the toilet brush, they were completely shattered, purified, and decomposed. Ding. Cleared plague, energy node X1. Task progress 0. 5. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Lin Mo could clearly see that the vast area of the enormous tumor had instantly lost its energy supply, becoming withered and shriveled. Its color shifting from a repulsive flesh tone to a lifeless gray-white. Effective. Lin Mo's spirit surged. He retracted the toilet brush and aimed at the next energy node. Then, once more, he thrust it in fiercely. BFF. 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 What followed was a scene that would bring tears even to gods and demons, unfolding deep within a no. 0 restricted zone. A youthful figure clad in casual attire, brandishing a resplendent golden toilet brush, danced around a massive tumor resembling a small mountain, leaping and bounding. He alternated between thrusting, stabbing, swirling, and brushing, each movement fluid and exceedingly professional. Every thrust struck precisely at an energy core, and each swirl thoroughly cleansed the surging plague energy. The granary of the plague god, once radiating an aura of endless malevolence, was visibly wilting and decaying under his meticulous cleansing. The membrane on its surface shed in large patches, turning to ash. Its internal structure was continuously collapsing. No! Stop! Mortal! What? What are you doing to my divine body? The remaining will of the plague god emitted a broken, pain-laden roar filled with humiliation. It felt as though it were a patient stripped bare and laid upon an operating table, while the doctor wielding the toilet brush was brutally and humiliatingly severing piece by piece of its corporeal form. This sensation was 1,000 times more distressing than mere death. Silence. Lin Mo did not look back, wholly focused on addressing the next energy node. Disturbing my work is quite impolite. You blasphemous scoundrel! The will of the plague god was utterly enraged. Buzz. Within the confines of the granary, countless suspended seeds of calamity seemed to respond to an unseen command, illuminating in unison. A torrent of pure, world-devastating plague essence was forcibly extracted from these seeds, coalescing at the center of the granary into an immense, gray-green eye, constructed entirely from the essence of plague itself. This eye, devoid of a pupil, was a chaotic vortex brimming with malice and madness, fixating intently on Lin Mo, who was engaged in his cleansing task. The gaze of the plague god, a manifestation of one of its most formidable powers before its fall, was upon him. Any being caught within the scrutiny of this eye, regardless of their strength, would find their soul, flesh, and very existence ensnared by the most malevolent of curses. leading to an inevitable decay and collapse, culminating in a lifeless puddle of pus. This was an irrefutable strike at the conceptual level, impervious to defense. An invisible force, laden with ominous and venomous curse energy, pierced through the barriers of space and descended upon Lin Mo in an instant. His movements faltered as he sensed a chilling, insidious power, akin to a parasite, seeking to invade his body and taint his soul. His skin began to manifest minute, black necrotic spots. At last, the true filth is revealed, Lin Mo mused. His expression not one of fear, but rather of exhilaration. He relished confronting such deeply embedded, stubborn impurities. With a commanding focus, he activated the eye of the candle dragon. Instantly, two radiant golden lights ignited in his eyes, rendering the flow of time and his perception achingly slow. The invisible curse energy unveiled its true form before him, a grotesque, gray-green chain of energy, resembling maggots, woven from countless distorted runes that burrowed frantically into his skin and pores. So, this is its structure, Lin Mo comprehended. In the next moment, the ordinary cotton leisure wear he donned erupted with golden, sacred patterns. The indestructible divine, demon body instinctively activated to protect its master. A surge of transcendent, golden vitality erupted from within him, overwhelming and robust. The cursed maggots that had just penetrated half an inch into his skin shrieked soundlessly as they encountered the searing force, evaporating instantly. What? The massive eye of plague within the granary shrank suddenly. Its lethal strike had failed? What manner of flesh was this mere mortal composed of to withstand its primal curse? In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Lin Mo seized the initiative. The golden toilet brush in his hand vanished, replaced by an even larger, golden-hued high-pressure water gun. Lin Mo hoisted the extravagant high-pressure water gun, directing its nozzle towards the center of the granary, where a colossal, gray-green orb rested. A radiant smile graced the corners of his lips. Cool me. Let me give you a bath. With that, he pulled the trigger. Chapter 24. High-pressure cleaning, reward settlement boom. A robust golden beam, composed of the purest and most refined purifying divine light, erupted from the nozzle of the high-pressure water gun. The speed of the beam transcended the bounds of reason. The moment Lin Mo pulled the trigger, it had already penetrated layers of obstruction, striking precisely at the center of the granary, the colossal eye of the plague. There were no screams, no struggles. That terrifying eye, which harbored all the residual primordial power of the god of plague, burst upon contact with the golden beam. Much like a soap bubble being punctured, with a soft pop, it vanished, taking with it the venomous curse capable of annihilating worlds, cleansed entirely. The might of the golden beam did not wane in the slightest. It continued onward, piercing through the rear wall of the granary, soaring skyward, tearing apart the gray heavens above the forbidden zone, leaving behind a persistent golden passageway. Sunlight. It was the genuine sunlight from the external primary world. A warm, golden ray of sunlight streamed through that passage, illuminating for the first time this filthy land, shrouded in plague and decay for millennia. As the first ray of sunlight fell upon the granary of the god of plague, the massive, grotesque mass composed of flesh and bone seemed to be stripped of its final vestige of power. Its structure began to collapse entirely. The mucous surface disintegrated into ash, and its internal skeleton splintered piece by piece. Countless suspended seeds of calamity lost their energy supply, plummeting like kites severed from their strings, scattering chaotically across the ground. In a mere span of 10 seconds, this terrifying edifice, which had left the town's martial guardians at a loss, ultimately resorting to eternal sealing, crumbled completely, transforming into a mound of genuinely foul refuse. Lin Mo set aside the high-pressure water gun, surveying the desolation before him with a satisfied nod. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, the outcome was favorable. Now, it was time for the final cleanup. With a thought, a colossal garbage bag made of golden light appeared beside him. Then, like a diligent sanitation worker, he began to collect the scattered seeds of calamity, one by one, tossing them into the bag. Each of these seeds, in the outside world, could incite an unprecedented calamity, instilling dread even in the hearts of mighty warriors. Yet, in Lin Mo's eyes, they were merely hazardous medical waste, requiring careful disposal without recklessness. Just as he picked up the last seed of calamity and prepared to tie up the garbage bag, an anomaly occurred. From the center of the collapsed granary ruins, where the golden beam had pierced and the external sunlight now illuminated, a faint wisp of black mist, filled with desolation and unwillingness, quietly emerged. Amidst the swirling darkness, a minuscule crystal, as black as ink, lay ensconced, a mere grain in size. This was the essence of the god of plague, the final and most vital imprint of its origin. It had not been entirely vanquished. In its last moments, it relinquished all its power, concealing the last vestige of its divinity, narrowly escaping the cataclysmic strike that had just transpired. As long as this essence remained intact, theoretically, in several millennia, it might even have the potential to resurrect. At this moment, the imprint sensed Lin Mo's focus directed towards the seeds of calamity. It recognized this as its sole opportunity. With no hesitation, the black crystal transformed into a streak of light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, surging towards Lin Mo's forehead at a speed surpassing that of lightning. It sought to usurp. It yearned to inhabit this vessel, imbued with the power of the sun, a body of unparalleled perfection. Should it succeed, not only would it be reborn instantly, but it could also master the very force that had sought to constrain it, rendering itself invincible henceforth. This was a mad gamble, staking everything on a single plan. However, just as the black crystal was on the verge of touching Lin Mo's brow, a clean, elongated hand with clearly defined knuckles abruptly appeared before it. The index and middle fingers gently pinched, effortlessly trapping the crystal, which contained the divine imprint, between them. The lightning-fast streak of light came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had been frozen in that instant. "I've caught you." Lin Mo turned his gaze toward the black crystal, which he had ensnared between his fingers, still thrumming wildly in an attempt to break free. A benevolent smile graced his face, a little bug hiding in the refuse. A wave of indescribable despair and terror erupted from the black crystal. It could not comprehend. It was utterly bewildered. How could its lethal strike be so easily thwarted? Did this mortal possess eyes in the back of their head? Of course. It was unaware that under the gaze of the candle dragon's eye, the flow of any energy was laid bare. Its feeble attempts had been crystal clear to Lin Mo from the very beginning. He had bided his time, waiting for it to leap forth from its hiding place amidst the refuse, thus sparing himself the trouble of searching. The game was over. Lin Mo's expression turned frigid. He tightened his grip on the black crystal with 2 fingers. Crack! A crisp sound, akin to the shattering of glass, resonated. The indomitable crystal, infused with the divine imprint, was effortlessly crushed by him, transforming into the purest black powder. Then, Lin Mo extended his other hand and carefully poured the powder into a golden garbage bag. Having completed this task, he contentedly clapped his hands. Thus it was done. The god of pestilence, this ancient and terrifying entity, has been thoroughly eradicated. From its physical form to its conceptual essence, from its divine body to its indelible mark. Beep. Congratulations, host, on flawlessly completing the special task. Pest control. Task location, Zone 0, the corrupted marsh. Clearing targets. Soul-eating corroded rat, exterminated. God of pestilence's granary, dismantled. Residual will of the god of pestilence, purified. Fundamental mark of the god of pestilence, destroyed. Overall task evaluation. SSS, impeccable cleaning job. Final rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine ability, Word as Law, beginner. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, Plague Atlas. The cold, mechanical voice of the system reverberated like celestial music within Lin Mo's mind. His heart involuntarily quickened for a moment. Vort Aslov, this legendary power, a supreme authority belonging to deities and demons alike. He immediately accessed the system panel to examine the specific details of this divine ability. Divine ability, Word as Law, beginner. Type, rule-based divine ability. Effect, within the scope of your understanding, you may use language to make minor. Temporary modifications to the non-living physical rules of the reality. Limitation 1. The extent and duration of the modifications depend on your own energy expenditure. Limitation 2. Cannot directly affect living beings. Limitation 3. Cannot violate the fundamental laws of the world, such as conservation of energy, laws of causality, etc. Note: when you gaze into the abyss, remember to inform the abyss that it does not conform to your aesthetic standards. As Lin Mo perused the introduction, his eyes grew increasingly bright. Though merely a beginner level with numerous restrictions, its potential was immeasurable. Modify non-living physical rules? Lin Mo murmured, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. He glanced down at the land he had meticulously cleansed. Then, tentatively, he spoke. This place should be adorned with blooming flowers. As his words fell, a miracle transpired. Chapter 25. The Power of Words and the Divine Demonic Codex. At the moment Lin Mo's voice fell, a tremendous vibration coursed through his indomitable divine demonic body, abruptly drawing forth an immense and pure energy. This energy, in an enigmatic and unfathomable manner, resonated with the laws of this space. Subsequently, the freshly purified, moist soil beneath his feet began to quiver gently. Tender green shoots, brimming with the essence of life, broke through the earth. They grew with astonishing speed, branching and budding before one's very eyes. In the brief span of a few breaths, this once desolate land, shrouded in a plague for millennia, transformed miraculously into a vibrant, lush green meadow. Yet this was merely the beginning. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers. An innumerable array of colorful, unknown blossoms sprang forth from the verdant expanse, competing to unfurl their petals. Reds, yellows, blues, purples. They stretched toward the sunlight that streamed down from the heavens, fully embracing their blossoming beauty. The fresh fragrance of flowers mingled with the scent of earth, permeating the air. Butterflies emerged from the void, gracefully dancing amidst the blooms. A crystal-clear stream materialized out of nowhere, meandering across the meadow and producing a melodious sound. In scarcely a minute, the once hellish, decayed mire had metamorphosed into a breathtaking sea of flowers, akin to a celestial paradise. Lin Mo stood at the heart of this floral wonder, utterly stunned by the scene before him. He felt the nearly 30% of energy that had been drawn from him, and a profound sense of awe enveloped his heart. This is the power of words? This is the authority of the divine and demonic? The mere elementary and slight alteration had achieved such a near-creation-like grandeur. Though he recognized that this floral spectacle was fundamentally a temporary distortion of the physical laws of this space, forcibly birthed through his energy, he also understood that once his energy was depleted or he chose to revoke it, everything would revert to its original state. Yet, this was already terrifying enough. If my power were sufficiently strong and my comprehension sufficiently profound, a bold thought surged uncontrollably within Lin Mo's mind. Could I, in a single thought, transform the landscape? Perhaps even create stars? This notion sent a shiver through him. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his exhilaration. The path must be traversed step by step. For now, he was still merely a novice rule modifier. He shifted his gaze from the enchanting floral sea to another reward within his system backpack. Special item, Codex of Pestilence. With a mere thought, he summoned it forth. It was an ancient scroll crafted from an unknown, grayish-white hide. The surface of the scroll was etched with countless twisted, ominous runes. Lin Mo slowly unfurled it. Buzz! A gray light emanated from the tome, penetrating his brow. An overwhelming surge of vast and chaotic information inundated his mind in an instant. The seed of the Black Death, a curse originating from the god of plague, capable of infecting all mammalian life, if left untreated for 7 days. It leads to certain demise. The Scar of Withering, a lament from the Lady of Decay, capable of causing flora and fauna within 1,000 miles to wither, turning the earth to dust. The Flesh-Eating Plague, a gift from the King of Rot, able to transform fleshly beings into mindless, bloodthirsty corpses. The Curse of Petrification, the desolation of souls, Thousands upon thousands of horrific plagues and malevolent curses, previously unheard of and unseen, crashed against his consciousness like a relentless tide. Each piece of information meticulously detailed its origin, characteristics, transmission methods, and the singular means of eradication. This tome of calamities was not merely an encyclopedia chronicling diseases. It was, in fact, a compendium of antidotes for every plague and curse known to the world. The gravity of this realization weighed heavily on Lin Mo. He understood that the value of this artifact might even surpass that of the rudimentary magic of spoken incantations. With it, he would effectively become the nemesis of all plagues and curses. As Lin Mo processed the immense wealth of information in his mind, the tome of calamities in his grasp suddenly quivered gently. One page illuminated with a faint crimson glow. Instantly, Lin Mo's gaze was drawn to it. There, depicted, was a plague known as rash fever. Beneath its description, a line of blood-red text slowly emerged. Status: leaked. Location: Mortal Realm, Eastern Continent, Jiang City. Number of infections: 1. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. What? A plague has already been released, and the location is Jiang City. His heart sank instantaneously. He recalled vividly that upon his entry into this corrupt mire, it was overrun with thousands of soul-devouring rot mice. These demonic rodents had been gnawing at the seals of the god of plague's granaries. It was likely during that time that a minuscule seed of calamity was consumed by an oblivious rot mouse. Subsequently, that very rodent must have escaped through some means from the Zero Zone and infiltrated Jiang City. Cursed be it, Lin Mo's expression darkened immeasurably. Although the tome indicated that the current number of infections stood at only 1, the true terror of plagues lies in their transmissibility. Should that initial source of infection erupt within Jiang City, a metropolis teeming with millions, the consequences would be unfathomable. It would herald a catastrophe far more terrifying than the day of divine retribution, a true apocalyptic calamity. No, it is imperative to locate and eradicate it immediately. A profound sense of urgency surged within Lin Mo. This task transcends mere cleanliness. It pertains to the safety of the city he cherishes and the lives of his beloved sister, Su Muyu, along with countless innocent souls. Without hesitation, he turned his attention to the eradication method for this scarlet fever. Eradication method: 1. Locate the original source of infection, soul-eating corrupt rat, and purify it thoroughly. 2. Utilize dragon's blood herb, rootless water, and pure yang fire to concoct a purifying elixir, which can alleviate the symptoms of those already infected. Dragon's blood herb, rootless water, pure yang fire. Lin Mo etched these ingredients firmly into his memory. He stowed away the plague atlas and cast a glance at the bulging golden garbage bag he had filled. His initial intention was to find a place to use his words to dispose of this refuse entirely upon completing his task. However, it now appeared that these remnants might serve an alternative purpose. After all, within this bag lay a trove of thousands of various pestilential seeds. He stored the garbage bag within the confines of the system space. Then he surveyed the enchanting floral sea he had transformed, a flicker of inspiration igniting within him. Restored to original state, he whispered, as his words faded, the picturesque scene of flowers, streams, grass, and butterflies before him resembled a film rewinded in fast motion. The blossoms withered, the streams dried up, and the grass turned to dust. In an instant, all beauty vanished, reverting the area to a purified, pristine yet desolate land. Lin Mo undertook this action to avoid drawing unnecessary attention from the Town Guardian Bureau. He did not wish for the next inquiry by the Bureau's personnel to reveal an unexpected floral expanse, inciting baseless speculation. Having completed his task, he lingered no longer. Employing the shadow step, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the exit of Zone 0. His heart was consumed by a singular thought: to find that accursed rat. Chapter 26. Undercurrents of a City, the Mysterious Epidemic, as Lin Mo stepped out of the gate of the No. 0 restricted area and returned to the familiar break room cluttered with cleaning tools. The aura of divinity and demons that enveloped him had completely dissipated. He transformed back into an ordinary university student, possessing a refined appearance and an unassuming demeanor. A glance at the wall clock revealed that less than 5 hours had elapsed since he entered the restricted zone. Yet within that span, he had undergone a harrowing pest control operation, dismantling a structure of divine origin, purifying the will of a deity, and serendipitously acquiring an extraordinary power along with a tome crucial to the safety of the world. Such experiences, if recounted, would likely be met with disbelief. After changing out of his work attire, Lin Mo exited the dilapidated factory on the outskirts of the city. The dawn sky was beginning to brighten. The morning breeze, imbued with a hint of chill, caressed his cheeks. On the streets, early rising sanitation workers and commuters heading to their morning shifts were already in motion. The entire city was gradually awakening from its slumber, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. However, Lin Mo's heart was burdened with an inescapable heaviness. He understood that beneath this serene facade lurked a ticking time bomb capable of obliterating everything. A soul-devouring rat carrying the scarlet fever plague was stealthily lurking in some corner of the city. It resembled a mobile source of contagion, poised to erupt at any moment. It was imperative to locate it swiftly. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Yet Jiangxing was vast, spanning over 8,000 square kilometers with a resident population nearing 20 million. To seek out a deliberately concealed rat in such an expansive metropolis was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The Zhenwu Division. The first entity that came to Lin Mo's mind was this country's enforcement agency. With their city-wide surveillance system and countless informants, finding a rat should pose no challenge for them. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. He was reluctant to expose the existence of the Plague Codex, and even less inclined to explain how he knew of the ancient plague-ridden rat infiltrating Jiangxing. Admitting such knowledge would inevitably lead to endless troubles for him and his family. It seemed he would have to rely solely on himself. Furrowing his brow, Lin Mo pondered his next steps as he made his way toward the university. He required a quiet space to thoroughly examine the Plague Codex, seeking any methods to trace the source of infection. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing City's First People's Hospital, the emergency department was bustling with activity. Doctors and nurses hurried about, their faces etched with a blend of gravity and fatigue. Just an hour prior, they had received a special patient named Wang Fugue, a seafood vendor from a large agricultural market in the western part of the city. According to the family members who sent him this morning, while handling a batch of imported seafood, he was bitten on the hand by a large, black rat that emerged from an unknown source. At the time, he paid little attention to it, merely rinsing the wound. However, to his surprise, within half an hour, he began to experience a fever and developed a rash, subsequently losing consciousness. At this moment, in the isolation unit, Wang Fugue lies in his hospital bed, his body adorned with an array of medical instruments. His skin exhibits an abnormal, eerie flush covered with countless red spots resembling blood dots. His temperature has soared to a staggering 42 degrees Celsius. Despite the application of the most effective physical and medicinal cooling methods, there has been no effect whatsoever. Outside the ward, a group of experts and professors clad in white coats huddles together, gazing through the glass window at the patient, their brows furrowed and voices buzzing with concern. The patient's vital signs are deteriorating rapidly. The white blood cell count has exceeded normal values by 50 times. The immune system is under relentless assault by an unknown pathogen. We have conducted urgent tests on his blood samples, yet nothing can be detected. All known viruses, bacteria, and fungi tested negative. What is this illness? An elderly professor with graying hair examines the test results, his face etched with confusion and helplessness. Having practiced medicine for 50 years and encountered countless perplexing ailments, he finds himself confronted with a situation he has never before witnessed. A terrifying affliction, unprecedented and undetectable by modern medicine. Immediately escalate this matter, the old professor decisively commands. His voice grave. Classify all patient information as top secret and report it immediately to the city's disease control center, as well as the local military command. Although he does not comprehend the cause, he possesses a strong intuition that this incident has likely transcended the realm of ordinary medical events. Perhaps it is connected to those extraordinary powers lurking in the shadows of the world. At Jiangxing University, in the library, Lin Mo found a secluded corner and settled down. He closed his eyes, immersing his mind in the tome titled Atlas of Pestilence. He meticulously examined every piece of information regarding rash fever. Rash fever, born from the vengeful blood of the Lady of Hatred, spreads through bodily fluids, has an extremely short incubation period, and upon outbreak, swiftly annihilates the host's immune system, transforming its flesh into a new breeding ground for disease. Once the host perishes, their corpse will devolve into a pool of purulent blood containing billions of new viruses within 12 hours. Any creature that comes into contact with this purulent blood will be instantly infected. Upon reaching this point, Lin Mo's heart sank further. 12 hours. This means that from the moment the first infected individual dies, they have only a 12-hour window. Should this time lapse, Jiangxing will become a veritable city of death. Before the first infected individual succumbs, it is imperative to locate him and also to find that mouse. Lin Mo continued to read. The method of tracking. There exists a unique resonance between the pathogen of scarlet fever and its source, the soul-eating rat. This can be pursued through the homologous induction method. Homologous induction method? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with realization. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. Homologous induction method. By obtaining a sample of the homologous pestilential seed and utilizing one's own mental strength as a beacon, one can sense the exact locations of all homologous pathogens within a radius of 10 kilometers. Excellent. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within. In his spatial inventory, that golden garbage bag contained thousands of varieties of different pestilential seeds. Finding a homologous one would be exceedingly simple. However, a radius of 10 kilometers, Lin Mo's brow furrowed once more. This range was still too limited. The urban area of Jiang City spans over 8,000 square kilometers. He could not possibly drive around the entire city, conducting a meticulous search, could he? By the time he finished, it would be too late. Mental strength. Lin Mo noted another key term. Could it be that the range of induction is related to the intensity of my mental power? His mental strength had significantly increased after completing the task of dusting the Wangxiang platform. Yet he was uncertain of its exact potency. It seemed he would need to find a suitable place to test it. Lin Mo made a decision in his heart. He withdrew his focus, opened his eyes, and prepared to leave the library. However, just as he rose, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from an unfamiliar, encrypted number. The content was simple, comprising only a single sentence. Mr. Lin, something has happened in Jiang City. We require your assistance. Qin Jinshan. Chapter 27. The request of Commander Qin in the corner of the library. The light was soft. A message from an encrypted number appeared on the mobile screen, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread outwards. Lin Mo's gaze lingered momentarily on the name Qin Jinshan before understanding dawned upon him. This was fortuitous. He had been pondering how to utilize official resources for a comprehensive search without revealing his identity, only to find that the opportunity had presented itself unbidden. It was as if a pillow had been offered just as one had fallen asleep, and not just any pillow, but one adorned with golden embroidery. Collaborating with the town military division bore more advantages than disadvantages. It could swiftly resolve the crisis of the scarlet fever, safeguarding his sister and the city itself. Moreover, it would spare him countless unnecessary troubles and tests. In the future, should he achieve anything monumental, credit would be attributed to the company behind him rather than to him. An ordinary freshman. Contemplating this, a barely perceptible smile graced Lin Mo's lips. He did not respond immediately. A figure of authority must maintain a certain reserve. He deliberately placed his phone back into his pocket, rose, and returned the borrowed books to their rightful place, his movements unhurried, as if the message capable of stirring the upper echelons of Jiang City was merely a mundane advertisement. Upon exiting the library and basking in the warmth of the afternoon sun, Lin Mo retrieved his phone once more. His fingertips danced across the screen, and he replied with a mere 2 words, location. Meanwhile, within the underground command center of the Jiang City Town Military Division, the atmosphere was stifling, almost frozen in time. A massive electronic screen displayed a map of Jiang City, marked with vivid red warning points. Each point represented a citizen whose life was being consumed by an unknown pathogen. Commander Qin Jinshan stood before the screen, his expression grave, and his once dark hair seemed to have turned grayer within the span of an hour. He had dispatched the most elite task force, secured the hospitals, and controlled all contacts. Yet all these measures were merely superficial. The true source, that potentially extraordinary organism, remained hidden in the shadows of the city, like a ticking time bomb suspended over the heads of 20 million people. At that moment, a communications officer beside him suddenly gasped in suppressed astonishment. "Commander, that number has replied." In an instant, the attention of everyone in the command center converged on the special encrypted phone in Qin Jinshan's hand. Taking a deep breath, he quivered slightly as he opened the message. The screen displayed only two simple words: location. There were no greetings, no inquiries, and not a hint of panic. It was as if the overwhelming crisis capable of upending an entire city was, in his eyes, merely a trifling matter. This calmness, akin to a mountain that remains unmoved in the face of disaster, and this indifference, reminiscent of one who gazes down upon the masses, epitomized the demeanor that his predecessor ought to possess. The predecessor knew. The predecessor had indeed been watching over us all along. Qin Jinshan trembled with excitement, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. He harbored no doubt whatsoever. In his eyes, those two succinct characters encapsulated boundless profundity. They signified the elders' admonition towards their town martial division's ineptitude, as well as the elders' benevolent willingness to intervene for the sake of humanity. "Quick, quick, respond." Qin Jinshan's voice, thick with excitement, rasped, Just say we await your esteemed presence at the headquarters of the town martial division." No, that won't do." He immediately repudiated his own thought. To have an elder personally make the trip? What a grave disrespect. "We shall go to fetch him," Qin Jinshan decisively declared. "Han Shui, here." A crisp and cool voice resonated from behind him. From the throng emerged a woman clad in a black combat uniform, standing tall with an alluringly cold demeanor. Her name was Han Shui, the leader of the 1st Action Team in the Jiangqing branch of the Town Martial Division, a formidable 6th-tier martial artist, and Qin Jinshan's most capable subordinate. "You will lead the team personally, extending the highest courtesy to invite Mr. Lin from Jiangqing University." Qin Jinshan commanded gravely, "Remember, it is invite. Whatever requests Mr. Lin may present, you must satisfy unconditionally, even if he asks for the moon from the heavens. You must find a way to provide him with a ladder." "Understood." Han Shui saluted sharply, though a flicker of subtle confusion crossed her gaze. "Mr. Lin?" A person so significant that the commander would employ the term invite, even going so far as to utter something as whimsical as providing a ladder to reach the moon? She was well aware of the weight such figures carried in Jiangsheng and indeed throughout the entirety of Xia country. Yet, this Mr. Lin was unknown to her. Furthermore, he was merely a university student. Han Shui suppressed her doubts and set forth to execute her orders. In her mind, he might be a hidden master recently discovered by the commander or an individual of exceptional talent. Yet, she could hardly anticipate the extraordinary being she was about to seek. At the entrance of Jiangqing University, a black, specially modified armored SUV came to a silent halt by the roadside. Inside the vehicle, Han Shui occupied the passenger seat, her sharp gaze scanning the students traversing the entrance. "Captain, are we really going to wait here for a student?" A young team member in the driver's seat couldn't help but murmur, "The command center is in an uproar, and here we are. Isn't this a bit of a waste of time?" "Execute the orders." Han Shui coldly articulated 4 words, her focus unwavering. Although she too felt the absurdity of the situation, obeying orders was the soldier's sacred duty. At that moment, her pupils slightly contracted. A figure emerged within her line of sight. It was an apparently ordinary young man, donned in clean casual attire, shouldering a backpack, with a handsome face and gentle demeanor. Akin to a boy next door, as he ambled along, he seemed lost in thought, his brow furrowed, as if troubled by a calculus problem or pondering what to have for dinner. However, Han Shui's instincts blared alarm bells the instant she laid eyes on him. "Danger! It was not a menacing aura of danger, but rather a sense of suppression akin to facing a natural enemy, emanating from the very essence of life. It was as if an ant gazed up at a human towering above, unable even to conjure a thought of fear, left only with a primal shiver born of instinct. Mr. Lin? Han Shui confirmed the photograph through her encrypted communicator in a hushed tone. Indeed, it was him. She took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and approached briskly. Good day, Mr. Lin. Standing before Lin Mo, she instinctively tensed her body and rendered a precise military salute. Eo Mankuya, the leader of the Jinwu Division's action team, and I have been sent on the orders of Commander Qin to invite you to headquarters. Her voice maintained the steady composure of a professional soldier, yet only she was aware of the fine beads of cold sweat forming on her back. Lin Mo lifted his eyelids and glanced at her. A six-tier martial artist, full of vitality, with a solid foundation, she could be considered a formidable opponent. However, under his eye of the candle dragon, the flow of energy within her, the slightest tremor of her muscles, and even the rhythm of her heartbeat were laid bare. Devoid of any secrets, Lin Mo responded with a mere hint of acknowledgement and strode directly toward the black SUV. There were no superfluous words, as if he had anticipated their arrival, or perhaps as if he were the one issuing commands. Han Shui was left in a daze, watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, her confusion transforming into a deeper sense of horror. Just moments ago, at the instant Lin Mo had looked at her, she felt as if she had been stripped bare and cast into a frozen wasteland, thoroughly penetrated by an incomprehensible force. That sensation was 100-fold more terrifying than facing the commanding general at the Marshal King level. Get in the car. Han Shui abruptly snapped back to reality, barking at her still-dazed team members, before swiftly following suit and personally opening the rear door for Lin Mo. This action was entirely instinctive. The convoy set off, racing toward the heavily fortified Jinwu Division headquarters. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Lin Mo reclined in the back seat, eyes closed, as if in a state of meditation. Han Shui occupied the passenger seat, yet felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. She could distinctly sense an invisible and ineffable aura emanating from the seemingly harmless young man in the back seat. This was not the aura of a martial artist, nor the oppressive presence of a strong man. It was a primordial, desolate, and vast essence, as if it arose from a realm where gods and demons had perished. Under the shroud of this aura, her proud six-tier martial artist prowess felt diminutive and laughable, akin to ice melting under the sun. She began to understand why the commander had spoken of this young man with such fervent reverence. This individual was undoubtedly not merely an ordinary university student. Within him lay the dormant essence of a prehistoric behemoth capable of making the world tremble. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the heavily guarded underground base of the Jinwu Division. The moment Lin Mo stepped out of the car and crossed the threshold of the command center, all the senior officials of the town military division, led by Qin Jinshan, stood in unison with solemn expressions and deeply bowed before him, respectfully welcoming Mr. Lin. Chapter 28: A Perfect Identity inside the command center. An eerie silence prevailed. The air felt as though it had been drained, leaving only the rapid heartbeat and heavy breaths. Qin Jinshan and the prominent figures behind him, whose mere stomps could shake Jiangcheng, were now bowing deeply at nearly a 90-degree angle toward the young man in casual attire at the door. Their movements were synchronized and their expressions solemn, as if they were venerating a deity walking among mortals. The one being revered, Lin Mo, stood there calmly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly without a trace of surprise or discomfort, as if this were entirely expected. Observing this scene, Han Shui, who followed Lin Mo, felt her heart race and her eyelids twitch involuntarily. Who exactly had she brought back? Had the commander lost his mind? Or had the entire hierarchy of the command center succumbed to madness as well? Please rise. Lin Mo spoke in a tone that was soft yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. He stepped into the command center, his eyes scanning the massive screens on the walls flashing red alerts, ultimately resting on the large three-dimensional map of Jiangcheng, his brow momentarily furrowing. What chaos! The red dots on the map, representing the sources of infection and their relentless spread, stirred Lin Mo's sense of cleanliness. Qin Jinshan straightened, a sickly flush of excitement creeping across his aged face. He quickly approached Lin Mo, adopting a posture of utmost humility, resembling a devoted attendant. "Mr. Lin, Commander." Han Shui could no longer contain herself, whispering urgently in Qin Jinshan's ear, He's just a student." Qin Jinshan froze for a moment, then turned back, regarding his most capable subordinate with an expression akin to that reserved for a piece of uncarvable wood. "A student?" His voice dropped lower, laced with an exasperation that suggested a failure to grasp the situation. "Han Shui, do you not understand? This is the most brilliant guys. In obscurity lies clarity. Who would suspect that the key to saving the city would be an ordinary university student? This is the profound wisdom of the master, something beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us." This explanation, bordering on the absurd, left Han Shui momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth but found no words to counter him. For, logically speaking, there indeed seemed to be a modicum of truth to his assertion. Seeing her realization, Qin Jinshan nodded in satisfaction, his tone turning grave. "Remember, from this moment on, every word spoken by Mr. Lin is the edict of the master. You must obey unconditionally. Do you understand?" "Why, yes," Han Shui managed to utter, feeling as though her worldview was being relentlessly ground into the floor. Amidst their whispered conversation, Lin Mo, of course, heard everything with clarity, but he chose to remain indifferent. Misunderstandings, at times, serve as the most effective camouflage. He approached the vast electronic sand table, his fingertips gliding through the air, suddenly uttering 2 words. "Trouble." These words caused Qin Jinshan's heart to plummet. The spokesperson of the senior figure expressed concern, indicating that the gravity of the situation may have surpassed his wildest imagination. "What are your instructions, sir?" Qin Jinshan inquired anxiously. "The source lies underground." Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the intricate model of underground pipelines beneath the sand table, coursing through the veins of the city. Boom! Upon uttering these words, a collective gasp echoed throughout the command center. The underground network, it sprawled across the entire city, its structure as complex as a labyrinth, with a total length exceeding thousands of kilometers. Their previous search efforts had been entirely focused on the surface, leading them astray. What shall we do?" A high-ranking official's face turned ashen. Finding a mouse in such a place was a task exponentially more difficult than searching for a needle in a haystack. Despair washed over everyone as faces. Yet, Lin Mo maintained his serene demeanor. "Conventional methods won't suffice," he stated matter-of-factly, then shifted his tone. "I require a vantage point overlooking the entire city to perform a secret art." "Perform a secret art?" The phrase resonated with an ancient and mysterious allure, causing the modern warriors accustomed to resolving issues with firearms and martial prowess to momentarily stall. Only Qin Jinshan's eyes ignited with unprecedented brilliance. He understood. "At the pinnacle of Jiangsheng," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, "the highest point in the city, the observation tower's top level, an altitude of 630 meters, is sufficient to survey the entire expanse." He abruptly turned, issuing a series of unequivocal commands to the communications officer behind him. "Transmit my orders. Class A alert for the Town Defense Division. Evacuate the observation tower at Jiangsheng's peak immediately. Seal off the surrounding 3 blocks. Within 5 minutes. I want that area to become a no-fly zone, impenetrable to even a fly. All snipers, drones, and aerial defenses are to be deployed. No person or aerial object is permitted to disturb the master while he casts his spell. Notify the municipal, electrical, and communications departments to cooperate fully. Whatever Mr. Lin requires must be delivered within 1 minute." A flurry of commands vital to the city's operations were swiftly issued by this commanding officer, and the Town Defense Division headquarters transformed into a finely tuned war machine, operating at high speed. Once the orders were dispatched, Qin Jinshan turned once more to Lin Mo, awaiting his next directive. However, Lin Mo's gaze transcended him, landing on the striking woman behind him, who had remained steadfast yet skeptical throughout. "You." Lin Mo pointed at Han Shui. "Come with me, protector." This sudden designation left everyone in stunned silence. Han Shui herself was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the enigmatic Mr. Lin would call upon her. Protector? To serve as his protector? Qin Jinshan, however, was the quickest to react, a look of elation spreading across his face as he patted Han Shui's shoulder with enthusiasm. Han Shui, this is the Master S test for you. A recognition of your capabilities. A tremendous opportunity, he exclaimed excitedly. From today onwards, you shall be Mr. Lin's dedicated guardian. Protecting Mr. Lin is tantamount to safeguarding the entirety of Jiangcheng. As the enormous hat was lowered, Han Shui felt a weight settle upon her shoulders. She gazed into Lin Mo's deep, tranquil eyes, and her doubts were gradually replaced by a profound sense of gravity. Perhaps the commander was indeed correct. This young man harbored within him a certain terror that she could not comprehend. Yes, I will ensure the mission's success. Han Shui straightened her back, saluted with precision, and transformed her confusion and skepticism into the unwavering resolve of a soldier. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. The woman named Han Shui was indeed a commendable choice. As for his purpose in ascending to the highest point, well, it was simply due to the superior signal. The higher one stands, the further one can see, and the broader the range of mental influence, the principles of physics. Waiting for the wind was merely a means to make the process appear more dramatic and ceremonial. After all, a figure of authority must possess an air of sophistication. Chapter 29. At the pinnacle of Jiangcheng, the preliminary application of words manifesting law, the observation tower of Jiangcheng, soaring 400 meters into the sky. The entire viewing platform had been thoroughly sealed off by the town military division. The once bustling tourists had vanished without a trace, leaving only a handful of armed warriors to vigilantly guard the elevator entrance. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the platform, gazing down at the illuminated city below. The evening breeze gently stirred his clothing, creating a soft rustle. Han Shui stood 3 meters behind him, her hand resting on the hilt of her alloy longsword, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Although the area had been cleared, her professional instincts forbade any lapse in vigilance. More importantly, an escalating sense of unease stirred deep within her as she faced the young man before her. Mr. Lin, Han Shui could not help but inquire, do you truly intend to perform the secret technique here? If any special tools or arrangements are needed, we can prepare them in advance. Lin Mo did not turn, merely responding with a calm, I am waiting for the wind. The wind? Han Shui furrowed her brow. There is clearly wind here already, and quite a strong one at that. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, an unusual sense of palpitation seized her. It felt as though something in the air was silently shifting. In the next moment, the entire world fell silent. This was not an ordinary silence, but an absolute, deathly stillness. The wind ceased, the birdsong vanished, and even the distant clamor of the city seemed to be erased by an invisible hand. Han Shui's eyes widened as she beheld this astonishing scene. Then, the wind arrived. Yet this was no ordinary breeze. It descended from above, imbued with an ancient and mysterious essence. It caressed Lin Mo's body gently, sending shivers from the depths of Han Shui's soul. As this wind swept through, Lin Mo's hair danced without wind, his garments billowed, and he appeared to merge with the very fabric of the universe. What left Han Shui utterly astonished was that, with the arrival of this wind, the sky over Jiangcheng began to transform. The previously clear night sky suddenly became layered with swirling clouds. These clouds, centered around the observation tower, spiraled slowly, forming a colossal celestial phenomenon. How is this possible? Han Shui murmured, her voice laced with disbelief. As a 6th-rank warrior, she had witnessed many formidable displays of power. Yet, the scene unfolding before her transcended her comprehension entirely. This was not martial prowess. This was a miracle. Lin Mo closed his eyes, silently reciting, words manifest law, through wind as a medium, through sound as a touch. Let my perception encompass the entire city. Words manifest law initiated. An invisible wave surged from within him, instantly merging with the mysterious wind. In that moment, Lin Mo felt his mental energy take flight, using the wind as a vessel and sound as antennae, swiftly spreading throughout the city. Every gust of wind became his eyes. Every whisper of sound became his ears. The entirety of Jiangsheng, within his perception, became vividly clear. Simultaneously, he activated the sympathetic response technique recorded within the Disease and Disaster Atlas. With a seed of calamity extracted from the forbidden zone cradled in his palm, Lin Mo attuned his mental energy to resonate with it. Instantly, a series of faint yet distinct sensations emanated from various corners of the city. Found it. A subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips. In his perception, there were 8 sources of infection within Jiang City. 7 of these were relatively weak, likely ordinary citizens afflicted by the bites of the soul-eating rotting rats, their conditions still in the initial stages. However, the 8th, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. This was an exceedingly intense source of sensation, located deep within the abandoned air raid shelter in the northern part of the city. Judging by the intensity of the signal, the concentration of plague there had reached a perilously dangerous level. It was quite possible that this was the lair of the escaped, soul-eating rotting rat. Having located it, Lin Mo opened his eyes and gradually withdrew his abilities. As he did, the clouds in the sky began to disperse, and the mysterious wind gradually subsided, restoring the world to its normal state. Yet Han Shui remained rooted to the spot, unable to regain her composure. The scene she had just witnessed had utterly upended her understanding of this world. Team Leader Han? Lin Mo's voice roused her from her stupor. Ah, yes. Han Shui snapped back to reality, but her gaze towards Lin Mo had entirely transformed. If she had harbored doubts about Lin Mo's identity before, she now fully believed in Commander Qin's assessment. This young man was certainly no ordinary individual. Within him lay a terrifying power capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Provide me with a tablet computer, Lin Mo instructed. Han Shui promptly retrieved a military-grade tablet from her backpack, presenting it to him with both hands. Lin Mo accepted the tablet, pulled up a map of Jiang City, and began marking it with swift precision. Each mark was meticulously accurate, as if he truly beheld those locations with his own eyes. Here, here, and here. Lin Mo annotated while explaining. There are a total of 8 sources of infection. The first 7 are infected citizens who require immediate isolation and treatment. The last one, his finger paused over the location of the abandoned air raid shelter in the north of the city, his tone growing serious. This is the origin and the most dangerous area. Han Shui took the tablet, gazing at the pinpoint accuracy of the marked locations, her astonishment deepening once more. Mr. Lin, how did you accomplish this? She could not help but inquire. Lin Mo cast her a sidelong glance, placing a finger to his lips. Understanding dawned upon Han Shui, and she quickly bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. Lin Mo nodded and then took out his phone, sending a message to Qin Jinshan. Mission accomplished. Detailed location information has been provided to Han Shui. Proceed immediately. Almost instantaneously, Qin Jinshan's reply arrived. Received. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lin. Rest assured, we will act with utmost urgency. Observing the multiple exclamation marks on his phone, Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. The excitement of this commander had certainly remained unchanged. Let us go, Lin Mo said, stowing his phone and heading towards the elevator. It was time to return. Han Shui hurriedly followed, yet her mind lingered on the breathtaking scene she had just witnessed. To transform the world and gaze down upon all beings. Could this be the essence of true strength? What secrets lie concealed within this seemingly ordinary young man? The elevator descended slowly, returning the two to the ground. However, Han Shui understood that after this night, her perspective on life would be irrevocably altered. She finally comprehended why the commanding officer held such profound respect for this youth. For he was indeed a genuine deity. Chapter 30, Precise Positioning, Citywide Tremor. In the command room, the silence was palpable. Qin Jinshan and a group of senior officials from the town armed police stared wide-eyed at the main screen. The display was divided into 2 segments. One showcased the real-time imagery from the miniature camera worn by Han Shui, while the other synchronized with Lin Mo's tablet, presenting a 3D electronic map of Jiangxing. They witnessed, with their own eyes and ears, how Lin Mo, after a brief yet profound transformation of the world, effortlessly reported one astonishingly precise address after another. With each tap on the electronic map, a crimson alert icon, denoting the highest level of threat, illuminated the screen. 8 red dots, like nails, they were driven deep into the hearts of everyone present. Quick, verify immediately. Qin Jinshan's voice trembled slightly with overwhelming excitement. He was nearly convinced, yet he sought absolute confirmation. Intelligence Team 1, promptly verify the patient information from the hospital. Action Team 3, storm into Building 401 of the Changelfang community. Use any means necessary to secure the individuals inside. Nightingale Special Forces, head to the underground passage on Pingan Road. Move swiftly. Command after command issued from the command room. The war machine of the Jiangqing Division sprang into action with unprecedented efficiency. Within 3 minutes, the first feedback arrived. Report to command. The information from the First People's Hospital has been verified. The patient in Isolation Room 3 is indeed Wang Fuguwei, consistent with Mr. Lin's report. Boom! This news detonated like the first heavy bomb within the command room. Everyone's breathing grew labored. Soon after, the second and third pieces of feedback followed in rapid succession. Report. Action Team 3 has breached the door to Building 401 of Changelfang. A female in a state of high fever and unconsciousness was discovered in the bedroom, exhibiting unexplained rashes, identical to Wang Fuguwei's initial symptoms. Secured. Report. The Nightingale Special Forces found 2 homeless individuals displaying similar symptoms in the underground passage on Pingan Road. One has already exhibited signs of confusion. Secured. One verified report after another struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of all present. All confirmed. Every mildly infected individual reported by Lin Mo had been accurately located. In the command room, everyone inhaled sharply. They gazed at the screen, at the slender young man standing atop Jiangcheng, whose gaze had transformed from initial skepticism to profound awe and fervor. A miracle. This was indeed a miracle. That rat. Qin Jinshan's voice had grown hoarse. His eyes fixated on the screen were the last. Brightest red dot lay beneath the abandoned industrial park in the northern part of the city. If the previous 7 were correct, then this final one. The source of the plague, the cursed rat, must unequivocally be there. Han Shui, Qin Jinshan, seized the communicator, pouring all his strength into a thunderous shout. Subordinate here, at the pinnacle of Jiang City, Han Shui, clutching the communicator, stood rigid, her voice trembling with fervor. She bore witness to the unfolding events, her inner astonishment far surpassing that of anyone in the command room. In her eyes, Lin Mo now resembled a divine being walking among mortals. I command you. Qin Jinshan's voice resonated with unassailable authority. Immediately assemble the elite special forces units breaking Army and Greedy Wolf. Equip them with all heavy purification gear and head to the abandoned industrial park in the northern part of the city. Spare no effort to turn that accursed air raid shelter inside out. There is but one objective. Find that wretched rat and eliminate it. Understood. Han Shui replied emphatically. After hanging up, she turned to Lin Mo and bowed deeply, a gesture of utmost respect reserved for venerable masters. Mr. Lin, thank you. You have saved Jiang City. Her voice brimmed with heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Lin Mo, by the time the virus within the infected erupted, it would have been too late. Jiang City would have been awash in blood. Expressing gratitude at this juncture seemed premature. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged as he gazed at the flickering red on the tablet, representing the demon rat, his eyes profound. This matter may not be as straightforward as you presume. After a brief pause, he continued his exposition. That rat, upon entering the underground, consumed something unsavory. It has mutated. Mutated? Han Shui's heart tightened suddenly. Its power may have surpassed that of ordinary magical beasts. Your men might suffer significant casualties. Lin Mo's voice conveyed a stark possibility. This, of course, was his conjecture. Yet, judging by the increasingly luminous red dot on the disease map, the assumption was likely accurate. Han Shui's complexion darkened in an instant. I will go personally, Lin Mo declared. He needed to verify with his own eyes and personally eliminate the primary source of contamination. What? Hankuri gospid in horror. No, Mr. Lin, you are far too precious. Your safety is paramount. How could you possibly venture into such a filthy place? To her, Lin Mo was akin to a deity, a figure of immeasurable importance, far surpassing even Qin Jinshan. To suggest he descend into an underground air raid shelter? It was preposterous. I must ascertain that the source of the plague is thoroughly purified. Otherwise, it will rise again, leading to endless repercussions. Han Shui opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. I understand, she finally replied, taking a deep breath. I will report to command. I will personally ensure your safety. Lin Mo nodded noncommittally. Safety? At that juncture, who would protect whom remained uncertain. He turned away, redirecting his gaze to the city beyond the window. Under the persistent lock of his homogeneous sensing method, the mouse deep underground seemed to sense something amiss. It ceased its movements. A ferocious, bloodthirsty essence, laden with chaotic intent, surged through the invisible perceptual link, striking back. It was as if it were issuing a silent provocation and growl towards him. A cold arc formed at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Very well. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out. He retracted his gaze and stepped forward, making his way towards the elevator. Come, Captain Han. If we delay, your people may not return. Chapter 31. The source of mutation, the uncontrolled underground lair in the northern part of the city, an abandoned industrial park stands. Once the heavy industrial base of Jiangsheng in the last century, it now lies in ruins with crumbling walls and rusting factories, overgrown with wild grass. Enveloped in an eerie silence, a dozen dark armored vehicles, emblazoned with the fearsome emblem of the town military command, have encircled the area. Hundreds of fully armed Special Forces members are meticulously unloading various heavy equipment from the vehicles. Among the arsenal are heavy weapons capable of firing high-pressure purification beams, portable radars designed to detect life and energy responses, as well as numerous rune arrays specifically intended to seal off spaces. The captains of the elite teams, Breaking Army and Greedy Wolf, huddle around a makeshift map, deliberating their battle plan. They have located the entrance, right in the basement of Factory Number 3. It has been forcibly breached by some unknown force. The energy detection shows a response, chaotic and sinister. Its level, preliminarily assessed to be at least that of a high-level magical beast. The surrounding magnetic field is severely disrupted, and our electronic devices have malfunctioned significantly upon nearing the entrance. The atmosphere is laden with tension. At that moment, a high-spec command vehicle from the town military command speeds in, executing a graceful drift to halt at the center of the gathering. The door swings open. Han Shui leaps out first, followed closely by Lin Mo, who descends leisurely from the vehicle, clad in ordinary casual attire. Vice Captain Han, greetings. Two team leaders immediately rush over to salute. As their gazes sweep over Lin Mo, who follows Han Shui, a flicker of confusion crosses their faces. Who is this? A seemingly unassuming student? What is he doing here at a site of such S-class danger? This is Lin Mo, an advisor dispatched by the chief commander. Han Shui succinctly introduces, her tone imbued with undeniable authority. From this moment forth, his words shall be regarded as my orders. Yes, despite the multitude of questions swirling in their minds. The two captains respond promptly, standing at attention. Lin Mo pays no heed to the curious and scrutinizing glances directed at him. Instead, he gazes up at the rusted Factory Number 3, his brow slightly furrowed. In his perception, a pungent odor, mingling with rust, decay, and pestilence, wafts continuously from that direction. How is the preparation progressing? Han Kuring Kviris. Report, Vice Captain. The entrance has been locked on, and the first assault team is ready to enter at any moment. Captain Breaking Army replies. No need, a calm voice suddenly interjects. The crowd turns to discover that the speaker is none other than the advisor, Lin Mo. What? Captain Breaking Army is taken aback. I said, there is no need to enter, Lin Mo reiterates. What lies ahead is beyond your capability to handle. His words leave all the Special Forces members present in stunned silence. A wave of discontent ripples through the crowd. Who are they? They're the elite of the Town Martial Division, seasoned warriors who thrive in the deadly fray, constantly battling the aberrant beasts of the Forbidden Zones. Now, a seemingly frail youth dares to assert that they are incapable of handling the situation before them. Such insolence is a profound humiliation. This, Advisor Lin, captain of the Breaking Army, a man of formidable stature and fiery temper, struggled to contain his wrath as he spoke in a low voice. We acknowledge that what lies below may indeed be perilous. However, we, the Breaking Army, have yet to encounter a bone we dare not chew. This is not a matter of courage, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head, seemingly disinclined to engage in further discourse. He strode purposefully toward the third factory building. Mr. Lin, Han Shui's expression changed abruptly, and she hurried after him, sensing the imminent danger. Stop! Several Special Forces soldiers instinctively attempted to intervene. Stand down. Han Shui abruptly turned, her voice sharp as a whip. The soldiers hesitated, their bodies stiffening, but reluctantly parted to allow Lin Mo passage. Lin Mo proceeded unimpeded into the dim, damp factory. At its center, the ground had collapsed to reveal a gaping abyss, over 5 meters in diameter, with no visible bottom. The edges of the pit were marred by a grotesque, charred blackness, as if corroded by some potent acid. A foul wind, laced with a nauseating stench, billowed forth from the chasm. It lies just beneath, Lin Mo murmured, peering over the edge. His dragon eye effortlessly pierced the shroud of darkness. What he beheld below transcended the confines of a mere air raid shelter. The soul-eating corruption rat had, within mere hours, transformed this vast subterranean expanse into a flesh and blood nest. The walls were ensconced with pulsating, purplish-black tendrils resembling blood vessels. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of viscous fungal mats interspersed with white bones. Countless ordinary rats, grotesquely enlarged and infected by plague, surged through the nest passages like a relentless tide, their blood-red eyes betraying their transformation into the minions of the soul-eating corruption rat. At the very heart of the nest, upon a throne constructed from innumerable bones and flesh, lounged a massive rat, its size comparable to that of a lion, adorned with bony spines and festering sores, emanating an aura of unimaginable menace. It was the soul-eating corruption rat. Its presence had firmly established itself within the realm of the martial master, even surpassing that of a typical novice martial master. Scattered nearby were several shattered metallic containers, each bearing a peculiar 3-spiral insignia. Residues of an energy that resonated with a sense of familiarity, a synthetic essence imbued with the essence of annihilation, lingered within. The name flickered through Lin Mo's mind in an instant. It was a codename he had encountered while clearing away the high-tech refuse left by certain deities and demons in the Zero Zone, a mad organization dedicated to the transformation of forbidden creatures using the powers of the Forbidden Zones, striving to create new gods. So, it is as I suspected. This is no mere coincidence. A band of lunatics deliberately unleashed a soul-devouring, plague-ridden rat, enhanced with their specially crafted biological catalyst, into the city of Jiangxing. This orchestrated act constitutes a terror attack against a populace of 20 million. At the very moment Lin Mo comprehended the gravity of the situation within the subterranean lair, the colossal rat king abruptly lifted its head. Its crimson eyes, brimming with brutality and cunning, seemed to penetrate through hundreds of meters of rock, locking gazes with Lin Mo at the cave entrance. A piercing roar, sharp enough to shatter eardrums, erupted from the depths below, infused with rage and murderous intent. The ground of the abandoned industrial complex began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. This is bad. It's about to emerge. Han Shui's complexion shifted dramatically as she shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Yet, in the next moment, a scene more terrifying than the rat's roar unfolded before them. Standing at the cave's mouth, Lin Mo faced the earth-shattering spectacle not with retreat, but with a furrowed brow. He extended a hand, gently pressing downward as if to quell the chaos. Then, With a tone tinged with mild disdain and a hint of fastidiousness, he softly uttered, "Filth belongs in the trash. Be quiet." Chapter 32. The shock of a broom and the imagination of the martial king as Lin Mo's seemingly mundane complaint about the noise from his neighbors fell. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. An invisible, ineffable, and supreme will descended upon him with a thunderous resonance, centering around his being. It was neither energy, nor momentum, nor mental pressure. It was an absolute command of an unassailable nature, existing at the very essence of order. The ground, which had been violently trembling as if on the brink of collapse, suddenly froze in place. The malevolent, plague-like aura surging from the depths of the earth was forcefully suppressed by an unseen hand, rendering it incapable of escaping even the slightest hint of its presence. The entire world seemed to have been muted, as all Special Forces members distinctly felt their blood, spiritual energy, and even their heartbeats come to an abrupt, uncontrollable halt in that fleeting moment. It was as if a true deity had gently plucked the strings of this world's lyre with a mere fingertip. Everyone stood frozen, their faces etched with uncontainable astonishment. What just transpired? What was that moment? Only Han Shui, positioned behind Lin Mo, experienced the phenomenon most vividly. In that instant, her body had completely ceased to obey her commands. She felt that if that man so desired, with a mere thought, he could annihilate both her and this space entirely. This was not a mere display of power. It was a lockdown of authority. She gazed at Lin Mo's still, unperturbed figure, her mind enveloped in a void of comprehension. Meanwhile, deep within the fleshly lair, the once mighty Rat King, poised to unleash havoc upon the surface, now cowered upon its throne of bones, trembling in fear. Its massive body, comparable to that of a lion, curled into a tight ball, and its crimson, savage eyes now reflected the primal terror arising from the depths of its soul. It could not comprehend. It simply could not fathom why the minuscule human on the surface, seemingly weaker than an ant, had rendered it incapable of even twitching a finger with just a glance and a word. The sensation was akin to being a line of code inscribed on paper, while the other party wielded the delete key like a programmer. How filthy! Lin Mo surveyed the sordid fleshly lair below, his fastidiousness igniting a visible disgust upon his countenance. It appeared that a thorough cleansing was in order. He extended his right hand, golden radiance gathering within his palm. In the next instant, an unadorned yet resplendent broom, emanating an aura of unyielding divinity, materialized in his grasp. Following closely, his left hand conjured a similarly golden, unremarkable dustpan. Witnessing this scene, everyone slipped once more into a state of bewilderment. A broom? A dustpan? What manner of operation was this? Is it possible that this advisor Lin is a deity of cleanliness? Even Han Shui couldn't help but twitch her lips. She simply could not reconcile the vibrant scene before her with the formidable divine retribution she had just witnessed. Yet, Lin Mo paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. Grasping a broom and dustpan, he stepped forward, boldly entering the abyssal, shadowy entrance. Contrary to expectations, his descent was not a free fall. Instead, it resembled a graceful traversal down invisible steps as he moved steadily into the depths below. "Mr. Lin," Han Shui exclaimed, instinctively preparing to leap after him. However, a gentle yet irresistible force held her back. "Stay up there. Don't come down and cause trouble." Lin Mo's voice resonated from below. The unseen power gently guided her back to the edge of the opening. Watching Lin Mo's figure gradually fade into the darkness, she bit her lip, ultimately choosing to obey the command. Without hesitation, she seized her communicator and, with a trembling voice, reported the unfolding events to Qin Jinshan. A broom? A dustpan? In the command room, Qin Jinshan listened to Han Shui's account, utterly bewildered. But soon, as if struck by a revelation, his body jolted, and a look of sudden understanding and fervent reverence illuminated his face. "I comprehend. I understand," he exclaimed, pacing excitedly in the command room. "Returning to simplicity. This is the essence of returning to simplicity. To us, it is merely a broom and dustpan. Yet in the eyes of the gentleman, They are likely supreme artifacts wielding the authority of purification and exile, sweeping away the filth of the world, cleansing the evil of existence. With a sweep, with a collection, what profound simplicity, what elegant nonchalance! His enthusiasm grew, and his gaze toward the screen transformed, akin to the most devout follower gazing upon their deity. Those surrounding the senior officials of the Jinwu division were similarly struck, as if struck by lightning, their minds suddenly illuminated. So this is it. Their own understanding had been too shallow, utterly incapable of grasping such a level of combat. Just as they became immersed in their own revelations, an anomaly occurred. Boom! An indescribable golden radiance erupted from the dark entrance, soaring skyward. The light was sacred, vast, and imbued with a purifying essence. Illuminated by the golden glow, all present witnessed a breathtaking scene unfold deep within the earth. There stood Lin Mo, wielding a golden broom, effortlessly sweeping horizontally. His motion was nonchalant, akin to an ordinary sanitation worker clearing fallen leaves from the ground. Yet, with each sweep of his broom, a crescent-shaped arc of golden light traversed the entire underground layer. Sweeping through, the repugnant ground, composed of flesh and fungal carpet, was directly swept away, disintegrating into fine ash. A multitude of mutated rodents surged towards Lin Mo like an unstoppable tide, fearlessly charging forward. However, upon encountering the golden arc of light, they were obliterated before they could even emit a single cry, reduced to nothingness in an instant. The sweeping force cleared the area entirely, leaving only the terrified Rat King, trembling upon its throne. With a desperate squeal, the Rat King unleashed a final, catastrophic wave of toxic energy, a potent green miasma aimed at Lin Mo. This was its last stand, a desperate gamble for survival. Yet, Lin Mo merely lifted the golden dustpan with his left hand and gently deflected the onslaught. A luminous rune shimmered on the surface of the dustpan, and a lethal wave, capable of slaying an elephant in an instant, struck it without causing even the slightest ripple. Instead, it was wholly absorbed and purified. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo released the golden dustpan, which soared into the air, expanding into a colossal net that blotted out the sun, descending upon the Rat King. Attempting to flee, the Rat King found itself ensnared by an invisible force. Immobilized and helpless, forced to watch as the net enveloped both itself and the throne constructed from bones. The net contracted rapidly, and the once mighty Rat King, comparable to a lion in size, let out a piercing wail as its form was crushed and diminished. Ultimately, when the golden dustpan returned to Lin Mo's hand, it contained a glass orb, no larger than a pigeon's egg, glowing with a haunting green light. The mutated, soul-devouring Rat King, along with its skeletal throne, had been forcibly compressed into this exquisite orb. Lin Mo surveyed the spoils within the dustpan, nodding in satisfaction. Then, he lifted the broom and swept it across the blood-stained walls, the golden light flashing as all impurities were eradicated. The underground lair, though structurally unchanged, now gleamed with a cleanliness surpassing even that of a five-star hotel suite. Having completed his task, he strolled leisurely back up from the cave entrance. The entire endeavor had taken less than a minute. Standing at the entrance, he gazed at the scores of Special Forces soldiers of the Town Marshal Division, now petrified and resembling lifeless statues. He furrowed his brow slightly. What were they dawdling for? The job was done. Chapter 33, Special Consultant. A new reward from the system, time's up. These 3 words, like an incantation, instantly roused all those present from their stupor. In the next moment, a cacophony of clanking armor and weapons echoed throughout the industrial zone, a result of their master's body trembling violently. The 100 elite warriors of the Town Marshal Division, seasoned from countless battles, now turned their gazes towards the young man holding a broom, his expression unperturbed. No trace of disdain or doubt remained in their eyes, replaced instead by an eruption of fervor, admiration, and an awe that resonated from the depths of their souls. Is this truly a human? This is evidently a deity cloaked in human skin, walking among mortals. In just 1 minute, merely with a broom and a dustpan, He eradicated a martial artist-level beast lair, a threat that could cause an uproar throughout their entire Jiangxing division. What kind of concept is this? What extraordinary power is this? The hot-tempered captain of the Break Army, his face flushed and breath heavy like a bellows, stared at Lin Mo. His mouth opened several times, yet not a word escaped. He wished to apologize for his earlier rudeness and skepticism, but felt that in the presence of such greatness, any words would be utterly inadequate. Ultimately, his legs gave way. With a thud, he knelt on one knee, bowing his proud head. Lin, consultant, I. With the first, there would surely be a second. A third. In unison, all the special operations team members, including the two team leaders, dropped to one knee. They expressed their overwhelming respect through the most revered military gesture. Even Han Shui instinctively felt the urge to kneel, but recalling her identity as a protector, she restrained herself. Nevertheless, her gaze towards Lin Mo burned with intensity, as if it could melt steel. Lin Mo observed the scene before him, his brow furrowing even deeper. He disliked the sensation of being the center of attention. Moreover, his cleanliness obsession was disturbed by the dust rising from so many kneeling figures. "Everyone, please rise," he said, his tone laced with a hint of impatience. Upon hearing his words, the crowd shuddered as if granted a reprieve, promptly standing up while still keeping their heads bowed, unable to meet Lin Mo's gaze. At that moment, a long-forgotten, delightful system notification resonated in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for perfectly completing the special side quest, City Purification. Quest objective: eliminate all sources of rash fever infection within Jiangxing. Completion status: 1. Secondary infected, 7 individuals, all have been located and handed over to the Town Marshal Division. 2. Primary infected, 1 individual, all have been located and handed over to the Town Marshal Division. 3. Source of the plague: mutated, soul-eating, corroding rat king, handled and packaged by the host personally. Pollution nest: cleansed by the host's own hand. Task evaluation: SSS. Your cleaning work is nothing short of artistry. Final rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, a significant enhancement in mental capacity. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Proficiency in the ability words manifest as will has increased. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. A new cleaning tool has been unlocked. Universal solvent. A cascade of rewards significantly uplifted Lin Mo's spirits. He could distinctly sense an invisible shackle within his mind being unfastened. His mental prowess surged like a flood breaching a dam. If his previous mental capacity was akin to a tranquil lake, it was now at least comparable to an inland sea. The detection range of this symbiotic sensory method was likely no longer limited to a single city. The increased proficiency in words manifest as well indicated that he could manipulate stronger laws with less energy for a longer duration. What intrigued him most was the new tool. He immediately accessed the system panel. Cleaning tool: universal solvent type, conceptual cleaning agent effect, capable of dissolving and analyzing at the concept level for specified targets. It can decompose most curses, seals, and energy mixtures below the level of divine beings. Remark: theoretically, no stain exists that a single bottle of universal solvent cannot resolve. If there is, simply use 2 bottles. What a splendid tool! Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. This device was tailor-made for him, serving as both an identifier and a breaker. With it, should he encounter complex stains composed of various energies and grievances, akin to the granary of the plague god, he would no longer need to laboriously search for energy cores one by one. A single application of the solvent would suffice. As Lin Mo contemplated his gains, Qin Jinshan's private aircraft descended like a sword from the heavens, hovering above the industrial park. A figure leaped from dozens of meters in the air, landing steadily on the ground. It was none other than Qin Jinshan. At this moment, the Martial King displayed no semblance of his usual authority. Instead, his face was alight with uncontainable excitement and flattery. He nearly trotted to Lin Mo's side. "Mr. Lin," Qin Jinshan's voice trembled slightly, "you have worked hard. On behalf of the Town Marshal Office and the 20 million citizens of Jiang City, I thank you for your life-saving grace." As he spoke, He surprisingly took a step back and bowed deeply to Lin Mo, the martial king, the esteemed leader of the Jiang City branch of the town martial office. Yet he bowed to a youth who appeared barely 17 or 18. This scene profoundly shocked everyone present once more. It was but a trivial effort. Lin Mo transformed the broom and dustpan in his hands into shimmering golden light, speaking in a tone of calm indifference. I simply cannot abide the filth that scurries about my surroundings. Qin Jinshan shuddered, the awe upon his visage deepening. Indeed, Mr. Lin treats the entire Jiang City as if it were his own garden to tend. Yes, indeed. Your noble intentions are commendable, Qin Jinshan hastily remarked. In consideration for Mr. Lin, I dare to propose that you assume the role of special consultant for our Jiang City branch. You shall bear no obligations or report to anyone. However, you will possess the highest authority, equivalent to mine, to mobilize all resources of the Jiang City branch. Furthermore, please accept this token of our appreciation. As he spoke, Qin Jinshan presented a black card, crafted from a unique metal. At its center, a solitary golden embossed numeral gleamed. 9. This card is anonymous, requires no password, and allows for unlimited withdrawals from any bank worldwide. Within it lies a modest sum we have pooled together, myself and a few old friends, for cleaning fees, a mere 100 billion. 100 billion. Even Lin Mo could not suppress a momentary skip of his heartbeat upon hearing this figure. Was he in need of funds? Desperately so. Little did he anticipate fortune arriving so abruptly. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, Lin Mo extended his hand, expressionless, to accept the black card and the badge symbolizing his status as a special consultant. The position of consultant I can temporarily assume as well. Should any filth arise in the future, feel free to contact me directly. Splendid. Qin Jinshan was overjoyed. This signified that their Zhenwu division had finally established a formal connection with that great being. This was indeed a monumental accomplishment. Lin Mo placed the items away and glanced at the glass bead, compressed from the Mouse King, in his hand, his brow inadvertently arching. This shall serve as a sample for the current cleaning task. I shall take it back for further study. With that, he turned on his heel, not waiting for Qin Jinshan to utter another word, and strode towards the command vehicle. Captain Han, please escort me back to the academy. Yes, certainly. Consultant Lin. Han Shui, startled, hurriedly followed, personally opening the car door for him. As he watched the command vehicle depart, Qin Jinshan clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. He understood that from this day forward, the landscape of Jiang City, and indeed the entirety of Xia country, would undergo a seismic transformation due to this young man named Lin Mo. Chapter 34. The Reappearance of Miracles. Creation from nothing upon returning to Jiangxing University. Lin Mo firmly declined Han Shui's proposal to assign someone to protect him around the clock. Was it jest? Did he truly require protection? Moreover, if someone were to follow him, how would he ever skip classes to attend to his work? With Han Shui's gaze imbued with a blend of reverence and a hint of melancholy, Lin Mo stepped through the university gates, transforming once more into an ordinary student with an unblemished appearance and a refined demeanor. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he proceeded directly to a nearby location, where he utilized his freshly acquired pocket money to purchase, in full, a luxurious penthouse apartment. The apartment was expansive, spanning over 300 square meters, featuring a duplex layout and an open-air starlit swimming pool. Standing before the immense floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the vibrant cityscape illuminated by the night, Lin Mo experienced an almost surreal sensation. Just days prior, he had been a financially struggling student, tirelessly seeking funds for his sister's surgery. Now, he not only possessed a fortune exceeding 10 billion, but also held the esteemed position of a unique consultant within Jiangxing, far above the ordinary hierarchy. This transformation stemmed from an extraordinary summer job. With financial concerns temporarily alleviated, Lin Mo settled into the plush embrace of his sofa, contemplating his next moves. The pressing issue now was to address the plight of the infected individuals. Although they had been secured under the authority of the Zhenwu division, the rash fever virus residing within them would not simply vanish. According to the records in the Plague Atlas, Eradicating this virus necessitated 3 specific items: dragon bloodgrass, rootless water, and pure yang fire. Each of these items was regarded as a rare treasure in the outside world. Dragon bloodgrass, as legend has it, thrives solely in the lands where dragons once fell, nourished by dragon blood and brimming with immense life energy. It serves as a primary ingredient for crafting top-tier healing elixirs. A single completed specimen of dragon bloodgrass could fetch astronomical prices in the black market, often reaching tens of billions, yet remains elusive in availability. Rootless water does not refer to water devoid of roots. Rather, it is a specific type of dew formed from certain spiritual plants in places of extreme yin, condensing before the first ray of sunlight each day. This water embodies pure yin spiritual energy, possessing miraculous effects of cleansing the soul and neutralizing the potency of fierce medicinal properties. As for pure yang fire, its requirements are even more stringent. It is not an ordinary flame, but a true fire that can only be conjured by a martial king-level practitioner who has cultivated the attributes of pure yang, expending their essence to manifest it. Even for the Jinwu division, gathering these 3 items within a short time frame will be nearly an insurmountable challenge. Qin and Shan had subtly hinted at their difficulties during a previous phone call. However, for Lin Mo, these obstacles posed no real challenge. What others deemed heavenly treasures were merely remnants of my work. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he concentrated, instantly vanishing from his apartment. In the next moment, he found himself in the 0 zone, within a familiar break room cluttered with cleaning tools. Without pausing, he pushed open the door leading deeper into the forbidden area. Arriving at the desolate land he had previously cleared, he opened the system space and poured out a golden bag filled with a hodgepodge of otherworldly detritus. With a resounding crash, a collection of treasures, capable of inciting a tempest of chaos in the outside world, was casually heaped upon the ground. Among them lay the severed horn of an unidentified divine beast, shimmering with celestial radiance, and fragments of a demonic weapon, imbued with the lingering essence of a terrifying sword intent. There were also peculiar, misshapen components, whose names eluded even him. Lin Mo crouched down and began to meticulously sift through the refuse. Before long, his gaze settled upon a palm-sized, dark red scale, intricately adorned with complex patterns. Despite the demise of its owner eons ago, it still exuded an unsettling, majestic dragon aura. Heart-guarding scale of the ancient candle dragon, damaged. This is the one. Lin Mo grasped the dragon scale in his hand and activated, words manifesting reality. Rather than directly commanding it to sprout dragon bloodgrass, an act that would defy the system's restrictions by creating life, he opted for a more cunning approach. Infusing a wisp of indomitable divine energy into the scale, he whispered in a tone akin to hypnosis, urging, "Unleash the remnants of your final life essence." In the form of Flora, Buzz, the rules were set in motion. The dark red scale trembled violently, and a surge of vibrant, life-infused crimson light erupted from within. Almost instantaneously, a verdant sprout emerged, visibly breaking through the center of the scale. The sprout grew rapidly, branching and unfurling leaves. Within mere breaths, a perfect spirit herb, entirely crimson, with leaves resembling dragon scales and exuding an enchanting fragrance, stood gracefully atop the scale. Its quality surpassed even the finest dragon bloodgrass of legend by an order of magnitude. Dragon bloodgrass acquired. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and carefully harvested it. Next, he sought the water without roots. This was even simpler. Employing Shadow Step, he swiftly traversed to another part of the Forbidden Zone, a place where he had once toiled. It was a garden of demonic flowers, teeming with countless soul-eating flowers. Here, he had previously completed his regular task of pruning the branches. At this moment, dawn broke within the confines of the forbidden area. A simulated ray of sunlight illuminated the enormous, enchanting petals of the soul-eating flowers, where glistening, translucent dew droplets formed, exuding a chilling aura. For others, this substance was a lethal poison capable of freezing souls instantly. Yet for Lin Mo, it was the perfect embodiment of water without roots. He produced a jade vial and effortlessly filled it to the brim. Lastly, he sought pure yang fire. Lin Mo extended his right hand, and with a flicker of thought, he ignited it. A small cluster of golden flames, radiant like the sun and exuding an aura of unparalleled vigor, danced joyfully at his fingertips. This was the primordial divine fire inherent to the immortal demon body, its rank surpassing that of any martial king's pure yang true fire by countless dimensions. With all three materials gathered, the entire process took less than 10 minutes. Lin Mo did not linger in the forbidden zone. With a flicker of his form, he returned to his apartment. He placed the three materials upon the coffee table in the living room and then dialed Qin Jinshan. I have prepared the items. What? On the other end of the line, Qin Jinshan, who was at the command center, rose abruptly from his chair, his voice altered by disbelief. Advisor Lin, what did you say? You are ready. The dragon blood grass, the rootless water, the pure yang fire are all prepared. How is that possible? It has barely been a short while. Even if our Martial Defense Division mobilized all its resources to request allocation from the National Headquarters Treasury, it would take at least 3 days. Indeed, Lin Mo's response remained succinct. Send your best apothecary to my location. I will send you the address. I will come personally, Qin Jinshan exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. He yearned to witness this momentous event with his own eyes, a miracle worthy of historical record. After ending the call, Lin Mo gazed at the three items on the coffee table, a slight smile gracing his lips. The forthcoming spectacle promised to be even more enthralling. Chapter 35. The Hand of God, the shock of alchemy face to face. Half an hour later, the doorbell of Lin Mo's apartment rang precisely on time. The visitors arrived in a most distinguished manner. Qin Jinshan led the group, followed closely by Han Shui and two elderly gentlemen, their hair gray and adorned in research attire, exuding an air of arrogance. These two were the highest-ranking masters of pharmacology from the Jiangchang branch of the Jinwu Division. Any potion crafted by their hands was a coveted treasure, valued yet rare in the outside world. Initially, they were reluctant to come. In their eyes, no special advisor could possess greater knowledge of alchemy than themselves. However, under Qin Jinshan's unwavering command, they begrudgingly complied, their expressions betraying a mix of skepticism and curiosity, as if to say, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Advisor Lin, upon entering, Qin Jinshan's gaze fixated intently on the coffee table in the living room. His breath caught in his throat as he beheld the blood-red dragon blood herb, radiating a formidable aura, alongside a jade vial emanating an unmistakable chill, indicating it was anything but ordinary. Is this really the dragon blood herb? My heavens! The quality, the age. It must be at least a millennium old. No, perhaps even older. The two masters, who had previously worn expressions of disdain, were now utterly captivated, their eyes widening as if they had encountered a breathtaking beauty. They rushed forward, leaning over the coffee table, their faces alight with obsession, fervor, and even madness. A divine object. This is nothing short of divine. And this rootless water, such pure, tying energy. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such exquisite spiritual materials. Han Shui, too, was mesmerized, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Although she lacked expertise in pharmacology, merely sensing the aura exuding from the two items made her own spiritual energy within her body sing with joy. Ahem. Qin Jinshan cleared his throat, forcing himself to suppress the overwhelming shock. Advisor Lin, I wonder, that pure yang fire. Without uttering a word, Lin Mo extended his right hand, and at his fingertips, a small yet resplendent golden flame ignited once more. Hiss! Everyone present, save for Lin Mo, instinctively recoiled a step back. That flame, though merely a flicker, seemed to harbor the power of a sun, its utmost yang and unyielding essence, capable of incinerating all malevolence, sent a shiver through Qin Jinshan. A warrior king. This is... Qin Jinshan gazed at the flame, feeling once again as though his worldview had been shattered. He himself practiced yang attribute cultivation as a warrior king and could summon pure yang fire. Yet, compared to Lin Mo's tiny flicker, his own flame was akin to a firefly next to the bright moon. If his fire represented pure yang, than Lin Mo's fire was, the sun. With all three elements present, Lin Mo extinguished the flame and calmly inquired, "Are your alchemists ready to begin?" The two masters of pharmacology finally regained their composure from their earlier astonishment. One of them, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, awkwardly stated, "Advisor Lin, crafting such a divine elixir requires a specially crafted alchemical furnace inscribed with hundreds of runes and at least 12 hours of alternating elemental fires, along with a multitude of auxiliary materials." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lin Mo. "There's no need for such complexity," Lin Mo declared, executing a gesture that left everyone astounded. He casually retrieved the most ordinary glass beaker from the kitchen, a mere trifle purchased from IKEA. Then, before the eyes of all present, he plucked a leaf from the dragon's blood herb and tossed it into the beaker. He added a drop of rootless water and finally flicked a pinch of golden solar flame into the mixture. Once he completed this act, he lifted the beaker and gently swirled it, as if preparing a cup of instant coffee. "Advisor Lin, no, this is a waste of precious resources." The two master apothecaries, witnessing this scene, were nearly struck down by despair. They let out piercing cries, rushing forward to intervene. Using a glass beaker, mixing three properties that are utterly opposed to each other in such a reckless manner, it's bound to explode. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the ordinary glass beaker in Lin Mo's hand suddenly shimmered with a faint, almost imperceptible golden halo. Within the beaker, the dragon's blood leaf dissolved instantaneously upon contact with the rootless water, transforming into a viscous, blood-red liquid. The drop of rootless water also morphed into wisps of white frost, intertwining with the crimson fluid. Finally, at the moment the golden flame descended into the mixture, a rich, golden-red mist began to rise from the beaker. The three distinct energies not only avoided conflict, but instead began a miraculous fusion in a manner that surpassed the comprehension of all present. "I need them to merge," Lin Mo murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself. Words manifest as laws. He invoked this divine skill once more. In the next instant, the golden-red mist within the beaker began to swirl rapidly, coalescing into a droplet the size of a longan, radiating a resplendent golden hue and exuding a divine aura filled with vibrant life force. A liquid elixir, an indescribable fragrance of medicine instantly permeated the entire room. Qin Jinshan and Han Shui, upon inhaling just a whiff, felt a subtle loosening of the bottleneck within their bodies. Meanwhile, the two master apothecaries, as if struck by lightning, sat dumbfounded on the ground, murmuring to themselves, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The hand of God. This is the hand of God. No furnace, no fire control, no formula. Creating something from thin air. He is not human. He is the divine apothecary, the god of alchemy." Their lifelong philosophy of alchemy was, in that moment, shattered to pieces. Lin Mo paid no heed to their disarray. Holding a beaker, he approached Qin Jinshan. A single drop could save a life. The remaining materials were sufficient to concoct dozens more. "The rest, you shall manage on your own." Trembling, Qin Jinshan extended his hands, respectfully receiving from Lin Mo that drop, imbued with all his hopes of the miraculous elixir. Thank you, sir." He found himself at a loss for words. At that instant, Lin Mo's brow furrowed suddenly. His gaze fell upon the glass orb, compressed from the Rat King, which he had carelessly placed on the tea table. He had just employed the newly acquired universal solvent to conduct a discrete conceptual analysis. Analysis report. Target remnants of the source of the plague. Primary components: soul-devouring rat essence, scarlet fever, virus, abundant corrupt spiritual energy. Secondary components: a faint trace detected, not belonging to this world's system, of artificial biological coding energy residue. Energy coding attribution, database matching. Eden Organization, Prometheus Project, 3rd generation biological catalyst. Conclusion: this plague incident is a result of deliberate human intervention. Upon seeing the analysis results provided by the system, Lin Mo's expression turned icy in an instant. "Eden, Once again, it was this group of deranged individuals who delight in manipulating lives from the shadows. A chilling aura of murderous intent briefly flickered about him, causing the temperature in the entire room to plummet by several degrees. Qin Jinshan and the others shivered in unison, gazing at Lin Mo in horror. They were oblivious to what had transpired. They could only observe as the advisor's face manifested, for the first time, a third expression beyond mere indifference and impatience. It was one akin to a deity surveying a horde of heedless ants in his domain, carelessly defiling his courtyard, with a cold, disdainful countenance. "Commander Qin," Lin Mo spoke, his voice devoid of warmth. This detritus seems to have been deliberately cast aside by another. Chapter 36, Traces of Eden. A new cleansing task, this news descended upon Qin Jinshan's heart like an invisible mountain, pressing down with a formidable weight. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, racing towards the crown of his head. The towering figure, capable of purifying forbidden zones with a mere utterance, who regarded divine materials as inconsequential, was enraged. The consequences were beyond his imagination. Would Jiang City be erased from the map in a fit of fury by that formidable presence? Advisor Lin Qin Jinshan's voice trembled, his complexion drained of color. What on earth was happening? Was there a lapse in our duties? "Please, sir, quell your anger." Han Shui and the two petrified masters of potions were equally terror-stricken, scarcely daring to breathe. They could sense the fleeting yet chilling murderous intent emanating from Lin Mo, an aura that was cold and terrifying, a disdainful malice that transcended all beings. "This matter is unrelated to you." Lin Mo restrained his aura, his gaze returning to a placid state, as if all that had transpired was but a mere illusion. He picked up the glass orb on the coffee table, which encased the remnants of the Rat King, and toyed with it between his fingers. "I have discovered that this rodent has been artificially altered. Within its body, a catalyst has been injected, accelerating its mutation and enhancing the virulence of the plague." Lin Mo conveyed the findings from the universal solvent analysis in a more comprehensible manner. This was a premeditated biological assault targeting Jiang City. Boom! The revelation struck Qin Jinshan and Han Shui's minds like a thunderclap from the heavens. A biological assault? Their prior conjectures had merely considered the accidental escape of beasts from the Forbidden Zone. They could never have fathomed that such a malicious, human-conceived conspiracy lurked behind it. Who was responsible? Who could be behind this? Qin Jinshan's eyes turned crimson in an instant. As the guardian of Jiang City, he could not tolerate anyone experimenting with the lives of his 2 million citizens. A ferocious killing intent belonging to a martial king erupted from him, shaking the very glass of the room into a resonant hum. An organization called Eden. Lin Mo calmly uttered the name. Eden. Qin Jinshan and Han Shui's faces simultaneously paled. Clearly, they were familiar with this name. The foremost international terrorist organization, comprised of a band of mad scientists and anti-human extremists. Han Curie exclaimed in disbelief. Haven't they always operated on the Western continent? How could they extend their reach into our Xi'an nation? They have not only reached us. Lin Mo's gaze deepened. Moreover, this is not the first time. They seem particularly interested in our Xi'an nation's forbidden zones. Qin Jinshan's countenance darkened profoundly. He understood the terror of Eden better than anyone else. It is an organization utterly devoid of morals, willing to commit any atrocity in pursuit of their so-called human completion project and their theory of forced evolution. Over the past few decades, several small nations in the Western continent have been transformed into hell on earth due to the release of various forbidden biological weapons by them. To my astonishment, they have now set their sights on Xia country and Jiang City. Advisor Lin, I shall immediately report this matter to the headquarters in Xia country. Qin Jinshan inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with determination. We will spare no effort to root out these vermin lurking in the shadows. There is no need for such complications. Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. He rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city that had just emerged from a profound crisis. I will personally tend to my courtyard. Lin Mo turned to face Qin Jinshan, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. I require all information regarding the organization Eden, its bases, personnel, and all related industries, within the borders of Xia country. The more detailed, the better. Qin Jinshan's heart raced at his words. He grasped the implication. Lin Mo intended to take matters into his own hands and cleanse the organization. An indescribable thrill and exhilaration surged within him. If he could seize this opportunity to eradicate Eden's influence in Xia country, it would be an unparalleled achievement. No problem. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Jinshan responded. Within 3 days. No, I assure you, I will deliver all the information to you within a day. Very well, Lin Mo nodded. Furthermore, he turned to Han Shui. From this day forth, you shall be the exclusive liaison between me and the Zhenwu department. All communications will be conveyed solely through you. Me? Han Shui was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of immense joy washed over her. This signified her recognition. What a tremendous honor. Yes, Advisor Lin, I shall ensure the task is completed. She straightened her posture, saluting with enthusiasm. All right, the medicine has been provided. How to save the person is your responsibility. Lin Mo dismissed them, indicating that he wished to be left undisturbed. Of course, we shall take our leave. Qin Jinshan, cherishing the precious drop of divine medicine, carefully exited the apartment, accompanied by the equally elated Han Shui and the 2 alchemists who had become Lin Mo's devoted followers. The room fell silent once more. Lin Mo gazed out at the myriad lights of the city, yet his eyes seemed to penetrate boundless space, as if he could perceive the filthy visages of those lurking in the shadows of the world, grinning with malice. Eden, he murmured softly, they have cast their refuse upon my territory. It appears that merely tidying up my home is no longer sufficient. It is time to venture out and cleanse those who discard their waste as well. In his mind, the system panel quietly materialized. A brand new, blood-red, glowing long-term mission slowly materialized. Ding! A strong desire for cleansing has been detected in the host, initiating the long-term task chain. Task name, Exterminator, First Phase, Purge. Task description, a throng of oblivious insects has sullied your domain. Within 1 month, eradicate all traces of the organization known as Eden within the borders of Xia. Task reward? Task failure penalty, none. Note, an exceptional cleaner must not only be adept at tidying up refuse, but also understand how to address the source of its creation. Upon gazing at this brand new task, Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold, inscrutable smile. A new job has arrived, and this time, the scope of cleansing encompasses the entirety of Xia. Chapter 37. The List of the Gentlemen. The tremor of the summer nation. The door to the apartment was gently closed. The footsteps of Qin Jinshan and his companions were hurried and heavy, reminiscent of a silent race. The world around him fell into an instant stillness. Lin Mo remained rooted in place, casting a glance out the window where the city's neon lights shimmered like a spilled palette of paint, vibrant yet elusive. He found this sensation distasteful. Initially, he sought merely a summer job to earn money for his sister's medical treatment. Now, the situation appeared increasingly convoluted and tainted. Eden. He murmured the name softly, devoid of anger or hatred, only a sense of impatience akin to confronting a stubborn stain. Like paint maliciously splattered on a pristine wall, it would cause him discomfort if left uncleaned. He picked up the glass orb on the coffee table, encasing the remnants of the Rat King, gently rubbing his thumb against its smooth surface. The analysis results of the universal solvent vividly played in his mind. The string of biological codes, alien to this world, marked a glaring red exclamation point, indicating the source of the refuse. My courtyard, I shall personally tidy. This statement was not merely directed at Qin Jinshan. It served as his own justification. Since he regarded himself as the custodian here, it was only logical to dispose of those who littered. This was part of his duty. He approached the sofa, settled down, and picked up his phone. The screen illuminated, revealing a casual puzzle game he was currently engaged in. The cheerful background music clashed starkly with the chilling cleansing plan brewing in his mind. Meanwhile, in the highest command center of the Jiangcheng branch of the Zhenwu division, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Qin Jinshan stood before a vast holographic projection table, resembling an enraged lion. The aura of a formidable warrior emanated from him unabashedly, thickening the air within the command center to an almost tangible density. The staff, too intimidated to breathe, moved their fingers across their control panels with such speed that they nearly left trails. Have we yet to contact the Jiangnan Regional Headquarters? Qin Jinshan's voice thundered throughout the command center. Report to command. The encryption level is too high. We are requesting authorization. A communications officer replied, his face ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his temples. Authorization? I grant you the highest authorization. Qin Jinshan seized his identity card and slammed it onto a red scanner. S-level. Mobilization authority. S-level. Connect me immediately to the commander of the Jiangnan battle zone, Wang Qingtsang. A collective gasp echoed through the command center. S-level mobilization authority. Such power was reserved for catastrophic events threatening the city. And now, it was merely to obtain a piece of information. Everyone was bewildered. Yet no one dared to voice their concerns, for they all beheld the fervent fire burning in Qin Jinshan's eyes. Han Shui stood behind Qin Jinshan, her heart racing. She had never encountered such a Commander Qin. It was a reckless gamble, one that wagered not only his own life, but the very future of the entire Jiangxing branch. At the other end of this bet lay merely a single utterance from Advisor Lin. Within a day, I demand all information regarding Eden within the borders of Xia country. This statement, at that moment, resonated in Han Shui's mind with the weight of divinity. Soon, the communication was established. A commanding figure emerged on the vast screen. Clad in a black combat uniform adorned with dragon patterns, bearing the golden star insignia of the martial emperor upon his shoulder, his gaze sharp as an eagle-s. It was none other than Wang Qingtsang, the supreme commander of the Jiangnan region and a formidable martial emperor. Jinshan, you have invoked S-level authority. Has something occurred in Jiangxing? Is there a disturbance in the restricted zone? Wang Qingtsang's voice resonated, deep and powerful. Report to Commander Wang. Jinshan straightened, though his voice trembled imperceptibly. There is nothing amiss in Jiangxing. It is I who possess urgent intelligence requiring your assistance. He swiftly recounted the events surrounding the rodent plague incident and the existence of that enigmatic individual in the most concise terms. Naturally, he withheld the true identity of Lin Mo, referring only to that presence. Upon hearing that this presence personally intervened, purging the entire plague epicenter within a minute, Wang Qingtsang's pupils abruptly constricted, his expression a perennial visage of ice, betraying a flicker of alarm. When informed that this entity required all information on Eden in Xia country, with a deadline of merely 1 day, Wang Qingtsang fell silent. The command center was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt as though an invisible mountain was pressing down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. After a prolonged silence, Wang Qingtsang's voice emerged again, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Jinshan, are you certain that every word you have spoken is the truth? I swear upon my martial heart. Qin Jinshan declared emphatically. Good. Wang Qingtsang slammed his hand on the table. I believe you. The majority of Eden's data is classified as top secret, directly overseen by the headquarters in the capital. I will now, in the name of the Jiangnan region, request the highest level of intelligence sharing from the headquarters. Inform that individual. Wang Qingtsang paused, seemingly contemplating his choice of words. We will not let him down. The communication ended. Qin Jinshan exhaled a long, heavy breath. He knew he had made the right bet. From this moment on, the entire intelligence apparatus of Xia country would operate frantically in response to a single request from that individual. What a terrifying influence it wielded. Han Kuya. Qin Jinshan turned, his gaze intense as he regarded her. Come here. Han Shui jolted upright, immediately standing at attention. From this moment forth, you have but one task. Qin Jinshan's tone was exceedingly grave. You are to remain on standby 24 hours a day. Be prepared to receive any instructions from that. Advisor Lin, whatever he desires, whatever he wishes to accomplish, fulfill his requests. At any cost. Yes, I assure you I will complete the task. Han Shui responded loudly, her face flushed with excitement. She understood that her life would irrevocably transform from this day forth. No longer was she merely an ordinary captain of the town military division. She had become a liaison for the divine. As night deepened, Lin Mo concluded the final level of his elimination game and stretched languidly. A glance at the clock revealed that 6 hours had elapsed since his meeting with Shan. The pace was rather sluggish. Frowning slightly, he contemplated whether to place a call to expedite matters. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Lin Mo rose to answer the door, revealing Han Shui, now clad in a sharp civilian outfit. Although weariness graced her features, it was overshadowed by an unmistakable excitement and tension. In her hands, she cradled a silver briefcase crafted from a special alloy. Lin, consultant, Han Shui's voice, slightly hoarse, announced, "The item you requested is ready." Lin Montauk nodded, stepping aside to allow her entry. Han Shui entered the apartment and carefully placed the briefcase on the coffee table in the living room. Click. The briefcase opened, revealing not paper documents, but a uniquely shaped, entirely black USB drive, resting quietly within a velvet recess. The surface of a USB bore no ports, only a complex, blood-red mark seemingly composed of countless runes. This was Dragon's Essence, the highest-level encrypted storage device in Xia country, capable of being activated for reading only by specific mental energy fluctuations. Han Shui elucidated, "Inside, you will find the Eden Organization's known bases within Xia country, a roster of personnel, affiliated enterprises, secret laboratories, as well as all their past criminal records." She paused before adding, "This was procured for you through the highest authority by Commander Qin and Commander Wang from the headquarters in the capital." Understood. Lin Mo's reaction remained unperturbed. He reached for the USB drive, named Dragon's Essence. The moment his fingers made contact, ding, external information storage device detected. "Do you wish to connect to the system for data categorization?" A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips. "Yes." In the next instant, the Dragon's Essence USB drive, a manifestation of Xia country's pinnacle of technological achievement, transformed into a stream of data, merging seamlessly into Lin Mo's palm and vanishing from sight. Before him, a vast virtual map of Xia country unfolded in a thunderous display. The map was dotted with hundreds of crimson markers, each symbolizing heaps of refuse, an alarming sight to behold. Mission objective locked. Scavenger task Phase 1. Purge officially initiated. Please plan your cleaning route. Host. As he surveyed the map for the first time, Lin Mo's Bau unfolded in Satisfaction. Excellent. The refuse is all here. The grand cleanup may commence. He gazed out the window, as if envisioning a sweeping storm of cleanliness poised to engulf all of Xia country. Chapter 38. The first stop, Jinling Ghost Tower. Han Shui left in a daze, feeling as though her worldview had been repeatedly shattered, reconstructed, and shattered anew within a matter of mere hours. The Dragon Marrow USB, emblematic of the pinnacle of Xian Nation's technological and rune capabilities, which was said to be impervious even to the mightiest of warriors, melted effortlessly in the hands of Advisor Lin, akin to a piece of chocolate. It was not merely a matter of cracking, it was devouring. She could scarcely fathom the nature of such power. Inside the apartment, tranquility was restored. Lin Mo stood in the center of the living room, eyes closed, his consciousness traversing a celestial sea composed of data and runes. The system had conducted a thorough analysis and categorization of all information contained within the Dragon Marrow. The Eden, a colossal and terrifying organization lurking in the shadows of the world, laid bare its extensive network of influence within Xian Nation before him. 137 strongholds appeared, including 3 large secret laboratories, 21 medium-sized outposts, and the remainder comprised of smaller contact stations, material depots, or merely the remnants of certain corrupted families and enterprises. These strongholds resembled malignant tumors, scattered across the lush landscapes of Xian Nation. Cleaning route planning in progress. Intelligence sorting based on target density, threat level, and accessibility. Optimal route generated. Before Lin Mo, golden lines connected the crimson markers on the map, forming an expansive network for cleansing. First stop, Jinling City, Southern Abandoned Hospital. Threat level, low. Stronghold type, small-scale human experimentation and intelligence transfer station. Recommended cleaning method, physical eradication. Jinling. Lin Mo opened his eyes, his gaze tranquil. He approached the window, casting a glance at the distant sky, where the first light of dawn began to emerge. A new day was commencing. He retrieved his phone and deftly opened a blue app, 12306. He searched for high-speed trains from Jiangcheng to Jinling, G70XX, departing at 7:15 a.m. and arriving at 8:30 a.m. Tickets available in second class. He clicked to purchase, completing the transaction seamlessly. Afterward, he entered his bedroom, changed into a fresh set of casual attire, and slung a backpack over his shoulders, resembling an ordinary university student preparing for a weekend trip to a neighboring city. Once he completed these tasks, he remembered to send a message to one person, Han Shui. I will be out for a day or two. Leave a message if there is anything. Upon sending the message, he silenced his phone and tucked it into his pocket. He was entirely unconcerned about the tumultuous waves of speculation that might arise within the town guard upon receiving this notification. Merely informing his secretary of his departure for an inspection sufficed. An hour and a half later, the G7TV train arrived punctually at Jinling South Station. Lin Mo, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, navigated through the throngs of people as he exited the station and boarded the subway, heading to the southern part of the city. Jinling, the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, now stands as one of the most vibrant metropolises in the Summer Kingdom. Inside the subway, voices clamored, resonating with the hustle and bustle of modern urban life. No one would suspect that this seemingly unassuming young man, with his clean and refined appearance, had come to this city for a thorough cleansing. Half an hour later, Lin Mo disembarked at a secluded station in the southern district. The scene before him starkly contrasted with the city's bustling center. Here lay the old town, characterized by low buildings and narrow alleys. The air was thick with a damp and decaying odor. Following the guidance of his system map, he meandered through the winding paths until he arrived at a massive, abandoned structure. This was a hospital built in the 1980s, long since fallen into disrepair for 2 or 3 decades. The plaster on the walls had largely peeled away, revealing dark red bricks beneath, overrun with moss of a deep green hue and unidentifiable vines. All the windows were shattered, leaving behind dark openings resembling eyes peering into the mortal realm. The hospital's main entrance was secured with a rusted chain and padlock, adorned with a sign that read, "Dangerous building, no entry." This was the infamous Jinling Ghost Building, renowned among the local populace. Legends spoke of numerous deaths within its confines, a place where resentment lingered, with tales of crying infants and the shrieks of women echoing through the night. Yet, within Lin Mo's source resonance method, there were no ghosts here, only a collection of entities far more grotesque than spirits. He did not approach the main entrance. In a swift motion, he melded into the shadows, silently leaping over the 2-meter-high wall and entering the hospital's courtyard. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, almost reaching his height. A toppled statue of the Virgin Mary lay partly buried in the earth, its face adorned with an eerie smile. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. He found the environment unappealing, too filthy. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode directly into the darkened foyer of the inpatient building. The hall was in disarray. An overturned reception desk lay scattered among the medical records strewn across the floor, while the air was thick with a peculiar mix of dust and disinfectant. Ignoring the chaos, Lin Mo's gaze locked onto an unremarkable elevator nestled in the corner of the hall. The elevator doors were firmly shut, sealed with a notice of decommissioning. However, Lin Mo could distinctly sense a faint energy pulse emanating from the depths of the elevator shaft. Approaching the elevator, he extended his right hand and gently pressed against the metal door. There was no sound. The door, reinforced with special steel capable of withstanding the mightiest of blows, slid open silently to reveal not an elevator cabin, but a bottomless spiral staircase leading downward. A chilling wind surged upward from below, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. Lin Mo stepped inside. As he did, the elevator doors closed soundlessly behind him, 3 levels below ground. Here lies a realm starkly contrasting with the desolate scene above. Illuminated by brilliant lights, it exudes a palpable essence of modern technology. Members of Eden, clad in white lab coats and wearing expressions of fervor, are engaged in various experimental zones. In a central, expansive laboratory, several robust warriors, their temples bulging with strength, are forcefully restraining a dazed young man, appearing to be in his 20s, upon a metallic surgical table. This young man, a martial artist of the 7th rank, is considered a prodigy in Jinling City. Alas, he has caught the attention of Eden, a middle-aged man, exuding a refined yet sinister demeanor behind his gold-rimmed glasses, approaches the surgical table with a syringe filled with an eerie green liquid. The material is promising, he muses, adjusting his spectacles and allowing a cruel smile to curl at the corners of his lips. The higher the martial talent, the stronger the willpower, the greater the potential to endure the transformation of divine blood. Dr. Tang, this marks the 10th experimental subject this month. An assistant interjects, concern etched upon his face. The success rate remains at 0. Our materials are nearly depleted. Silence. Dr. Tang's countenance shifts to one of fury. To usher in the new era, sacrifice is a necessity. Failure merely indicates that we have yet to discover the most perfect genetic sequence. Continue the experiment. He raises the syringe high, poised to inject. Suddenly, the lights in the laboratory flicker without warning. What is happening? Where's the backup power? Dr. Tang bellows, but no one responds. In that moment of dread, he realizes that his assistant and the formidable warrior guards are frozen in their positions, their faces forever captured in expressions of rage, worry, or numbness. Yet their vitality, their souls, everything that constituted their essence seems to have been erased in the flicker of the lights, leaving behind mere hollow shells devoid of spirit. Who? Doctor? Tang feels an overwhelming terror, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He whirls around, only to find a young man, donned with a backpack, standing silently behind him. The youth possesses a strikingly handsome visage, an aura of purity, and eyes as calm and deep as an unfathomable icy abyss. You, Doctor. Tang manages to utter a single syllable. The young man, Lin Mo, extends a finger and lightly touches Dr. Tang's forehead. Too filthy, he murmurs softly. In the next instant, Dr. Tang's body, along with the syringe in his grasp, and all the instruments, documents, and individuals within the room, begin to evaporate silently, as though snow under the sun, not reduced to ashes, but entirely obliterated from existence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The vast, heavily guarded underground laboratory has become desolate. The only figure remaining is a young man bound to the operating table, yet he remains unscathed. Lin Mo approached, effortlessly severing the restraints that bound him. Then, he turned back towards the path he had come, as if merely dusting off the remnants of a room. As he exited the inpatient building and stood once more under the sun's embrace, the crimson marker on the system map in his mind, located in Jinling, quietly extinguished. Ding! Stronghold 1137 cleared. Evaluation, efficient, thorough. Task reward, none. This is a long-term task. Rewards will be collectively settled upon the final completion of the task chain. Lin Mo glanced at his phone. The time read 9:15 a.m. He raised his gaze, as if piercing through the barriers of space, focusing on the next pulsating red marker on the map. The subsequent refuse heap lay in Huching, a mere hour away by high-speed train. He pivoted, retracing his steps towards the subway station. The grand cleanup had only just begun. Chapter 39. The Erasure of Traces. The storm of imagination in Qin Jinshan's mind in the command center of the Zhenwu Division, Jiangcheng. 2 hours had elapsed since Lin Mo vacated the apartment. For Qin Jinshan and Han Shui, each fleeting moment felt like a precarious dance upon a razor's edge. The news of the gentleman's departure struck like a nuclear explosion within the upper echelons of the Zhenwu Division. What was his purpose? Why had he not included the liaison? Han Shui? Did this indicate dissatisfaction with their operational efficiency? Countless speculations loomed over Qin Jinshan's mind, akin to oppressive storm clouds. He had already commanded that the intelligence network throughout the Jiangnan region enter a state of heightened alert, meticulously observing any anomalies potentially connected to the gentleman. He dared not dispatch anyone to follow him, as that would be akin to blaspheming against the divine. He could only await, like the most devout of believers, anticipating a divine revelation from their deity. Suddenly, a shrill alarm shattered the silence of the command center. An intelligence analyst sprang from his seat, disbelief etched upon his features. Commander, urgent intelligence from the Jinling branch. Our life energy monitoring system deployed around the Jinling Ghost Tower reports. Reports that all high-energy martial artist readings in the target area vanished 3 minutes ago. Boom! A cacophony resonated in Qin Jinshan's mind. The Jinling Ghost Tower. Was that not the foremost target on the gentleman's cleansing list? Vanished? What could this possibly mean? His voice, laced with agitation, became hoarse. Simply, the literal interpretation. The analyst's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, retrieving a stream of data. 37 marked Eden members' life signals, including 1 fourth-grade martial artist and 5 high-level warriors, had all concurrently dropped to 0. The signal source was utterly severed. What is the situation on site? Qin Jinshan bellowed. The Nightingale team from the Jinling branch has infiltrated the area and is transmitting real-time visuals. The main screen of the command center flickered to life, revealing the scene within the Ghost Tower's underground laboratory. Yet that laboratory was devoid of any presence. No, to describe it as empty would be an understatement. It was immaculate. In the footage, the investigating team, clad in heavy protective gear, cautiously navigated the laboratory with powerful flashlights. The floor was spotless, so pristine that it could reflect their silhouettes. The walls bore no traces of blood or signs of struggle. All instruments, equipment, and surgical tables had vanished, as though they had never existed in this world. Commander, report. The voice of a Nightingale team leader crackled through the communicator, filled with astonishment and confusion. The scene reveals no signs of struggle, no residual energy, no explosions, nothing at all. We have discovered nothing. It appears as if this is a newly constructed, unoccupied underground chamber. No, that is incorrect. According to our previous intelligence, there should be a complete biological laboratory here. The combined weight of those instruments is over 100 tons. They have vanished into thin air. Wait, we have found a survivor. The scene shifts to the young man left on the surgical table by Lin Mo. He sits on the ground, bewildered with hollow eyes, as if he has just awakened from a grand dream. When the investigative team inquires about what transpired, he merely trembles and repetitively utters a single phrase. Light, just a beam of light. And then, everything was cleansed. All was pristine. Within the command center, a profound silence envelopes the room. Everyone appears as if spellbound, staring vacantly at the unervingly immaculate image on the screen. Qin Jinshan feels a chill surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He had envisioned a myriad of possibilities, perhaps a cataclysmic battle that would raze the entire haunted building to the ground. Or perhaps the master summoning divine wrath to incinerate all wickedness. Yet, he could never have fathomed such a conclusion. Erasure. This was not combat. This was an act of obliteration on the very plane of existence. It was akin to an artist dissatisfied with his creation, taking an eraser to remove that portion along with the traces on the canvas. How utterly tyrannical. How terrifying. This is a power only a deity might wield. Master, Qin Jinshan murmurs, and in his eyes, there is no longer mere reverence, but a fervent adoration that emanates from the depths of his soul. He understands now. He finally comprehends. The master is neither engaged in battle nor in murder. He is purifying. This wretched swarm in Eden has sullied the master's courtyard. He is merely conducting a grand cleansing. Those vanished instruments, those erased individuals in the master's eyes, are no different from dust and refuse. I see it clearly. I understand it all. Qin Jinshan suddenly slaps his thigh, his face illuminated with the realization. The reason the master did not bring Han Shui along, nor inform us, is not due to dissatisfaction. He looks at the equally pale Han Shui beside him and excitedly exclaims, "This is a test of our resolve. The master is demonstrating through his actions his modus operandi. Efficient, thorough, without a trace. He does not require our interference in his cleaning work, for we are too feeble and would only hinder. What he needs from us is our attitude. What we must do is not to inquire or speculate, but to cooperate." Han Shui stands stunned by Qin Jinshan's stream of deductions. She opens her mouth, only to realize that she actually finds the commander's reasoning quite compelling. Then, "Commander, what should we do now?" She instinctively asks. Immediately, contact the Jinling branch. In Qin Jinshan's eyes, a glimmer of wisdom shone as he classified the survivor as an S-level secret and shielded them from public view. He proclaimed that the Jinling ghost tower had completely collapsed due to geological subsidence and was permanently sealed off, erasing all records regarding this operation. We must ensure that our esteemed master leaves no trace behind. The master is responsible for the disposal of the refuse itself, while we shall tend to the trivial sewage that spills forth from the cleanup. This is the awareness we must embody as servants. Indeed, Han Xuan nodded emphatically, a surge of indescribable pride swelling within her. To serve such an entity is the greatest honor of her life. Qin Jinshan turned his gaze back to the screen. The vacant, pristine basement no longer appeared sinister to him, but rather imbued with a sacred significance. Where would the master venture next? He murmured to himself. He opened the cleaning checklist, his eyes shifting from the extinguished Jinling to the next glaringly bright name, Hu City. Immediately, connect with the Hu City branch. Let them. Qin Jinshan began to speak, but abruptly swallowed his words. No, it would be unwise to reach out proactively. That would suggest they were prying into the master's whereabouts. The master detests being disturbed. All they could do was wait for the next miracle to manifest on its own. The G85XX high-speed train, departing from Jinling to Hu City. In a window seat, Lin Mo, donning headphones, had succumbed to slumber, his head resting against the glass. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his delicate profile, casting a tranquil shadow beneath his lashes. He slept deeply. Within his backpack, his phone screen lit up momentarily, a silent notification from Han Shui. Advisor Lin, you have worked hard. Everything has been taken care of. Please rest assured. Outside, the bustling urban landscape sped by, while a monumental storm, one fueled by imagination, was just beginning to unfold, set to sweep through the upper echelons of the Xian nation. Chapter 40. The Tempest of the City. The refuse of the club in the city of Shanghai, under the veil of night. The banks of the Huangpu River shimmer with lights. High-rise buildings standing tall, like a fantastical forest forged from steel and glass. At number 18 Bund, a magnificent edifice that seamlessly merges classical and contemporary designs, proudly displays the gilded characters Junlin above its grand entrance. Junlin Club, the most prestigious private establishment in all of Shanghai and the southern regions of the Summer Kingdom. Its members, either immensely wealthy or of noble lineage, possess fortunes in the billions merely to gain entry. Those fortunate enough to secure a private room here are towering figures whose mere stamp of a foot can send ripples through the economy. At this moment, an array of luxurious vehicles, akin to a gentle stream, silently glide to a halt before the entrance. Attired in bespoke suits, the doormen, with professionally polished smiles, open the car doors for esteemed guests. They are accustomed to the presence of wealth and power, their gazes sharpened to a piercing acuity, capable of discerning the true elite from the pretenders seeking merely to broaden their horizons. Thus, when a young man clad in casual attire and carrying a backpack alights from a taxi and strides directly toward the entrance, a flicker of concealed disdain simultaneously crosses the eyes of two doormen. "Sir, may I see a membership card?" One of the doormen extends his hand, his tone courteous, yet imbued with an air of condescension. The newcomer is Lin Mo, having journeyed from Jinling. He casts a glance at the opulent, heavily guarded doors of the club, then at the vivid, crimson beacon mark imprinted in his mind, situated on the top floor of this very structure. Ignoring the doorman entirely, he advances resolutely. An uncanny occurrence unfolds. The doorman, who had raised his arm, feels as though he is obstructing not a person, but rather a whisper of wind, an ephemeral shadow. Lin Mo's form passes directly through his outstretched arm. The doorman's body stiffens abruptly, his face paling as he glances down at his arm in disbelief, then swiftly raises his gaze towards the young man's retreating figure, which has already vanished into the revolving door, disappearing into the opulent hall beyond. What just transpired? Another doorman stammers in bewilderment. The first, still in shock, is drenched in cold sweat, rendered speechless. It is as though the entire encounter had been but a figment of his imagination. Within the Junlin Club, The air is suffused with the exquisite aroma of premium cologne and the rich scent of fine cigars. Melodious classical music flows like a gentle stream from concealed speakers nestled within the ceiling. Dressed in resplendent attire, men and women held crystal glasses filled with amber liquid. Engaged in hushed conversations, their faces adorned with confident and graceful smiles. Lin Mo's appearance was jarringly out of place amidst this atmosphere. He resembled a drop of clear water plummeting into a pot of boiling golden oil. Instantly, he captured the attention of all present, their gazes rife with scrutiny, curiosity, and unabashed superiority. Who was that lad? How did he manage to enter dressed like that? He must be some nouveau riche's foolish son, brought out for the first time to see the world. Quite an eyesore, really. What is the security doing? Lin Mo paid no heed to the murmurs. His sympathetic resonance technique had long since spread, akin to the most sophisticated radar, scanning the entire building. Soon, he pinpointed his target, the presidential suite number 3 on the top floor. There, 5 red dots marked by the system caught his attention. Among them, one radiated the most brilliance, its energy fluctuations already reaching the 9th tier of martial artistry, merely a step away from mastery. He strode purposefully towards the VIP elevator deep within the hall. "Hey, stop right there." A flippant voice called out from behind. A young man clad in a Versace suit, adorned with a Patek Philippe celestial wristwatch, handsome yet exuding arrogance, brandished his glass and obstructed Lin Mo's path. Accompanying him were several equally ostentatious second-generation wealthy scions. "Who let you in, kid?" The young man sneered, tilting his chin towards Lin Mo. "Is this a place for someone like you?" Lin Mo halted, turned his head, and regarded him calmly, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a mere jester, or perhaps a stained glass that needed to be polished away. "Get lost." Lin Mo's voice, though soft, was unmistakably clear. What the hell did you say?" The wealthy heir erupted in exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Do you know who I am? My father is the chairman of the League Group. With a single word, I could ensure you never set foot in whose city again. You dare tell me to get lost?" His companions joined in, urging him on. Xiao, why waste your breath on this bumpkin? Just have security break his legs and toss him out to feed the fish. Indeed, he is soiling the carpet here. It's truly bad luck." The entire hall was captivated, all eyes turned towards the unfolding spectacle, eager to witness the fate of this audacious pauper. They recognized the brash young man, Zhao Tianyu, renowned for his debauchery in his city, and were keen to see how this oblivious poor boy would fare. Zhao Tianyu reveled in the attention, extending his hand to shove Lin Mo's shoulder while cursing, "Today, I shall teach you what it means to." His words were abruptly cut short, for Lin Mo had grown impatient. He detested the buzzing of flies while engaged in his endeavors. He even found it beneath him to raise his hand. He merely commanded with a thought. "Silence." Words follow the law. An invisible force, imperceptible to any observer, suddenly descended. Thud! Zhao Tianyu's body went limp, collapsing to his knees. His face still bore that arrogant smile. Yet his eyes had turned hollow and vacant. He opened his mouth, but emitted no sound. In that instant, his soul was forcefully silenced by supreme power. The companions behind him were left dumbfounded. "Zhao! Young master, what are you doing? Why have you knelt?" Everyone in the hall was equally stunned. Was this some new, humiliating tactic? Lin Mo, without sparing them a glance, sidestepped the kneeling Zhao Tianyu and continued his advance toward the elevator. At that moment, 2 burly, imposing security guards in black rushed over. They were the club's protectors, both seasoned martial artists. "Sir, please leave immediately," one of the guards commanded in a deep voice. Sensing something was amiss, Zhao Tianyu's condition was indeed peculiar. This young man was undoubtedly problematic. Lin Mo did not falter in his stride. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the 2 guards. Boom! The guards' minds felt as if struck by an invisible hammer. They perceived not a mere man's gaze, but rather a vision of a blood-soaked battlefield, littered with the fallen from ancient times. A primal terror, stemming from the instinct of survival, instantaneously engulfed their reason. Their bodies froze in place, akin to 2 statues, cold sweat soaking their backs. They lacked even the courage to twitch a single finger. Amidst the horrified gazes of all present, Lin Mo brazenly entered the VIP elevator reserved for elite members. The doors slowly closed. Only then did the hall seem to regain its voice, erupting into a clamor. On the top floor, in the presidential suite number 3, a luxurious room enveloped in swirling smoke, a middle-aged man clad in a silk robe, with a delicate countenance, sat behind an office desk carved from a single block of obsidian, gently swirling a glass of red wine. He was the head of Eden in whose city, codenamed Duke, a ninth-tier martial artist. Opposite him sat several subordinates with a chilling aura. There has been an incident in Jinling, one subordinate reported in a hushed tone. The entire outpost, including Dr. Tang Ben, has gone missing, all 37 individuals. The Martial Control Bureau has sealed off the site. Tang Ben, that fool who only knows how to conduct experiments. The Duke scoffed, curling his lip disdainfully. If he is dead, then so be it. It saves us from wasting research funds. However, my lord, this incident is quite peculiar. It is said that nothing was left at the scene. And what of it? The Duke sipped his wine, a proud smile gracing his face. We are Eden, the chosen people destined to forge a new world. A minor loss cannot shake our foundation. The warriors of this nation are but a collection of rigid-minded miscreants. The Martial Guard? Merely a pack of watchful hounds. They can never fathom the magnitude of our greatness. He rose from his seat and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down at the cityscape below, shimmering like a galaxy of stars, arms outstretched in rapture. Behold, what a splendid vista. Soon, all of this shall bask in the divine radiance, receiving purification. We are the true sovereigns of this world's future. Ding. The sound of the elevator arriving echoed softly. The Duke's brow furrowed slightly. Who dares ascend to the top floor without prior announcement? Before his words could linger in the air, a thunderous crash erupted as the suite's door, forged from specialized alloys capable of withstanding rocket fire, burst open with a resounding force. Amidst the swirling dust, a slender figure strode forth with deliberate calmness. Have you sorted the refuse? The intruder was none other than Lin Mo. He surveyed the astonished faces of the red dots in the room and calmly posed a question that left them utterly bewildered. Who are you? Chapter 41. The Duke's hidden cards, the toys of gods and demons. The Duke's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads in an instant. The 4 subordinates behind him, equally startled, leapt from their seats, emanating a formidable aura of martial prowess. They were core members of Eden, seasoned in battle and ruthless in nature. Yet, at this moment, their hearts raced with trepidation. How had this person ascended? What were the guards outside? The alarm system? Why was there no response whatsoever? Who are you? A member of the Jinwu division? Despite being a formidable martial artist of the 9th rank. The Duke's exceptional composure quickly returned after a brief shock, his gaze turning ominously cold. Lin Mo offered no reply. He merely lifted his foot and continued inward. Engaging in conversation with mere refuse was a waste of his time. His task was one of eradication. Seek death. One particularly hot-tempered subordinate, a martial artist of the 2nd rank, bellowed in indignation, unable to endure such an affront to his pride. He practiced the shadow serpent killing technique, renowned for its speed and cunning, and in a blur, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, his poisoned dagger striking forth like the fangs of a venomous serpent, piercing towards Lin Mo's back with a sharp whoosh. Fast. Too fast. This thrust could penetrate steel. A cruel smile crept onto the Duke's lips as he deemed this audacious intruder to be already deceased. However, mere half an inch from Lin Mo's back, the subordinate's dagger halted abruptly. It was not by his own volition. He found himself unable to move. An invisible, yet immensely heavy force materialized from thin air, freezing him along with the surrounding space. His face remained contorted in a fierce expression, yet his eyes were filled with an abyss of fear. He felt akin to a pitiful insect encased in amber. Lin Mo's stride did not falter. He walked past the immobilized subordinate as though he were merely a trivial statue. Finally, he arrived at the Duke's obsidian desk and came to a halt. Crack! The subordinate, suspended in midair, shattered along with his dagger. It did not explode. Rather, It fragmented like delicate porcelain, disintegrating into thousands of irregular shards that, upon touching the ground, transformed into the most inconsequential wisp of ash. The entire sequence unfolded with a chilling silence that sent shivers down one's spine. The Duke's sardonic smile froze completely. His remaining 3 subordinates, now stricken with terror, stumbled backward and fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. An instant kill. A powerful martial artist of the second rank, not even able to graze the opponent's hem, was thus erased. What kind of power is this? A grandmaster? No, even a grandmaster could not wield such effortless might. Who are you truly? The voice of the Duke trembled for the first time. Lin Mo raised his gaze, calmly observing him, and finally uttered his second sentence. I have come to collect the refuse. You're the largest piece of it. As the words fell, he extended his hand, fingers splayed, and grasped the air towards the Duke. A thunderous boom reverberated. The entire presidential suite shook violently. An indescribable and terrifying pressure surged from all directions, relentlessly compressing towards the Duke. He felt as if he had suddenly plunged to the depths of a 10,000-meter abyss. The surrounding air grew heavier than mercury. The ground beneath his feet began to crack inch by inch. His bones emitted a distressing, creaking sound. Overwhelmed by the burden, a primal roar erupted from the Duke, akin to that of a wild beast. The full force of his 9th-grade martial prowess exploded forth. Waves of blood-red energy surged from his body, forming a shield that desperately resisted the invisible pressure. Yet, to his horror, he realized that his protective energy was as fragile as an eggshell before that force. It barely endured for less than a second before it was marred with cracks and shattered. With a cough, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees. The weight of the pressure forcing him down. The hard marble floor beneath him bore 2 deep impressions from his kneeling form. The other 3 subordinates, already paralyzed with fear, were unable to even scream as the residual force caused their bodies to burst like popped balloons, transforming into misty clouds of blood, only to be ground into nothingness by that invisible power. In an instant, the room was left with only the kneeling Duke and Lin Mo standing before him. No, it cannot be. The Duke's hair fell disheveled, blood seeping from his orifices, his face etched with disbelief and madness. I am a chosen one. How could I possibly be defeated by someone of your obscure origin? I will see you dead. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes flickering with the last vestige of frenzied ferocity. He opened his mouth, crushing a micro-capsule hidden between his teeth. A low hum resonated, an energy, tenfold more potent and imbued with sinister ferocity, erupted from within him. Behind him, a shadow, dark and twisted, soared skyward. The shadow swiftly coalesced in midair. It formed a colossal black throne, over 3 meters high, composed of countless screaming skulls and contorted arms. Upon the throne sat a blurred, indistinct specter of a demonic deity. An aura of chaotic malevolence, derived from ancient primordial times, instantly enveloped the entire floor. Ha! The Duke, feeling the surging power within him, laughed maniacally. Do you see? This is the power of the divine. This is the shattered throne of the fallen demon, unearthed from the forbidden zone of Eden. By sacrificing life, one can briefly harness the might of the demon god. Before me, you insignificant insect, be reduced to dust. He extended his hand and pointed fiercely at Lin Mo. The shadow of the demon behind him simultaneously stretched out a colossal finger, formed of swirling black mist, descending upon Lin Mo with the weight of a world. The very fabric of space twisted and wailed under this cataclysmic strike. Yet, in the face of such apocalyptic force, Lin Mo's expression remained inscrutable. He merely raised his gaze to the so-called throne of the demon god and gently shook his head. For the first time, a hint of compassion flickered in his calm eyes, as if he were gazing upon a pitiful child who believed that possessing a tattered toy granted him dominion over the world. Beep. Detected target. 13th Demon of the Abyss, Baimon, under the first 108th toilet seat. Defective imitation. Evaluation. Poorly crafted, utterly devoid of collectible value. The system's prompt resonated in Lin Mo's mind at the opportune moment. The corners of his mouth finally curled into a barely perceptible, sardonic smirk. He extended his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and casually swept them forward toward the colossal demon finger bearing down upon him. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor were there cataclysmic sounds and lights. Only a slender, almost imperceptible golden thread flickered momentarily. With a soft sound, the once imposing demon finger, seemingly capable of crushing all, was neatly severed in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Immediately thereafter, the throne of the demon god, composed of countless skulls and exuding an overwhelming presence, also manifested a straight, golden fissure down its center. The crack spread rapidly. Crack, crack, in the eyes of the Duke, which shifted from madness to sheer terror. His final trump card, all his hopes, this so-called creation of the divine, shattered. Like a substandard plaster model, it disintegrated into a storm of black dust. No, the Duke let out a desperate, inhuman wail. The power within him receded like a tide, the backlash instantly transforming his internal organs into a pulpy mass. He collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently as the breath of life ebbed away rapidly. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he lifted his gaze to fixate on the young man, a figure of divine and demonic essence, approaching him step by step. You. What exactly are you? Lin Mo knelt before him and calmly answered his final query. I told you, I have come to collect the refuse. Upon finishing, he extended his hand, placing it upon the Duke's crown, and a gentle force surged forth. The Duke's nearly disintegrating soul and memories were forcibly extracted. Afterwards, Lin Mo rose and waved his hand. The Duke's lifeless body, along with the chaos and debris that filled the room, transformed into specks of golden light and vanished into the ether. The entire chamber was restored to its pristine condition, as if nothing had ever transpired. In Lin Mo's mind, an alien memory surfaced, Noah's Arkansas. A plan? So, your objective was that very place. He lifted his gaze, as though penetrating the ceiling of the Junlin Club, directing his sight towards the distant northwest of the Xia Kingdom. There lay a region designated as a high-level forbidden zone, known as the Sea of Death. Chapter 42, The Global Live Broadcast. The Descent of the Divine, as Lin Mo concluded his meticulous cleansing of the upper echelons of the Junlin Club and absorbed the Duke's memories. Chaos reigned in the grand hall of the establishment's first floor. Zhao Qianyu, the scion of the Li group in whose city, remained in that humiliating pose, rigidly kneeling upon the ground, his eyes vacant and his lips sealed, akin to a marionette stripped of its soul. The two martial artist-level security guards stood motionless like stone sentinels, their faces etched with sheer terror. The upper echelons of whose city's society were on the verge of explosion. Countless calls were made to their respective families. A crisis had erupted. The Junlin Club was in turmoil. Zhao Qianyu had gone mad. No, he was possessed. A mysterious, powerful figure had infiltrated the Junlin Club, compelling young Master Zhao to kneel with but a single utterance. A mere glance had immobilized the two high-ranking martial artists. News spread like wildfire through the corridors of power in whose city, akin to a viral outbreak. In this age of information explosion, nothing remains concealed forever, especially not an incident brimming with elements of the supernatural, formidable power, and aristocratic intrigue. On the Shark live streaming platform, the outdoor adventure channel featuring an ID named Daredevil Streamer Bing Bing was experiencing a meteoric rise in popularity at an alarming rate. 10 minutes prior, the viewership was at 500,000. 5 minutes ago, it surged to 1 million. Now, it had surpassed 3 million and was still skyrocketing at a rate of thousands per second. The live broadcast was focused on the opulent entrance of the Junlin Club. A stunningly attractive female streamer, clad in a form-fitting black combat outfit that accentuated her allure, leaned closer to the camera. Her voice a hushed thrill as she exclaimed, "Dear viewers, you are not mistaken. This is indeed the most prestigious Junlin Club in whose city. Just half an hour ago, an internet-shattering event. The aristocrats kneel, unfolded here. According to reports from netizens on the scene, a peerless powerhouse is suspected to have arrived. The entire club has been cordoned off. But you know me, there's no place that your Bing Bing cannot infiltrate. Bing Bing, renowned as one of the platform's most popular outdoor adventure streamers, was famed for her audacity to venture into any locale. Abandoned hospitals, neglected burial grounds, and even wilderness areas inhabited by lesser exotic beasts bore witness to her presence. Naturally, she would not let the supernatural occurrences at the Junlin Club slip by. Utilizing her martial prowess and a few high-tech gadgets, she successfully circumvented the outer security and infiltrated the vicinity of the club. The chat room was ablaze with excitement. Wow, the streamer is incredible. She dares to go to such a place? Bing Bing, be careful. I've heard there are experts inside. Don't get caught. What experts? This is clearly scripted. Zhao Tianyu must have offended some martial arts master and is just being taught a lesson. Exactly. In modern society, there are no ghosts or deities, just the machinations of martial artists. Warning, high energy ahead. The streamer has entered. In the scene, Bing Bing, like a stealthy feline, gracefully scaled a wall and silently infiltrated the side hall of the club on the first floor. With utmost caution, she maneuvered her camera to peer into the main hall. In the next moment, the 3 million viewers in the live stream were all confronted with a bizarre sight. Zhao Tianyu kneeling on the ground, the petrified security guards, and the surrounding dignitaries, their faces etched with terror, yet paralyzed by fear. The atmosphere in the hall had reached an oppressive zenith. What the hell? This isn't scripted. Is this real? Isn't that Zhao Tianyu kneeling? I saw his father on the financial news last time. What on earth is happening? Where is that mysterious powerhouse? Streamer, hurry and find him. I want to see the divine being. Bing Bing was equally shaken by the spectacle before her. Her heart racing, she suppressed her fear and excitement, controlling a miniature drone that slowly ascended, granting her a bird's-eye view of the hall. Suddenly, a crisp chime shattered the stifling silence. It was the luxurious elevator ascending to the first floor. Instantly, all eyes in the hall, including those of millions of viewers in the live stream, were fixated on the slowly opening golden elevator doors. Everyone held their breath. Was a mysterious powerhouse about to emerge? Under the collective gaze, the elevator doors fully opened. A tall figure stepped out, bearing a simple backpack, dressed in faded casual attire, with a clean and handsome visage. His gaze as tranquil as a deep well. He appeared before the world in that very moment. Time seemed to freeze. The live stream's barrage of comments fell into a peculiar 3-second silence. Then, as if a volcano had erupted, "No way, no way, no way. It's him. It's really him. Is this the mysterious powerhouse? He looks so young, like a college student. That face, that aura. I'm done. That nonchalant demeanor is infuriating. I told you, true masters always return to simplicity. Just look at his eyes, exuding indifference to the world. Wait, is he a bit dirty? Looks like there's dust on his shoulder. Nonsense. He must have just gone through an earth-shattering battle. Those are the marks of a warrior, a badge of honor." Bing Bing had forgotten to breathe. She fixated on the young man on the screen. Her intuition told her she was witnessing history. In the footage, Lin Mo stepped out of the elevator, slightly furrowing his brow. He was not fond of being the center of attention. It was too noisy. Moreover, he noticed Zhao Tianyu kneeling on the ground and the 2 petrified security guards. The mess had not been cleared yet. A flicker of displeasure crossed his mind. He was a perfectionist. Work must conclude impeccably. Thus, under the gaze of millions online, and even billions through various broadcasts, he prepared to act. He executed a gesture that would forever linger in the memories of all who witnessed it. He raised his right hand and, with a casual flick, dismissed the cacophony of the chaotic hall, as if swatting away a swarm of bothersome flies. There was neither sound nor light. Yet in the next instant, the entire world fell silent. Zhao Tianyu, kneeling on the ground, slowly rose to his feet, his expression returning to normal, but his eyes were filled with bewilderment and dread, as if the memories of the recent events had been utterly erased. The 2 petrified security guards trembled and regained their mobility, yet they scurried backward in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, the whispers of the influential figures in the hall, along with all those recording the event on their phones, were met with a horrifying realization. They could not open their mouths. Their hands were rendered immobile, An incomprehensible, supreme force had descended upon this place. Words manifest into reality. Silence. On the first floor of the Junlin Club, apart from Lin Mo, every object capable of sound or motion had been forcefully paused. What? What have I just witnessed? A miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. He merely waved his hand. The entire world fell silent. This is not martial arts. This is celestial magic. This is, for heaven's sake, the manifestation of words into reality. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. The live stream had exploded into chaos. Gifs inundated the screen like a tsunami. Bingbing's mind was a blank slate. She instinctively aimed the camera at the divine silhouette slowly approaching the door. At that moment in Jiangcheng, at the command center of the Town Martial Affairs Bureau, Qin Jinshan and Han Shui stared in shock at the emergency live feed brought in by their subordinates. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's gesture that froze the entire hall, Qin Jinshan's communication device, crafted from a special alloy and remarkably resilient, crumbled to dust in his grasp. His face drained of color, replaced by an unprecedented mixture of fear and fervor. He had brought his rules into the realm of reality. He did not care whether mortals beheld him. 4. Qin Jinshan trembled as he uttered the conclusion that sent shivers through his very soul. In the eyes of the master, we are all no different from ants. How could a deity concern themselves with the gaze of mere insects? Chapter 43. A thought startles the divine. Global storm at the Junlin Club. In the grand hall on the first floor, time appeared to have come to a standstill. The atmosphere felt as if it had been frozen in place. Under the gaze of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of spectators, a young man with a backpack waved his hand. Then the entire world fell silent. Those once arrogant dignitaries, the fierce security guards, and the crowd that had been screaming and murmuring transformed into lifelike wax figures. Only the young man, with a calm and unhurried demeanor, walked through the still throng towards the entrance. His footsteps were light, yet in this moment of utter silence, they resonated like the divine beat of a drum, echoing in the hearts of every viewer witnessing this scene through their screens. Gulp. The female host, Bing Bing, struggled to swallow. Her mind had completely crashed, leaving only the instinct of a broadcaster to guide her as she maneuvered the drone to keep the camera fixed on that retreating figure. The barrage of comments in the live stream had transcended the realm of frenzy. It was a tumultuous stream of consciousness, mingled with fear, reverence, disbelief, and fervor. I must be going insane. What am I seeing? Has time stopped? This is not time stopping. Look, the cars outside are still moving. This is a realm, the realm of the divine. With the strength of one, he suppresses the entire space. This is the martial god. The legendary martial god has descended. Martial god? Huh, you underestimate him. Can a martial god command reality with mere words? Can he petrify someone with just a glance? This is an immortal, a true immortal. Greetings, Eastern immortal. Please take me as your disciple. Quiet. Everyone be silent. Watch closely. We are witnessing the dawn of a new era. In the footage, Lin Mo reached the revolving door of the Junlin Club. He pushed the door and stepped outside. Just one step. Beyond the door lay a bustling metropolis filled with the sounds of traffic and chatter. Inside, an eerie world where silence reigned and time stood still. A mere door separated two worlds. The visual impact and philosophical shock of this moment left countless viewers tingling with exhilaration and trembling souls. Standing on the steps of the club, Lin Mo glanced back at the still hall, his brow furrowing slightly once more. He sensed that his ability to command reality seemed to be far more potent than he had anticipated. Never mind, it was somewhat exhausting, and the effect should dissipate in a few minutes. He thought to himself, dismissing it from his mind. He descended the steps, stood by the roadside, took out his phone, and began to hail a ride, resembling an ordinary university student finishing a part-time job and preparing to return home. In Jiangcheng, the town's martial division, Qin Jinshan's hands trembled. He looked at the screen, at the figure standing by the roadside, head bowed, engrossed in his phone, and then glanced back at the Junlin Club, which resembled a scene of divine retribution. An overwhelming sense of absurdity, yet strikingly real, surged through his nerves. Hurry, hurry, he suddenly realized and roared into the communicator. Take over that live stream. No, cut it off. Use the highest authority to sever all network signals related to this matter. Time was of the essence. Commander, a pale-faced intelligence officer reported. The live signal has already spread across the globe via overseas servers. In countries like the White Eagle Nation, the land of cherry blossoms, and the empire on which the sun never sets. At least 30 intelligence agencies worldwide are broadcasting simultaneously. It's over. Qin Jinshan staggered, nearly losing his balance. Han Shui hurriedly supported him. Looking at her, Qin Jinshan's eyes reflected endless bitterness and dread. We were all mistaken. We believed the gentleman was merely a hidden deity. We were wrong. He never intended to conceal himself. Does a true God require to hide among the cities of mortals? How foolish it is for us to interpret a deity's intentions through the lens of mortal reasoning. In the White Eagle Nation, in the Pentagon's highest war conference room, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. A silver-haired four-star general fixated on the young man's Eastern features on the screen, oblivious as his cigar fell to the floor. Is this confirmed? This is not a special effect. Not a film. Confirmed, General, replied a senior CIA analyst, his voice dry. We deployed 3 military satellites, locking on a number 18, Bund, and the footage perfectly matches the live content. In other words, a being suspected of wielding rule-level power has just performed a show right before our eyes. The entire conference room fell into silence. What does he intend to do? Unknown. What is his purpose? Unknown. Where is he now? Calling for a car. Immediately, activate the Prometheus highest emergency protocol. The general slammed his hand on the table, designating this individual as a divine-level target. Codename God. At all costs, uncover his identity. Understand his purpose. We must know who he is. What does he seek from us? In the land of cherry blossoms, in the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Room. Baka, this is an affront to our great cherry blossom empire's martial arts. Is he, the god, an Easter deity? Quickly, contact our Tsukuyami group infiltrated in the Summer Nation. Even if we cannot capture him, we must obtain a strand of his hair, a drop of blood. His genes are the genes of God, in the empire on which the sun never sets, at MI6 headquarters. He appears like a student. Indeed, Your Majesty. A student capable of freezing time. Does he enjoy afternoon tea? The entire world has descended into madness due to this sudden live broadcast. Countless forces, akin to sharks sensing the scent of blood, have directed their gaze towards the bustling metropolis in the east. The instigator of it all, Lin Mo, had just summoned a ride. He opened the car door and settled inside. Driver, to Hangzhou Airport. Just as he was about to close the door, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He lifted his gaze, penetrating through dozens of meters, precisely locking onto the miniature drone commanded by Bing Bing, concealed within the shadows of the architecture. Then, under the watchful eyes of billions across the globe, he offered a gentle smile to the camera. It was a clean and pure smile, imbued with a hint of curiosity at the discovery of something intriguing, accompanied by a subtle recognition of, "Ah, so you are here." Boom! That smile detonated within the minds of all viewers like a psychological atomic bomb. The host, Bing Bing, let out a scream, her phone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground, the live stream abruptly plunging into darkness. Yet that final, divine glance of a smile was indelibly etched deep within the souls of everyone present. In later years, historians chronicling this day would write, on August 15th, 2077, a nameless young man in the city of who proved the existence of the divine to the world. This day is henceforth known as the Day of Divine Descent. It also marks the first day of a profound transformation in the global order. Chapter 44. Aftermath and Return. New cleaning tools. The dimly lit live stream room, shrouded in silence for several seconds, was abruptly replaced by a blood-red official announcement. Due to the host's violation of platform regulations and engagement in hazardous activities, this live stream has been permanently banned. Yet it was already too late. The video of the divine descent had spread like a digital plague, permeating every corner of the globe through countless channels, from elite encrypted intelligence networks to the most rudimentary social media platforms. The smile of that deity became the wallpaper of innumerable computers and smartphones. Some were driven to madness. Others worshipped, some trembled in fear, while others succumbed to greed. The world had descended into chaos. Intelligence agencies across nations mobilized nearly all their resources, attempting to decipher the identity of the divine being from that brief video, lasting less than 10 minutes. However, the outcome left them in despair. The young man vanished like a true specter. After leaving a taxi, he completely disappeared within the sprawling, labyrinthine traffic network of the city. All surveillance systems and monitoring cameras could not capture even a trace of him. It was as if he had evaporated from existence the moment he entered the vehicle. The gaze of the entire world converged upon a single location, the Jinwu division of Xia country. They were the only organization that might possess leads regarding the divine entity. In an instant, the diplomatic department of Xia country bore unprecedented pressure. Countless messages poured in like snowflakes. Some requested to share information about the divine phenomenon. Others expressed willingness to collaborate on research, and some even proposed to exchange cutting-edge technology for an opportunity to meet the deity. At the eye of the storm, in Jiangqing's Zhenwu division, Qin Jinshan had not closed his eyes for an entire 2 days and nights. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirit remained unusually heightened. "Hold the line," he bellowed at his equally weary subordinates in the command center. "The headquarters has issued orders. From now on, all intelligence regarding the Sir is elevated to the highest confidentiality level since the founding of the nation, Oracle level. Externally, we know nothing. Nothing has happened. Internally, seal all information. From today, the Jiangqing branch enters a state of first-level combat readiness. Any suspicious personnel attempting to pry or investigate, regardless of their origin, shall be apprehended and interrogated." Qin Jinshan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He understood that since the day of the divine descent, their Jinwu division was no longer merely the shield protecting Xia country. They had acquired a more significant and sacred mission, to clear all unnecessary disturbances for the divine being walking among mortals. He turned to look at the equally haggard Han Shui beside him. "Has there been any contact from the Sir?" Han Shui shook her head, her face reflecting a hint of concern. "No, Commander. Since that day, Advisor Lin has not sent any messages." Upon hearing this, Qin Jinshan felt not despair, but rather a flicker of understanding and reverence in his eyes. "This is more like it." "Indeed, it is," he murmured. "How could the divine engage with mortals on a daily basis? At this very moment, he must be observing us mere mortals from a dimension beyond our comprehension, gazing down upon our follies and witnessing the tempest he has unleashed. All we can do is wait." At this moment, Lin Mo, as envisioned by Qin Jinshan, is seated in a window-side position on the 3rd floor of the 2nd cafeteria at Jiangqing University, scrolling through short videos on his phone while enjoying a modest meal priced at 15 yuan, comprising 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Day of divine descent, global storm. The identity of the enigmatic Eastern powerhouse remains a mystery. Shocking. The White Eagle Nation has designated God as the highest threat target. Experts from the Cherry Blossom Nation suggest that the deity may originate from Takamagura, urging its return home. Lin Mo glanced at these news headlines with an impassive expression before swiping past them. His finger halted on a video featuring himself, captured at the entrance of the Junlin Club, turning back with a smile. It was accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack and dazzling special effects. The comments below had already surpassed 1 million. "Darling, look at me. I no longer wish to strive. So handsome, I have ovulated. No, I have achieved the golden core. I declare, from this day forth, he is my estranged father." Lin Mo furrowed his brow and silently clicked not interested. He then finished the last morsel of rice on his plate. To him, the upheaval of the day of divine descent was but a trivial matter. After clearing the refuse of Hu City, he had flown directly back to Jiangqing. He didn't even return to his luxurious riverside apartment, but instead headed straight to his university dormitory. After all, he was a student. With the summer vacation drawing to a close, he needed to prepare for the new semester. This was his logic, simple and pure. Upon returning to the dormitory, his 3 roommates were as usual. One was donning headphones, furiously typing on the keyboard while shouting, "Mid-lane miss, protect our ADC." Another lay on the bed, engrossed in a thick tome titled Introduction to Quantum Physics. The third was on the balcony, engaged in a video call with his girlfriend. who was residing in an unknown city, indulging in a syrupy exchange that would give anyone goosebumps. No one paid attention to Lin Mo's return, nor would anyone connect the slightly gaunt figure of this roommate with the deity hailed in the online realm. Lin Mo reclined on his somewhat cramped bed and drew the curtain. The entire world seemed to be severed from him. At last, he had the time to assess the gains from this business trip. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the system space. Ding! Long-term task, chain scavenger first phase, purge. Progress report. Targets cleared, 137. Task evaluation, efficient, thorough. However, it has drawn unnecessary attention, causing slight repercussions on the discretion of the cleaner. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Congratulations, host. Your mental capacity has experienced a slight enhancement. Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in the divine ability words manifest reality has improved. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new cleaning tool, causal cloth. At last, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was the new tool he had been eagerly anticipating. Without delay, he opened the system panel. Cleaning tool, causal cloth, type, conceptual cleaning supply. Effect, capable of erasing causal layers from a specified target or small area. Upon usage, most shallow causal links associated with the target will be obliterated. This includes, but is not limited to, others' memories, visual documentation, and physical traces. Note 1. An exceptional cloth not only removes stains from surface, but also erases the very act of others seeing you clean the surface. Note 2. Deep causal connections, such as blood relations or soul bindings, cannot be erased. Utilizing it on targets that exceed the host's mental capacity by a significant margin may result in failure or backlash. Each use will consume a certain amount of mental energy. What a remarkable item. This is truly a tailor-made artifact for the recent divine descent incident. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Mo's face. With this cloth, he could venture out to clean without the fear of being seen by cameras or irrelevant individuals. After disposing of waste, he could use the cloth to erase the entire process from everyone's memory and all devices. This was indeed the perfect workflow for an obsessive-compulsive cleaner. At that moment, his phone, resting by the pillow, suddenly vibrated. It was not a call, but a text message. The sender was his mother. Xiao Mo, we have found a match for your sister. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. The calm and collected demeanor on his face vanished in an instant. He abruptly sat up. His entire aura transformed. It was imbued with boundless tenderness and a hint of tension. Without hesitation, he dialed the number back. Mom, are you truly saying this? Chapter 45. Sister's Hope, a new storm. The call connected. Hello, Xiao Montag. On the other end, the familiar voice of his mother trembled with an uncontainable, euphoric quiver. Mom, it's me. Lin Mo's voice tightened instinctively, tinged with a hint of urgency he himself had not fully realized. Is it true what the message said? Have they really found a match for my little sister? Lin Mo's sister, Lin Wan, was 15 years old. 3 years prior, she had been diagnosed with an exceedingly rare genetic blood disorder. This affliction could not be treated with conventional spiritual therapies. The only glimmer of hope lay in a bone marrow transplant. Over the past 3 years, they had scoured the nation's marrow banks. Each flicker of hope extinguished by the cold reality that followed. As Lin Wan's health deteriorated day by day, the sense of helplessness weighed heavily upon Lin Mo and their family, a suffocating burden. This was the very impetus that had driven him, without hesitation, to seize a job advertisement promising a daily wage of 100,000. It's true. It's really true, my son. His mother's voice finally broke. Swelling with tears of joy, a flood of elation that burst forth. Just this afternoon, the First People's Hospital of Jiangsheng called to say that the National Gene Bank has found a donor who is a 100 perfect match for your sister. And they are a wonderful person. Upon hearing about our situation, they are willing to donate selflessly. The doctor said that as long as we are prepared, the surgery can be arranged for next week. Wan. She can be completely cured. Woo-woo. Listening to his mother's somewhat incoherent yet hopeful words, Lin Mo's heart surged with an overwhelming warmth. He gripped the phone tightly, his knuckles turning pale, and his eyes began to well with unshed tears. That's wonderful. Truly, it's magnificent. In his mind's eye, He vividly envisioned his sister's face, pallid from years of suffering, yet always managing to lift the corners of her mouth in a stubborn smile. He could almost see her, post-surgery, restored to health, returning to school like any other girl her age, basking in the sunlight and reveling in the vibrancy of her youth. In recent days, he had acquired extraordinary powers, amassed immense wealth, and earned the awe of the world. Yet at this moment, all that power and prestige seemed trivial in the face of this news. Mom, you and Dad must not get too excited. Take care of yourselves and Wan. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, striving to keep his voice steady. You needn't worry about the finances. I've received a considerable bonus from my summer job. I will cover the surgery and subsequent rehabilitation costs. Good. My son has grown up and made something of himself, his mother replied, a mixture of laughter and tears in her voice. After exchanging a few casual words with his mother and carefully soothing her emotions, Lin Mo finally hung up the phone. In the dormitory, the cacophony of his roommates continued unabated. The rhythmic tapping of keyboards, the sweet nothings whispered on the balcony, and the faint rustle of pages turning on the bed all surrounded him. Yet, Lin Mo's heart remained tumultuously unsettled. Leaning against the cold headboard, he savored the monumental good news, relishing the sweetness of something once lost and now regained. Gradually, the fervor of joy that had set his blood ablaze began to cool. An overwhelming sense of rationality, like frigid water from the Arctic, descended upon him unexpectedly. Something was amiss, troublingly amiss. For 3 whole years, he had scoured the entirety of the Summer Kingdom in search of a perfect match, and now, why had it appeared at this very moment? Just as the divine descent incident swept across the globe, the world was fervently seeking his identity. Just after he had eliminated 2 strongholds of Eden, exposing his existence to prying eyes, a 100 perfect match, a benevolent soul willing to donate selflessly, had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? Lin Mo's gaze gradually turned cold and profound. He was no longer the naive youth struggling for survival. After clearing the debris left by fallen deities and demons in Zone 0 and witnessing the myriad stains formed from pure malice and resentment, he understood more than anyone that the most sordid and inscrutable entity in this world was the human heart. He strung all these events together in his mind, forming a clear line of thought. Eden, or perhaps another immense force lurking in the depths due to the divine descent incident, had uncovered his true identity and family background through some means he could not yet comprehend. They had discovered that he had a gravely ill sister in dire need of treatment. Thus, a perfect yet malevolent plot was born. They fabricated a flawless donor and dangled an irresistible bait, one he could neither refuse nor would ever dare to decline. What were their intentions? To coerce him with his sister's life? Or perhaps to implant some insidious contingency during the surgery, unbeknownst to him? Or were they simply attempting to draw out the hidden forces lurking in the shadows? Countless dark possibilities flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Yet regardless of the scenario, they all pointed to an intolerable truth. Someone had set their sights on his family. They had touched his one vulnerable spot. With a slow exhale, Lin Mo released a breath, his chest betraying no movement. The temperature in the dorm seemed to drop several degrees in that instant. A roommate on the balcony, speaking on the phone, inexplicably shivered, instinctively rubbing his arms for warmth. "Darling, it has suddenly turned a bit chilly here." Lin Mo's face bore no discernible expression. Yet, within the depths of his tranquil eyes, a cataclysmic storm brewed quietly. It was a chilling and terrifying intent to kill, far more absolute than when he gazed down upon the masses at the Junlin Club. He was genuinely enraged. He picked up his phone once more. Without a moment's hesitation, his fingers struck the screen with precision and steadiness. He sent a message to Han Shui. The content was exceedingly simple. "Please assist me in investigating a person. The Summer National Gene Bank Center has today added a bone marrow donor who is a 100 match for my sister, Lin Wan. I require all of his information. Everything from his birth until now, all of it, including any individuals or organizations that may be associated with him." After dispatching this message, Lin Mo casually set the phone aside. He closed his eyes, leaning against the headboard, remaining utterly still. he retracted all his minions and presents, resembling an ancient beast lying dormant in eternal darkness, awaiting the unwitting prey to stumble into the trap he had long since laid. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, at the Zhanwu division, Han Shui's dedicated communicator suddenly emitted a shrill alert, signifying the highest priority. She felt as if struck by an electric current, propelling herself up from her chair. Upon seeing the brief lines of text on the screen, her heart was instantly seized by an invisible hand. It was a message from a gentleman, and astonishingly, it pertained to his sister. Han Shui dared not waste a moment, seizing the communicator and rushing at breakneck speed into Qin Jinshan's office. When Qin Jinshan beheld the message, the fatigue etched upon his face from 2 sleepless nights drained away in an instant. His thoughts delved deeper and further than Han Shui's. This is dire. Qin Jinshan's hand trembled violently, sending the teacup on the table crashing to the floor in shards. This is a trap. He immediately grasped all the intricacies. Someone had discovered the gentleman's true identity. They intended to use the gentleman's family to coerce him. The audacity, seeking death, a ferocious aura belonging to a formidable warrior, surged violently, reverberating throughout the office with a resonating hum. Qin Jinshan could scarcely fathom the ramifications if the gentleman's family were to come to any harm. The being who could render the world into absolute stasis with a mere thought, if thoroughly provoked, could unleash unspeakable horrors. The entirety of the Summer Nation, no, the entire planet, could face annihilation as a result. Quickly, quick, investigate. Qin Jinshan bellowed orders at Han Shui, nearly roaring. Mobilize every resource. Even if it means turning the Summer Nation upside down, we must unearth this individual and those behind him. I want them to comprehend the wrath of the divine. The entire town of Wuxi once again sprang into frenetic activity, this time with a fervor unparalleled in previous instances. Half an hour later, Han Shui burst into Qin Jinshan's office, clutching a freshly printed document that still bore the warmth of the printer, a file encrypted to the highest degree. Her face was etched with shock and an indescribable gravity. The command had uncovered the identity of the donor, who was named Shangguanyu. Han Shui struggled to swallow. Her throat parched as she revealed that he was none other than the 3rd young master of the illustrious Shangguan family, one of the 4 foremost martial arts clans in the Xia Nation, hailing from Jinling. Chapter 46. The Invitation from the Shangguan Family, the Banquet at Hongmen. Jinling, Shangguan Family. These 4 characters hold an indomitable weight within the martial world of the Xia Nation. They represent not merely a surname, but a symbol, an indelible mark. With a lineage extending over 5 centuries, dating back to the ancient era before the resurgence of spiritual energy, they have long been a prestigious family of great renown. The clan boasts an array of formidable warriors with an unfathomable depth of heritage. It is said that the current head of the Shangguan family is an extraordinary powerhouse who has already ascended to the realm of martial sovereigns, overseeing Jinling and gazing upon the Jiangnan region. Their influence is akin to an invisible net, ensnaring Jinling and radiating throughout Jiangnan, even extending its significant impact to the capital city 1,000 miles away. Such a colossal entity has its direct heir, the 3rd young master, Shangguanyu, who is astonishingly the 100 compatible bone marrow donor for Lin Mo. At the command center of the Martial Suppression Division, beads of sweat surfaced on Qin Jinshan's forehead. The perspiration trickled down the deep creases of his brow, splattering onto the documents on the table, creating a small ink blot. If this matter were orchestrated by the ever-persistent remnants of Eden, he would possess absolute confidence in uprooting them from the land of Xia with the formidable might of the Martial Suppression Division. However, if the adversary were the Shangguan family, the complexity of the situation would escalate 100-fold. They are not merely an organization. They're a martial lineage deeply intertwined with the Xia Nation. Their roots have long penetrated every corner of this land, entangled with countless interests, powers, and connections, inseparable. Pull one thread, and the entire fabric shifts. What are their intentions? Qin Jinshan paced anxiously in his office, the heavy military boots thudding against the floor, each step resonating like a heartbeat within his chest. Why would the Shangguan family set their sights on the gentleman? Han Shui stood nearby, her complexion equally pale, her voice tinged with an undeniable gravity. The data indicates that Shangguan Yu has been frail and ailing for years, often secluded for recuperation, rarely making public appearances. All of his records appear exceedingly clean. Han Shui hesitated, seemingly in search of a more precise term. So immaculate, it seemed as though he had been meticulously scrubbed clean by unseen hands. Is this even debatable? Qin Jinshan abruptly turned, slamming his palm onto the solid mahogany desk. Bang! The loud sound caused the teacups on the table to tremble violently, scalding tea splashing out and reddening the back of his hand, yet he remained oblivious. This is unequivocally an elaborate trap. The Shangguan family undoubtedly has knowledge of certain secrets concerning the gentleman. They dare not confront him directly, instead attempting to approach him through this favor as a means to test him, perhaps even to control him. The more Qin Jinshan pondered, the heavier his heart sank. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The Shangguan family is notoriously domineering and unscrupulous in their dealings. This is a well-known fact throughout the martial world. Since they have laid this trap, they undoubtedly possess a contingency plan. They will regard the young girl Lin Mo as a volatile bargaining chip, a most malevolent shackle looming above the gentleman's head. Should this matter be mishandled, the consequences would be dire. Sir, what shall we say? Qin Jinshan abruptly turned to Han Shui, his voice rendered hoarse and parched by overwhelming tension and dread. He was terrified, experiencing a profound fear like never before. He feared that the capricious deity, who regarded humanity as mere ants, upon discovering that his only family member had been so ruthlessly manipulated, might in a fit of rage obliterate Jinling from the map of the Xia kingdom. Such a karmic retribution, such a sin, was beyond the capacity of the Zhenwu division to bear. The entirety of the Xia kingdom could not withstand it. Han Shui shook her head with great difficulty, her lips paling. She had yet to respond. Qin Jinshan swayed slightly, dejectedly returning to his chair. He was awaiting the ultimate judgment from that formidable presence. At Jiangchang University, in a male dormitory, Lin Mo gazed at the information on his phone screen, recently sent by Han Shui, detailing the situation of Shangguan Yu and the Shangguan family. His expression remained unperturbed. The cold atmosphere in the dormitory, born from his troubled thoughts, showed no signs of warming. The Shangguan family? A family of martial arts? A martial emperor? In his eyes, those titles, which might inspire awe in others, were no different from the Eden he had eradicated, the so-called Duke, and the demon horse ring he had casually discarded into the sewers. They were all refuse, merely wrapped in a more opulent guise. He had initially thought it was a remnant of Eden struggling for survival. Now, it appeared to be another group of oblivious insects presenting themselves. Very well. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. It spared him the trouble of searching for them individually. He could gather the refuse together and dispose of it all at once, aligning perfectly with his work habits. He picked up his phone, his slender, clean fingers lightly tapping the screen as he replied to Han Shui. Understood. The simple three-word message was instantaneously transmitted through encrypted signals to the command center of the Zhenwu division, 1,000 miles away. Han Shui and Qin Jinshan simultaneously received the reply, both momentarily stunned. Is that it? Qin Jinshan fixated on the three words on the screen, as if attempting to see through it. What does this mean, sir? Is it confidence? Or does he simply regard the Shangguan family, with its 500-year legacy, with disdain? Just as Qin Jinshan's mind began another round of frantic calculations and conjectures, Lin Mo's next message swiftly followed. Proceed with the surgery as planned. Inform the hospital that we, as the family, have agreed. Boom. Qin Jinshan's mind erupted with a resounding buzz, leaving him in a state of blankness. Agreed. The gentleman has actually consented. Did he not realize that this was a meticulously crafted trap laid by the Shangguan family? Did he not comprehend that once the operation commenced, the life of the young Lin Mo would be entirely at the mercy of the adversary? What exactly did the gentleman intend to do? Qin Jinshan murmured to himself, painfully aware that his mind could no longer keep pace with the divine reasoning. Han Shui wore a look of confusion and concern, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Commander, should we? Remind them again? The risks involved. No. Qin Jinshan abruptly stood from his chair, a flicker of harrowing clarity igniting in his eyes. He understood. He finally understood. We cannot offer a warning. The gentleman has his own intentions. He is turning the tables. Qin Jinshan's voice trembled with excitement as he pointed at the screen. Akin to a disciple who had uncovered a divine revelation, he was employing the most direct method to convey to the Shangwan family. I have seen through your conspiracy, but I am unfazed. Your trap is, to me, merely a childish game. I stand here, awaiting your move. What unparalleled confidence! What overwhelming authority! The more Qin Jinshan spoke, the more exhilarated he became, a sickly flush rising on his pale face, as if he had unraveled the entirety of Lin Mo's scheme. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumult within. Han Shui, let us act according to the gentleman's wishes. Immediately inform the hospital to proceed with the operation. Furthermore, his gaze sharpened like a blade. Secretly mobilize the elite Dragon Tooth Special Forces of the Zhenwu Division to monitor Jinling around the clock. Should the Shangwan family make any unusual movements, we must not allow them to harm even a single hair on the gentleman's family, even at the cost of engaging them in full-scale war. Yes, Han Shui's body quivered as she stood at attention, saluting before swiftly departing. Lin Mo remained oblivious to the tempest of speculation his simple decision had stirred within Qin Jinshan. His agreement stemmed from a straightforward rationale. First, his sister's illness could no longer be postponed. Regardless of whether this was a trap, he was determined to secure the perfectly matched marrow. Second, he was curious to observe what tricks this self-important group intended to employ. As for his sister's safety, a mediist. As long as he willed it, he could, at every moment of the operation, govern every cell and molecular movement within the operating room by his rules. On this planet, no one could harm those he sought to protect beneath his very gaze. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Han Shui. Advisor Lin. The voice on the other end was laced with unmistakable tension. I just received news. The Shangwan family has sent a formal invitation. It is addressed to you. Oh, Lin Mo's brow arched slightly. An invitation? Yes. Han Shui's voice had descended to a lower pitch. They remarked that since the third young master of the Shangwan family was about to donate bone marrow for her sister, the two families were indeed fated to be intertwined. The head of the Shangwan family wished to meet this remarkable young man before the operation, seeking to engage in a face-to-face conversation. The time was set for 3 days hence, and the location was the ancestral residence of the Shangwan family in Jinling. Upon finishing her words, Han Shui anxiously held her breath, awaiting Lin Mo's response. To her, this felt like an unequivocal invitation to a banquet of intrigue. A moment of silence lingered on the other end of the line, tightening Han Shui's heart with trepidation. Then Lin Mo's calm voice, devoid of any ripples, resonated. Very well. Inform them that I shall arrive punctually. With that, Lin Mo ended the call. Leaning against the headboard, he gazed at the pristine ceiling of his dormitory, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not only had the refuse come knocking at his door, but it had also conveniently provided the address of the landfill. Such service was indeed remarkably considerate. Chapter 47. Journey to Jinling. The calm before the storm, the night enveloped the city of Jiangsheng, saturating every brick and tile in darkness. Lin Mo ended the call. Yet the atmosphere within the dormitory remained unchanged. The crisp sound of keystrokes mingled with the dulcet whispers of sweet nothings from the balcony, maintaining the rhythm of the mundane. The world continued as it always had. However, Lin Mo was acutely aware that an invisible, colossal mechanism had begun to emit a heavy rumble, set in motion by the commitment he had made. He refrained from rising to tidy up, instead leaning quietly against the headboard, closing his eyes. His consciousness sank, and in an instant, he found himself in the absolute forbidden zone that belonged solely to him, a realm of profound silence. For this journey to Jinling, he required a suitable tool. The interface of the Forbidden Zone steward system silently unfolded within his mind, streams of data flowing like a tranquil waterfall. Since the last great cleansing in whose city, he had acquired the causality cloth, a unique tool, and had not returned to this place since. At this moment, A new task directive radiated a gentle glow on the system interface. Special cleaning task. Source of filth. Task description. New waste has begun to congregate actively, attempting to pollute the environment outside the dump. As the steward of the Forbidden Zone, it is your duty to conduct a thorough source cleaning before the pollution spreads. Task location. Jinling. Shengwan family. Task reward. Depending on the thoroughness of the cleaning, new functional modules of the Forbidden Zone will be unlocked. A faint, icy smile tugged at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. The system was ever so considerate, even defining the purpose of his journey with such precision. Source cleaning. He shifted his focus from the task description to his collection of cleaning tools. Demon-subduing tablet for wiping, soul-devouring flower for pruning, candle dragon bones for polishing. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the causality cloth. It appeared unremarkable, resembling merely a worn-out gray rag, yet it concealed terrifying rules capable of erasing the very concept of reality. It seemed insufficient. His eyes traversed past these familiar tools, directing their gaze toward the vast, obscure depths of the Zero Zone. Eventually, his consciousness pinpointed a specific area. It was a realm of absolute void, instinctively shunned even by the resentments and echoes of deities and demons. There a sword stood embedded, a rusted iron sword, its blade riddled with holes eroded by time, seemed as if it had been forsaken for countless epochs, so dilapidated that it appeared on the verge of disintegration into dust at any moment. This was the sole item within the entire Zero Zone for which the system had never issued a cleaning task, for it epitomized the essence of purity. Its existence served the purpose of severance and conclusion, a terminal point where all things return to the void. Anything approaching it would be cleaved into absolute nothingness. Lin Mo's consciousness, undeterred by distance, slowly advanced towards it. Warning. Host approaching high-risk, unclassified, item nameless, sword detected. The system's sharp warning reverberated in his consciousness, urging immediate retreat from the object imbued with the concept of termination, a peril of utmost severity. Yet, Lin Mo paid it no heed. His indomitable, divine, demon physique endowed him with an extraordinary affinity for this force, which touched upon the very essence of existence. He extended his hand, a hand composed of consciousness yet remarkably solid, gently grasping the cold, rough sword hilt that felt like it could scrape the skin. There was no thunder, no portentous phenomenon. The entire Forbidden Zone, and indeed the entirety of the universe, remained unperturbed by this action. The iron sword, emblematic of the concept of termination, was effortlessly extracted from the chaotic ground by him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new cleaning tool. Sort of rule-cutting, replica. Tool description. This is a projected replica of the nameless sword from the core of the Forbidden Zone, temporarily borrowing its cutting concept. Effect. Can be employed to sever the majority of physical and energy level stains. Caution. Forcibly cutting beyond the host's control over causality or concepts may result in tool damage. Note. A good paper cutter can make your cleaning tasks more elegant. Excellent. Lin Mo regarded the seemingly unremarkable iron sword replica in his hand with satisfaction. His consciousness returned to his corporeal form. He opened his eyes, sat up from his bed, and retrieved his backpack, commencing to pack. A few change of t-shirts, a charger, headphones. His movements were unhurried, reminiscent of an ordinary university student preparing for a brief excursion to a nearby city. The following morning, Lin Mo stepped out of the dormitory building with his backpack slung over his shoulders, the morning light elongating his shadow. His phone vibrated subtly. It was a message from Han Shui. Good morning, Consultant Lin. The private aircraft is ready, stationed at the military airport in the western suburbs of Jiangsheng, poised for immediate takeoff. Additionally, the 7th Squad of the Dragon 2 Special Forces will accompany you as your escort. Lin Mo did not pause in his stride. He extracted his phone with one hand, his fingertip tapping lightly on the screen to respond. No need. I will take the high-speed train. In Jiangsheng, at the command center of the town military division, Qin Jinshan and Han Shui fixated intensely on the 6 terse words displayed on the screen, ensnared in a prolonged, suffocating silence. High-speed train? Qin Jinshan's voice was as dry as sandpaper. In an instant, His mind conjured countless methods for the gentleman's journey to Jinling. Rending space, arriving in a stride. Harnessing thunder, transforming into a flash of light. Boarding the town military division's most advanced aerospace aircraft, descending upon the city at 10 times the speed of sound. Yet, with all his meager imagination exhausted, he could fathom no other mode of transport than the high-speed train, the very kind that necessitated queuing for tickets, identity verification that might cause delays, and was packed with the clamorous throngs of ordinary folks, an utterly mundane means of conveyance. I understand now. Qin Jinshan suddenly slapped his thigh, expending every ounce of his strength in that singular motion. His eyes erupted with a terrifying brilliance, and once again, that expression of fervor mingled with reverence graced his face. I understood. The gentleman is in the midst of cultivation. He is experiencing the myriad facets of the mundane world. A divine being walks among us. Every gesture, every movement is part of the path of enlightenment. How could we mere mortals presume to fathom the divine's exquisite inclinations with our limited understanding? He is conveying a message to us, and to the Shangwan family as well. I am here, unconcealed, unhidden, neither hurried nor slow. With the demeanor of an ordinary person, I shall boldly step into the meticulously arranged den of dragons and tigers. What confidence this is! What composure! Han Shui, listening from the side, felt her mind sway, rendered incapable of logical thought, and could only nod instinctively. So, Commander, what shall we do now? What shall we do? Qin Jinshan waved his hand decisively, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Immediately, cancel all previously scheduled plans. However, elevate the security level by 3 tiers. Contact the Railway Bureau. I want all stations along the route of that high-speed train, within a 3-kilometer radius, to be upgraded to first-level alert status. All security personnel, engage in plainclothes duty. Infiltrate the Skynet system. I want the complete profiles of every passenger in that carriage, from birth to the present, displayed on my screen within 3 minutes. Any individual exhibiting even the slightest suspicion is to be politely escorted off at the next stop. Additionally, dispatch the elite sniper team and infiltration experts of Dragon Tooth, disguised as passengers and crew members, to provide the highest level of covert protection throughout the journey. Remember, it must be discreet. Not a hint of anomaly must reach the gentleman, lest it disrupt his cultivation. Understood. Once again, the entire town marshal division was thrown into a whirlwind of activity due to Lin Mo's seemingly casual decision. On the G-176 high-speed train, in carriage number 7, Lin Mo leaned against the window, watching as the scenery outside blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors. His ears were plugged with headphones, the soothing strains of pure music isolating him from the external clamor. Everything appeared calm and serene. Unbeknownst to him, in the corners beyond his sight, countless eyes were safeguarding his ordinary journey with their very lives. The business gentleman across the aisle, seemingly dozing off, kept his fingers resting on his briefcase in a position capable of drawing a gun in 0.1 seconds. The cheerful stewardess pushing the food cart had a fruit knife at the bottom of her cart, forged by master craftsmen from the highest grade memory alloy, the finest of the town marshal division. Even far off alongside the railway, a man disguised as a signal maintenance worker had a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle quietly resting in his toolbox, capable of obliterating a fly, along with the patterns on its wings from a kilometer away. Hey, buddy, heading to Jinling? A voice interrupted Lin Mo's tranquility. He removed one earphone and glanced at the person beside him. He was a young man clad in trendy attire, his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen, and a limited edition psychic watch gleaming on his wrist. The young man's face bore an air of superiority and arrogance, characteristic of the locals of Jinling, deeply ingrained in their very essence. Lin Mo nodded politely. Judging by your outfit, are you a university student traveling? The young man leaned in with familiarity, introducing himself as Zhao Kuan from the Zhao family of Jinling. My family is somewhat renowned in Jinling, primarily engaged in the business of spiritual medicines. As he spoke, he observed Lin Mo's reaction from the corner of his eye, anticipating the astonishment envy, and flattery that should accompany the mention of the Jinling Zhao family. However, Lin Mo's face revealed no emotion, merely nodding again. Oh, this simple utterance stifled Zhao Kuan's elaborate display of boasting, leaving him feeling as if he had struck a formidable punch into a void of emptiness. Undeterred, he raised his voice slightly and continued, "Dude, you seem unfamiliar. You must not be from the martial arts circles, right? You may not know, but Jinling is the epicenter of martial arts in the entire Xia country. You could drop a brick from the sky and hit a martial artist, unlike your small towns." His words were abruptly cut off as Lin Mo suddenly turned his head, gazing earnestly at him. "You're quite dirty." "What?" Zhao Kuan was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. "I said." Lin Mo's eyes scrutinized him as if he were assessing a piece of organic waste in need of disposal. "The scent of your perfume mixed with the remnants of various spiritual medicines is quite unpleasant. Furthermore, your aura is jumbled, resembling that of a clogged, inferior filter. All of this constitutes stains." Zhao Kuan's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. He, the third young master of the Jinling Zhao family, a genius poised to enter the realm of martial artists, was being called dirty to his face by someone who appeared to be a mere impoverished student? "You're asking for it." Zhao Kuan erupted in fury, a surge of energy indicative of a peak ninth-rank martial apprentice exploding forth as he reached out to grasp Lin Mo by the collar. However, his hand froze mid-air. He met Lin Mo's gaze. It was an expression beyond the scope of language to describe, devoid of anger, malice, or disdain. It was an absolute chill. It resembled the revulsion of an excessively fastidious cleaner confronted with a stubborn, repugnant, moldy stain, contemplating what tools would suffice to eradicate it completely, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, all the blood in Zhao Kuan's body seemed to freeze into icy shards. An indescribable fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, tightened around his throat, rendering him voiceless. "Never mind." Lin Mo suddenly withdrew his gaze, donned his headphones once more, and calmly uttered two words. "Not worth it." He felt no inclination to squander even the slightest fragment of his energy on such inconsequential trivialities. Zhao Kuan, as if all the bones in his body had been extracted, slumped in his seat, cold sweat instantly saturating his expensive shirt. He was bewildered by the events that had just transpired. In that fleeting moment, he beheld something far more terrifying than death itself. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the carriage, the captain of the Dragon-Tooth team, masquerading as a business gentleman, slowly lowered his hand, resting at his waist. Through a concealed earpiece, he reported to the command center in a voice quivering with restrained intensity. "Report to the command center. The target has encountered provocation. Situation has been resolved." The target uttered only two sentences from beginning to end. "The suspect, the third young master of the Zhao family from Jinling, appears to have suffered a severe psychological blow and has lost control on the spot. Assessment. The target's power level requires redefinition." The high-speed train whistled as it sped across the vast plains. Outside the window, the ancient yet modern silhouette of Jinling was now within sight. Lin Mo gazed out, his expression serene. The junkyard had arrived. Chapter 48. A show of authority? No. It is waste sorting. The gentle tremor of the train's deceleration stirred Lin Mo from his light slumber. Outside the window, Jinling had arrived. The door of the G176 high-speed train silently slid open, allowing a distinctly different atmosphere to flood the carriage, dispersing the familiar essence of Jiangqing. This new air was denser and more viscous. The concentration of spiritual energy permeating the atmosphere far exceeded that of Jiangqing. Yet it was a chaotic amalgamation, like 100 rare spices blended with 100 decaying refuse, all tossed together in a colossal mixer, resulting in a bewildering mixture. The profound heritage of ancient families, the ostentation of modern cities, and the vitality of countless martial artists intertwined to form an invisible web, enveloping the entire city. In Lin Mo's perception, this place was not a sanctuary of martial arts. Rather, it resembled a vast, poorly managed energy landfill. He hoisted his simple backpack and followed the thronging crowd out of the carriage, his expression serene, betraying no trace of emotion. He flowed into this murky ocean like a drop of pure water. The platform was a cacophony of voices, yet beneath the orderly chaos lay countless undercurrents in motion. Lin Mo's calm gaze swept across the entire platform. His eyes did not linger on the hurried travelers, but instead traversed several meters to precisely fixate on a pillar near an exit. There stood a solitary figure, an elderly man clad in a black, intricately patterned Zhongshan suit. His hair was streaked with silver, each strand meticulously arranged, and his stature was erect, resembling a sturdy ancient pine rooted firmly in the concrete. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood there quietly, within a 3-meter radius around him. No traveler dared to approach. The throng seemed to encounter an invisible reef, naturally parting around him, completely isolating him from the surrounding clamor. His eyes were half closed, and his breaths were deep and measured, as though he were in a state of tranquil meditation. Yet Lin Mo could distinctly sense a gaze, as sharp as a steel needle, piercing through the crowd's barriers and precisely nailing him in place. That gaze held scrutiny, inquiry, and above all, a haughty disdain rooted in the marrow of existence, accumulated over the years by one of higher status. Lin Mo understood that this was a representative sent by the Shangwan family to meet him. He averted his eyes, ignoring the penetrating stare, and proceeded directly towards the exit. As he approached the elder, the man's half-closed eyelids slowly lifted. In that fleeting moment, brilliant light erupted from his eyes. What remarkable eyes they were! Within the depths of his pupils, faint sparks flickered. Merely exchanging a glance was enough to impose such mental pressure that an ordinary martial artist might crumble to the ground, revealing an unseemly demeanor. The elder was at the pinnacle of martial prowess, already half a step into the realm of masters, a formidable gatekeeper. Mr. Lin Mo? The elder's voice was steady and resonant, each word imbued with the authority of one who has long occupied a position of power, clearly discernible amidst the tumultuous platform. It is I. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. I am Shangwan Hong, the steward of the Shangwan family. The elder inclined his head slightly, a gesture of courtesy. Yet his spine remained perfectly erect, not bending in the slightest. Following the master's command, he had come to escort the gentleman to the ancestral home. His words were polite, yet the emphasis he placed on the term butler was unmistakably heavy. The implication was crystal clear, requiring no further interpretation. Within the esteemed Shangwan family, even a mere servant embodies a level of mastery that is beyond your reach. For a rootless youth like you to be summoned by the master is a rare honor, a privilege earned over 3 lifetimes. This was the Shangwan family's warning shot, and it had been fired from the very first moment of their encounter. However, Lin Mo's reaction shattered Shangwan Hong's expectations once again. He displayed no signs of surprise or trepidation, nor did he exhibit even the faintest ripple of emotion. His gaze lingered calmly on Shangwan Hong for a brief moment before his brow imperceptibly furrowed. You have a white hair at your collar, Lin Mo remarked coolly. Furthermore, the position where you stand is directly beneath a vent, and every 3 minutes, due to airflow disturbances, a fresh batch of dust descends. Your left shoulder is already speckled with 13 particles of dust. As a butler, maintaining one's own cleanliness is the most fundamental requirement. Shangwan Hong's expression froze. The tranquility he had cultivated over decades of practice cracked for the first time, revealing a hint of vulnerability. He had envisioned countless reactions from Lin Mo, panic, flattery, feigned composure, or a show of bravado, but he had never anticipated that the young man would adopt a stance of superiority, scrutinizing him as if a master were assessing an inadequate servant. Was this youth merely posturing, or did he genuinely possess some form of leverage? A tumult of doubt surged within Shangwan Hong, yet he was a man seasoned by the tempests of life. He quelled the turmoil within his heart, maintaining a neutral expression and with an unruffled demeanor. Subtly shifted to the side, gesturing for Lin Mo to proceed. Mr. Lin, this way please, the car is ready. A sleek, elongated black Hongqi sedan awaited silently at the exit of the VIP passage. Its lines were smooth, its surface as dark as ink, reflecting a non-metallic, lustrous sheen under the sunlight. Lin Mo recognized that the car's exterior was infused with deep-sea black iron ore, having undergone 100 processes of forging, capable of withstanding all physical assaults from master-level adversaries. As the door opened, the interior revealed opulence and elegance. Shang Wanhong held the door open for Lin Mo before taking his seat in the passenger position. The vehicle glided away from the station with a smooth, silent grace. "Mr. Lin, is this your first visit to Jinling?" Shang Wanhong initiated a seemingly casual conversation, observing Lin Mo's expression through the rearview mirror. Jinling has long been a land of dragons and tigers, and since the resurgence of spiritual energy, this has only intensified. Here, the rules of the land are paramount. Those who do not abide by them, no matter how formidable they may be, can easily find themselves at a disadvantage. His words were laden with insinuation and veiled threats. Lin Mo, however, remained transfixed by the view outside the window. The rapidly receding architectural marvels, a harmonious blend of modernity and antiquity, seemed to captivate his attention far more than the utterances of Shang Wanhong. The glass of the car window bore fingerprints. Lin Mo's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Shang Wanhong's ears. "It hampers my appreciation of the scenery." The corner of Shang Wanhong's eye twitched involuntarily. He sensed that the poise and control he had cultivated throughout his life were gradually crumbling in the presence of this young man. He simply did not adhere to conventional norms. When you spoke of rules, he expounded on hygiene. When you discussed influence, he delved into details. This was a complete disregard for the discourse you had constructed, a dimensional assault from an entirely different perspective. Shang Wanhong took a deep breath, resolving to refrain from further self-inflicted embarrassment. He sealed his lips, and an oppressive silence enveloped the vehicle. As they traversed the bustling cityscape, they gradually entered a realm of ancient elegance and solemnity. Here, the architectural style underwent a dramatic transformation. The skyscrapers vanished, replaced by green bricks, dark tiles, and elegantly curved eaves supported by ornate brackets. Towering ancient trees flanked the roads, each one seemingly a witness to centuries of tempestuous history. The air grew thick with a vibrant energy. This was the core area where the martial clans of Jinling congregated. At the heart of this region stood the ancestral home of the Shangwan family. A grand estate emerged at the end of their line of sight, resembling a primordial beast coiled among the mountains, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. The crimson, towering entrance gate was flanked by two vividly sculpted qilin, masterfully crafted from some mystical jade, radiating an air of authority that commanded respect. Before the gate, 8 guards clad in standardized martial attire stood like javelins, lined up on either side. Their presence was as solid as the mountains, their breaths stirring the surrounding energies. Each was a bona fide warrior. To employ warriors as gatekeepers, this was the hallmark of the Shangwan family. The vehicle came to a gentle halt before the entrance. Shang Wanhong exited and opened the door for Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin, we have arrived." As Lin Mo descended, he raised his gaze to the grand characters adorning the gate, Shangwan. Those 2 characters bore a powerful spiritual imprint. Even a mere glance from an ordinary person would leave them dizzy and disoriented. "The calligraphy is commendable," Lin Mo remarked. The strokes were vigorous, yet the essence was muddled, brimming with ostentation and arrogance, akin to a blemish. He averted his gaze and stepped toward the grand entrance. Just as one foot touched the first step, an abrupt transformation occurred. Within the confines of the estate's walls, 2 piercing sounds of air being sliced through suddenly erupted. 2 young disciples of the Shangwan family, clad in agile attire, appeared to be sparring within the courtyard, leaping high over the walls, each wielding a long sword and a combat knife, creating dazzling arcs of energy in the air. The sword's radiance flowed like water, while the blade's brilliance blazed like fire. 2 streams of energy intertwined, forming an immense web of light that inadvertently enveloped the entrance. The luminous arc of energy, seemingly merely the residuals of a sparring match, harbored a formidable power capable of effortlessly slicing through a steel plate. Chapter 49. The sovereign's might. The sound that resonated was not emitted from the throat, but rather harmonized with the very pulse of the universe. Each word transformed into an invisible giant drum, reverberating in Lin Mo's ears and echoing in the depths of every soul present. Seated within the grand hall was none other than the anchor of the Shangwan family. The current patriarch, a peerless powerhouse who had dwelled in the realm of martial sovereigns for decades. Shangwan Shao, he remained seated, clad in a simple Tang suit, exuding a presence of authority surpassing that of an emperor adorned in a dragon robe. His gaze pierced through the chasms of space, manifesting as tangible pressure, akin to an invisible mountain bearing down upon Lin Mo. This was the might of a martial sovereign, a manifestation of spirit and vitality, intricately fused to form a realm uniquely his own. Under the enveloping aura of this might, any martial artist beneath the rank of martial king would feel their spirit being torn asunder, their blood vitality suppressed, rendering each breath an arduous endeavor. Those of weaker constitution might even collapse, bleeding from their orifices, their minds unraveling. This was the ultimate and most direct trial that Shangwan Shao presented to Lin Mo. He sought to discern what qualities this young individual, who inspired such reverence in Qin Jinshan, possessed. Shangwan Hong's countenance regained its composure, even tinged with a hint of pity. The patriarch had personally intervened. In his eyes, this youth named Lin Mo, no matter how prodigious, could never hope to withstand the pressure of a martial sovereign. The best he could hope for would be to pale, teeter on the brink of collapse, and barely maintain his footing. A more likely scenario would see him crumple to his knees, submitting his will to the sovereign of the Shangwan clan. They awaited the spectacle, eager to witness how this audacious individual would grovel like a dog beneath the weight of their elder's authority. Yet a second passed. Lin Mo remained steadfast, unmoving. 3 seconds elapsed. Remarkably, he took a step forward. 10 seconds went by. Lin Mo had traversed all the steps, arriving before the gaping doorway. He showed no signs of distress, his complexion unflinching, his gaze devoid of any tremor. The overwhelming pressure of a martial sovereign felt to him like a mere gentle breeze. No, it was not even a breeze. What? Within the hall, Shangwan Zhao's previously impassive eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment. He could distinctly sense that his aura had fully enveloped the young man. Yet, that sensation was akin to compressing a mountain into an abyss of emptiness. All pressure dissipated inexplicably 3 feet from Lin Mo's body, vanishing as if consumed by an unseen black hole. How could this be? This young man must possess some extraordinary treasure that shields him from mental oppression. Yes, it must be so. That cunning old fox, Qin Jinshan, must have lent him the most prized artifact of the Martial Suppression Division to protect this vital young talent. In his heart, Shangwan Shao swiftly devised a plausible explanation for Lin Mo's astonishing demeanor. At that moment, Lin Mo finally reacted, standing at the entrance. He gazed up at Shangwan Shao in the hall. Then he extended his hand and waved it through the air before him, as if dispersing something. The atmosphere here is rather murky. Lin Mo spoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the courtyard. There is a stale, self-righteous odor lingering. And what is this pressure? Is your central air conditioning malfunctioning? The cooling effect is so poor that it becomes quite vexing. Puff, the 2 Shangwan family youths, who had been eagerly anticipating a spectacle, were struck by his words, collapsing from a fit of rage and shock. Shangwan Hong staggered, nearly losing his balance, as he regarded Lin Mo with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. Madman, this kid is undoubtedly a complete lunatic. How dare he, in front of the family head, liken the emperor's oppressive aura to a broken air conditioner? This is provocation, an unabashed, utmost humiliation of a sovereign. Suddenly, Shangwan Shao erupted into laughter within the hall. His laughter resonated like rolling thunder, causing the very roof of the Shangwan estate to vibrate. A surge of violent killing intent, tenfold stronger than before, ascended to the heavens. What a clever-tongued young man. A broken air conditioner indeed. It has been 50 years since I have encountered such an amusing youth. Shangwan Shao slowly rose from his seat. As he did, the light in the hall seemed to dim, for he was the absolute center of this space. Since you deem my hospitality insufficiently clean, I shall employ another method to cleanse your boundless arrogance. No sooner had he spoken than Shangwan Shao moved. He did not rush forth. Instead, he simply raised his right hand, pointing it like a sword at Lin Mo, 100 meters away. Buzz! The air emitted a mournful cry, unable to bear the burden. A visibly condensed force tore through the fabric of space. This force, no thicker than a thumb, contained energy potent enough to pierce through a small interstellar destroyer. This was the Shangwan family's ultimate skill, star-shattering finger, executed by a martial emperor. Its power approached the realm of the divine. This finger locked onto Lin Mo's every vital energy. There was no escape, no evasion. He could only withstand it. A cruel smile graced Shangwan Zhao's face. He did not intend to kill Lin Mo with this strike. He merely sought to cripple an arm, imparting an unforgettable lesson, teaching him that a sovereign must not be insulted. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering finger, Lin Mo's movements remained astonishingly simple. He did not even employ the projection of that meticulously crafted sword. He merely raised his right hand towards the white finger energy, so swift that even light could not keep pace with it. With fingers splayed, he gently grasped it, as if plucking a falling leaf from the air. In that moment, time seemed to freeze once more. This star-shattering finger, capable of piercing starships, lingered in the palm of Lin Mo's hand. It spun, danced, and shrieked within his grasp, desperately attempting to break free from the seemingly ordinary confinement of his 5 fingers. Yet all was in vain. Lin Mo's hand resembled an unyielding prison of absolute rules. The energy was far too chaotic, its coherence drastically lacking. It was tainted with the caster's own tumultuous emotions, rage, arrogance, and a myriad of negative sentiments. Lin Mo regarded the struggling mass of energy in his palm, like the most discerning quality inspector evaluating a substandard product. Could this even be deemed an attack? To me, it barely qualifies as refuse. Upon concluding this thought, his fingers gradually closed. A crisp sound echoed, akin to the cracking of a walnut. This star-shattering finger, which could instill fear in any martial king, was effortlessly crushed by him, transforming into a myriad of pure light points before dissipating into the air. The entire Shangwan residence fell into a profound silence. Shangwan Hong's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg, as the string of reason in his mind snapped completely. In the hall, Shangwan Zhao's face, perpetually adorned with an air of omnipotence, froze in a cruel smirk, now replaced by sheer astonishment and a trace of fear that even he himself had not recognized. Chapter 50, The Banquet of Hades' Silence. An absolute stillness that devours sound, light, and even thought itself. This profound void emanated from the depths of Zone Zero. Yet at this moment, it was brought forth by a young man into the very heart of the Shangwan family. A muscle on Shangwan Zhao's cheek began to twitch uncontrollably. He had lived for 137 years, climbing through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to ultimately ascend to the throne of the martial emperor, reigning over Jinling and gazing down upon the entire Jiangnan region. He had witnessed prodigies as brilliant as comets and had personally extinguished countless talents that threatened to undermine his position. His heart had long been forged of iron and stone, firmly believing that nothing in this world could stir even a ripple in the depths of his imperial heart. That conviction was utterly shattered today. Before him stood a young man, no more than 20, who, with an air of almost condescending grace, casually erased his proud star fragment finger. It was not a matter of enduring, nor blocking, nor even countering with a greater force. It was an erasure of a higher dimensional nature, a level of rule that he could not comprehend, nor even imagine, a dismissal of existence itself. An adult, expressionless, simply wiped away the line drawn in the sand by a child, expending every ounce of effort, with effortless ease. He even discerned a flicker of impatience in the calm gaze of the young man. Who are you? Shangwan Zhao's voice, for the first time, lost the richness and authority befitting an emperor, revealing an unexpected dryness and tremor. His formidable presence, capable of suppressing mountains and rivers, crumbled under the indifferent scrutiny of his opponent, like snow melting under the scorching sun, shattering, dissolving, vanishing entirely. Lin Mo offered no reply. He did not even cast a glance at Shangwan Zhao. Instead, he stepped forward, entering the resplendent hall that exuded a musty air in every corner. Click! Click, click. The sound of his polished shoes echoed rhythmically upon the pristine floor, crafted from a single slab of millennium-old spirit jade. Each step fell precisely in time with the heartbeat of Shangwan Xiao, causing the emperor's heart to plummet heavily with each advance. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings. His gaze swept over the meticulously carved chairs and tables fashioned from thousand-year-old sandalwood, and the wall hangings that were said to be inscribed by ancient martial saints, imbued with the essence of martial truth. There was no hint of admiration or wonder in his eyes. Rather, they held the cold, objective scrutiny of a quality inspector assessing products on a production line. At last, his gaze settled upon the grand central table, a vast round table of intricately carved zeton wood, large enough to accommodate 30 guests. The table was already laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, shimmering with ethereal light. Each dish was crafted from treasures of heaven and earth, the stuff of dreams for external warriors. A thick soup, slow-cooked with millennium-old Hisho Wu, glimmered golden and wafted an alluring fragrance. From the depths of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, the blood-scale carp has been sliced into sashimi, each piece as delicate as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a crimson aura. Accompanying it is the 300-year-old purple-gold spiritual mushroom, meticulously cut into uniform, thin slices. Its ethereal energy nearly palpable. Any dish presented here, should it exude even the slightest aroma, would compel a master-level expert to part with their entire fortune, even to wager their very life. This is the grand banquet that the Shangwan family has orchestrated for Lin Mo. Their initial plan was to dazzle Lin Mo with these treasures and resources unimaginable to mere mortals, thereby challenging his perceptions. Subsequently, they aim to dismantle his psychological defenses step by step, like boiling a frog in warm water, until he completely submits. How perfect yet absurd this script is. Lin Mo approached the table. Under Shangwan Zhao's increasingly perplexed gaze, he reached out, pulled out a heavy zeton wood chair, and seated himself with an air of ease, as though he were the true master of his place. He picked up a pair of exquisitely carved chopsticks made of top-quality warm jade and delicately lifted a slice of the mushroom, fragrant and tender, to his lips. He closed his eyes, savoring it slowly. Shangwan Zhao's heart raced in tandem with his mounting anxiety. Lin Mo nodded, opening his eyes to render his judgment. The cooking was slightly off. At least 30% of its medicinal properties had dissipated. The age was overstated. The wood core fibers of the mushroom showed signs of aging, at most 250 years. The handling was too crude, leaving excessive impurities that hindered the flow of its pure spiritual energy. He set down the chopsticks, delivering his final verdict. Overall assessment, barely palatable refuse. Without even glancing at Shangwan Xiao, he picked up a glistening piece of fish flesh, seemingly glowing from within. Blood-scale carp? A hint of barely perceptible mockery crept across his lips. No, it was merely a mutated koi with a trace of hybrid dragon blood, its lineage muddied, radiating a volatile energy. To consume such flesh, imbued with feral energy, raw, a poor rating. With each dish he critiqued, Shangwan Zhao's expression darkened further. When Lin Mo defined the most extravagant selections on the table as garbage, Shangwan Zhao's visage had grown as dark as the bottom of a pot. These are the finest ingredients the Shangwan family had painstakingly gathered from the fringes of forbidden zones, at the cost of countless resources and even the sacrifice of several master-level experts. They were meant to showcase the family's heritage, to intimidate the petty and insignificant, a fade of their esteemed lineage, a source of pride. Now, in the mouth of this young man, they had been reduced to worthless scraps. Such humiliation was far more intolerable than the crushing of his star-shattering finger, for it negated everything the Shangwan family had relied upon for centuries. Enough! Shangwan Xiao finally erupted, unable to contain his simmering rage any longer, roaring with suppressed fury. What do you truly intend to do? Lin Mo leisurely wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. He raised his head, finally meeting the gaze of the so-called pinnacle of the martial world in Xia. The martial emperor. His eyes were remarkably calm, a tranquility that sent a bone-chilling sensation through Shangwan Xiao. It seems you have misunderstood a vital matter. I did not come here to partake in your feast of betrayal. I am here to dine. You, under the auspices of the Shangwan family, extended an invitation claiming to offer assistance for my sister. Thus, this meal represents merely the first trivial interest of your offering. A subtle, yet unsettling smirk appeared at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth, sending shivers down Shangwan Zhao's spine. Boom! Shangwan Zhao's mind buzzed, blanking out. He finally comprehended why Qin Jinshan from the Zhenwu division had described this young man with such near-divine reverence. Wild. This term scarcely sufficed to encapsulate Lin Mo's demeanor. It embodied an absolute disregard that transcended all worldly conventions. From the very start, he had not regarded the Shangwan family as anything more than a mere repository to be plundered at will and judged arbitrarily. You, on what grounds? Shangwan Zhao's voice sharpened with extreme fury and fear. Is it due to your unheard-of, enigmatic methods? Do you truly believe that the 5-century legacy of the Shangwan family is within your comprehension? I can see that you are formidable, beyond my expectations, but this is the Shangwan family. This is my territory, Shangwan Zhao's domain. Here, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. He stamped his foot fiercely. The entire Shangwan residence trembled violently. Buzz, visible, intricate, and arcane golden runes ignited from beneath the floor within the walls, and from the ornate beams and pillars. An immense protective formation, capable of enveloping the entire mountain, was instantly activated. A force of confinement, 100-fold more terrifying than the previous martial emperor's pressure, surged from all directions, compressing towards Lin Mo from every particle of space. This was the ultimate protective formation, the 9 Heavens Dragon Locking Formation, meticulously crafted over 3 generations by the Shangwan family, employing the essence of a spiritual vein as its foundation. Once fully unleashed, even 3 martial emperors joining forces would find it impossible to shake it even slightly in a short span, and to breach it from within would be akin to climbing the heavens. Do you see? Boy, as he felt the earth-shattering power emanating from the formation, Shangwan Zhao's confidence surged like a tide, returning to him fully. In this grand array, he was the god who controlled everything. Now, I offer you one last opportunity. Reveal your origins, surrender all your secrets, and then kneel to pledge your loyalty to the Shangwan family. Otherwise, what awaits you is the fate of being ground into powder, inch by inch, by this formidable array, leading to the complete annihilation of both body and soul. Chapter 51. Your trump card? No, it is my menu sculpted by despair. Shangwan Zhao lay crumpled on the ground, his entire being curled into a ball as he gazed up at Lin Mo. In those eyes, there resided not a flicker of emotion, neither derision, nor pity, nor the satisfaction of a victor. Instead, there was an extreme indifference, a profound disregard akin to a deity looking down upon dust, finding even the act of acknowledging it superfluous. This indifference struck him with a chilling dread, more profound than the most venomous of curses, reverberating from the deepest recesses of his soul. It was not a mere condescension of the strong over the weak. It was an instinctual terror born from the obliteration of life's hierarchy. Who on earth are you? Shangwan Zhao croaked, his voice hoarse and parched, each syllable emerging as if painfully extracted from a shattered bellows. He could not comprehend. His worldview lay shattered in that moment. How could such an illogical, inexplicable monstrosity exist in this world? Although Qin Jinshan of the Zhenwu division was formidable, he still operated within the confines of known rules. Yet Lin Mo before him seemed to embody an entirely new paradigm that traversed the earthly realm. I am someone you are unworthy to know. Lin Mo's gaze traversed through him, peering into the profound darkness of the estate. You need only grasp one truth. You have wielded my sister as a pawn to threaten me. His voice was soft, yet it pierced like an invisible ice pick, relentlessly driving into Shangwan Zhao's very marrow. This I cannot abide. Therefore, I must undertake a thorough cleansing of the source of your filth. Shangwan Zhao's body convulsed violently. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the marrow-deep terror. No, you cannot. It was as if he had seized the last splinter of driftwood floating in an endless abyss, summoning all his strength to emit a shrill, desperate cry from his throat. My grandson Shangguan Yu. He is the only person in this world whose marrow can match your sister's with perfect precision. His voice twisted with fervor, tinged with a morbid exhilaration. The surgery has yet to be performed. If you harm us, your sister is as good as dead. Should the Shangguan clan be obliterated, I assure you, no doctor in the entire Xia kingdom will dare to touch this operation. This was his final trump card, his most malicious threat. He gambled that, despite the adversary's strength and irrationality, they were still human. And being human, there must be a vulnerability. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression remained inscrutable. He merely shook his head slowly. His gaze resembled that of one observing a hopeless fool, flailing at the edge of a precipice, proclaiming their ability to fly. You still do not understand, Lin Mo stated calmly. First, I shall procure the marrow, but not from your hands. It will be taken from him. Second, a doctor? I require none, for no one understands life better than I do. Third, and most laughably, a trace of the faintest, almost imperceptible derision flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Do you truly believe that the one named Shangguan Yu is naturally a perfect match for my sister? Boom. This statement struck like a primordial thunderclap, reverberating violently within Shangguan Zhao's mind. In that instant, his pupils constricted to the size of a perilous needlepoint. The color drained from his face, leaving behind a ghastly pallor reminiscent of death itself. How? How could you possibly know? He screamed, his voice contorted by sheer terror into a sharp, piercing shriek. This was the deepest, darkest, most unspeakable secret of the Shangguan family. It was their ultimate reliance in orchestrating this grand scheme. Shangguan Yu was not inherently frail. He was a flawless vessel secretly cultivated by the Shangguan family over nearly a century, employing countless forbidden techniques at the cost of innumerable lives. Their true intention was never merely to threaten, but to steal the very essence of divinity. Through bone marrow transplantation, they intended to silently implant within Lin a terrifying seed of power, forged through secret methods to usurp the genes and life force of others. Using Lin Yuan as a medium and a springboard, they aimed to siphon the unfathomable strength from Lin Mo. What a mad and audacious plan this was. Yet now, this seemingly flawless conspiracy was laid bare by the adversary with a casual utterance. How did you know? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a chilling, emotionless arc. When I designated you as trash, your past, present, and future, all interwoven causal threads, became crystal clear in my eyes. All your schemes, all your calculations, appeared as mere scribbles on discarded paper, clear and ludicrous. He lifted his foot, advancing step by step toward Shangguan Zhao. The polished floor echoed with the muted yet rhythmic sound of his leather shoes, each step resonating like a stomp upon Shangguan Zhao's heart. No, don't come any closer. Shangguan Zhao completely unraveled. He struggled, using both hands and feet, writhing on the ground like a worm with a severed spine, desperately attempting to escape the approaching figure that heralded ultimate despair. All pride, all hidden cards, all plots had, in that moment, become a grand farce. He finally grasped the essence of true despair, not the threat of death, but the void of his very existence being rendered null. Ancestor, save me. Just as Lin Mo's foot was about to descend, Shangguan Zhao summoned the last vestiges of his strength to emit a wretched, inhuman wail. That sound pierced through layers of palatial halls, reaching the deepest recesses of the Shangguan ancestral home, a forbidden ground even the family head dared not tread. Buzz Oha, older and more terrifying than the martial Emperor Shangguan Zhao, awakened with a thunderous force, belonging not to this era. This presence bore the chill of death, the decay of earth, and an insatiable hatred and greed for all living beings. Who dares to be so audacious within the esteemed house of the Shangguan? A voice, intermittent and labored, as if each syllable were squeezed painfully through the crevices of a coffin, reverberated within the souls of all present. In the next moment, the very fabric of space was violently rent asunder, revealing a pitch-black void. From this darkness emerged a gaunt, blood-colored figure, reminiscent of a zombie, materializing within the grand hall. Upon his arrival, the air seemed to be siphoned away, the temperature plummeting as a thin layer of sanguine frost, tainted with the stench of blood, rapidly crystallized upon the walls and floor. He was none other than the true trump card of the Shangwan family. Having passed away 2 centuries prior, he had utilized forbidden methods to transmute himself into a half-human, half-ghost blood demon, surviving to this day as the former head of the clan, Shangwan Wudao, a veritable ancient monster of martial saint caliber. Upon witnessing this figure, Shangwan Zhao's face instantly illuminated with a euphoric relief, the last flicker of light igniting within his murky eyes. "Ancestor, save me. This boy is a demon. He seeks to annihilate the Shangwan family." Shangwan Wudao's eyes, now mere fathomless black voids, turned toward Lin Mo. A mental assault potent enough to shatter the souls of martial emperors surged forth like an invisible black tsunami, sweeping toward Lin Mo. Ah, what a magnificent exterior, such pure life essence. His voice brimmed with an insatiable greed and longing. "Offer yourself to me. Become the sustenance that allows me to live once more." He emitted a piercing, owl-like cackle. His hand, dry as a chicken's claw and nails as dark as ink, reached directly for the crown of Lin Mo's head, imbued with a bloodthirsty aura capable of corrupting the soul. Yet, in the face of this martial, saint-level behemoth, Lin Mo's countenance bore not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, a flicker of delight? No, it was not mere delight. It resembled the professional satisfaction of an obsessive cleaner who, after scrubbing an entire villa to perfection, suddenly lifts a carpet to uncover the largest, most stubborn, and most valuable stain of grime hidden beneath, a revelation of profound joy. It appeared that the dirtiest secret lay concealed until the very end. Chapter 52. The grand finale. The cloth of causality. The anguished wails of Shangwan Wudao were abruptly severed at the root of his throat. The malice and madness solidified upon his gaunt visage, transforming it into an eternal, twisted relief. He beheld Lin Mo extending another hand. In that hand there was naught. Yet, within the perception of a martial sage, one who harmonized with the very fabric of rules, the space where that hand reached forth tore open the veil of reality. It was not merely a hand. It was an abyss, an emptiness more profound and absolute than the deepest voids of the universe. This exalted concept of nothingness was forcibly contorted within his soul's perception, reduced to a form he could barely comprehend, a mere cloth. A cloth intended to erase the very concept of existence itself. Lin Mo lifted this ethereal cloth of causality. He directed it towards Shangwan Wudao with a gentle, casual flick of his wrist. The motion was graceful, executed with a finesse that suggested it had been repeated countless times before. Within it resided no intent to kill, no hatred, nothing at all. It was not an assault. Rather, it was akin to a janitor preparing for a day of labor, casually swinging his tools to loosen his wrists, a standard starting gesture. What? What do you intend to do? Shangwan Wudao's lifeless form, no longer belonging to the realm of the living, erupted in unprecedented tremors. This was not fear, but rather a primal instinct responding to the threat of death. What he felt at that moment was an absolute repulsion against annihilation, transcending all life instincts. His soul cried out in agony. He sensed that he was not merely facing an attack, nor was he to be slain. Instead, he was to be obliterated, erased from this world, from the very origin to the end of time, from the memories of all, and from the chains of causality, completely and utterly removed. Not a trace of existence would remain. Flee. This thought was not born of contemplation. It erupted as the singular command from the foundational logic of Shangwan Wudao's being, a life form's ultimate defiance against the void. He had lived for centuries, climbing through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, transforming himself into this blood demon, forsaking all warmth and pleasures of humanity. Everything he had done was for one purpose, to endure eternally. He could not perish. He must not be erased. Blood escape technique. Shangwan Wudao let out a roar that defied human sound, as from his severed wrist gushed a thick, inky, foul-smelling essence of his life force. This essence ignited spontaneously in the air, erupting in a bizarre crimson glow, morphing into a complex and mystical blood-red rune. The rune pulsated, and the surrounding spatial barriers emitted mournful cries, on the verge of being torn asunder. This was his ultimate life-saving secret technique. By sacrificing 30% of his essence blood, he could instantaneously transport himself 1,000 miles away, his last resort in moments of desperation. However, just as the blood-red rune was on the brink of full formation, ready to whisk him away from this land of despair, in Lin Mo's grasp, the intangible causal cloth descended. With a subtle swoosh, an inaudible sound of friction resonated at a fundamental level. The blood-red runes, ablaze and emanating terrifying spatial fluctuations, vanished as if a piece of chalk had hastily traced a mark upon a blackboard, only to be gently wiped away by a pristine eraser. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace, leaving behind an immaculate void. Along with it, the violent waves capable of tearing apart space were also smoothed and restored to their original tranquility. No! Shangguan Wudao emitted the final, most despairing roar of his life. His body began to turn transparent, starting from his feet, inch by inch. This was not the dissipation of energy nor the disintegration of flesh. Rather, it was the stripping away of his very existence. He looked down, clearly able to see his feet, yet felt no sense of presence. His memories began to rewind in an irreversible frenzy, his spirited triumph as a martial sage. The endless agony of refining blood magic, the maniacal slaughter during his youth amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the first cries of his childhood in the courtyard. Scene after scene did not fade away. Instead, they were denied. These events had never occurred. This person had never existed. Prostrate beside him, Shangguan Xiao witnessed this scene that shattered his lifelong understanding. His mind had ceased to function, devolving into a mushy confusion. Before him, the martial sage ancestor of his clan, a being capable of instilling tremors within the entire martial world of the Xia Kingdom. The ultimate trump card who had lived for centuries was gradually vanishing. Not even a speck of dust remained. It was as if Shangguan Wudao had never existed in this world. Having concluded his task, Lin Mo withdrew the causal cloth, his heart undisturbed. The long-standing grime, complex in structure and stubborn in composition, indeed required the employment of conceptual-grade cleaning tools. The results were satisfactory, utterly pristine. His gaze returned to the now ashen-faced, utterly dazed Shangguan Xiao. Now, it is your turn. Lin Mo advanced slowly toward him. No, don't come closer. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Shangguan Xiao, once a martial emperor who looked down upon Jinling, the uncrowned king of this city, now resembled a truly broken dog, its spine shattered. He knelt upon the ground, tears streaming, desperately bowing to Lin Mo, the polished floor resounding with each thud of his head. I am willing to offer everything from the Shangguan family. All wealth, all secret manuals, all precious materials. I only ask that you, like releasing a breath, let me go. Lin Mo halted before him, looking down upon this former ruler who had utterly lost all dignity and courage. Your life holds no value to me. Lin Mo's voice remained icy, devoid of the slightest hint of human emotion. However, your existence still holds a modicum of utility. Having spoken, he extended his hand, fingers splayed, and gently pressed it against the crown of Shangguan Zhao's head. Ack! Shangguan Xiao emitted a chilling scream, unrecognizable as human, his body convulsing violently. He felt the profound essence of life, belonging to the martial emperor, that he had cultivated through arduous training for centuries, along with all his memories and emotions, being irresistibly and brutally siphoned away by an overwhelming force. This was not mere consumption. It resembled an exceedingly efficient reclamation of resources. Moments later, Lin Mo withdrew his hand. Shangguan Zhao's cries ceased abruptly, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground, reduced to a desiccated shell, devoid of all vitality. Yet, Lin Mo's own aura remained unchanged. What he had extracted was not absorbed, but underwent an incomprehensible process in his palm, rapidly compressed, purified, and transformed. Ultimately, it coalesced into a pearl the size of a longan, radiating a gentle, multicolored luminescence. This pearl contained the distilled essence of a martial emperor's life, pure to an extraordinary degree. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the special cleansing task source of filth. Task evaluation, S grade, perfect cleanup, resource recovery, task rewards, generated. Reward 1, life source pearl, royal grade, X1. Can be used to heal the majority of biological wounds, replenish life essence, and restructure genetic makeup. Reward 2, unlocking a new forbidden zone functional module, garbage recycling station. Garbage recycling station. The host can reclaim, purify, and repurpose the stains, energy, life forms, grievances, causality, etc. that have been cleansed, transforming them into various useful items. Lin Mo gazed at the pearl, known as the life source pearl, in his palm. A genuine, heartfelt smile graced his face for the first time since his sister's illness took a grave turn. This was, indeed, the true purpose of his visit to the Shangguan household. What he sought was never the marrow of the Shangguan clan. He desired a higher-grade medicine capable of liberating his sister, Lin Mo, from her afflictions and even transforming her very essence. The life source pearl, condensed from the lifetime essence of a martial emperor, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Its energy purity was sufficient. The life essence was intact. It could flawlessly rectify his sister's genetic defects and provide supplementary enhancements. As for the so-called perfect match, Shangguan Yu, Lin Mo's gaze pierced through the thick walls, directing towards the inner courtyard. He sensed a trembling young life force emanating from there. The principal culprit had been dealt with. The accomplice, with a pollution level too low, was deemed unworthy of incurring additional cleaning costs. It was classified as recyclable waste to be addressed later. Never mind. Lin Mo shook his head. Trash could simply be sorted and processed. There was no need for total annihilation. He sheathed the life source pearl and turned astride towards the grand entrance. As he passed by the immense round table laden with exquisite delicacies, untouched by any hand, he recognized that the feast had reached its conclusion. He had dined to his satisfaction, just as he was about to step through the threshold of the illustrious Shangguan family. Stained by countless bloodshed and intrigue, his pace faltered momentarily. A recollection surfaced in his mind. He once again retrieved the intangible cloth of causality and, directing it towards the entire estate of a Shangguan family, he made a gentle sweep. Chapter 53, A New Therapy, The Imaginary Universe of Qin Jinshan, the Shangguan family. The residence, a symbol of half a century of power in Jinling, now lay reduced to an expanse of barren land. It was neither a ruin nor scorched earth, but rather an eerily pristine clearing, as if an invisible divine hand had plucked the buildings and their very foundations from the realm of reality. Passers-by wore expressions of fleeting bewilderment. How strange! I could have sworn there was a grand mansion here. You must be mistaken. Hasn't this always been designated as parkland? Perhaps. I've been forgetful lately. When the foundations of existence are erased, mortal memories become like flickering candles in the wind, instinctively correcting themselves to align with reason. Lin Mo stood at the edge of the vacant lot, his thoughts interrupted by the vibration of his phone. "Sir," came the voice of Qin Jinshan, laden with a suppressed reverence that seemed on the verge of breaking free. "The matter regarding the Shangguan family has been resolved." Lin Mo's tone was as straight as an arrow. "Now, I require you to prepare some items. At your command, a new treatment plan." On the other end of the line, an absolute silence ensued. Qin Jinshan gripped the communicator, feeling as if he held not merely a device of communication, but a divine decree poised to descend upon the earth. After a few seconds, his trembling voice returned, each syllable as if forced through clenched teeth. "A new treatment plan?" Indeed. Lin Mo's tone was as casual as if remarking on the pleasant weather. "I will send you the details. Prepare a top-tier sterile operating room and find a cardiac surgeon to assist me." "Assist you?" Qin Jinshan felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his heart. Did the sir mean he would wield the scalpel himself? This notion was not a thunderclap, but rather the birth and demise of an entire universe within his mind. "Any issues?" Lin Mo's voice now bore a hint of human emotional fluctuation, curiosity. "None. Absolutely no issues." Qin Jinshan sprang from his chair, his spine rigid as steel. He bellowed into the air with all his might, his voice infused with a frenzied fervor. "Rest assured, sir, I will make immediate arrangements. I will summon the nation's foremost cardiac surgical team to your side. It would be their fortune to kneel and observe." "Unnecessary." Lin Mo's voice extinguished his fervor in an instant. "Too many will only bring filth." The call ended. In the command center, Qin Jinshan maintained a rigid posture, remaining still for an extended period. The shock on his face gradually transformed into a fervent, enlightened mania. A miracle. This is the true miracle. Beside him, Han Shue's mind had completely crashed. "Commander Consultant Lin, isn't he a student? Can he perform surgery? A student?" Qin Jinshan whirled around, his gaze piercing as if scrutinizing an unrefined gem. "Han Shue, your vision is still far too limited. Did you truly believe that the gentleman intended to wield a scalpel for the purpose of incision and suturing? How superficial, how utterly shallow." He paced back and forth, his spirit teetering on the brink of exhilaration as a grand, impeccably logical universe of imagination took shape within his mind. The gentleman sought to transform the mortal operating table into a dojo, to exercise a divine authority akin to that of creation itself. He intended to personally reconstruct life and restore the essence for his own sister. Qin Jinshan spread his arms wide, his voice trembling with excitement. The mundane surgical instruments in his hands became artifacts of rule transformation. The sterile operating room was his domain of divinity. With a mere thought, cellular reorganization and genetic leaps could occur. This was not healing, it was creation, the duality of divine punishment and divine grace. He had just used divine punishment to erase filth, and now he would bestow the gospel of rebirth through divine grace. Han Shuel listened, dumbfounded, as her worldview was forcibly reshaped. Though outrageous, it all seemed remarkably plausible in light of the mysteriously vanished estate. And what of Shangguan Yu? Han Shui swallowed hard. Of course, he must be brought along. Qin Jinshan's gaze deepened. Although the gentleman had no need for mundane marrow, the cycle of causality must be resolved. The Shangguan family had set a trap under the guise of donation. Thus, the gentleman would compel them to sow this cause. As for the nature of the fruit it would yield, he chuckled coldly. Shangguan Yu was no longer a bargaining chip. He was merely a prop employed by the gentleman to conclude this earthly causality. "I understand now." Han Shui nodded emphatically, her confusion dissipating into a newfound reverence. "I shall attend to it immediately." At the First People's Hospital of Jinling, the entire top floor had been utterly cleared. The corridors were filled with personnel from the Jinwu Division, clad in black suits, exuding a fierce and frigid aura, standing like silent statues that radiated an air of "do not approach." Every 3 steps, a guard. Every 5 steps, a sentinel. Anyone attempting to approach this corridor would be mercilessly repelled by the icy glares and invisible pressure. The hospital director, a middle-aged man sporting a receding hairline and himself a formidable martial artist, stood at the door of an operating room like a chastised schoolboy, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead and cascading down his cheeks. Beside him stood an elderly man with graying hair, yet vibrant and sharp-eyed like a hawk. Clad in a pristine white coat, he exuded an air of authority. He was Wu Guodong, an absolute authority in the field of cardiac surgery in the Summer Kingdom, revered as a national treasure known as the Divine Hand, and also a martial arts master. Having long since retired to enjoy a tranquil life at home, he had distanced himself from worldly affairs. Today, a high-ranking official from the town military division personally visited, employing a tone that bordered on imploring, one that brooked no refusal, to summon him from the confines of his home. He was informed that he would partake in a surgical procedure that would undoubtedly carve its name into the annals of medical history. This esteemed figure, renowned across the nation as the God's Hand, was to assume the role of mere assistant in this operation. The lead surgeon was a young man named Lin Mo. This arrangement filled Wu Guodong with an ineffable sense of bewilderment and a hint of indignation. Having dedicated his life to medicine, saving countless lives, and standing atop this field, he now found himself relegated to assisting a mere novice, an obscure youth. Such a role felt like a profound affront to his lifetime of honor. Yet, He could not disregard the prestige of the town military division. Thus, he complied, eager to witness firsthand the caliber of this Lin Mo, who dared to make such grand claims. At that moment, the elevator doors at the end of the corridor chimed open, and several members of the town military division surrounded a youthful figure as if he were a celestial body. The boy, clad in a pristine white shirt and carrying an ordinary backpack, possessed a clean-cut visage and an aura that seemed almost ethereal. It was Lin Mo, accompanied by a pair of visibly anxious, fidgeting middle-aged parents, his own. Clearly, it was their first encounter with such grandeur, and the oppressive atmosphere of the corridor nearly rendered them breathless. Xiao Mo, what on earth is happening? Lin Mo's mother clutched his shirt tightly, her voice trembling. Why are there so many? Such formidable people. Mother, it's all right. Lin Mo reassured her with a gentle touch on her hand. They're all my colleagues. Here to assist. Colleagues? Lin's father and mother exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling in confusion. What kind of miraculous institution had their son secured a summer position with? Lin Mo approached the door to the operating room, his serene gaze sweeping across the perspiring hospital director, who was bowing and scraping, before finally resting on an elderly man in a white coat, whose eyes radiated both scrutiny and arrogance. Are you ready? Lin Mo inquired, his voice soft yet resonant enough to reach every ear in the vicinity. Ready, ready. The director responded hastily. Lin, consultant, this is Wu Guodong, our nation's finest surgical expert. Wu Guodong stepped forward, his commanding presence unmistakable. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Mo, a note of condescension lacing his voice. Young man, irrespective of your identity or background, the operating table is a sacred space, demanding the utmost seriousness. Are you certain you comprehend the gravity of what you are undertaking? Lin Mo regarded him quietly, his expression devoid of any fluctuation, as if assessing an inanimate object. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Your hand is trembling. What? Wu Guodong was taken aback, instinctively furrowing his brow. I remarked, your right index finger exhibits an irregular tremor, oscillating at a rate of 0.5 millimeters per second. Lin Mo stated this observation with a detached demeanor. Perhaps it is a lingering injury from the excessive manipulation of your vital energy in your earlier years. This condition rendered him unfit to wield a scalpel any longer. Lin Mo's gaze was as frigid as if he were appraising a flawed instrument. 4. Your hand has become tainted. Chapter 54. Your hands are stained in that fleeting moment. Wu Guodong's mind fell into an abyss of silence lasting 3 seconds. Having devoted his life to the healing arts and saved countless lives, he stood atop the pinnacle of the medical community in Xia, revered by many as a deity. His hands, lauded as the hands of a god, were the last hope for innumerable desperate patients. He had witnessed countless grand spectacles and faced myriad doubts. Yet never had he felt such a profound sense of absurdity and dread as he did today. A youth, not yet 20, regarded him with the gaze of one assessing discarded machinery, and then, in a tone as casual as one discussing waste classification, pronounced the death sentence on his illustrious career. Your hands are stained. These 5 words pierced his heart like 5 searing iron needles, striking deep into a heart already filled with honor and pride. You are talking nonsense. Wu Guodong's voice, tinged with unrestrained anger, became sharp, losing the calm composure expected of a master. He raised his right hand, the hand that had wrought countless miracles, steadfast beneath the surgical lights, as solid as a rock. This hand can perform 7 sutures on a single strand of hair. It can recreate life in the tiniest of spaces. How dare you, a mere child, claim it is stained? His masterly aura erupted with force, attempting to impose his formidable presence upon the audacious youth before him, hoping to make him pay for his insolence. However, that overwhelming aura, capable of shaking even seasoned warriors, dissipated into nothingness before it could reach within 3 feet of Lin Mo. Lin Mo's gaze remained as tranquil as a frigid lake untouched by time. He exhibited no anger, nor did he engage in debate. He merely continued to articulate the facts in an eerily objective tone that drove one to madness. When I say it is stained, it is unrelated to its stability or skill. I speak of its essence. Lin Mo's eyes seemed to penetrate flesh and bone, revealing something deeper. In your early years, to break through the Master's bottleneck, you forcibly stimulated your vital energy, exhausting the essence of your life. Though you succeeded, you have tainted your vital energy with an inescapable aura of death and decline. This essence, subdued by your master-level cultivation in daily life, has minimal impact on you. However, it will unknowingly contaminate everything your hands touch during your most delicate procedures. Have the 3 patients you recently operated on, despite the surgeries being deemed flawless, experienced recovery that falls short of expectations? Have 2 of them even exhibited unexplained, accelerated organ failure? Boom! If the prior words were an insult, then these statements struck like bolts of divine thunder upon Wu Guodong's crown, precise and devastating. The fury on his face instantly froze, replaced by an unmistakable, incredulous horror that spread at a visible pace. This matter was his greatest secret, his deepest anguish. Despite consulting countless tomes and exhausting all his connections, he had found no answers. He could only attribute it to the inherent physical condition of the patient. Yet now, this secret had been unveiled by a young stranger he had just met, who provided an explanation that was both unimaginable and chilling. Who exactly are you? Wu Guodong's voice trembled uncontrollably, the pride belonging to a master shattered to pieces. Lin Mo did not respond to the question he had heard numerous times before. He simply turned, pushing open the heavy metal door of the operating room. I am about to commence my work. If you wish to avoid being cleared out by me, then remain quietly outside. His silhouette vanished behind the door. Outside the operating room, the corridor fell into a profound silence. The hospital director and the upper echelons dared not even breathe. Meanwhile, Wu Guodong, the esteemed medical authority of Xia country, stood rigidly in place. After several seconds, it seemed as though all strength had been siphoned from his body. He staggered 2 paces back, leaning against the cold wall. His eyes brimmed with confusion, shock, and a burgeoning sense of fear of the unknown. Within the highest specification sterile operating room, Lin Mo donned a blue sterile gown, mask, and gloves. His movements were meticulous, each detail exemplifying textbook precision, as if he were not a novice entering the operating room for the first time, but rather a seasoned surgeon with decades of experience. His sister, Lin Mo, lay quietly on the operating table, deeply anesthetized. Various top-tier life-monitoring instruments connected to her body displayed rows of complex data on the screen. Lin Mo did not glance at those instruments. In his eyes, they were merely inefficient trifles. He approached the side of the operating table, casting a gentle look at his sister before extending his hand. Scalpel. His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly through the built-in communication system to the observation room. In the observation room, Qin Jinshan and Han Shui sat upright, their expressions solemn as if attending a high-level military conference. After a fierce internal struggle, Wu Guodong, unable to suppress his thirst for the truth, also entered the room. Upon hearing Lin Mo request the scalpel, he instinctively held his breath. Was he truly about to wield mortal instruments to perform a godlike creation? Inside the operating room, a medical staff member designated as the instrument nurse promptly handed Lin Mo a scalpel, gleaming with a cold light, crafted from a special alloy. Lin Mo accepted the scalpel. Unlike any ordinary surgeon, he did not adopt a cutting posture. Instead, he pinched the scalpel between 2 fingers, hovering it above his sister's heart. He closed his eyes. In the next moment, a gentle yet profoundly sacred rainbow light blossomed from his palm. The life source pearl, a culmination of the life essence of the martial emperor Shangguan Shao, appeared out of thin air, quietly suspended above the scalpel. As the pearl materialized, all the intricate instruments within the operating room emitted a piercing shriek. The data displayed on the screens devolved into a chaotic flurry of static. A report. All devices have malfunctioned. The energy index has soared beyond measure. The instruments are unable to gauge it. In the observation room, technicians gasped in astonishment one after another. Silence. Qin Jinshan barked, his gaze fixated on the iridescent pearl, fervor blazing in his eyes, reaching a fever pitch. A miracle was unfolding. Before them, the source of life pearl, under Lin Mo's mental command, began to rotate slowly. Strands of pure life essence, 1,000 times finer than a hair and utterly pristine, were drawn forth from the pearl, intertwining like vibrant threads around the suspended scalpel. The tip of the scalpel became the focal point of this sacred energy. Lin Mo did not wield the blade to sever flesh. Instead, he transformed that tip, enveloped in divine energy, into a brush. No, it was more than a brush. A brush still adheres to rules, leaving traces upon the canvas. Yet the tip in Lin Mo's hand was the very embodiment of those rules. A divine scepter, repurposed to redraw the blueprint of life. His hand was steadier than absolute zero, a state of absolute stillness, existing beyond the realms of physics. The tip glided gently across Lin Wan's chest. In the observation room, Wu Guodong's heart stilled in that instant. Decades of medical knowledge and experience screamed in his mind, foretelling the inevitable. A rupture of skin, a tearing of capillaries, a seepage of blood. It was a law, an unshakable physical law of this material world. Yet, nothing transpired. No wound, no blood. Wu Guodong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He witnessed the most absurd, subversive, and sacred scene of his life. With a tip traversed, the cells beneath the skin appeared to possess an independent will. They were not violently severed, nor scorched by energy. Instead, upon receiving a transcendent command, they gracefully and undamaged parted to either side. It was not cutting, it was yielding, the most humble concession of the mortal to the divine. Muscles, fascia, bones, layer upon layer, inch by inch. They were not sliced open. They were responding to the divine will, willingly creating a path to the very core of life. This scene was vividly reflected in Wu Guodong's eyes, which were now bloodshot from sheer astonishment, through the special observation window untouched by energy interference. He beheld Lin Mo's hand, unwavering in the slightest. Lin Wan's heart, without the need to crack the sternum or separate the ribs, was displayed before the air in its entirety. It pulsed robustly. With each contraction, each expansion, it resonated with a rhythm of newfound, resplendent vitality. There was not a single trace of blood in sight. The entire ordeal was as pristine as a deceptive illusion, so immaculate that it made Wu Guodong feel that all the bloodstains he had witnessed on operating tables throughout his life were nothing short of sacrilege. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, while his mind fell into a void. The medical knowledge he had once taken pride in, the life sciences he revered as sacred, were at this moment shattered into the most absurd of dust. Frantic images flashed before his eyes. He recalled the sanctity and quivering sense of purpose he felt as a youth when he first grasped a scalpel and made the initial incision under the guidance of his mentor. The aspiration to become a physician capable of contesting death itself had sustained him through countless sleepless nights. He had dedicated his life to this dream, ascending to the pinnacle of mortal medicine, revered by many as a divine hand. He had believed himself to be positioned opposite the Grim Reaper, worthy of engaging in a duel. Until today, until this very moment, he finally comprehended the extent of his own folly and ignorance. His lifelong endeavor, the so-called struggle against death, was merely a cautious scavenging within the Reaper's domain, picking up scraps that had been carelessly discarded out of boredom or disdain. And this young man before him, he was the one establishing the rules, commanding death to retreat. Begone. Here, I hold the authority. Wu Guodong's knees could no longer support the weight of his body, stripped of all pride and conviction. With a thud, the esteemed titan of the medical community in Xia, the master revered as the divine hand, sank to the cold ground. He bowed his head towards the operating room, towards that young, indistinct figure, lowering the prideful crown he had worn all his life. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured in a tone reminiscent of a soul that had been utterly torn asunder and then painfully mended, God. Oh God. Chapter 55. The Rebirth of Life, the creation of the divine within the confines of the operating room. Time lost all significance. Lin Mo's consciousness had plunged into an unprecedented realm of purity, the source pearl of life, a manifestation of the essence of life, forged through the unwavering dedication of a martial emperor. Its energy was so immense that it could rekindle the vitality of a dead star. Yet, to a mortal body, This force was far more tumultuous than the primordial chaos of the universe. A mere slip could transform Lin Mo's body into cosmic dust in an instant. Lin Mo's task was to tame this tempestuous sea of life into a gentle stream. With this stream, he sought to cleanse, restore, and reshape the life river within his sister, which had long been ravaged by illness. This was a form of sculpting at the conceptual level. The scalpel in his hand transcended the realm of the ordinary. Enveloped in a rainbow of life's divine light, it transformed into a needle of rules, probing the essence of life. With a delicate touch, strands of pure life energy, finer than the most delicate of materials, were precisely infused into Lin Mo's frail heart. Ding! Target life blueprint detected with hereditary decay mark. Initiating correction. Erasing decay concept. Restructuring eternity concept with source pearl of life as the foundation. Concept replacement completed. Life blueprint permanently restored. The system's prompt resonated in Lin Mo's mind like the most precise of signposts. His movements flowed like clouds, like water, devoid of any hesitation. In the observation room, the onlookers beheld a sacred tableau capable of overturning their worldview. Lin Mo's heart, once pale from prolonged blood deficiency, was visibly transforming, becoming full and vibrant. Each blood vessel shone like crystal, pulsating with the rhythm of boundless life. Every heartbeat seemed to resonate with the pulse of the universe, strong and resonant. All gå han sugestyfet her gask, managing to suppress her astonishment. She observed as the colorful strands did not cease after repairing the heart. They transformed into countless wise serpents, coursing through the blood vessels, swiftly traversing Lin Mo's entire being. They restructured her bones, rendering them more resilient than the strongest alloys. They widened her meridians, making them broader than the mightiest rivers. They cleansed her organs, thoroughly purifying the toxins accumulated from years of medication. This was no mere treatment. It was a profound leap at the very essence of life. Qin Jinshan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping forth unnoticed. His mind had come to a standstill, overtaken by a primal reverence for greatness. He was finally witnessing how the master perfectly fused the opposing authorities of divine punishment and divine grace. Moments earlier, he had used the causality wipe to erase a martial lineage that had endured for centuries, along with its venerable martial saint ancestor, from the causal plane, leaving not a trace behind. That was the divine punishment that concluded all. At this moment, he utilized the life source pearl, born from filth, to resurrect his beloved kin and recreate her essence. This is the divine grace of creation, capable of both destruction and genesis in a single thought. Could this be merely the tip of the iceberg that the gentleman reveals? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the final strand of iridescent light seamlessly merged with Lin Mo's being, the suspended life source pearl exhausted all its divine radiance, crumbling into dust and dissipating into the void. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, and within those eternally frozen orbs, a rare glimmer of subtle mental fatigue emerged. The cleansing on a conceptual level drained his spirit far more than erasing the Su family ever could. He set down the scalpel, casually placing it on the tray, then extended his finger to gently trace a line across Lin Mo's parted chest. The invisible wound began to heal at a visible pace, closing perfectly without leaving a trace of a scar, her skin smooth and pristine, even more delicate and fair than before. Ding! Special medical task rebirth of a loved one has been completed. Task evaluation S. Transcending perfection in creation. Task rewards distributed. Reward 1. Familial bond module enhancement. The connection between the host and blood relatives will transform into an intangible protection. When a loved one encounters life-threatening danger, the host will instantaneously perceive it and project a protective mark. Reward 2. Unlocking a new lifestyle skill, Divine Culinary Arts. Divine Culinary Arts. You can see through the essence of any ingredient and, using the most perfect techniques, evoke the energy and flavor it holds. Note, nothing soothes the heart more than a home-cooked meal infused with love. Lin Mo gazed at the new rewards, a faint, genuine smile gracing his lips. Excellent. From now on, he could prepare wholesome meals for his sister himself. He removed his sterile attire and stepped outside. In the corridor, his parents, Lin father and Lin mother, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately surrounded him with concern. Xiaomo, how'd it go? Is Wan? Is she all right? Lin mother's voice trembled with sobs, her face etched with desperate hope. Dad, Mom, don't worry, Lin Mo replied, his tone gentle yet firm, exuding an undeniable reassurance. The surgery was a success. Wan is fine now. Fine now? Lin father and Lin mother stood frozen, their minds momentarily blank, struggling to comprehend the meaning of those words. Just then, the door of a nearby special care room creaked open. A girl clad in an oversized hospital gown emerged. She simply stood there, and a powerful aura of life enveloped her, refreshing the very air of the corridor. She gazed at her parents, who had toiled for her all their lives, their hair now streaked with gray, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. Dad, Mom. Lin Wan's voice was clear and melodious, brimming with health and vitality. Lin father and Lin mother stared in disbelief at their daughter, observing her now vibrant complexion and her confident stance, no longer requiring cautiousness. As she gazed upon the radiant smile of her daughter, a visage unseen for over a decade, Lin's mother could no longer contain her emotions. Wan, she cried out, her voice a heart-wrenching wail, as she rushed forward to envelop her daughter in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Within that cry resided a tumult of emotions, excitement, joy, and a profound sense of liberation, intertwined with the agony, despair, and torment that had accumulated over the years. Even Lin's father, a man who had remained steadfast throughout his life, turned away abruptly, using his rough hands to wipe away his tears, his broad shoulders trembling violently. Lin Mo observed this poignant scene in silence, his gaze imbued with warmth. This was the essence of his purpose as he picked up the broom and cloth, stepping into the frigid realm of despair. Meanwhile, in a chamber constructed with the utmost standards by the Zhenwu division, meticulously guarded within layers of security, an oppressive stench of fear and dread permeated the air. Shang Guanyu, resembling a plucked quail, huddled in the corner, his body shaking violently, as if in a tempest. He was engulfed in confusion, aware only that he had been taken from the warmth of his home by a group of ominous figures clad in black, their presence suffocating. Then, he heard it, the anguished cry of his grandfather, a figure of imperial martial prowess, issuing a sound so harrowing it transcended human expression. Following that, silence enveloped the world. The innate bond of kinship, deeply rooted in his bloodline, felt as if it had been severed by an invisible, icy blade, leaving him as a solitary island adrift in an ocean of fear. Just as madness threatened to consume him in this abyss of despair, the door creaked open. The source of his profound terror, the youth named Lin Mo, entered. Behind him followed Qin Jinshan, stepping in sync, along with a fervently admiring female officer. Sir, the operational tools are prepared, Qin Jinshan reported with utmost reverence, as if addressing a deity. Lin Mo merely nodded, his footsteps soundless as he approached Shang Guanyu. In an instant, the young man's psychological defenses crumbled. Warmth seeped through his trousers as he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Please don't kill me. I know nothing. I did nothing, he pleaded incoherently, resembling a dog begging for mercy. Lin Mo looked down upon him, his expression devoid of emotion, as though appraising an object tainted with filth. The scheduled bone marrow transplant procedure has been canceled, he stated in a dispassionate tone, as if delivering a routine report. My sister no longer requires your assistance. Shang Guanyu was momentarily taken aback, only for his tear-streaked face to erupt with euphoric relief. However, Lin Mo's next words plunged him into an abyss of despair. Since your Shangwan family has sown the seeds of attempting to contaminate my sister, the resulting fruit must be dealt with by you. Lin Mo's gaze swept over Shang Guanyu, as if appraising the tenacity of a stubborn stain. This marked the final step of the cleansing process, conclusion and disinfection. As the words left his lips, Lin Mo extended his hand, lightly gesturing towards the prostrate figure of Shang Guanyu. Chapter 56. The Disinfection of Causality. A blank existence. Lin Mo's fingertip was remarkably light, a mere gesture, seemingly casual, as if to brush away an inconsequential speck of dust from his sleeve. There was no roar of energy, no thunderous resonance of the laws of nature. Yet, in that fleeting moment of his touch, Shang Wanyu stood as if struck by lightning, abruptly frozen in place. His face, contorted in sheer terror, became a mask of petrified expressions. His pupils lost their focus, becoming hollow and bewildered, like two glass orbs shrouded in thick dust, reflecting no brilliance whatsoever. A cry, sharp and piercing, transcending human capacity, did not tear from his throat, but erupted directly from the depths of his soul, resonating like a thunderclap. He beheld a hand, an intangible, frigid appendage, wrought from pure concept, brutally and inexorably delving into his mind, penetrating his very essence. Then, that hand began to withdraw with an unrelenting force. What it extracted was neither life nor cultivation, but something far more fundamental. Cognition. Everything related to the concept of the Shangwan family was being forcibly stripped away. The glory of centuries, the illustrious names etched in the family tree, the stern admonitions of elders, the intrigues among peers. All of these, which constituted the very foundation of his existence for the past 2 decades, were rapidly fading in an incomprehensible, irreversible manner. Blurred, diminished, ultimately dissolving into a desolate, pure void. His martial prowess, that bloodline vigor cultivated over countless years, was being forcibly reformatted under the touch of that hand. The surging spiritual energy was quelling. The tempered sinews were regressing, and the combat instincts deeply embedded within him were fading into oblivion. He was being forcibly and irreversibly diminished from a lofty martial prodigy to a thoroughly ordinary person. This process was more agonizing than death, more terrifying than the most brutal punishment, for it was a total negation, a complete repudiation of the past 20 years of his life. No, my memories. Shang Wanyu knelt upon the ground, his hands clutching his head, issuing a desperate, soundless howl. He watched helplessly as his world crumbled inch by inch. He yearned to resist, yet was horrified to discover that even the notion of resistance began to feel alien. Beside him, Qin Jinshan and Han Shui held their breath, their hearts seemingly frozen in stillness. They could not perceive the terrifying clash on the conceptual plane, yet they could distinctly feel it. The innate pride, deeply rooted in the bloodline of the Shangwan family, was rapidly dissipating from Shang Wanyu. His martial aura, once refined and potent, deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing without a trace. In mere seconds, all returned to an eerie silence. Lin Mo withdrew his finger, his expression as tranquil as ever, as if merely completing an inconsequential task. On the ground, Shang Wanyu ceased to convulse. Slowly, he lifted his head. On his face, all traces of fear, resentment, and despair had vanished, replaced by an expression of pure, infantile bewilderment. He gazed at Lin Mo, then at Qin Jinshan, and surveyed the frigid room, his eyes brimming with helpless confusion. Who are you? His voice bore a hint of childlike trepidation. Who am I? Why am I here? He had forgotten, completely forgotten. Forgotten that he was Shang Wanyu, forgotten the Shangwan family, forgotten everything that had once brought him pride or anguish. His life had been reset by Lin Mo in the most thorough and compassionate manner. Sir, Qin Jinshan struggled to swallow, his voice dry to the point of being nearly inaudible. This is disinfection, Lin Mo spoke in a detached tone, akin to a professional cleaner methodically explaining his workflow, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The Shangwan family harbored intentions of harm toward my sister. This intention itself constitutes a stain on the causal plane. Though the primary offender has been eliminated, this stain will still linger on this tool through blood ties. If not addressed properly, unforeseen factors could potentially reintroduce contamination to my sister in the future. Lin Mo's gaze scrutinized Shang Wanyu as though he were merely an object, not a person. Thus, I severed all connections he had with the source of the stain and eradicated all memories and powers that could harbor germs. Now he's clean. Lin Mo's attention shifted away from Shang Wanyu, as if he were merely a discarded item that had been dealt with. As for the course of his future life, whether he would live or die, whether it would be good or bad, it bore no further connection to us. The aftermath you shall handle. Having spoken, he turned and silently walked towards the door. Qin Jinshan and Han Shui remained frozen in place, unable to regain their composure for an extended period. Their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Causal stains? Disinfection? Germs? The Sir was employing a logic of cleanliness that they could neither comprehend nor imagine, elucidating a divine-like weapon of causality. It was terrifying. This absolute rationality, which crudely defined all things in the world as either clean or dirty, instilled a profound sense of awe and trepidation deeper than the capricious, world-destroying deities. Commander, Han Shui's voice trembled. What? What will happen to him? She pointed at the bewildered figure still seated on the ground, like a newborn. Qin Jinshan took a deep breath, forcibly extracting himself from the overwhelming mental shock. His expression became exceedingly complex. What else could be done? The Sir had already granted him the utmost mercy. Transform his identity, send him to an ordinary city, and allow him to live as an ordinary man. Perhaps, for him, this is the most favorable outcome. Qin Jinshan gazed at the youth who had utterly lost all brilliance and memories, and within his heart, there suddenly blossomed a flicker of envy that even he found absurd. To have one's life meticulously formatted by a mentor, in a certain sense, could this not be considered a form of fortune that mere mortals could never aspire to attain? In the ensuing days, Lin Mo experienced a rare return to tranquility. He refrained from venturing into that cold, forbidden zone, and instead remained at the hospital, accompanying his family. Those hands capable of erasing causality and reshaping existence were now deftly wielding a paring knife, focused on peeling an apple for his sister. The skin fell away like gossamer, seamlessly connected, spiraling down in delicate rings without breaking. He even took to the kitchen, employing his divine culinary skills to transform the most mundane market ingredients into exquisite delicacies. When his parents took their first bite, a warm current surged through their bodies, washing away decades of fatigue, rejuvenating them by several years. Meanwhile, Lin Wan's body was undergoing a transformation that would astonish even the most seasoned physicians. It was not mere recovery, it was evolution. The life essence from a martial emperor was being fervently absorbed and assimilated by her body. Bang! In the hospital room, Lin Wan merely reached for a water cup, and with a gentle wave of her arm, the solid wooden bedside table shattered into a flurry of wood shavings. She stared at her hand, innocent and bewildered. This outcome left Lin's parents both astonished and deeply concerned. They were merely ordinary individuals, unfamiliar with martial arts or cultivation. Fearing that this sudden surge of power might harm their daughter, Lin Mo discerned his parents' unease. It was time to chart a new path for his family, one that would provide them with stability amidst the storms of life. He would gradually introduce them to the true nature of this world, allowing them to enjoy the fruits of their own creation without fear. In this warm atmosphere, Lin Mo's phone, tucked away in his pocket, vibrated rhythmically 3 times. This was the highest level encrypted communication signal agreed upon with Qin Jinshan. Lin Mo picked up the device. On the screen, a single message awaited. Sir, Jinling City is on the verge of chaos. Lin Mo's gaze remained as calm as ever. He understood that the trash bag he had casually discarded had ultimately been scattered by the wind. Flies, drawn by the scent of decay, began to converge. Panic was brewing. A tempest, ignited by his own hand, was finally poised to engulf the city. Chapter 57. The newly born sister. The brewing storm slowed down. At the top floor of the First People's Hospital of Jinling, in the exclusive rehabilitation garden that had been cleared, Lin Mo watched his younger sister with a helpless shake of his head. There stood Lin Wan, clad in a loose hospital gown, cautiously strolling along the garden path. Her complexion was rosy, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. Although she had fully recovered, the years spent in a hospital bed had left her muscles and stamina in need of gradual rehabilitation. After a few steps, she would pause to catch her breath. Brother, I feel so incredible, Lin Wan exclaimed, extending her hand to admire her fair palm. I used to get winded after just a few steps, and now I can walk for so long. She attempted a small jump, her feet barely lifting off the ground by a few centimeters. Yet for her, this was a monumental achievement. Take it slow, there is no need to rush. Lin Mo stepped forward, gently supporting her arm. Your body has just recovered. It requires time to adjust. Lin Mo nodded, her eyes brimming with dreams of the future. Brother, will I be able to live like a normal person from now on? To go to school, to make friends? Of course, Lin Mo replied, his voice soft yet resolute. You can pursue anything you desire. He gazed at his sister's hopeful face. Yet his heart harbored its own considerations. Though Lin Mo possessed the essence of life bestowed by the martial emperor within her, he had no intention of allowing her to enter the realm of martial arts. This world was too sordid, too convoluted. He wished for his sister to bask in the sunlight, living as an ordinary and joyful girl. I want to learn to paint, Lin once suddenly declared. While lying in bed, I often imagined what the outside world was like. Now that I can see it for myself, I want to capture all this beauty on canvas. That's a splendid idea, Lin Mo smiled. Once you have fully recovered, I will find you the best art teacher. At that moment, Lin Mo's phone vibrated slightly. He took it out to find a message from Shan, encrypted and brief. Sir, the storm is brewing. Lin Mo Gaza shopped. He looked up towards the direction of Jinling City, aware of the implications of Shan's words. The disappearance of the Shangwan family had finally come to a head. In the Wang family estate of Jinling City, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was thick with tension, as if the air had solidified into lead, rendering it difficult to breathe. At the head of the table, the family patriarch, Wang Defa, wore an expression as cold as the depths of an abyss. A powerful martial emperor, his authoritative gaze was now filled with uncertainty. Below him stood over a dozen core members of the Wang family, each a master-level practitioner capable of shaking Jinling City with a mere stomp. Yet now, the faces of these formidable figures were marked by a singular emotion: fear. An undeniable, bone-deep terror. Let us speak, one of them finally urged. Wang Defa's voice resonated through the hall like a rusty bell, laboriously echoing. Master of the house. An elder stepped forward, his voice dry as though it had been sanded down. I can scarcely believe it. How could the Shangwan clan simply vanish? A tremor of neurotic disbelief laced his words. That old scoundrel Shangwan Shao is a bona fide second-rank martial sovereign. Their clan's protective formation is reputed to be capable of restraining dragons and confining deities. How could they simply evaporate overnight? Indeed, not even a hint of a struggle. Another chimed in, seemingly seeking solace in his own words. None of our spies detected anything unusual. This defies logic. A cold, sardonic voice interrupted, piercing the air with its abruptness. The crowd turned to see Wang Tung, the silent heir of the Wang family, sporting a chilling smirk. At merely 25 years of age, he stood at the cusp of mastery. He was universally recognized as the foremost prodigy of the Wang family and all of Jinling. Known for his haughty demeanor and audacious spirit, my esteemed uncles, Wang Tung declared, his gaze glinting with an almost fanatical ambition. Your thoughts have rusted in complacency. When an event eludes your so-called iron laws, there exists but one explanation. It is the emergence of an entity that transcends those very laws. He surveyed the assembly, taking in their uncertain expressions, and raised his voice dramatically. The downfall of the Shangwan family was no conspiracy, nor was it a surprise attack. He paused, each word striking the hearts of his audience like a hammer. It was divine retribution, a magnificent existence beyond our comprehension, unleashed its wrath upon them for reasons unbeknownst to us. Thus, the Shangwan family has been utterly erased from this world. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall, as expressions of fear morphed into sheer horror. Tengya, cease this nonsense. Wang Defa slammed his hand upon the table, his voice booming. Yet, the fleeting flicker of fear in his eyes betrayed him, for this explanation was the only one that made sense. Undeterred, Wang Tung took a step forward, his voice imbued with an enchanting allure. Esteemed guests, the annihilation of the Shangwan family is indeed terrifying. However, have you not considered? Danger and opportunity are eternally intertwined. His words, rich with magnetism, effortlessly struck a chord within the hearts of those present. Greed, the Shangwan family is no more. That colossal burden which has weighed upon our Wang family for centuries has vanished. The vast resources they once commanded, those spirit stone mines, the treasures of heaven and earth, are now left unclaimed. This is an unprecedented opportunity. It is our Wang family's singular chance to unify Jinling and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Wang Teng's words ignited a spark, instantly kindling the suppressed ambition within everyone present. Indeed, the Shangwan family is gone. Now, Jinling belongs solely to our Wang family. Master of the house, the young master speaks the truth. A fortuitous opportunity has presented itself, and one must seize the moment. The atmosphere within the hall transformed instantaneously from a chill of tension to one of fervent excitement. Wang Defa gazed upon his ambitious son, his expression a complex tapestry of admiration, pride, and a deeper sense of apprehension. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice gravelly. What is the current status of the ancestral residence of the Shangwan family? An elder responsible for intelligence stepped forward without delay. Head of the family, the Jinwu division has completely sealed off that location. It is reported that the first batch of reconnaissance personnel they dispatched has gone entirely missing. That old fox, Qin Jinshan, has temporarily designated it as a quasi-restricted zone. A quasi-restricted zone. Wang Teng's eyes ignited with a fierce intensity, glimmering with a terrifying brilliance. A determined smile curved at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. It seems that the great existence not only eradicated the Shangwan family's detritus, but also left behind some fascinating traces. He abruptly turned to Wang Defa and bowed deeply. Father, please allow me to personally lead the expedition to uncover the truth. His voice resonated with unwavering confidence and conviction. I possess a profound intuition. There lies the ultimate secret behind the downfall of the Shangwan family, as well as the greatest opportunity for the rise of our Wang family. Chapter 58. The Scar of the Forbidden Zone, the severance of existence in the eastern part of Jinling City. The once grand residence of the Shangwan family has now been reduced to a desolate wasteland. For several kilometers around, layers of yellow warning tape form a frigid boundary. Members of the Jinwu division, clad in full black combat gear, stand vigilantly at intervals, their faces grim and resolute. Their presence cleaves this area from the bustling city beyond, creating a palpable atmosphere of oppression that weighs heavily on the hearts of all, making each breath a laborious task. Outside the caution tape, a temporary command center hastily constructed from metal sheets serves as the sole nexus of information for this sector. Qin Jinshan stands with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a silent statue before a vast electronic screen. His countenance is darker than the leaden sky outside. The screen displays rows of data relayed in real time by high-precision detectors, refreshing with a chilling regularity. Spatial structure readings, stable. High-energy particle reaction, 0. Vital sign signal, 0. The voices of technicians echo within the quiet command center, tinged with a mechanical numbness. When the next set of data appears, a sharp, piercing tone emerges from his throat. Spiritual energy concentration. Reading, 0. This result strikes like a boulder cast into still waters, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Within the command center, all technicians, previously absorbed in their tasks, abruptly raise their heads, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. 0. This is impossible. The Shangwan family has dominated this land for centuries, harnessing formations to converge spiritual veins. The concentration of spiritual energy here was supposed to be dozens of times greater than that of the Jinling urban area. How could it have plummeted to 0? Report to the command. A communications officer, pale-faced, rises abruptly after removing his headset. All Link Series microdetection drones sent into the sealed zone lost signal 30 seconds after entering the core area. They were not destroyed. They have vanished completely. They evaporated from our sensing array. Qin Jinshan does not turn around. He remains motionless, his gaze fixed on the outline of the Shangwan residence, delineated by crimson lines on the screen. In his vision, that area transforms from a mere marker on the map into an unfathomable black hole that consumes all concepts. The image of a refined, young man vividly materializes in his mind, along with the casually dismissive tone of his mentor when mentioning the eradication of the Shangguan family. He recalls the glimpse he caught of a cleaning tool known as the causal cloth. He understands better than anyone here what has transpired on that silent land. This is not merely an annihilation or a clash of energies. It is a rewriting of the very rules of existence, an erasure of definitions related to spiritual energy, martial arts, and the extraordinary from the fundamental logic of the world. His mentor has, in an unfathomably ruthless manner, uprooted and erased all such definitions from that area. Thus, that place transformed into an absolute, pristine wasteland devoid of magic. Any entity or substance imbued with spiritual energy upon stepping into that domain would be assimilated by the newly established fundamental laws of the land. Its extraordinary attributes would be ruthlessly stripped away, forcibly formatted, reverting to the most primal, elemental state of matter. This encapsulates the truth behind the inexplicable disappearance of those costly reconnaissance drones. Commander, the curtain of the command center was abruptly flung aside as Han Shui strode in. The usual brilliance of her visage was now marred by an indelible pallor. What is the situation? Qin Jinshan finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. It is dire. A tremor, unnoticed by her, laced Han Shui's voice. The recently recalled 2nd Armed Reconnaissance Team, all members of whom had not faced any physical assault, exhibited varying degrees of psychological trauma. She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts to articulate the indescribable horror. They reported that upon entering that area, they felt themselves fading. Their names, their loved ones, their life experiences, the years of arduous cultivation. All the elements constituting the concept of self rapidly blurred and became insubstantial within their minds. One team member remarked that it felt as if an invisible hand was tearing his life, page by page, from the book of existence. The team leader, Master Zhang, had barely lingered within for 3 minutes. Upon his emergence, he had forgotten the foundational technique he had spent 30 years mastering, the ocean-covering fist. He has since been urgently dispatched to the 7th Psychological Rehabilitation Center for the highest level of psychological intervention and soul restoration procedures. Within the command center, silence was palpable. A chilling dread coursed through each individual spine, ascending unimpeded to the crown of their heads. Killing is merely the cessation of a life form. Yet, this method of erasing a person's past and cognition from the very foundation of their existence transcended the comprehension of the martial world. This was the realm of the divine and demonic, even more bizarre and terrifying than those entities. Qin Jinshan slowly closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. In his mind's eye, the serene visage of his mentor resurfaced. He finally grasped a deeper, more profound understanding of his mentor's unique janitorial thought process. The mentor's actions were not about slaughter nor destruction. He was engaged in purification. In his eyes, the emergence of martial arts and spiritual energy was, in itself, a form of pollution to this otherwise stable and ordinary world. Therefore, after eliminating the primary source of contamination represented by the Shangguan family, he proceeded to thoroughly disinfect the land most severely tainted. He restored the place to its most primitive and pristine state, devoid of any supernatural elements. The martial artists, who themselves harbored the very essence of spiritual energy, would inevitably be met with ruthless rejection and purification by the stringent rules of that immaculate realm upon their intrusion. Qin Jinshan abruptly opened his eyes, a resolute light erupting from his pupils. His voice, now devoid of any hesitation, rang with unwavering clarity, akin to the clash of steel. Relay my command. Henceforth, elevate the danger level of the Shangguan Manor ruins from special grade to the highest authority of divine retribution level. The restricted area shall henceforth be designated as Zeroing Forbidden Zone. Each word he uttered bore immense weight, resonating with authority. Notify all families, organizations, and individuals in Jinling. No one, no faction, is permitted to approach within 1,000 meters of the Zeroing Forbidden Zone without the highest command of the Jinwu Division. He surveyed the faces within the command center, each one reflecting shock and dread at his words. With an irrefutable tone, he delivered his final decree. Violators will be prosecuted for endangering national security. Yes, the resounding affirmation echoed within the oppressive atmosphere of the command center. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate, Wang Tong donned a sleek silver combat suit, its metallic sheen cold and lethal. This equipment was the Wang family's trump card, a monumental investment capable of purchasing half a small city, acquired from the overseas black market as the pinnacle of technological advancement. It could withstand a strike from a martial emperor and insulate against most forms of energy erosion and mental pollution in the world. This divine weapon was Wang Tong's greatest assurance. Behind him stood 4 iron-willed men, poised and resolute, the Wang family's sharpest blades, master-level assassins. "Young master, do you truly intend to enter?" one of the assassins queried, his tone tinged with dryness. The Jinwu division has classified this area as divine retribution level. We. Divine retribution? A scornful smile curled at the corners of Wang Tong's lips. What do those rule-bound fools of the Jinwu division understand about divine retribution? The dangers they perceive are, to me, opportunities. A once-in-a-lifetime chance for the Wang family to ascend to greatness. His eyes blazed with a fervent fire named ambition, wild and obsessive. "You all remain outside. I shall enter alone." He possessed an almost blind confidence in his armor, dismissing any notion that there existed a force capable of penetrating this protective shell. As long as he could uncover even the slightest trace left by that great entity, be it a stone or a handful of dust, he would emerge victorious. Before his words could settle, Wang Tong transformed into a blinding silver streak, tearing through the air and disregarding the ostensibly impenetrable barriers set by the Jinwu division. Like an arrow aimed at the divine realm, he plunged into the desolate expanse known to the world as the zeroing Forbidden Zone. Boom! As Wang Tong stepped into the Forbidden Zone, his figure abruptly halted. An indescribable wave of terror enveloped him, compressing from all directions, manifesting from every conceivable dimension. This was not mere energy. Rather, it was a repulsion of a higher dimension, a rejection rooted in the fundamental rules of existence itself. It was as if he were a virus intruding upon a sterile chamber, with the very space instinctively yearning to crush and obliterate this foreign entity. Truly peculiar. A shiver coursed through Wang Tong. Yet instead of fear, he felt exhilaration, promptly activating his silver battle armor. With a hum, a layer of pale blue energy rippled outward from his center, effectively repelling the invisible force that sought to expel him. Effective. Elation surged within him as he cautiously ventured deeper into the Forbidden Zone. The silence was profound, an absolute stillness reminiscent of death. There was no breeze, no chirping of insects, and even the sound of his own heartbeat and breath seemed to be consumed by this desolate space. Everything around him was shrouded in a dull, lifeless hue, resembling a specimen stripped of its soul. As he walked, he activated the scanning system of his armor. Scanning target, stone bench. Analysis result, composed of common calcium carbonate. Warning, concept missing. Scanning target, ancient tree. Analysis result, composed of ordinary plant fibers. Warning, concept missing. Scanning target, soil. Analysis result, composed of common silicates. Warning, concept missing. The incessant alerts from the armor deepened Wang Tong's unease. Everything here was horrifically mundane. Objects that ought to have been spiritual wood, precious jade, or foundational stones for formations had all succumbed, forcibly stripped of their extraordinary attributes and reduced to their most primitive forms. How could this be? Wang Tong's brow furrowed in confusion. There were no cataclysmic energy storms, nor the anticipated remains of deities or demons. It was eerily pristine. This place resembled a room obsessively scrubbed by a cleanliness fanatic, sterilized to the point of inducing anxiety. Just as he was on the verge of abandoning hope and preparing to withdraw, his gaze was abruptly seized by a faint glimmer deep within the ruins. It was located in the banquet hall of the now dilapidated Shangwan estate, a solitary white jade teacup, overturned on the ground. In this realm of utter desolation, it alone stubbornly retained a trace of an almost imperceptible spiritual radiance. Wang Tong's heart raced. He dashed forward, cautiously extending his hand to retrieve the teacup. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, a thunderous roar erupted, a torrent of ancient, vengeful, and overwhelming intent, seemingly accumulated over a millennium of hatred, surged through the teacup and violently invaded his mind. Wang Tong emitted a cry that transcended human sound, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His soul felt as if it were being pierced repeatedly by 1,000 searing steel needles. Yet, at the culmination of this profound anguish, boundless ecstasy arose. He had found it. He had finally discovered it. This essence, this presence, was undoubtedly the indelible remnant of the legendary martial sage ancestor of the Shangguan family. This was the opportunity he had been seeking, a monumental chance. He bore the excruciating agony of his soul being torn apart and crazily urged the secret techniques of the Wang family, striving to refine and devour this extraordinarily precious remnant of the martial sage. However, Wang Tong remained oblivious. He would forever remain unaware. Just as he cradled that teacup, deemed by some entity as tainted refuse, in his hands as if it were a treasured relic, far away at the First People's Hospital of Jinling. In the rehabilitation garden on the top floor, a youthful figure, eyes closed, basking in the afternoon sun while preparing soup for his sister, slowly opened his eyes. In those serene, lake-like orbs a ripple emerged. His brows furrowed slightly, a reflexive displeasure akin to that of a meticulously tidied room being invaded by muddy shoes, with trash bins being rummaged through. Where did this fly come from, meddling in my refuse? Chapter 59, Waste Sorting. The gaze of the janitor in the hospital's rehabilitation garden. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow upon the earth, imbued with a sense of languor. The shadows of the camphor trees danced across the lawn in a patchy mosaic. Lin Mo sat quietly on a garden bench, her hands cradling a copy of Human Anatomy, thoroughly engrossed in its pages. Since her recovery, she had developed a profound interest in medicine, eager to comprehend the intricacies of her newly revitalized body. Not far away, on another bench, Lin's parents gazed upon their 2 children with soft, nurturing eyes, their faces radiating the simplest form of happiness, as if they had reclaimed something precious. In this serene passage of time, nothing could be more idyllic. However, this tranquility was subtly shattered by Lin Mo's almost imperceptible movement. He slowly opened his eyes. Those orbs, once mirrors reflecting the calm of a serene lake beneath a clear sky, now rippled with an unsettling chill. It was an examination, devoid of emotion, akin to scrutinizing a stain that should not mar this place. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lin Mo's keen perception instantly detected the shift in Lin Mo's aura, as if a sudden, soul-freezing gust had swept through the warmth of spring. She promptly closed her book, her clear eyes revealing a hint of concern. Lin Mo lifted his head, his gaze directed toward the eastern horizon of Jinling City. His eyes seemed to penetrate the barriers of the world, reaching into distant realms. He saw it, the place designated as the Zero Zone by the Jinwu Division. That expanse he had meticulously cleaned, restoring order and balance, now bore a jarring blemish. He beheld a young man clad in silver armor, his face contorted with greed as he joyously attempted to consume a fragment of the martial saint's residual soul, which he deemed a high-risk pollutant. He also noticed the white jade teacup he had carelessly discarded, categorized as hazardous waste. Upon it lingered the most tenacious stains, capable of eroding the very fabric of reality. Lin Mo's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a subtle indication of his discomfort. His obsessive cleanliness had been provoked. As a conscientious janitor, he could not abide the thought of his painstakingly maintained workspace being sullied anew. Even more intolerable was the notion of the ignorant rummaging through the hazardous waste he had meticulously sorted, attempting to reintroduce the most dangerous and vile pollutants into the pristine world he endeavored to uphold. This was not merely a desecration of his work. It was a profound affront to the professionalism of a janitor. "I have a matter to attend to. I'll be stepping out for a moment," Lin Mo stated. Rising to his feet, the icy ripple on his visage vanishing in an instant, replaced by a warm smile. He reached out, instinctively ruffling his sister's hair, the comforting warmth emanating from him dispelling the surrounding chill. "I'm going to take care of some trash." The moment his words fell, his figure neither vanished nor moved. Instead, It was as if the very rules of this world had quietly erased him from existence, as though he had never graced this place. Lin's parents instinctively rubbed their eyes, attributing the illusion to the blinding afternoon sun. Only Lin Mo remained unaffected, her eyes heightened by the essence of the martial emperor's life force within her. Keenly perceived in that fleeting moment, she observed a subtle ripple in the space where her brother had once stood, reminiscent of gentle undulations upon a tranquil lake, as if a divine finger had delicately touched the surface. In response, the entire lake shuddered with a primal tremor. A tempest of indescribable emotions surged within Lin Mo's heart. "Brother, what manner of being are you?" Within the zeroing forbidden zone, Wang Tung sat cross-legged. His face was flushed with extreme exhilaration, veins bulging like coiled dragons at his temples and neck. The silver battle armor he wore operated with unprecedented vigor, casting blinding light that intermittently illuminated the desolate expanse, aiding him in suppressing and refining the frenzied remnants of the martial sage's soul that surged into his consciousness. The agony of this process was excruciating. His spirit felt as though it were plunged into molten iron sand, being relentlessly ground and pierced by countless searing particles. Yet, at the pinnacle of this torment lay unparalleled rewards. He could distinctly feel his mental prowess escalating at an irrational pace. His comprehension of martial arts was being forcefully elevated by an overwhelming external force. Countless profound insights surged like a torrent, battering down the barriers of his understanding. He had even brushed against the impenetrable barrier of mastery that had plagued him for years with just the tips of his fingers. Ha ha ha! I've struck gold. This time, I've wagered correctly. In his heart, Wang Tung laughed maniacally and silently. Once I completely refine this remnant soul, I, Wang Tung, shall ascend to unimaginable heights. I will become the youngest martial arts master in the Xia Kingdom. Nay, in the entire world. What a change in Shan! What of the Martial Suppression Division? They will all tremble and cower beneath my feet. The Wang family shall reign supreme in Jinling, just as he became wholly immersed in visions of an infinitely bright future. His spirit poised to reach its zenith, a voice emerged. A cold, emotionless voice, reminiscent of metal scraping at absolute zero, unexpectedly resonated behind him. Trash must recognize its own nature. To touch what should not be touched is to pay the price. Who? In that instant, Wang Tung felt his blood freeze, as if turned to shards of ice. Every hair on his body stood on end. A profound, indescribable chill from the depths of his soul enveloped him, as if a bucket of liquid nitrogen had been poured over him, instantly extinguishing all his elation, ambition, and fantasies. He whirled around and beheld a figure he would never forget for the rest of his life. A youth clad in a simple white shirt stood quietly behind him, exuding an unassuming charm reminiscent of the boy next door. The distance between them was less than 3 meters. When had he appeared? Why was it that his once proud perception had failed him utterly? Why did the extravagant silver armor, purported to preemptively warn of any energy fluctuations or deadly threats, feel as lifeless as a pile of scrap metal at this moment? Countless terrifying thoughts erupted in Wang Tung's mind, threatening to shatter his very skull. He gazed at the boy, into his eyes, which were as calm and unfathomable as an ancient abyss. A pressure descended upon him, far more terrifying than that of the remnant soul of the martial sage he had encountered earlier, a force that seemed to belong to an entirely different dimension. Under this overwhelming weight, he felt himself stripped of any identity as a prodigy of the Wang family or a prospective master. He was merely an ant, crushed beneath the soul of a deity's shoe, devoid of even the courage to twitch a finger. You are. Wang Tung's voice trembled violently, fear rendering it a quivering whisper, his teeth clattering together with a chilling sound. Suddenly, he recalled a bizarre speculation that had been circulating wildly among the elite circles in Jinling, a notion that suggested the eradication of the Shangguan family, an incomprehensible and formidable existence. Could it be that this seemingly harmless boy before him was the very embodiment of such a legend? Lin Mo paid no heed to Wang Tung's horrified expression. His gaze traversed past the young man, settling on the white jade teacup tightly clutched in his hand. his brow furrowed deeper. What I detest most are disobedient flies that tarnish cleanliness and spread harmful refuse, causing secondary pollution. Slowly, he raised his right hand, a hand remarkably clean, with long fingers and well-defined knuckles. No! A piercing, distorted scream erupted from Wang Tung's throat, a guttural cry of despair and terror. He yearned to flee. His survival instinct screamed at him to escape. Yet his body felt as if it were laden with countless tons of mercury, rendering him immobile. Unable to muster even the slightest movement, he could only watch helplessly as that fair, immaculate hand, seemingly imbued with the most terrifying power in existence, approached him slowly. The hand did not descend upon him, but halted mid-air. Lin Mo's fingers pointed at the white jade teacup, which Wang Tung treasured as if it were a gem. With a gentle flick, a barely audible vibration reverberated through the air. The incredibly hard, white jade teacup, along with the remnant soul of the martial sage that had elated Wang Tung, did not explode or shatter, but was instead transformed into the most minuscule, invisible fundamental particles, completely purified and erased from this world. Then, Lin Mo retracted his hand. He could scarcely muster the energy to cast another glance at the once mighty scion of the Wang family, now reduced to a state of utter disarray and fear. "Begone," he uttered with a dispassionate tone, his words carrying an air of finality. "Relay my message. Some refuse are simply beyond reclamation." Chapter 60. The Mark of Pollution. A walking catastrophe, Wang Tung fled, like a wretched dog with its spine shattered by a deity, tumbling and scrambling away. He dared not employ even the slightest trace of martial prowess, relying solely on the primal instincts of his flesh. He fled the forsaken realm of desolation that the world had forgotten. He did not dare to look back, for he knew that the four silent, dissipating sand sculptures behind him had transformed into four eternal tombstones, deeply imprinted on his soul in a manner he could not comprehend. It was not a slaughter. It was a warning. That godlike presence had never regarded him or the Wang family with any significance. It was merely the act of swatting away a few buzzing flies while clearing away refuse. It even spared him the sight of how he had been crushed. The terror of being utterly disregarded, treated as mere dust, instilled a chilling tremor within him, far more profound than any direct assault could conjure. He fled, his mind a void, consumed by a singular thought: home. When the grand gates of the Wang family mansion appeared before his eyes, the taut nerves within him finally snapped. "Tung, you have returned." Wang Defa, leading the core members of the Wang family, rushed forward anxiously, each face alight with anticipation and fervor. Yet, when their gazes fell upon Wang Tung, every expression froze in place. The battle armor, which had cost a fortune and was meant to shine brilliantly, now lay dull and marred with web-like cracks, devoid of spirit. His face was as pale as parchment, his eyes hollow. He seemed to have been stripped of his very soul, left a mere hollow shell. The hearts of the Wang family elites plummeted into despair. What had transpired within him? Wang Defa's voice trembled slightly, unable to suppress his shock. Wang Tung's lips moved, yet his throat felt as though it had been seared by molten iron, preventing him from uttering a single coherent word. All that remained in his mind was the cold, indifferent gaze of that youth, and the four sand sculptures that had silently dissolved in warning. Suddenly, a wave of sweet, metallic blood erupted from his mouth, unstoppable. As darkness enveloped him, his towering frame toppled backward. "Tung, quickly, call for a physician." The Wang family mansion was instantly shrouded in overwhelming panic. Within the innermost chamber of the Wang family, where spiritual energy flowed thick as water, the most renowned master healer of Jinling City emerged after a prolonged examination of Wang Tung, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Master, the young master's body is not gravely harmed. He has merely lost his mental fortitude. A few days of rest will suffice for his recovery." Upon hearing this, Wang Defa and the other elites finally exhaled in relief. The young master was safe, which was a blessing. However, the physician's subsequent remarks felt like an invisible hand, seizing their recently eased hearts and dragging them into icy depths. Yet, a perplexing confusion appeared on the physician's face. Within the essence of the young master, I discovered a peculiar and haunting imprint. It bore no aggression, emitted no energetic fluctuations, and even eluded my spiritual force. Yet, it persistently radiated an incomprehensible concept. Wang Defa's brows knitted tightly in contemplation. What concept? Merely probing with my mental strength caused a barely perceptible tremor in the very foundation of my cultivation. This felt akin to a pollution at the conceptual level. Before his words could fully settle, a sharp crack echoed ominously from the depths of the chamber. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically as they rushed into the room. To their astonishment, a menacing fissure had appeared at the center of the Millennium soul-nurturing wood, a treasure that had safeguarded the Wang family's fortunes for a century. Tendrils of dark mist surged forth from the crevice, as the ancestral heirloom visibly dulled, decaying and withering before their eyes. Simultaneously, the unconscious Wang tongue, lying upon the spirit jade bed, began to emanate a faint, sinister aura. What on earth was happening? Wang Defa was utterly distraught, dashing to his son's side, unleashing his formidable power in a desperate attempt to dispel the ominous presence. Yet, as his hand grazed Wang Tung's body, a chilling, obscure force, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, slithered up his arm. In that instant, he felt his once thundering vitality momentarily stagnate. Begone! Panic surged within Wang Defa as he roared, unleashing his royal might in a bid to expel the chilling essence from his being. He staggered back several paces, his face ashen, eyes fixed in horror upon his son, who lay in a state of oblivion. At that moment, the boy was no longer the hope of the Wang family in his eyes, but rather a harbinger of calamity, a source of corruption capable of tainting all vitality, bringing misfortune and decay. What manner of entity had he provoked within? Wang Defa's anguished cries resonated with profound regret and bone-deep terror. This news spread like an uncontrollable plague, sweeping through the upper echelons of Jinling society. The prodigious Wang Tung, having trespassed into the forbidden zone, had not only failed to uncover any fortune, but had instead become a vessel of an inescapable and terrifying miasma. Anyone who approached him would be beset by misfortune. Any treasures drawn near would lose their spiritual essence. In a desperate bid to contain this corruption, the Wang family expended vast resources in just 3 days, enough to bankrupt a second-rate clan. Moreover, 2 elder masters, in their attempts to forcibly channel their power, were repelled by the miasma, suffering immediate degradation in their realms. For a time, the name Zero Zone became an absolute taboo among all martial artists of Jinling, evoking a palpable sense of dread. They finally came to understand a grim truth through the harrowing price paid by the Wang family. It was not a land abundant with opportunities, but rather a refused dump of the divine. Any mortal daring to sift through the garbage would inevitably become tainted by the most horrifying filth. The architect of this calamity was Lin Mo, who at this moment was in the hospital's communal kitchen, donned in a whimsical cartoon apron, humming an off-key tune as he leisurely brewed a pot of black-bone chicken soup. He casually seized a century-old mountain ginseng, capable of provoking fierce competition among any master, and tossed it into the clay pot as one would discard a mere carrot. Then, employing the divine culinary skills just awarded by the system, he meticulously regulated the heat. An intoxicating fragrance, rich to the extreme and unreasonably overpowering, uncontrollably wafted through the air, instantly permeating the entire floor. All who caught a whiff of this aroma found themselves involuntarily pausing their activities, ravenously swallowing. "Brother, what are you making? It smells divine." Lin Wan's head peeked through the kitchen door, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I'm making soup for you to nourish your body," Lin Mo replied with a smile, ladling a small portion of broth, blowing gently on it, and presenting it to his sister's lips. "Give a taste." Lin Wan took a small sip, her eyes widening in astonishment. A warm, rich, yet overwhelmingly potent energy erupted in her mouth, surging through her limbs. She could feel every cell in her body rejoicing, jubilant. The martial realm she had just stabilized began to waver once more, hinting at the possibility of another breakthrough. "Brother, what did you put in this soup?" Lin Wan asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Nothing much," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Just a few ordinary seasonings. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. An unfamiliar number, cloaked in multiple layers of encryption. He pressed the answer button, and a cold, somewhat familiar male voice emerged from the other end. Mr. Lin Mo, congratulations on successfully completing your month-long internship assessment. We are very pleased with your performance. It is now time to come to the company to finalize your employment and receive your first official assignment. Chapter 61. The Truth of the Company. The janitor's code, Lin Mo's gaze remained utterly unperturbed, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. The call was promptly terminated. He extinguished the flame and ladled out a pot of exquisite chicken soup, one that would send any warrior into a frenzy. The rich aroma seemed to possess a life of its own, instantly filling the entire room. Wan, you and our parents should enjoy the soup first. I have a matter to attend to and will return shortly, Lin Mo said softly as he untied his apron. Brother, is it those men in black who are looking for you? Lin Wan's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible worry. She harbored a lingering suspicion that her brother's summer job concealed a monumental secret. Yes, the boss wants to talk to me. He probably intends to discuss my promotion bonus. Lin Mo replied with a smile, ruffling his sister's hair, his tone light, as if he were merely stepping out to fetch a bottle of water from the convenience store. With that, he turned and exited the hospital. A black, unremarkable Volkswagen sedan lay in wait like a phantom in the shadowy corner of the hospital entrance. Lin Mo skillfully opened the door and slid into the car. Behind the wheel sat the enigmatic man in black who had interviewed him, a figure he had mentally dubbed Mr. Black. The vehicle smoothly commenced its journey, silently merging into the traffic of Jinling City, akin to a drop of water dissolving into the ocean. Inside the car, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Mr. Black focused intently on driving, uttering not a single word. Yet Lin Mo could discern the white knuckles gripping the steering wheel in the rearview mirror, a telltale sign of his tension. Leaning back in his seat, Lin Mo closed his eyes, contemplating his performance for the month. The project concerning the Shangwan family had been executed with precision, and the subsequent pollution from the Wang family had been addressed promptly. Surely, that would warrant an S-grade evaluation, wouldn't it? He wondered if his base salary, after securing a permanent position, could elevate to $500,000 a day. Ultimately, it was Mr. Black who could no longer contain his anxiety. It seemed as though he summoned a vast reservoir of courage to force out a few dry words. Sir, are you not at all curious about us? The manner of address had shifted. Lin Mo did not even open his eyes, responding coolly. Curious about what? Curious about our identities, curious about the purpose of our existence, or perhaps more so, why you would stir Jinling City into chaos while we still process your formalization. A tremor tinged Mr. Black's voice, a quiver he himself was oblivious to. Only then did Lin Mo slowly open his eyes. In the darkness, his gaze shone with astonishing clarity, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips as he calmly stated a fact. Your work necessitates my involvement. You require someone who can genuinely maintain the boundaries, and I am the sole individual qualified for this role. With a sudden jolt, Mr. Black's hand trembled violently on the steering wheel, the tires screeching in a dreadful friction against the asphalt. The car lurched violently. The emotion of shock in his eyes was on the verge of overflowing, and through the rearview mirror, he observed the calm youth in the back seat, an individual who seemed almost beyond the realm of humanity. He knew. He was fully aware of everything. This young man, no, this gentleman, possessed an extraordinary insight into the essence of all things. You are indeed correct, Mr. Black spoke after a lengthy silence, his tone almost reverential and exceedingly laborious. It is not we who require your assistance. It is this world that needs you. He gradually brought the car to a halt in the underground parking lot of an unremarkable office building, turned off the engine, and then, for the first time with such formality, turned to face Lin Mo, gazing at him with the demeanor of a subordinate before a supreme existence. Our organization lacks a name, or rather, our name is our mission. We refer to ourselves as the Guardians of Earth. Our existence predates the so-called resurgence of spiritual energy by far. We have been quietly safeguarding these high-energy reactors long before the emergence of the Jinwu division and the martial arts families. Mr. Black's voice remained cold. It resonated with the weight of a long-buried epic. However, with the full resurgence of spiritual energy, our organization has splintered. Some individuals view the restricted zones as treasures. They have departed from the organization, established the earliest martial arts families, and supported the founding of the Jinwu division, becoming the mainstream of this world. Meanwhile, those of us who adhere to the principle of maintenance have retreated underground, labeled as heretics in their eyes. Lin Mo listened in silence, his face betraying no emotion. These background stories held no interest for him. He was solely concerned with the task at hand. "So, you wish for me to rectify their errors?" he inquired incisively. "No." Mr. Black's head bowed even lower. "We are not in a position to command you. It is the Zone Zero itself that has chosen you. Upon signing that employment contract, you were recognized by the core rules of Zone Zero, thus enabling the activation of that unparalleled zone steward system. We merely serve as its facilitators, providing you with the necessary guidance and services." For instance, Mr. Black's tone took on an unprecedented humility, even tinged with a hint of pleading. "Regarding your recent cleansing action against the Shangwan family, it was executed with remarkable efficiency and thoroughness. However, the methods employed were somewhat crude. You directly erased the rules of a portion of reality, resulting in an unstable spatial structure and the formation of a new reality void. This poses a new burden on the environment of the entire Earth." He regarded Lin Mo, his posture unprecedentedly deferential. "Therefore, we implore you, sir, to adopt a more precise and eco-friendly approach in your future endeavors." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Was there a flaw in his work? Such imperfections could impact performance evaluations. "Understood," he replied with a faint acknowledgement. Mr. Black, seemingly granted a reprieve, promptly retrieved a pitch-black metallic box from within his coat and respectfully presented it to Lin Mo. "This is a confirmation gift prepared by the company for you, along with your inaugural official assignment." Lin Mo accepted the box and opened it. Inside lay a crystal vial containing a mesmerizing blue liquid and an ancient parchment document. "Cleaning tool, regulatory lubricant. Effect: minimizes wear on the fabric of reality during concept erasure tasks. Work assignment: proceed to Zone 7, Abyssal Dragon Tomb. Task description: the prolonged and brutal extraction of dragon soul crystals by the Jinwu division has incited a surge of resentment from the ancient dragon's remnant spirit at the core of Zone 7, leading to an energy imbalance that is on the verge of triggering a zone tide. Task requirement: conduct a thorough soothing polish on the ancient dragon's remains to quell its grievances." Mr. Black regarded Lin Mo and added, "For this assignment, we hope you can avoid direct confrontation with the Jinwu division, as they are merely a bunch of foolish, albeit not entirely malevolent, youths." However, a glint of icy malice flickered in his eyes, akin to a blade unsheathed. "Should they insist on obstructing your cleaning efforts, then eliminating some disobedient obstacles would fall well within the scope of your duties." Chapter 62, Abyssal Dragon Tomb. A walking forbidden zone, Lin Mo did not embark on his journey immediately. Instead, he bid farewell to his family under the pretense of a business trip organized by his company. Although his parents were reluctant to see him go, the thought of their son's exorbitant salary left them with nothing but repeated admonitions to be cautious while away. Only his younger sister, Lin Wan, cast a lingering gaze upon her brother, saying nothing. She stepped forward and gently adjusted Lin Mo's collar. "Brother, come back soon," she said, her melodious voice tinged with uncontainable concern. Lin Mo felt the weight of her affection, warming his heart, and he smiled in acknowledgement. East Sea, a stretch of ocean marked on shipping maps as a permanent storm zone. The surface of the sea appeared eerily calm, a seamless blend of azure sky and water, devoid of any hint of danger. Yet, beneath its depths, over 10,000 meters down, lay a colossal secret capable of shaking the world. A terrifying deep-sea vortex, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, spun silently. It stirred no currents and emitted no sound. It merely consumed all light and darkness around it, resembling a grievous wound upon the Earth's surface. This was the number 7 Forbidden Zone, Abyssal Dragon Tomb. Beside the vortex, a vast underwater base sprawled like a steel behemoth, its exterior emblazoned with a fierce and majestic dragon emblem. The East Sea Division of the Armament Command, Long Yuan Base. At this moment, within the command center, the shrill wail of alarms threatened to shatter eardrums. The crimson warning lights cast pale reflections on every face. The atmosphere, thick with tension. Report. High-energy reaction readings in Zone A3 have exceeded the limit. 3 deep-sea demon sharks are relentlessly assaulting the energy shield. Report. Mining Team 3 has encountered an ambush by a swarm of phantom jellyfish. Communications have been severed, requesting fire support. Report. The resentment index in the core of the Forbidden Zone has surpassed 9,700 points, exceeding the critical threshold by 30%. The Forbidden Zone tide may erupt at any moment. Urgent military reports, laden with the specter of death and crisis, cascaded towards the commander's station. There stood a tall, striking woman, her presence commanding, clad in a sharply tailored black military uniform that accentuated her stunning silhouette. A brilliant golden star symbolizing the martial sovereign glimmered on her shoulder. The highest authority of Long Yuan Base, the youngest female martial sovereign in the history of the Armament Command, the East Sea Dragon Lady, Long Qingxue. What's the panic? Long Qingxue slammed her palm against the cold metal control panel, producing a resounding thud. Her voice, cold as ice yet imbued with undeniable authority, silenced the cacophony in an instant. Order the Jiaolong Special Forces to engage and eliminate the demon sharks. The Song of the Deep Team provides sonic cover to disperse the jellyfish swarm. As for the Forbidden Zone tide, a flicker of resolute coldness flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes. Transmit my orders. The base is to enter a state of maximum combat readiness. All non-combat personnel will enter the sleep chambers and prepare for impact. Yes. As this colossal war machine began to operate at peak efficiency with fervent intensity, a technician responsible for sonar monitoring suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching, incredulous exclamation. "Commander, come quickly. What is this?" Long Qingxue hastened over, her brow furrowed in concern. On the main screen, a red dot representing an unknown biological target was descending vertically from 10,000 meters above the sea surface in a manner that defied the very laws of physics. Its speed was not swift. One could even describe it as leisurely. Yet, its trajectory was terrifyingly precise, effortlessly evading all the violent currents of the deep sea and the minuscule fissures invisible to the naked eye. An eerie spectacle unfolded. All the ferocious, bloodthirsty, mutated sea beasts that had caused the elite squad of the town military division endless headaches upon sensing its presence, acted as if confronted by an absolute nemesis imprinted deep within their genetic code since the dawn of creation. They did not attack, nor did they probe. Instead, they frantically fled in all directions. A vacuum zone with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer abruptly formed around the red dot. Zoom in. Maximize the optical image. Long Qingxue commanded sharply. After multiple analyses and image enhancements by the Base S supercomputer, the true nature of the red dot finally materialized before everyone's eyes. Then, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, the worldviews of all present seemed to be mercilessly shattered by an invisible hand. What appeared before them was not some unknown giant sea creature, nor was it an advanced submersible secretly developed by any nation. It was a boy, clad in a simple white shirt and black casual pants. He bore no diving equipment, nor was he encased in any energy shield. Instead, he strolled leisurely, step by step, through the depths of the ocean, a realm where the terrifying water pressure could instantaneously crush an aircraft carrier into a mere disk. It seemed to caress him like a gentle breeze, having no effect whatsoever. He did not appear to be exploring a forbidden zone. Rather, he seemed to be taking a casual walk in his own backyard. The fearsome sea beasts, which had consumed countless resources of the town military division in their attempts to eradicate them, resembled a pack of cats and dogs that had seen their master return, lacking even the courage to approach within 100 meters of him. This, the technician stammered, pointing at the screen, his lips quivering violently his mind blank, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Long Qingxue also fixed her gaze on the figure displayed on the screen. For the first time, a look of shock graced her eternally icy visage. A deafening roar echoed in her mind. The top-secret intelligence just transmitted through the highest encrypted channels from the Jinling headquarters flashed vividly before her eyes. Every word crystal clear, concerning a mysterious entity codenamed the Cleaner. Regarding the total erasure of the Shangwan family in Jinling from the reality plane overnight. Regarding the location redefined by all factions as the divine garbage dump. Known as the Null Zone. Could it possibly be him? Alarm! Alarm! An unknown target has been detected approaching the base. The piercing sound of the alarm jolted Long Qingxue from the tempest of turmoil within her. She gazed at the screen, where a youth approached the Long Yuan base with an unhurried demeanor, a chilling sensation surging from her coccyx to the crown of her head. Is he an enemy? Or perhaps a wildly irrational thought sprouted uncontrollably in her mind. Long Qingxue took a deep breath, and with the most composed yet audacious voice she had ever mustered, she issued a command that left all officers in the command center questioning their sanity. Attention all units. Her voice resonated clearly in the deathly silence of the command center. Cease all combat alarms. Disable all weapon systems. Activate all energy shields and physical gates of the base. The command was given, yet no one responded. All gazes were fixed upon her, laden with disbelief. Long Qingxue's voice trembled ever so slightly, unbeknownst to her, yet her tone remained resolutely unwavering. With the utmost courtesy, welcome this guest to our midst. Chapter 63. The Janitor and the Apocalypse. The command issued by Long Qingxue detonated a violent mental tsunami within the command center of the Longyuan base, akin to a nuclear bomb plunged into the depths of a 10,000-meter abyss. What? Commander, have you lost your mind? Exclaimed the most senior operations officer, his eyes ablaze and veins bulging from his neck. That unidentified creature is clearly heading towards us. This is tantamount to opening the door and inviting the wolf into our home. Is suicide? I implore you to reconsider. We cannot gamble with the lives of the entire base. Within the command center, seasoned officers erupted in uproar. Their rational minds struggled to comprehend this command. The experiences they had earned with blood and life made it all the more difficult to accept this reality. Execute the order. Long Qingxue's voice suddenly rose, each word imbued with the terrifying will of a martial emperor, cold, sharp, and laced with an unmistakable intent to kill. She whirled around, her beautiful phoenix eyes surveying the room, and where her gaze fell, all commotion ceased abruptly. Any who defy the order shall be executed on the spot. A profound silence enveloped the command center. The flow of air, the rhythm of breaths, and the beating of hearts, all were frozen by the resolute command infused with an unwavering will. Everyone was awestruck by Long Qingxue's unprecedented demeanor. They did not understand, but the duty of a soldier is to obey. That instinct, etched into their very marrow, compelled them to suppress all doubts and fears, their fingers rigidly tapping commands on the console. Soon, accompanied by the dull, prolonged sound of metal grinding, the heavy composite alloy gates of the Longyuan base, robust enough to withstand landslides, slowly retracted layer by layer, opening. The azure energy shield, capable of resisting the tidal forces of the Forbidden Zone, quietly dissipated into countless points of light, vanishing without a trace. In that instant, the iron fortress, lying in the depths of the sea, shed all its arms and defenses, exposing its most vulnerable core to the mysterious visitor. Lin Mo approached the entrance of the base and paused. His gaze calmly swept over the technologically advanced and foreboding underwater structure, and then slightly furrowed his brow. The design was excessively cumbersome. The method of external armor assembly was flawed. Under high-pressure conditions, these seams represented the weakest link. The energy circuit's efficiency was alarmingly low, with at least 40% of energy wasted during transmission. Furthermore, the discharged high-energy waste particles inflicted irreversible secondary pollution on the surrounding aquatic environment. In his mind, Lin Mo, viewing it through the lens of a professional janitor, delivered the most precise and unrelenting assessment. This was an inadequate facility that would create more trouble, a veritable waste processing station. Lin Mo felt no interest in entering this refuse station. He circumvented it, continuing his journey toward the innermost core of the Forbidden Zone. His objective had been clear from the very beginning. Before them lay an immense dragon skeleton, stretching for tens of thousands of meters, resembling a serpentine mountain range. Witnessing this scene, Long Qingxue and the array of officers in the command center exhaled a long-held breath, their tense shoulders instinctively slumping. Fortunately, it seemed he held little interest in the base. The commander, who exactly is he? A bold adjutant whispered cautiously, his voice dry and laced with a sense of exhaustion, as though he had narrowly escaped calamity. Long Qingxue offered no response. Her gaze fixated on the receding figure on the screen, her expression a tangle of complex emotions. She gestured to dispatch the siren drone to follow him, instructing, "Remember, maintain an absolute safe distance. I need to discern his true intentions for being here." Lin Mo arrived before the colossal remains of the ancestral dragon. The closer he approached, the more he was enveloped by a terrifying aura, vast, desolate, ancient, and brimming with an inexhaustible sense of resentment. This malevolence seemed almost tangible, forming a thick layer of black, sludge-like grime upon the dragon's bones. This filth was incessantly corroding the sacredness of the skeleton while emitting violent waves of energy, the very source of the instability within this forbidden area. At the center of the enormous dragon's skull, a gaping void was a sight to behold. There, where the most resplendent dragon soul crystal should have been embedded, now lay only a brutally hewn, grotesque wound. Tendrils of black resentment surged forth from a gash, oozing like pus. Sighing softly, Lin Mo lamented, "What a band of unprofessional thieves. They took the treasure, yet failed to tend to the wound, leaving it in such a filthy state." From his backpack, he retrieved his professional tools, a seemingly ordinary blue plastic bucket and a plain white cloth. Then, he produced the vial of regulatory lubricant given to him by Mr. Black, dispensing a few drops of the blue liquid into the bucket. Instantly, the previously clear water transformed into a dreamlike azure hue, releasing an ethereal fragrance that soothed the spirit and quelled agitation. He soaked the cloth, wrung it out, and in a swift motion, he found himself atop the towering dragon's head, standing between its fearsome horns, as minuscule as a speck of dust. This spectacle was relayed in real time to the command center of Dragon Abyss through the high-definition camera of the siren drone. All who beheld this scene held their breath, presuming that this enigmatic figure had come to claim the invaluable ancestral dragon skeleton or to conduct some inscrutable and ancient ritual. Yet, the ensuing events nearly made their eyes bulge from their sockets as they beheld the youth. In their eyes, he appeared as a cataclysmic force emerging from the pages of an apocalyptic tome. He bent down, meticulously employing a white cloth to gingerly cleanse the thick, black grime clinging to the skeletal remains of the dragon's head. His movements were earnest and focused, even accompanied by a tuneless hum. He bore little resemblance to a peerless warrior. Rather, he resembled a cheerful housekeeper, content with the day's wages. The entire command center succumbed to an eerie silence, one where the sound of one another's blood coursing through veins could be distinctly perceived. Every mind present seemed to stall, their understanding thoroughly upended and reshaped by an unseen hand. The cold, striking visage of Long Qingxue was etched with confusion and stupor as she gazed at the screen. With each stroke of the boy's cloth, the millennial-old darkness of resentment evaporated without a trace, revealing the dragon bone's own lustrous, jade-like sanctity. A serene and peaceful aura began to emanate from the bone, gradually soothing the ferocity that plagued the restricted zone. She finally comprehended the true significance of the code name contained within the highly classified intelligence from headquarters. Cleaner. It was not merely a designation, it was the literal truth. Report. Commander. A technician responsible for monitoring energy readings suddenly leaped from his seat, his voice cracking in a manner akin to encountering a ghost. The resentment index in the core of the restricted zone is plummeting rapidly. 90%, 70%, 30%. Good heavens! It has already dropped below the safety threshold. The tide in the restricted zone. The alarm has been lifted. Chapter 64. The integrity of the janitor and the lament of the dragon's spine in the command center of Long Yuan. Silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone appeared to be ensnared by an invisible hand, their throats constricted as they fixated on the main screen, which displayed a scene capable of appending their lifelong beliefs. The youth, regarded by them as a harbinger of apocalyptic calamity, stood atop the colossal skeletal remains of a dragon. Clutching an unremarkable white cloth, he meticulously engaged in the act of cleaning. His movements were gentle yet precise, imbued with a certain professional rhythm, as if he were tending to a rare treasure or polishing the exquisite furniture of his own living room. With each sweep of the cloth, a thick, viscous black grime, emanating a palpable sense of resentment, dissolved under the sunlight's gaze, vanishing more thoroughly than mere snow. It was obliteration, leaving not a trace behind. In its stead emerged the dragon's bone, smooth as jade and shimmering with an ethereal radiance. Report. Report to the commander. A technician's voice quivered, barely coherent, as if he had witnessed a deity walking among mortals. The resentment index in Area A. Zeroed. Area B's resentment index. Zeroed. Area C. His voice faltered, for the screen displayed hundreds of indicators representing the energy readings of the Forbidden Zone, plummeting in a terrifying descent toward zero. The shrill red alarms extinguished one after another, until the entire monitoring station transformed into a serene green, symbolizing absolute safety. The tidal wave of the restricted zone, which loomed over the Long Yuan base and threatened to obliterate everything within 1,000 miles, was seemingly erased by a mere cloth. What? What is he doing? A young officer murmured, articulating the collective fears and confusions that gripped the hearts of all present. Long Qingxue remained silent, her gaze fixed on the screen. Her martial, emperor-level consciousness had already penetrated all barriers, perceiving the astonishing transformations within the Forbidden Zone. The fury and chaos, imbued with a desire for destruction, were being pacified and purified by a force that was higher, purer, and more harmonious. The entire Zone 7, Abyssal Dragon Tomb, resembled a dying patient being miraculously revived by a divine healer through incomprehensible means. Suddenly, she recalled the ancient scroll of her family's legacy, which contained records about dragons. Dragons are inherently fond of cleanliness. Could it be that this seemingly absurd act of cleaning is the only correct method to communicate with these ancient remnants of divinity and monstrosity? And what of the so-called development and exploration pursued by their martial suppression division and those esteemed martial families over the past century? In the eyes of these magnificent beings, were they merely a band of robbers, intruding upon a sacred temple and wantonly plundering, leaving chaos in their wake? As this thought took root, a chill surged from the depths of her soul. Lin Mo remained oblivious to the immense spiritual upheaval his actions were causing in the outside world. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in the joy of cleaning. Ding! Detected that the host is polishing the horn of the ancestral dragon. Task completion rate increased by 5. Your body hardness has received a slight enhancement. Ding! Detected that the host is cleansing the spine of the ancestral dragon. Task completion rate increased by 10. Your core strength has received a slight enhancement. Ding! Through your cleaning efforts, you have gained a deeper understanding of the structure of dragon-class beings. Passive skill proficiency, Butcher's Craft, increased by 100. The system's notification sounded like the most exquisite symphony. This dragon skeleton was truly magnificent. Unlike the rigid and foul-smelling relic from the aristocratic family, which offered meager rewards, this dragon skeleton, though dirty, was composed of exceptional material. With each stroke, one could feel a pure essence of power resonating back. This was the quintessential experience befitting a top-tier client. With great enthusiasm, Lin Mo swiftly polished the immense skeleton, stretching thousands of meters from head to tail until it gleamed anew. The entire dragon skeleton radiated a sacred white light, and a magnificent vital essence flowed through the bones, illuminating the surrounding abyss as if it were daylight. Countless tiny specks of spiritual energy emanated from the skeleton, merging into the seawater. The sea creatures tainted by resentment, upon coming into contact with these luminous points, quickly shed their fury, regaining clarity, and even some of the grotesque mutations began to gradually regress. The entire ecosystem of the Forbidden Zone was undergoing a transformation. At last, Lin Mo completed the polishing of the final piece of the dragon's tailbone. He stepped back, hands on hips, gazing with satisfaction at his masterpiece, nodding in approval. Clean and orderly, this was the essence of artistry. However, when his gaze returned to the imposing dragon skull and fell upon the ugly, hollow wound at its center, his brow furrowed once again. There remained a final, most stubborn thread of black resentment, coiling like tiny venomous serpents deep within the wound, unable to be completely purified. It was the indelible pain left behind after the core essence had been stripped away. Alas, what a pity! Lin Mo sighed, speaking to himself. Having taken possession of this magnificent relic, he had neglected to tend to its wound. Such a lack of professional integrity. The damaged area was excruciating to behold and severely marred the overall aesthetic. As a top-notch cleaner with obsessive tendencies, he could not tolerate such a glaring flaw in his creation. It must be mended. He opened his backpack, which in reality was the entrance to the system's storage space, and began rummaging through it. What could he use for the repair? This? No, that was blood of gods and demons, too corrosive and would cause secondary contamination. This? Void dust, also unsuitable, as it was too unstable. What if it collapsed? In the command center, Long Qingxue and a group of officers watched Lin Mo's movements through the high-magnification lens of a drone, their hearts racing with apprehension. What was he planning to do? What was he planning to do with that wound? Under the gaze of everyone present, Lin Mo retrieved an object from his backpack. It was a seemingly unremarkable sphere, roughly the size of a fist, radiating a spectrum of colors reminiscent of glass marbles sold at street stalls. Cradling the orb in his palm, he scrutinized it against the light. This appears to be the toilet aromatherapy ball rewarded by the system during the last cleaning of the Zone Zero restroom. It was said to purify unpleasant odors and maintain fresh air. While its efficacy against grievance, such a peculiar stench, remained uncertain, it certainly looked exquisite and was of the perfect size. He resolved to use it. Holding the object he had deemed an aromatherapy ball, he approached the wound located at the dragon's brow. Meanwhile, in the command center, the moment the colorful orb made its appearance, a state-of-the-art analytical instrument suddenly emitted a shrill alarm, teetering on the brink of explosion, as if it were about to tear through the fabric of space itself. On the screen, lines of vivid crimson, indicative of indecipherable gibberish, frantically scrolled across the display. Incomprehensible, unexplainable, the energy levels surpassed theoretical limits. It was a mythical substance, the very essence that forms the foundation of the world. An elderly professor with white hair stared intently at the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably, nearly fainting from excitement. That was the primordial star core, according to legend, a cosmic treasure that has a 1 in a billion chance of forming when a star reaches the end of its life and collapses into its most primordial singularity. What does he intend to do with this object? Chapter 65. The most expensive patch. A soft sound echoed through the absolute silence of the 10,000-meter deep sea, penetrating the immense water pressure and resounding clearly in the eardrums of everyone at the Longyuan base, like thunder reverberating deep within the soul. The colorful glass marble, casually picked up by Lin Mo and used as a toilet fragrance ball, was neither too big nor too small, precisely placed into the grotesque void at the center of the ancient dragon's skull. At the moment of contact, there was no resistance or energy clash. It seemed as if that wound had existed through the ages solely to await this moment of alignment, as if this primordial star core, after drifting for billions of light years, had returned home at last. In the next instant, light, endless light, erupted from the small sphere. It was not blinding. Rather, it was gentle, vast, and solemn, reminiscent of the first thread of the cosmic principle that burst forth from the singularity at the dawn of creation, coalescing into tangible substance in this place. The 7-colored radiance rippled outward like waves. Upon contact with the dragon bone, the primordial star core completely dissolved into the most primal, purest creative force, beginning to mend the wound that pierced the bones of gods and demons in a manner reminiscent of reversing causality. It was not merely repairing physical damage. It was mending laws, concepts, and a soul imprint that transcended time and space, belonging to the divine and the demonic. The last vestige of the most stubborn and vengeful black obsession, which had lingered deep within the wound, could not even emit a cry of anguish as it encountered this power. It was utterly erased, purified, and assimilated. The endless pain of having its core essence stripped away was completely smoothed over under the soothing influence of this force. A brand new pseudo-dragon soul, composed of pure primordial energy, gradually took form at the wound on the brow of the skeletal remains. It lacked true self-awareness, yet its existence restored the ancient dragon's bones, which had lain dormant for eons, to wholeness. A long, resonant sound, as if emanating from the primordial wilderness, surged forth from the thousands of meters of dragon bone. It was not a lament, but rather joy and satisfaction, a jubilant roar of rebirth after breaking free from ancient shackles. Sacred light permeated and blossomed from every crack in the bones, illuminating the dark depths of the number 7 restricted area like an underwater divine realm. Within the confines of the restricted area, all chaotic energies settled entirely at that moment. Fury was replaced by tranquility, chaos reshaped into order, and violence soothed into serenity. In its place was a life essence so rich it nearly took on substance, the purest, most primal vitality. At that moment, the danger level of the No. 7 restricted area, abyssal dragon tomb, plummeted from world-ending cataclysmic to harmless. No, it transcended harmlessness. It transformed into a sanctuary for cultivation, infinitely superior to any earthly paradise. Inside the command center of Long Yuan, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Every individual present gaped in astonishment, their pupils dilated, and their minds vacated as they grappled with the incomprehensible information flooding their consciousness. What had they witnessed? A youth, wielding a seemingly mundane glass marble, had restored the remains of a godly entity. Furthermore, he had effortlessly transformed an S-class forbidden zone into an SSS-class paradise. This transcended martial prowess, supernatural abilities, or technology. It was a divine miracle, a power beyond mortal comprehension, reserved solely for the gods. At that moment, a series of delightful system notifications resonated within Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Monthly task. Soothing polish of the ancestor dragon's remains has been flawlessly completed. Task settlement in progress. Base completion rate, 100. Detected additional action. Restoration of grief of the ancestor dragon, core injury. Detected maintenance material, primordial star core. Assessment failed. Material level exceeds system's current calculation limit. Detected overspec maintenance action triggering unknown chain reaction. Task rating forced upgrade in progress. Rating elevated to SSS level perfect. Congratulations to the host for achieving an unprecedented mythical level maintenance feat, with a task reward of a 1,000 critical damage increase. Final reward distribution. 1. Acquired mythical level technique. Full version of ancient ancestor dragon sutra. 2. Acquired special consumable. Baptism of the ancestor dragon soul. One-time use. 3. Acquired special title, Friend of the Dragon Clan. The cascade of rewards intensified the smile gracing Lin Mo's lips. Indeed, this remuneration was exceptionally generous. It seemed the aromatic orb had proven its worth. Just as he prepared to tidy his toolbox and clock out for the day, an unexpected transformation occurred. The restored remains of the ancestor dragon emanated a sudden, resplendent light from the pseudo-dragon soul formed by the primordial star core at its brow. A colossal, majestic dragon silhouette, as if defying the very currents of time, slowly ascended from the remnants. It was a true ancestor dragon, a being that existed solely within the realm of myth. Its form cast a shadow over the entire Forbidden Zone. Its scales glimmered with the brilliance of shattered stars, and its eyes resembled 2 golden suns, embodying an unfathomable authority that pierced through the ages and foresaw the future. though this was merely a residual imprint of a devoid of consciousness. Its mere presence exuded a pressure that caused the waters of the East Sea to tremble in response. Within the Long Yuan base, every warrior, upon witnessing that ethereal form, felt an irresistible shudder emanating from the depths of their souls. Their bloodlines seemed to freeze. Their bodies, their wills, their very souls issued a singular command to bow in reverent worship. Even the newly ascended martial emperor, Long Qingxue, felt an immense pressure emanating from the very core of her soul, rendering her nearly incapable of maintaining her stance. This was the might of the divine and demonic. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the colossal dragon shadow before him, his brows knitting together slightly. What was the purpose of this grand display? The dust was swirling about. He felt a twinge of displeasure. The environment he had painstakingly cleaned was once again on the verge of chaos. The towering ancestral dragon's phantom seemed to sense Lin Mo's unabashed disdain, as a nearly imperceptible tremor coursed through its massive form. Its golden, sun-like dragon eyes swept over the minuscule figure standing atop its head. This human was as inconsequential as dust, yet from the depths of its instinctual consciousness, it felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and reverence. Then, it appeared to comprehend the situation. This imprint of will was a final gift bestowed by the complete ancestral dragon before its fall. It should have returned to the cosmos with its last vestige of dignity once its grievances had dissipated. However, Lin Mo had used the primordial star core to restore its shattered will, allowing its existence to operate with a semblance of instinctual logic. It understood that it owed this humble cleaner an immeasurable debt of gratitude. This gratitude remained unreciprocated, yet it was sensed deeply. Not far away within the cold, rust-laden hulk of steel resided a descendant with a trace of dragon blood coursing through its veins. This was the sole continuation of its bloodline in this world. It was the existence of this descendant that had drawn the esteemed cleaner to this place. Therefore, this unrepayable gratitude would be bestowed upon its own progeny. Thus, under the horrified gazes of all those present at the Long Yuan base, the towering ancestral dragon, Phantom, slowly bowed its noble head, akin to a mountain in grandeur. Its gaze penetrated layers of composite alloy and energy shields, unerringly locking onto the command center, specifically on Long Qingxue. In the next instant, a resplendent beam of golden light, refined to perfection, erupted from the dragon phantom's brow. It disregarded any physical barriers and any form of energy defenses, instantaneously merging with Long Qingxue's being. Chapter 66. The Dragon's Gift and the Beginning of Misunderstanding that radiant golden beam of light was not a collision, but rather an infusion. It disregarded all the proud physical barriers and energy shields of the dragon abyss base, descending with the precision of a living dawn, enveloping Long Qingxue. Commander, protect the commander. The command center was instantly thrown into chaos akin to the apocalypse. All the battle-hardened officers believed they were witnessing the final annihilation decreed by divine will. Their faces pale as they recklessly surged forward, intent on erecting a defense with their flesh and blood. Yet, they were gently yet absolutely pushed aside by an invisible force. This power bore no malice, but was imbued with an undeniable majesty. Long Qingxue floated in midair, entirely encased by that pure golden beam. Contrary to expectations of pain and destruction, she experienced a warmth that emanated from the very depths of her soul, a calling from the source of her bloodline. It was as if a solitary spirit, lost for eons, had finally heard the clarion call of home. She could distinctly perceive the inner workings of her body. Deep within her bloodline, that faint, almost negligible trace of ancient dragon ancestry was now being fervently nourished by an unimaginable, creation-like power, purification, refinement, activation, amplification. Every bone in her being crackled with a series of dense, crisp sounds, not of fracturing, but of undergoing a mythic-level metamorphosis. Impurities within her bones were expelled, their density increasing wildly, while a soft, ethereal golden halo began to flow upon their surfaces. Her meridians were brutally, yet precisely widened several-fold, becoming remarkably resilient. The once surging internal energy now flowed through them like a gentle stream. The bottleneck of the martial emperor realm, which had troubled her for years, a seemingly insurmountable chasm before her life, now, under the onslaught of golden light, appeared as fragile as a layer of window paper exposed to the sun for a century. With a mere touch, it could shatter. Boom! Martial Emperor, first rank. Peak. Martial Emperor, second rank. Peak. Martial Emperor, third rank. Her aura surged higher and higher, its overwhelming might thickening the air in the command center, instilling a profound sense of absolute suppression that resonated with the essence of life itself. Ultimately, this burgeoning aura stabilized at the peak of Martial Emperor third rank, merely a thin barrier away from breaking through to the fourth rank Martial Emperor, a barrier that could be pierced at any moment. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Ascending 3 ranks seemed trivial in the face of such a miracle. The most significant change was the fundamental transformation of her very essence. She was no longer merely human. Her form now possessed a trace of true draconic attributes. As the golden beam gradually dissipated, Long Qingshu gently descended to the ground. Her feet touched the cold alloy floor without making a sound. She retained her stunningly beautiful visage. Yet there was now an innate nobility and authority, as if imprinted upon her soul, that allowed her to gaze down upon all beings. Her eyes opened and closed serenely. A brilliant flash of golden divine light flickered deep within the depths of her pupils. She opened her palm, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within her, exceeding tenfold what it once was, momentarily leaving her in a daze. Inside the command center, everyone stood transfixed, mouths agape, eyes wide, their minds blank from witnessing an event that transcended the limits of their understanding. Their commander had broken through 3 levels of cultivation in a matter of mere seconds. This was unprecedented in the history of the Zhenwu division. It was that esteemed predecessor, a staff officer, suddenly jolted awake, his voice distorted with extreme excitement. He is aiding us. This is a reward. Because we opened our doors and displayed no hostility, he has acknowledged us. He has bestowed upon the commander an extraordinary opportunity. The officers swiftly regained their composure, their expressions shifting from stupefaction to ecstasy, ultimately transforming into boundless reverence. Their gazes towards the youth on the main screen altered entirely. No longer did they view him as a harbinger of disaster. Instead, they regarded him as a capricious deity, seemingly adhering to an ancient principle of equivalent exchange, walking among mortals. Lin Mo observed the golden light piercing the steel fortress, followed by the overwhelming aura of the martial emperor ascending skyward, and he couldn't help but pout in displeasure. What a waste, he muttered under his breath. Such pure primordial energy, merely utilized to elevate cultivation by a minuscule degree, was a flagrant squandering of resources. If it could be reclaimed and returned to the system, it could at least be exchanged for several weekly task exemption vouchers. To him, this ancestral dragon skeleton was his business object, his client asset. Yet, the client's asset was casually gifted away to those merely spectating. This made him, a diligent worker, feel a twinge of genuine loss. This expenditure would need to be accounted for in the final bill. Nevertheless, he thought, it was inconsequential. The task had been flawlessly executed, and his remuneration was secured. There was no need to fuss over trifles. Time to clock out. Go home. He dusted off non-existent dust from his hands, promptly stowing away the blue plastic bucket and white cloth into his backpack. Then, he took a leap, effortlessly descending from the 1,000-meter-high dragon's head back to the seabed. The colossal ancestral dragon's phantom, after completing its gift, cast a profound glance at Lin Mo, as if imbued with an ancient gratitude. It then transformed into a myriad of luminous specks, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo felt no sentimentality, turning away and striding forward. With a leisurely gait akin to a stroll, he made his way back toward the surface of the sea. The waters parted effortlessly before him, offering no resistance. The work was complete. Now he simply wished to return to the hospital, check on his sister, and delve into the newly acquired mythical level technique, ancient ancestral dragon formula. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a figure emerged with a terrifying speed that seemed to tear through the very currents of water, bursting forth from the steel fortress with precision to block his path. It was Long Qingxue, the newly empowered dragon maiden of the East Sea, who had recently attained an extraordinary opportunity, her strength surging as she was bestowed with the true bloodline of the dragon clan. At this moment, her expression was one of profound complexity as she gazed at Lin Mo. Her face reflected gratitude, reverence, and curiosity. More prominently, however, was a soul-deep trepidation and unease in the face of unknown truths. She had to stop him. She had to uncover the truth behind it all. This was crucial not only for the future of the Jinwu division, but for the fate of all humanity. Predecessor, please halt. Long Qingxue's voice trembled with a respect she herself had not fully realized. She bowed deeply before Lin Mo, a 90-degree gesture of humility, akin to the most devout of worshippers beseeching their deity. I, Long Qingxue, on behalf of the East Sea branch of the Jinwu division and the countless lives of the East Sea, express my heartfelt gratitude to you for quelling the turmoil of the Forbidden Zone and saving the lives of so many. She understood the weight of her words. This seemingly harmless and somewhat delicate youth possessed the power to erase her, along with the entire Long Yuan base, from existence with but a mere snap of his fingers. Chapter 67. An awkward dialogue in the Deep Sea Senior. Lin Mo halted his steps. He regarded the woman who had suddenly emerged from the steel fortress, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, his brow slightly furrowed. Clad in a crisp military uniform, adorned with golden stars on her shoulders, she radiated a potent aura, indicative of a recent breakthrough. She was likely the head of this underwater base. Are you addressing me? Lin Montauk inquired, gesturing to himself with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Indeed, Senior. Long Qingxue maintained her bow, her body rigid and her gaze averted, not daring to meet his eyes. Her voice penetrated the water, imbued with a tremor that even she was unaware of, emanating from the depths of her soul. Lin Mo's patience began to wane. He was eager to return home to his sister. A great favor? Hardly. He waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor suggesting he was not confronting a newly ascended martial emperor, but rather evaluating the results of a recently completed cleaning task. His tone remained flat, devoid of any ripples of emotion. I am merely fulfilling my duty. You have left this place in chaos, and I am responsible for restoring order. Nothing more. These words, devoid of any exertion of inner power, transcended the astonishing barriers of 10,000 meters of ocean, each syllable resonating with crystal clarity against Long Qingxue's eardrums. Long Qingxue's body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by an invisible bolt of divine thunder. Work? Restore order? He has indeed acknowledged it. He is the enigmatic figure known by the codename Cleaner. He dares to describe the quelling of an S-class Forbidden Zone riot capable of annihilating the entire East China Sea coast as mere work. To purify the vengeful spirit of an ancient dragon that has slumbered for eons, he so nonchalantly labels as cleaning. What a terrifying realm this is. What a transcendent perspective. In that instant, Long Qingxue's perception of Lin Mo soared infinitely higher, elevating him beyond the realm of humanity, transforming him into an ancient deity, traversing the mortal world, regarding the cosmos as a chessboard and humanity as mere pawns, playing with the ephemeral nature of existence. Then, Lin Mo's tone grew more solemn. Be more cautious next time. Such remnants of divine beings possess spirituality. Your crude methods of excavation continuously disturb them, exacerbating their grievances. This is not only perilous, but also causes severe secondary pollution to the relic environment. His tone resembled that of a professional artifact restoration expert, chastising a tomb raider wielding a pickaxe recklessly at an archaeological site. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Long Qingxue's forehead. The frigid seawater could not dispel the heat surging up her spine. Who was she? She was a martial emperor, the highest commander of the East Sea's Jinwu division. Yet at this moment, she felt like a student who had erred, reprimanded in front of the entire base by an unfathomable presence. She ought to feel humiliated, to feel anger. Yet, in this moment, all that remained in her heart was trepidation and the phrase, "I have learned." Indeed, they were mistaken. From the very beginning, they were profoundly wrong. They treated the forbidden zone as a mine, and the remnants of deities and demons as mere materials, never considering that these entities themselves constitute an environment that demands respect. The lesson imparted by the elder was clear. The younger generation, we, have recognized our error. Long Qingshue's voice was laced with bitterness, imbued with genuine remorse and fear. Recognizing one's faults is a good start. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction, his expression reflecting the promise of potential. Enough, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he prepared to bypass Long Qingxue and continue on his path. Wait, esteemed elder. Long Qingxue, sensing his departure, felt a surge of urgency. Casting aside all notions of hierarchy as she abruptly raised her head to speak again. Her tone carried an unmistakable plea. I, the younger generation, dare to inquire your esteemed name. And to which faction do you belong? She had to know. This enigmatic cleaner, along with the ancient organization behind him, possessing theories capable of appending the world's understanding of the Forbidden Zone. What were their true origins? This knowledge would directly influence the future of the Jinwu division and, in turn, the trajectory of all human civilization. Lin Mo halted, glancing back at her. His gaze took on an odd expression. What was with this person? Conducting a census? Or was she seeking some form of customer satisfaction feedback? Company policy strictly forbade disclosing any non-essential information to clients during working hours. He recalled Mr. Black's admonishments and instinctively invoked a catch-all excuse. However, considering her cooperation, he decided to offer a hint for free. Nonetheless, given your reasonable demeanor, I shall impart a piece of advice. The Forbidden Zone is not your playground to exploit, nor is it a mere dumping ground for your troubles. It is alive. What it requires is maintenance, not extraction. This principle you must ponder and grasp on your own. With that, he disregarded the completely dazed Long Qingxue, turning to depart, his figure gradually fading into the depths. Long Qingxue remained rooted in place, her mind echoing Lin Mo's final words. The Forbidden Zone is alive. It requires maintenance, not extraction. This brief statement struck her like a bolt of divine lightning, shattering the cognitive barriers she had built over centuries, allowing her to glimpse a truth from the very depths of a world she had never imagined. Just as her thoughts surged and her worldview was utterly reshaped, Lin Mo's already distant figure suddenly paused and turned back with a contemplative air, as if recalling something of utmost importance. Ah yes, the invoice for this cleaning service is rather extensive, particularly the patch applied to the restricted area, crafted from imported high-quality materials, comes at a considerable cost. I shall subsequently send the detailed electronic invoice to the headquarters email of your town's Marshal Department. Do remember to remind your superiors to make the payment punctually. Do not delay. My quarterly bonus hinges entirely on this transaction. The voice rang out with crystal clarity, resonating powerfully. Ultimately, it vanished into the endless abyss, leaving only Long Qingxue alone, petrified in the frigid, biting sea. An invoice? Payment? Quarterly bonus. At that moment, her freshly reconstructed yet unsteady worldview seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand. Then, with a resounding crash, it shattered into countless fragments, this being akin to a deity who pacified the restricted area, purified the divine and demonic, and bestowed upon her an extraordinary opportunity, after all the twists and turns. Turn out to be merely to fulfill a business transaction and obtain a bonus? He's truly just a worker? Long Qingxue felt her spirit and mind falter in that instant. For the first time, her eternally frozen, stunningly beautiful visage displayed a mixture of confusion and dazedness, tinged with a hint of foolishness, rendering her exceedingly endearing. Chapter 68. The Bill from the Divine and the Shock of Kyoto at the Longyuan Base's command center. Long Qingxue returned and immediately locked herself in her office. She required solitude to quietly digest the overwhelming revelations that could potentially upend her worldview. Outside, A fervent celebration erupted among the survivors of calamity. Miracles! Truly, these are miracles. In the blink of an eye, the S-Class Forbidden Zone was quelled, and the commander was elevated to the rank of Martial Sovereign. What sorcery is this? We in Donghai have summoned a true deity. The officers fervently debated, captivated by the celestial feats, oblivious to the fact that the deity, upon departing, still pondered over his outstanding bills and quarterly bonuses. Inside the office, Long Qingxue sat in silence for an hour, replaying Lin Mo's every word and action in her mind. Ultimately, she exhaled a long, weary sigh, her gaze regaining its former sharpness. Regardless of whether that senior was an ancient god frolicking among mortals or a super operative of some clandestine organization, 2 points were irrefutably clear. First, the theory of Forbidden Zone maintenance he spoke of was indeed the truth. Second, he and the organization behind him possessed powers beyond human comprehension and resistance. It was imperative to report this immediately to headquarters. Long Qingxue activated the highest level of encrypted communication, bypassing all hierarchies to send a report directly to Kyoto. Kyoto, a subterranean fortress of steel, erased from the maps. An emergency meeting of the Zhenwu Division was convened. Seated at the conference table were 7 venerable elders. They were the 7 permanent council members of the Zhenwu Division, the steadfast guardians of the nation. Each one was a veritable martial saint. Yet, at this moment, their expressions were unusually grave. On the table lay a report from Donghai, nothing short of legendary. Walking 1,000 meters down to the ocean floor, drying the bones of the ancestral dragon with a cloth, and thus pacifying the S-Class Forbidden Zone's tides. A mere glance was enough to propel Long Qingxue to break through 3 levels and attain the rank of Martial Sovereign. 3rd tier, the most hot-tempered among them. The crimson-haired elder, Yin Sheng, slammed his palm onto the table, unleashing a potent aura that made the air in the conference room hum. Has she been underwater for too long? Has her mind become muddled? On the opposite side, a refined elder adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, Ji Sheng, spoke slowly. The report was accompanied by complete footage and the spiritual signatures of over 100 officers from the Longyuan base, leaving no room for doubt. Most critically, the Headquarters Forbidden Zone Monitoring Center had confirmed that the energy index of Forbidden Zone number 7 had indeed plummeted from apocalyptic level to absolutely safe within a short span. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into an immediate hush. Footage, data, eyewitness accounts, all evidence pointed to a chilling truth that even the martial saints found hard to fathom. This world had birthed a deity they could not comprehend. Cleaner, at the head of the table, the one who had remained in meditative silence, revered as the anchor of stability, the first saint, finally uttered a single word. From the esteemed family of Jiangning to the illustrious Wang family, and now to the present-day marvel of the East China Sea. It seems we have persistently underestimated this gentleman, referred to as the Cleaner, along with the organization that proclaims itself as the Guardians of Earth. The voice of the first sage was soft yet bore the weight of mountains, imposing a formidable pressure upon the 6 other martial sages present. At that moment, the highest authority screen in the center of the conference room flickered to life without warning. An email materialized out of thin air. Source: absolutely unknown. Encryption level: mythical. The pupils of the 7 martial sages contracted sharply. Technicians on the other end frantically operated their equipment, and moments later, a panicked report was relayed. Interception failed. Tracking failed. The opponent's authority, no, their rules, surpass all our protocols. There is no point in expending effort. The first sage raised a hand, commanding silence. The email was opened. Its contents were simple, direct, and even absurd to the extreme. It was a clearly formatted, electronic invoice. Guardians of Earth Group, Restricted Zone Maintenance Department, Service Invoice, Client, Martial Division of Xia Country, Service Items, 1. Ancestral Dragon Bones Soothing Polishing, Monthly Package. Fee, Top-Tier Spirit Vein, Core, X-10-2. Demonic Resentment Deep Purification, VIP Urgent. Fee, 10,000-Year Soul Nurturing Wood X-50, 3. Source Trauma of the Restricted Zone Conceptual Repair. Fee. Material sponsored by us, no labor charge. Material costs, 1. Rule lubricant, special supply from Mr. Black. Fee, 1 ton of stellar iron 2. Primordial Star Core, a generous sponsorship from the Cleaner S personal collection. Fee, priceless. It is suggested that the client demonstrate sincerity. Total, please deliver the aforementioned materials to the designated coordinates in the abandoned city within 7 working days. Note, for our initial collaboration, certain miscellaneous fees have been waived and a complimentary Dragon Blood Descendant Ascension gift package is included. We look forward to your 5-star review, dear. In the entire conference room, one could hear a pin drop. The 7 martial sages gazed at this mythically level invoice with expressions twisted to the extreme. With a sudden burst, the flame sage spat out a precious tea, preserved for a millennium. Do they dare demand money from us? This is extortion. This is coercion. An utterly shameless provocation against our martial division. He was livid, his martial sage aura erupting, causing the entire underground fortress to tremble violently. However, this time, no one echoed his fury. The wisdom sage slowly adjusted his glasses, his expression revealing unprecedented gravity mixed with a hint of fear. Calm down, old fire. Do you truly believe this is extortion? His words were deliberate, his tone icy. An entity capable of effortlessly producing a primordial star core, a relic only found in mythical tomes. An existence that regards S-grade restricted zones as mere backyards. If he wished to take, he could simply extract everything from our treasury. Who among us could stop him? Who would dare to intervene? Yet, he refrained from doing so. The gaze of the Sage of Wisdom swept across the bill, his voice trembling slightly. He chose to present us with a statement. This was not a provocation, my friend. It was a form of respect and notification. He was conveying to us, in a manner we could comprehend, yet could not resist, that the world has adopted new rules. A profound silence engulfed the room. The first sage, who had kept his eyes closed, gradually opened them. Within those orbs, it seemed as though the cosmos was in flux, celestial bodies in perpetual motion. He uttered but 2 sentences. Notify the treasury. Settle the account in full. The goodwill of the primordial star core must be repaid. Prepare a tribute of the highest caliber to be sent forth. From this day onward, establish a relationship of utmost priority and amicable cooperation with this esteemed custodian and the corporation he represents. Chapter 69. The low-key tycoon returns to campus as the headquarters of the town Wuxi was thrown into turmoil over an exorbitant bill. The instigator, Lin Mo, had already returned to Jiang City. He did not head directly to school. Instead, he first made his way to the hospital. Upon pushing open the door to the ward, a familiar warmth mixed with the scent of disinfectant enveloped him. Lin's parents were seated by the bed, peeling an apple with a somewhat sluggish motion, their sunken eyes betraying the toll of sleepless nights. His younger sister, Lin Mo, lounged against the headboard, engrossed in an old book, her cherubic face glowing with vitality. Her breathing was steady and robust, radiating a lively energy, no longer resembling a fragile flower on the verge of withering. Brother, you're back. Lin Mo was the first to notice him, her eyes brightening instantaneously. She dropped her book, her smile dazzling enough to melt the winter snow. Mo is back. Lin's parents promptly rose to their feet, their faces adorned with an unmistakable blend of relief and exhaustion. Yes, I just returned from a business trip. Lin Mo replied with a smile as he approached, instinctively ruffling his sister's hair, the warmth of her head palpable beneath his fingers. The last weight he had been carrying in his heart quietly lifted. How have you been feeling? He inquired. Better than ever, Lin Mo exclaimed, vigorously shaking her small arms to showcase her newfound strength. I have so much energy now. The nurse said my health indicators are significantly better than those of an average person. Brother, that soup you made for me last time must have been crafted from divine herbs. Just ordinary ingredients, prepared with care, Lin Mo replied modestly, shifting his gaze to his parents. He took out his phone, sparing no unnecessary words, and opened the banking app before their eyes. In the next moment, a string of zeros, so lengthy it was almost suffocating, filled the screen. Lin Mo's voice remained calm, each word crystal clear and weighted with the power to dispel any doubt. Dad, Mom, I have contacted the world's leading medical team. They will be flying over next week to conduct the final adjustments and examinations for Yuan. The air in the ward became stifling. Lin's parents stared fixedly at the astronomical figure, their minds momentarily blank, utterly consumed by the torrent of zeros. The apple in Lin's father's hand fell to the floor with a thud, rolling away without him noticing. Lin's mother clasped her mouth tightly, her body trembling violently. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, but only a choked gasp escaped her throat, tears streaming down her cheeks in a deluge. It was the despair that had been suppressed for years, finally washed away in that moment. Good child. Ultimately, a myriad of words coalesced into a hoarse whisper from his mother, barely discernible. As Lin Mo beheld the genuine, relieved smiles on his family's faces, a profound tranquility enveloped him, a sense of peace he had never before experienced. This, indeed, was the entirety of the meaning behind his relentless toil. Upon returning to his dormitory, the atmosphere remained unchanged. The academic prodigy, Li Jing, donned thick glasses, deeply engrossed in deciphering a complex formula for a technique. The martial enthusiast Chun, who was drenched in sweat as he practiced a vigorous set of martial arts, moves within the confines of a cramped space, the sound of his fists slicing through the air resonating loudly. Meanwhile, the affluent Zhao lay lounged with his legs crossed, animatedly boasting about a newly acquired treasure adorning his wrist. Did you see? Zhao Lei exclaimed triumphantly, raising his arm to reveal a uniquely designed silver bracelet, its surface shimmering with delicate, flowing runes that emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy. The Windwalker bracelet, a top-tier magical artifact. It enhances mobility and reaction speed by 30%. Do you know how much this cost? My father pulled strings and spent $500,000 to secure it from a Western European auction. The mention of $500,000 momentarily left Chun, who was diligently practicing, breathless, as a flicker of uncontainable desire and envy sparkled in his eyes. He toiled relentlessly, barely amassing a few thousand worth of training resources each month. $500,000 was a sum he dared not even dream of. I haven't been idle either. Chun Hu finally broke the silence, his voice deep and resonant. My father exhausted his savings to get me a body refinement pill. I've finally broken through from the 3rd to the 4th rank. His tone brimmed with a hard-won pride and satisfaction. After their displays of boasting, both turned their attention to Lin Mo, their gazes imbued with an air of condescension. Lin Mo, what about you? What have you been up to during your extended leave? Zhao Lei inquired casually, as if it were merely a formality. Lin Mo paused in his task of organizing his belongings, pondering before replying earnestly, "Oh, I've been cleaning, working as a janitor." Zhao Lei nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. A janitor? He regarded Lin Mo with the incredulity reserved for extraterrestrial beings, soon giving way to unabashed mockery and disdain. No way. Lin Mo, you took a leave for that? Chun Hu furrowed his brow, his expression revealing unmistakable derision. A martial artist should possess the pride of a warrior. How could one stoop to such menial labor? It's utterly degrading. Only the scholarly Li Jing adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light as she contemplated silently without voicing her thoughts. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, unwilling to elaborate further. He thought to himself, how could I possibly say that as a janitor polishing a gravestone, the town marshal division would pay me with a dozen top-tier spiritual veins and a ton of star iron as wages? They would think I had lost my mind. At that moment, the campus broadcast outside the dormitory suddenly blared to life, its clear voice echoing through every corner. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. To celebrate the profound strategic cooperation between our school and the town marshal division, there will be a signing ceremony at the Central Auditorium this afternoon at 2 o'clock. We are honored to invite General Long Qingxue, the youngest female martial emperor in the nation and renowned as the Dragon Maiden of the East Sea, to grace the occasion. Furthermore, after the ceremony, General Long will personally select a group of exceptional talent from our school to enter the genius reserve of the Town Marshal Division. This announcement detonated like a nuclear bomb, instantly igniting the previously tranquil campus. In the dormitory, Zhao Lei and Chun, who leaped from their chairs, brimming with excitement. Oh my goodness! Long Qingxue. My heavens! It's the living General Long Qingxue. My goddess is coming to our school. Zhao Lei's voice trembled with elation. What an extraordinary opportunity. This was indeed a tremendous fortune. If General Long were to take notice of them, it would be more than a leap to greatness. It would render their lives worthwhile. Chunhu's dark complexion flushed a deep crimson. The two were instantly invigorated, one racing to the wardrobe to rummage for the finest attire, while the other dashed to the mirror, frantically styling his hair, preparing to seize this potentially life-altering chance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, upon hearing the name, Long Qingxue, could only let out a resigned sigh. How did that woman end up here? What a nuisance. This client seemed to be rather clingy. At this moment, he merely wished to live quietly as an ordinary university student and, on the side, find a secluded spot to thoroughly study the recently issued ancient text, purportedly derived from the bones of the ancestral dragon, titled the Ancient Ancestral Dragon Sutra. Chapter 70. The campus goddess and the janitor in the corner in the grand auditorium. A sea of humanity gathered, every seat occupied. Thousands of youthful scholars congregated. The air thick with the intoxicating essence of youth and an undeniable restlessness, the buzzing discussions coalescing into a fervent tide of sound. All eyes were fervently fixed on the podium, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a legendary figure, the youngest martial emperor in the history of the Zhenwu division, a living legend, the ultimate idol revered by countless martial arts students. Long Qingxue. Lin Mo was forcibly escorted to the event by Zhao Lei and Chunhu, who were brimming with excitement. He found the noise overwhelming and the crowd suffocating, so he sought refuge in a secluded corner, disregarding the fervent atmosphere surrounding him. He retrieved his phone and accessed an encrypted file, an employee benefits manual just sent by Mr. Black. Hey, Lin Mo, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can you take this seriously? Zhao Lei exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice, his tone laced with disappointment. My goddess is about to arrive. Your attitude is utterly disrespectful. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the screen, unfazed. I never intended for her to notice me. You. Zhao Lei was momentarily speechless, a surge of indignation rising within him. He felt Lin Mo was akin to a stone in a cesspool, stinking and immovable, a hopeless case. At that moment, a profound silence fell upon the auditorium, as if an invisible hand had suddenly grasped the cacophony, rendering it utterly still. A chilling, noble, yet overwhelmingly powerful pressure enveloped the hall, akin to an unseen deep-sea current sweeping through. The density of the air surged, causing the breaths of the students to falter, as if their lungs were filled with mercury. On the podium, a barely perceptible ripple disturbed the space. A figure emerged from thin air, dressed in a sharply tailored black military uniform. The darkness of the fabric seemed capable of absorbing all light. She stood tall and resolute, the star insignia on her shoulder reflecting a cold radiance under the lights. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet her expression exuded an icy demeanor that repelled all. She simply stood there, devoid of words or movement, effortlessly becoming the absolute center of the universe. It was none other than Long Qingxue. Salute to General Long. At the forefront, the principal, a martial king, along with all the school leaders present, sprung from their seats, their bodies taut with respect as they bowed in unison. Long Qingxue merely inclined her head slightly, her frostbitten gaze sweeping across every corner of the auditorium like a high-precision radar. She was searching for someone, seeking that unique aura imprinted deep within her soul, a presence that still haunted her to this day, an essence that was strikingly pure, yet terrifyingly contradictory. However, her search yielded disappointment. The martial emperor's consciousness was vast and boundless, enveloping the entire hall. Yet, in her perception, the thousands of students present were akin to fireflies on a summer night, bright, yet diminutive and juvenile. Not a single one was the radiant moon she sought. Could it be? He was not present? A fleeting wave of indescribable despondency washed over Long Qingxue as she swiftly suppressed the tumultuous thoughts surging within her, embarking on a well-rehearsed, formulaic speech. The content of her address was monotonous and laden with official jargon. However, None of the young men present found it dull. Their blood surged with excitement. For merely gazing at her exquisite visage from such proximity was enough to fuel 3 months of bragging upon their return. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was entirely oblivious. His attention was captivated by the final entry in the benefits handbook. Note, as a formal employee of this company, you are entitled to utilize certain external resources when necessary for handling certain personal matters. Oh, this is quite intriguing. Lin Mo delicately tapped the screen with his fingertip. This implied that in future encounters with oblivious nuisances, he might not need to personally intervene to rectify the situation. What a time-saving and labor-efficient feature this could be. As the speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Long Qingxue descended from the podium, enveloped by a throng of school leaders and security personnel, preparing to depart. Just as she was about to step through the doorway, an unexpected occurrence transpired. General Long, I am Zhao Lei from the Zhao Group. I greatly admire you. Zhao Lei, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, charged through the security barrier like a rampaging bull, his face flushed with fervor as he lunged towards Long Qingxue. Overcome with excitement, he stumbled, losing his balance. The cup brimming with orange juice traced a glaring arc through the air. Alas, it landed squarely upon Long Qingxue's immaculate black military uniform. Buzz. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The air solidified into a tangible substance. It was over. This fool was doomed. How dare he tarnish the attire of the Dragon Maiden? Such a thought detonated simultaneously in the minds of all witnesses present. The two imposing Wang guards beside Long Qingxue, exuding an aura as deep as the abyss, instantly radiated murderous intent, their iron-clad hands slicing through the air like a tempest, aiming for Zhao Lei's neck with lightning speed. Zhao Lei's mind went blank, his body ensnared by the terrifying aura, trembling uncontrollably, unable to muster even a flicker of resistance. In that critical moment, a voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonated clearly within the hushed auditorium. Do not move. Lin Mo, unbeknownst to him, had already positioned himself beside Zhao Lei. He furrowed his brow, his gaze entirely fixated upon the glaring orange stain on Long Qingxue's uniform. Fidgeting will only cause the stain to seep into the fibers, making it even more difficult to address. His tone and demeanor resembled that of a seasoned dry cleaner, guiding a clumsy novice customer. He paid no heed to the two guards, whose murderous intent hung in the air, nor to the thousands of astonished, incredulous gazes surrounding them. From his pocket, he leisurely retrieved a neatly folded, pristine white handkerchief. Then, under the watchful gaze of all, as if witnessing a divine miracle, he extended his hand and delicately brushed the handkerchief across Long Qingxue's chest. His movements were as swift as a phantom, yet executed with utmost precision. It was neither martial skill nor supernatural ability. Rather, it embodied an intrinsic pursuit of cleanliness that had become a part of his very soul. A second later, he withdrew his hand. The conspicuous orange juice stain on Long Qingxue's black military uniform vanished without a trace. Not even a hint of dampness remained, as though the spilled juice had merely been a collective illusion. The entire auditorium was enveloped in a profound silence, so still that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At the moment Lin Mo approached her, Long Qingxue felt as if she had been struck by a celestial thunderbolt, rendering her utterly frozen in place. It was not the impropriety of his action that left her stunned, but rather, it was the sensation, this very sensation, the intense focus in his eyes, as if the entire world had narrowed down to the stain before them. His aura, an almost obsessive compulsion for cleanliness, transcended mere skill or strength. It was an instinct deeply engraved in the very essence of his being, a professional instinct. It was him, undoubtedly him. For the first time, the ice that had long encased Long Qingxue's eyes began to shatter, unleashing a tidal wave of emotions. Her gaze was fixated on the youthful figure before her, who bore an expression of satisfaction at having finally achieved cleanliness. Chapter 71. I am simply more proficient at household chores. Time seemed to be suspended. Thousands of teachers and students in the auditorium, along with the school leaders of martial king and martial sovereign rank, appeared collectively petrified. Their gazes were fixated on the three individuals at the center of the scene: the terrified Zhao Lei, Lin Mo, who appeared nonchalant as if merely brushing away a speck of dust, and the exalted dragon princess of the East Sea, Long Qingxue, who stood rigid with astonishment, confusion, and a hint of ecstasy. You. Long Qingxue's lips quivered slightly, attempting to articulate her thoughts, yet found her throat parched. In that instant, she even forgot how to breathe. Lin Mo, however, paid no heed to her reaction. He glanced at the handkerchief stained with orange juice, his brow furrowing imperceptibly in distaste typical of a neat freak. With a fluid motion, he discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Then, he patted the dazed Zhao Lei on the shoulder. "It's all right, it's over now. Just be more composed next time." His tone was devoid of reproach or comfort, merely stating a fact. Having said that, he prepared to turn away and blend into the crowd, eager to escape the overwhelming noise and attention. "Wait!" A voice shattered the profound silence. Long Qingxue finally regained her composure and hastily called out to him. Her voice, affected by intense, emotional fluctuations, bore a subtle sharpness, completely shedding its previous coldness and steadiness. Lin Mo halted, turning back with mild impatience. "Is there something else?" Long Qingxue's chest heaved violently as she forced herself to calm down, painstakingly restructuring her words. The technique you just used was quite extraordinary." She could only refer to it as a technique, unable to find any vocabulary that could encapsulate what had just transpired. There had been no trace of spiritual energy, no remnants of power, yet the outcome surpassed any cleansing methods or even rules-based divine arts in perfection. It was not merely power, it was something elevated beyond strength, a higher realm she could not comprehend, a domain belonging to the Tao. However, Lin Mo misconstrued her words entirely. He assumed she was praising his household skills. "Oh, that? It's nothing special, just a little knack for chores," he replied with a matter-of-fact expression. He paused, adding, "Practice makes perfect." Silence. An even more profound silence than before. Boom! Lin Mo's nonchalant statement detonated in the minds of all present like a nuclear bomb of immense magnitude. A knack for household chores? Practice makes perfect? The thousands of students in the auditorium felt as if their worldview had been grasped by an invisible hand and crumpled into a ball of discarded paper. Goodness, he was conversing with a martial emperor, a legend, General Long Qingxue, who could shake the East Sea with a stomp of her foot. What do you call that astonishing, almost supernatural skill, known as household chores? Zhao Lei felt his legs weaken, collapsing to his knees on the ground. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Mo transformed, shedding any remnants of jealousy and disdain, leaving behind only a profound fear akin to witnessing madness and a reverence one might reserve for the divine. He sensed that Lin Mo was not feigning. He genuinely believed he was merely attending to household tasks. Upon hearing those words, Long Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Then, a dazzling brilliance erupted from her previously icy gaze, illuminating her features. She comprehended. She understood completely. Household chores. What a flawless guise. What a fitting euphemism. For this enigmatic cleaning gentleman, purifying forbidden zones, smoothing the resentments of gods and demons, and restoring the rules of the world. Was it not akin to conducting a grand cleansing for the household, that is earth? He was not masquerading. What he stated was the truth. Yet, the profundity of this truth soared to such heights that no one, save for her, who had glimpsed a mere fragment of the truth, could grasp its essence. In that moment, all fragments of her perception of this gentleman coalesced. His relentless pursuit of cleanliness was not mere fastidiousness. It was his way. His seemingly mundane demeanor was not arrogance. Rather, in his eyes, the world was simply divided into what is clean and what requires cleansing. With this realization, Long Qingxue's awe for Lin Mo ascended to a new, unimaginable level. She resolved to follow his lead, perhaps seizing the singular opportunity in her life to touch upon the truth. "Ah, I see now, I stand corrected," she acknowledged, bowing her head slightly toward Lin Mo. This gesture rendered the surrounding school officials momentarily breathless. The illustrious General Long of the Town Marshal Division had deigned to pay such respect to a mere student. Her posture was unprecedentedly humble. I have some stubborn stains at home that I have been unable to eliminate. She regarded Lin Mo with utmost sincerity, even tinged with a hint of supplication. Might I have the honor of acquiring your contact information? I would like to seek your guidance on some housekeeping matters on a future visit. The audience was once again struck dumb. General Long, indeed, had taken the initiative to request the contact details of an obscure boy. And with such humility, had the world gone mad? The audible heartbreak of countless boys echoed throughout the room. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, instinctively inclined to refuse. It seemed too troublesome. He merely wished to work quietly and earn his keep. However, upon reflection, he recalled a particular point in the company benefits manual provided by Mr. Black that intrigued him. Full-time employees are entitled to utilize certain external resources of the company for handling some non-essential personal matters when necessary. Establishing a private connection with the upper echelons of the Town Marshal Division might not be a disadvantage after all. In the event that a thoughtless individual were to disturb me or my family in the future, perhaps I could enlist her assistance. Allowing this external resource to handle those trivial nuisances I am too lethargic to address myself would indeed be quite convenient. Moreover, he cast a glance at Long Qingxue, adorned in her exquisite military uniform, accompanied by her formidable statue-like guards. This client appeared to possess considerable wealth. Engaging in some private endeavors to earn a little extra income would enable me to procure superior nutritional supplement for my sister, which seems rather appealing. Nodding in agreement, Lin Mo maintained a tone of unruffled indifference. However, my services come at a steep price. With that, he promptly provided his mobile number. Simple string of digits. Long Qingxue, seemingly overjoyed, immediately raised her wrist, utilizing her military-grade encrypted terminal to solemnly save the number. She assigned it the highest level of security, its confidentiality surpassing all S-class secrets of the Zhenwu Division in an instant. Thank you, sir, she expressed with gratitude. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was unnecessary. Then, under the gaze of thousands filled with shock, envy, admiration, and disbelief, he casually slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled away, his figure gradually fading into the crowd. It seemed as though he had merely exchanged a few words with a passerby seeking directions. Only Long Qingxue remained, clutching that mobile number, more precious than any S-class secret, her heart racing with excitement, while the entire auditorium was left in a state of bewilderment, with students and teachers alike questioning their very existence in the wake of their shattered worldviews. Chapter 72. A part-time job and a new stain the clamor of the day left no trace on Lin Mo's life. As night descended, he remained the solitary, unassuming student he always was. In the dormitory, Zhao Lei underwent a complete transformation. No longer did he boast about his martial lineage or speak with veiled barbs. Instead, he became reserved and self-conscious. He would deliberately place his newly acquired expensive snacks on Lin Mo's desk, only to nervously avert his gaze when Lin Mo looked over. Time and again, he attempted to broach the subject, his words laden with probing inquiries about Lin Mo's true identity. Lin, what does your family do? Nothing much. Just an ordinary family. Lin Mo's responses were always as bland as water, gently brushing aside all attempts at inquiry. This nonchalance, however, became irrefutable evidence in Zhao Lei's eyes. He grew increasingly convinced that Lin Mo was a person of remarkable background, experiencing life as a recluse of immense influence. Lin Mo paid little heed to this change. To him, Zhao Lei had merely transitioned from one form of noisiness to another, nothing more. In the stillness of the night, Lin Mo lay in bed, his consciousness sinking into a profound darkness. He was rehearsing the ancient dragon ancestor technique. This mythic art was fundamentally distinct from all worldly cultivation methods. It did not draw spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Instead, it regarded the entire universe as a colossal living entity. The practice involved harmonizing one's breath and pulse to align with a grander, more primordial life force. With each inhalation and exhalation, his mental energy seemed to transform into countless delicate roots, probing the void, drawing in an intangible yet omnipresent energy. Just then, his phone on the bedside emitted a faint vibration. Buzz. This subtle disturbance shattered the tranquility of the dormitory. Lin Mo opened his eyes, devoid of any semblance of sleep, his gaze as clear as a cold pool. He picked up his phone, the screen illuminating his serene face. A text message from an encrypted number appeared. The sender, Long Qingxue. The content was succinct, devoid of any superfluous greetings. An HD image accompanied it, alongside a line of chilling text. The focal point of the image depicted an object of ghastly design. It was a tooth, forcibly broken from the jaws of some unimaginable beast. It was entirely black, its surface not smooth, but riddled with countless bizarre spiral patterns. These patterns seemed less like carvings and more like a manifestation of some geometric principle, inducing a disorienting sensation of twisted logic and shattered perception upon prolonged observation. Even through the screen, Lin Mo felt a chilling, chaotic aura, steeped in pure malice, piercing through the electronic signal and confronting him directly. Below the image, the text was even more direct. This thing is quite dirty. It originates from Zone 3, the sunken city, and the stain upon it is eroding the sanity of all who come into contact. Sir, can you clean it? This was a test. It was a desperate plea, made when all other options have been exhausted. Lin Mo's brow raised imperceptibly, and almost simultaneously, the cold mechanical system alert echoed in his mind. Ding! High concentration of conceptual pollution source detected. Pollution source name, corrupted whisper, source analysis, originating from Zone 3, sunken city, suspected to be related to the relics of an outer god. Yog-Sothoth. Pollutant characteristics, mental contamination, logical distortion, rationality disintegration. Cleaning difficulty, high. System recommendation, utilize special grade cleaning tool, silent cloth for razor operations. Outer god, Yog-Sothoth? Lin Mo felt no emotional stirrings towards these unfamiliar terms. He merely categorized them as a new class of stains. Instead, the high difficulty rating provided by the system piqued his interest. Since his employment began, apart from the large pollutants deep within Zone 0 that he had yet to encounter, this was his first experience with a minor stain requiring the use of special-grade cleaning tools. Long Qingxue was astute. She did not mention remuneration, sensing that for someone like Lin Mo, money was a trivial symbol devoid of significance. Instead, she posed a domestic inquiry, a gesture of respect, and a clever strategy. Lin Mo pondered for a few moments. His recent tasks had been monotonous routine maintenance. Taking on a side job to test the performance of new tools seemed appealing. He picked up his phone, his fingers lightly tapping the screen, and replied with 2 words. Agreed. Sent. Then, he added a note. The material costs will be substantial. Additionally, I require a workspace that is absolutely quiet and undisturbed. Half an hour later, a black Hongqi sedan, devoid of any insignia, yet bearing a license plate that would grant unconditional passage to any century, quietly came to a halt at the entrance of Jinling Martial Arts University. Lin Mo's figure melded with the night, evading all surveillance cameras and nighttime patrols, opening the car door and sliding inside. The vehicle smoothly accelerated, merging into traffic, ultimately arriving at a heavily guarded underground base. This was the highest-level secret research facility of the Jinwu Division in Jinling. The heavy alloy doors sealed shut behind him, isolating him from the outside world. Long Qingxue had been waiting for some time. She had dismissed all research personnel, leaving the vast white laboratory with only the 2 of them. The air was permeated with the cold scent of disinfectant and mingled metals. At the center of the laboratory, within a massive transparent energy shield, floated a black tooth. A dozen chains of flickering arcane runes coiled around it like shackles, firmly sealing it away. Sir, this is it. Long Qingxue's voice bore an unmistakable weight of suppressed fatigue. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and even through the layers of formidable seals, the ethereal murmurs emanating from the teeth relentlessly assaulted her mental realm. It was a persistent, somber noise, seemingly originating from the abyss of the universe, causing even her, a martial emperor, to feel waves of dizziness. Lin Mo nodded slightly and strode forward. entirely disregarding the energy seals potent enough to withstand a full-force strike from a martial saint. His steps did not falter. He simply passed through as if the cataclysmic energy were merely a fragile, non-existent membrane. He approached the enormous black tooth and performed an action that made Long Qingshue's pupils abruptly constrict. From his pocket, he retrieved a pair of white, disposable medical rubber gloves and a blue surgical mask. Methodically, he donned the gloves, stretching and smoothing every crease, then secured the mask behind his ears, pinching the metal strip over his nose. The entire process was tranquil, focused, and imbued with a sense of ritual. His subsequent movements did not resemble those of someone purifying a terrifying source of pollution capable of annihilating a city. Rather, he resembled a lead surgeon poised to undertake a delicate operation on the operating table. Only after completing this meticulous preparation did he extract from his backpack a seemingly unremarkable gray cloth. As he held the cloth and began to gently wipe the black tooth, an astonishing scene unfolded. With Lin Mo's actions, the maddening whispers that had ravaged Long Qingshue's mind came to an abrupt halt. They did not vanish, nor were they suppressed. Instead, they were drawn away. Long Qingxue held her breath, her gaze fixated on the cloth in Lin Mo's hand. She witnessed the once ordinary gray cloth begin to quiver as if endowed with life after absorbing the intangible murmurs. The surface of the cloth, its gray fibers, began to writhe, twist, and reorganize themselves autonomously. Gradually, a face emerged on the cloth's surface, formed from countless gaping, anguished, frenzied, and contorted mouths. Chapter 73. When garbage begins to revolt, an invisible tempest, a malevolent spirit erupted within the confines of the laboratory, an explosion not of sound, but of pure malice transcending auditory dimensions. A visage composed of countless gaping, contorted, and howling mouths manifested upon the surface of a cloth, emitting a roar that directly assailed the very essence of the soul. Long Qingshuo bore the brunt of this assault, her consciousness ensnared by an irresistible force, brutally constricting inward. Every nerve within her brain felt as though it were being stirred by a searing iron rod, her soul quaking, her awareness tearing apart. Before her, the pristine white laboratory faded instantaneously, dissolving into a chaotic, blasphemous, and frenzied illusion. She witnessed stars extinguishing in anguished cries, the world collapsing in silence, and indescribable tendrils rending the fabric of the universe, thrashing wildly in the pitch-black void. With a sudden eruption, a torrent of scalding blood burst forth from her lips, tinged with an eerie darkness. Her body felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer, staggering backward, the heels of her stilettos screeching against the polished floor. Summoning all her strength, she managed to steady herself, her complexion as pale as parchment. Merely a trace of the residual waves emanating from that face had inflicted grievous injury upon her, a martial sovereign standing at the pinnacle of worldly martial arts. In astonishment, she raised her gaze, peering through the distorted light and shadow, locking her eyes upon the eye of the storm. Lin Mo. What unspeakable assault would he endure? Contrary to her expectations, the vision of Lin Mo being torn to shreds by the mental deluge did not materialize. He remained there, steadfast and unmoving. Not a tremor to be seen, not even a furrow in his brow. The soul-rending roars potent enough to plunge even a martial saint into eternal madness. And the vicious curses that tore dimensions seemed to him merely the irritating buzz of cicadas on a sweltering summer afternoon. He regarded the cloth in his hand, pulsating violently, its face still silently screaming. A look of distaste flickered across his countenance. How annoying, he stated softly, ceasing his motions of wiping. With both hands, he grasped either end of the cloth, which struggled like a living entity. The cacophony of mouths seemed to sense an unprecedented peril, their screams escalating to a fever pitch. Long Qingshuo clutched her splitting head, her eyes fixated on Lin Mo's actions, anticipating some cataclysmic display of power or the utterance of an ancient incantation capable of subduing eternity. Yet, he did nothing of the sort. With an air of profound simplicity, imbued with an undeniable and absolute force, he merely folded the cloth in half. A crisp crack resonated not in the air, but deep within Long Qingshue's soul, echoing like the mournful wail of a rule being forcibly broken. Upon the cloth, half of the countless mouths on that face were instantly compressed, twisted, and compelled to close. The mental tempest that had engulfed the entire laboratory came to an abrupt halt. That visage, for the first time, exhibited a human-like expression, a blend of fear and disbelief. It seemed unable to comprehend why this seemingly unremarkable human, whose life force was so faint as to be negligible, could so effortlessly inflict harm upon its indomitable will, a remnant from the outer god. Lin Mo did not afford it any further time for contemplation. He once again folded the cloth. Crack! Another sound, a sharp echo resonating from the depths of the soul. The face was utterly crushed into a mass, all mouths forced to close tightly, silence forevermore. Then, Lin Mo resembled an obsessive housewife meticulously arranging freshly laundered sheets. He carefully, repeatedly folded the now motionless cloth. Once, twice, thrice. Ultimately, he shaped it into a neat square, no larger than the size of a palm. Just as it appeared before it was taken out, the malevolent, chaotic essence, mad enough to contaminate a forbidden zone, was thoroughly folded and sealed within that little square, never to emit a trace again. Having completed this task, Lin Mo retrieved a specially designed black trash bag emblazoned with a recycling symbol from his backpack. He casually discarded the neatly folded cloth into it, tightened the bag's opening, and declared the cleanup complete. He removed his mask and disposable gloves, precisely tossing them into another bag labeled for hazardous waste, clapped his hands, and turned around. He gazed at the petrified Long Qingxue, standing motionless, and said, "The tooth is now clean. You may send someone to handle the follow-up." His gaze fell upon his phone screen, still illuminated with the payment code interface. "All right, regarding the housekeeping service fee." He raised his head. "I prefer immediate payment." Long Qingxue stared blankly at Lin Mo, her mind void, unable to process the events unfolding before her. What was that? A source of terrifying pollution from a Forbidden Zone number 3, which even the headquarters of the town guard could not manage, resorting only to layers of sealing. A fragment of indomitable will, allegedly linked to the outer gods, transcending even the realms of deities and demons. A conceptual curse capable of severely wounding the martial emperor and driving the martial saint to madness. And yet, it was merely folded away, treated as refuse, discarded. This nonchalance, this indifference towards the will of gods and demons, was far more terrifying than any display of apocalyptic power. This transcended the mere dichotomy of strength and weakness. It represented an absolute obliteration of life as hierarchy. In the eyes of this cleaning professional, the so-called will of the outer gods, the alleged curse of the Forbidden Zone, was nothing more than refuse and stains that simply required cleaning. At the same moment, a notification chimed in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the challenging part-time task. Cleanse the whispers of corruption. Task rating, perfect. Reward, your cleaning tool, Silent Cloth. Having absorbed the essence of whispers of corruption and forcibly folded by the host using the power of absolute order, has undergone a mutation and upgrade. New tool name, Veil of Oblivion Disposable. Effect, utilizing this tool allows for a singular conceptual erasure on a designated target. You may selectively erase a segment of memory, an emotion, or even the very concept of existence itself. Note, the intensity of the erasure is linked to the host's current strength. Please use with caution. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining a profound understanding of psychic stains during your cleansing endeavors, significantly enhancing your mental resilience. Lin Mo felt a sense of satisfaction with this reward, as it provided him with yet another formidable card up his sleeve. He tucked away his phone and glanced at the still dazed Long Qingxue, preparing to prompt her regarding the payment. However, Long Qingxue suddenly stirred. She took a step forward, her once frosty gaze now ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. She had come to a realization. The path of demand and suppression that the Town Defense Bureau had taken was misguided, short-sighted, and akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Only the path of maintenance and cleansing that this gentleman represented was the ultimate truth of the world. She looked at Lin Mo, her voice imbued with unwavering resolve, almost reverential, as she inquired word by word, "Sir, does the company you serve still have openings?" Chapter 74. The entrance assessment of the Mr. Long Qingxue felt as though her heart was seized by an invisible hand, causing her very blood to congeal in that fleeting moment. She, the youngest female martial sovereign of the Xia Kingdom and the highest commander of the East Sea branch of the Martial Control Department, commanded thousands of martial artists. Yet at this instant, she resembled a prisoner awaiting her final verdict, stripped of all pride and authority, leaving only the most raw and desperate yearning as she anxiously gazed at Lin Mo, anticipating his response. Join them. This thought exploded in her mind, irrepressible henceforth. It transformed into countless wild and entwining tendrils of divine madness, instantly wrapping around and penetrating her very spirit, consuming her entirely. The path of the Martial Control Department was misguided. For a century, humanity's attitude towards the forbidden zones had been one of mere extraction, suppression, research, and exploitation. They were like a swarm of greedy woodworms, frantically drilling into the slumbering dragon, never contemplating the wrath that would ensue upon its awakening. Before her stood this gentleman, this enigmatic cleaner, who, in an almost miraculous manner, unveiled to her an alternative path, a path of maintenance and purification. That was the singular truth of coexisting with this world, the forbidden zones, and the very essence of power. Lin Mo observed the woman before him, her gaze burning with an intensity that bordered on excessive, and felt a tinge of confusion and trouble. Recruit? A series of question marks erupted in his mind. Wasn't he merely a summer intern? His probation period had just concluded, and he had yet to complete the formalities for permanent employment. He yearned to retort with an "I don't know," or "Our company isn't under my jurisdiction." However, upon witnessing Long Qingxue's fervent expression that seemed to scream, "Test me, I am ready," he suddenly recalled Mr. Black's perpetually icy demeanor and the eerily cryptic employment contract. Perhaps this was some form of assessment imposed upon me as a new employee, a test of my confidentiality awareness? Lin Mo's mind raced. He resolved to respond in a vague yet profoundly enigmatic manner, suitable for what might be a surprise inspection. "Our company does not recruit," Lin Mo uttered nonchalantly, his voice understated yet striking like a cold hammer upon Long Qingxue's heart. Her heart plummeted. The flicker of hope that had just ignited dimmed instantaneously, draining her complexion of color. Not recruiting? Could it be that my qualifications fall woefully short? Yet Lin Mo's subsequent words yanked her plummeting heart back up to the heavens with an invisible hand. "We only select those who are fated with dust." As he spoke, Lin Mo internally commended his own line. Indeed, as a cleaner, his daily labor involved engaging with dust. There was nothing erroneous in that assertion. It sounded rather sophisticated. Dust. At the utterance of this word, Long Qingxue's body trembled imperceptibly. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the chaos of her thoughts. In an instant, she comprehended. Dust returns to dust. Earth returns to earth. The so-called dust referred to the very origin and conclusion of all things in this world, did it not? In the fall of deities and demons, they have been reduced to a forbidden zone, returning to dust. Yet, these martial practitioners draw strength from this forbidden realm, cultivating themselves, only to find that a lifetime of effort cannot escape death, ultimately returning to the same dust. The gentleman implies that their organization exclusively selects individuals who can penetrate the mysteries of life and death, comprehend the essence of the world, and possess great wisdom and immense perseverance. This is no mere job requirement. It is an inquiry into the grand path. "Then, may I ask, sir," Long Qingxue's voice, laden with profound excitement, became increasingly humble, even with a barely perceptible tremor, "how can one prove their connection to the dust?" Lin Mo observed her eager thirst for knowledge, his thoughts growing more perplexed. What is this person about? Is she truly delving into the depths of inquiry? Does she not see my reluctance to discuss further? He furrowed his brow, as a mild compulsion stemming from his professional habits emerged. He scrutinized Long Qingxue, his gaze resembling that of a seasoned janitor examining a carpet stained with years of grime, infused with a professional disdain that was hard to conceal. You are inadequate. Lin Mo shook his head, his tone calm yet unequivocal. Long Qingxue was struck as if by lightning, her delicate face turning pale. Inadequate? A dignified martial emperor, the future hope of the Zhenwu division, lacking even the qualifications to be selected? Why? Seemingly perceiving her unwillingness and confusion, Lin Mo continued his judgment from his expert perspective. The odor emanating from you is far too intense, killing intent, bloodlust, and malice, as well as that arrogance stemming from your lineage. With each word he uttered, Long Qingxue trembled more. These elements, intertwined, are far too dirty. A competent cleaner must first learn to maintain their own purity. When you manage to cleanse yourself inside and out, only then can you discuss fate. Having spoken, Lin Mo disregarded her and turned to leave. He believed his words were flawless, without a single oversight. To ask a decisive martial emperor to cleanse their killing intent and pride? Such a task was insurmountable, sure to dissuade her. Yet unexpectedly, his words resonated with Long Qingxue like the striking of a bell, awakening her spirit. Boom! Long Qingxue's mind erupted with sound, to wash away the superficial and return to simplicity. The gentleman is enlightening me. He is conveying that my path of ruthless dominance is a misstep. The overwhelming power I rely on is a shackle. The proud bloodline I cherish is a demon of the heart. In his eyes, all of this is filth. Only by washing away all that I am, returning to my true self, and achieving a state of pure, clear-hearted innocence can I genuinely embark upon the path of truth, the path of cleanliness. This is no longer a test. This is a transmission of the Tao. It is the supreme guidance. Having come to terms with everything, Long Qingxue gazed at Lin Mo's receding figure, her fervor transforming into a near-religious devotion. She chose not to pursue him further, for she realized that she had received the most precious of answers. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Lin Mo's back, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening teachings. I, as a humble disciple, have understood. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, who remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind him, his mind was solely preoccupied with one matter: settling the bill. He glanced at his phone, where the glaring payment code he had just generated awaited, and reminded, could you please settle the housekeeping service fee? Cash, bank transfer, or even collateral in the form of equivalent rare materials would suffice. Our company accommodates various payment methods. Slowly emerging from the profound shock and epiphany, Long Qingxue reflected on his earlier profound words. A sense of absurdity, yet remarkable harmony, surged within her. Even deities require sustenance, and the mighty are bound by their own performance metrics. This gentleman, indeed, was a transcendent master, navigating the mortal realm with remarkable finesse. Sir, please. Wait a moment. Long Qingxue promptly contacted the finance department of the Town Guard headquarters using her encrypted communicator. After submitting the video of Lin Mo with the stack of rags, along with the audio recording of his inquiry, "Are you still hiring?" The highest conference room in Kyoto, which had only just been shaken by the exorbitant bill, once again plunged into an eerie silence. Chapter 75, The Bill, paid by the entire summer nation. Long Qingxue's mind, after a brief moment of blankness, was abruptly pulled back to reality by Lin Mo's request to settle the matter. She gazed at the glaring QR code displayed on her phone screen, then shifted her attention to the youthful, pristine face before her, which bore an undertone of urgency. A profound sense of absurdity intertwined with reverence surged within her heart. This gentleman, who seemingly embodied the ultimate truths of the universe and walked amongst mortals, was, after illuminating her path to enlightenment, so grounded as to inquire about the payment for domestic services? She understood now. This was yet another trial, a test of the sacred and the mundane. The gentleman was employing the most ordinary of actions to scrutinize her devotion to the way. If she were to overlook this fee due to the awe inspired by his divine presence, it would signify her insincerity, prioritizing the result over the cause. The gentleman's cleansing was not without compensation. This was the rule. Adhering to this rule is the very essence of cleanliness and maintenance. Please hold on. Long Qingshue's tone grew increasingly respectful as she swiftly activated the highest level of encrypted communication, synchronizing the visuals and audio directly to the highest strategic meeting room of the Town Military Division in Kyoto. Kyoto, Town Military Division headquarters. 300 meters underground, in a conference room fortified against nuclear blasts, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Seated around a vast circular conference table were a dozen elderly figures, their presence formidable enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. They represented the unwavering backbone of the martial arts community in the Summer Nation, the true decision-makers of the Town Military Division. At this moment, all eyes were fixed intently on the central holographic projection. In the image, a young man clad in cleaning attire deftly folded a remnant of the corrupt whispers, potent enough to taint the entirety of Donghai City, into a small square, casually discarding it into a garbage bag. The entire process was executed with an effortless grace, akin to a miracle. A deathly silence enveloped the conference room, only broken by the sound of heavy breaths rising and falling. Maintenance and cleanliness. An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, murmured, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. We have been mistaken. A century of suppression and demand had resulted in increasingly frequent uprisings in the forbidden zones and ever stranger forms of pollution. They had always believed it was due to insufficient force. Now, it appeared that the path had been misguided from the very beginning. This individual, no, this gentleman, along with the company behind him, is the true entity that comprehends the essence of the world. Another one-armed elder spoke solemnly, his voice laden with astonishment. Almost immediately, they heard the dialogue between Long Qingxue and Lin Mo. We merely select those who resonate with dust. The scent upon you is too overwhelming. When you manage to cleanse yourself, inside and out, these words resounded like a grand bell, exploding in the hearts of every esteemed elder present, to wash away the superficial and return to the essence. Is this not the ultimate essence pursued in the highest realm of martial arts cultivation? This gentleman is not only guiding Long Qingxue, but also alerting the entire Zen Wuxi of the town, just as everyone is immersed in the profound shock of this grand principle. Lin Mo speaks again from the screen. Could you please settle the housekeeping service fee? The atmosphere in the conference room seemed to be sucked dry in that moment. All the dignitaries were left in stunned silence. A hot-tempered marshal instinctively slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Preposterous!" Yet before he could finish his words, he was silenced by a cold glare from the elderly gentleman in the Zhongshan suit seated at the head of the table. "Sit down." The old man fixed his gaze on the unremarkable payment code displayed on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He delved deeper into contemplation. What is this? This is a declaration of allegiance. It is an opportunity bestowed upon the Xian nation and the Zen Wuxi by that gentleman, or rather, by that great company. An opportunity to exchange worldly costs for divine friendship. To be able to pay this fee is a mark of qualification. To be unable to pay, or to pay inadequately, will be sacrilege. The consequences are unimaginable. Long Qingxue. The old man's voice resonated in Long Qingxue's mind through the encrypted line, imbued with an undeniable authority. Fulfill all the gentleman's requirements, no matter the cost. This fee is not to be covered by your Donghai branch, nor by the Zen Wuxi. It is to be borne by the entire Xian nation. In the laboratory, Long Qingxue's body trembled, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. She replied calmly into the communicator with a single word, "Yes." Upon ending the communication, she raised her gaze towards Lin Mo, her eyes brimming with reverence and fervor. "Sir, regarding the fee for this service, how do you see it?" She did not dare to set a price herself. How could divine labor be measured by mere mortal currency? Lin Mo observed her demeanor, feeling a twinge of confusion. What is wrong with this woman? Why is she asking me about payment? Does she intend to default? After pondering, he recalled that the stain he dealt with was indeed troublesome and nearly ruined his silent cloth. "You may decide," he nonchalantly replied, although in his heart he was calculating that it should be at least 1 or 200,000, right? The phrase he made aside fell into Long Qingshue's ears, interpreted with an entirely different significance. This is a test of our sincerity. No longer hesitating, she declared, "Sir, as remuneration for this service, the Zen Wuxi is willing to offer you 30% of all outputs from the number 3 restricted zone for the next decade." Lin Mo was taken aback. The no, 3 restricted zone? What is that? And 30% of the outputs? How much would that be? Just as he was about to inquire for clarification, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to receive a substantial amount of restricted zone essence, which can be exchanged for system points or directly enhance cleaning tools. Ding! Monthly regular task has been refreshed. Task name: repair the foundation of Zone 0. Task description: deep within Zone 0, a slight fissure has appeared in the cornerstone that supports the burial ground of gods and demons. If left unaddressed, this will lead to the leakage of energy from the zone, resulting in unpredictable contamination. The host is requested to conduct repairs promptly. Task requirements: 10,000 tons of high-density rock, uncut and unpolished by any modern industrial means, and sufficiently clean in nature. Task reward: Eternal Stone Spirit Foundation. Lin Mo's breath paused for a fleeting moment. Eternal Stone Spirit Foundation. The system's database contained descriptions of this treasure. Formed from the essence of the earth over billions of years, it serves as the core material for constructing heavenly abodes. To use such a substance to renovate his modest rental. No, to transform his apartment. His sister had already recovered and been discharged from the hospital, and the family's financial situation had significantly improved. He had long purchased, in full, a penthouse duplex in the finest location of the city center. Employing the Eternal Stone Spirit Foundation to establish a spirit-gathering array to enhance his living environment seemed rather appealing. His gaze shifted dramatically. He lifted his head, disregarding the previously discussed 30% from a decade's yield, and spoke to Long Qingxue with undeniable authority. Compensation was to be set aside for the moment. "I require something urgently." Long Qingxue felt a tightening in her chest, her body instinctively tensing. "Here it comes. The true test has arrived. Please speak, sir. Whatever it may be, we shall exert our utmost effort." Lin Mo looked at her intently, enunciating each word clearly. "I need 10,000 tons of granite. Remember, it must be clean." Chapter 76. The Master's Stone, slightly soiled. The night was as dark as ink, with the stars completely engulfed by heavy clouds. This evening, the 1,000-mile highway connecting Kyoto and Donghai province was enveloped in an unprecedented silence. It was a steel artery, now rendered desolate. The entire stretch was under strict martial law. Every 500 meters along the roadside, a black-clad elite soldier of the Town Marshal Division stood vigil, their gaze sharp as a blade, exuding a chilling presence. Above, several silent night owl drones hovered, weaving an invisible web of infrared and life field scanners. At the center of this web, a steel torrent comprised of hundreds of heavy military trucks advanced with an unwavering, dignified speed. Each truck was secured with shimmering energy force fields and the most robust alloy chains, firmly fastening large, precisely cut blocks of rock. They appeared to be mere ordinary granite. Yet at this moment, they were afforded the utmost security akin to that of transporting nuclear warheads. Leading the convoy was an assembled armored battalion clearing the way. At the rear, 3 formidable masters of martial prowess stood as guardians. In the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, Long Qingxue gazed through the bulletproof glass at the endless steel dragon stretching several kilometers, her heart swelling with emotion. In just 3 days, she had witnessed the terrifying energy unleashed when a nation's violent machinery operated at full throttle. The 72nd Group Army of the North China War Zone had established a military base at the foot of Mount Tai overnight. The nation's foremost geological experts from the Engineering Academy utilized dragon vein detectors, accurately pinpointing the deepest layer of the original mineral pit within 24 hours. Hundreds of rune-driven, heavy machinery roared through the mountainside. Each block of extracted granite was immediately sent into a purification array, meticulously crafted by numerous master-level formation masters, who repeatedly cleansed it with the purest spiritual spring, ensuring it remained untouched by the slightest speck of worldly dust. When the first cleansed divine stone was unearthed, Long Qingxue distinctly heard the barely contained excitement in the ancient voice of the first saint through the communication channel. Good. Very good. We have not disappointed the master's trial. Retrieving her thoughts, Long Qingxue glanced at the tablet in her hand, displaying the address sent by Lin Mo, an abandoned freight warehouse on the outskirts of Jinling City. In 10 minutes, they would arrive at the location designated by the master. She spoke into the communicator, her voice laced with an unrecognized tension and anticipation. All units, prepare for Level 1 alert. Ensure no unauthorized personnel within a 5-kilometer radius. Repeat, this is not a drill. This is our first service to the master. Before the abandoned warehouse, Lin Mo yawned. He glanced at the time on his wristband, 11:50. So slow, he muttered softly. To him, it seemed simple enough to procure some stones, just find a quarry and dig a little. Yet, it had taken a full 3 days. Such inefficiency was somewhat unbecoming of the town marshal division's reputation. The rumbling sound of engines echoed from afar, growing increasingly thunderous, reminiscent of suppressed thunder. Lin Mo raised his head, and in the distance, a row of blinding headlights tore through the night, speeding towards him. Soon, hundreds of heavy military trucks, exuding an aura of iron and blood, came to a halt in the open space outside the warehouse, completely surrounding the area. The doors swung open, and members of the formidable town armed forces silently descended, swiftly establishing a perimeter. Long Qingxue hastily emerged from the lead vehicle and approached Lin Mo, adopting a lowly posture and respectfully bowing. Sir, everything you requested has been delivered. Lin Mo nodded, bypassing her and striding directly to the first military truck. He leaped into the cargo area, gazing at the massive granite firmly secured by an energy field and alloy chains. A barely perceptible frown flickered across his brow. He extended his hand, retrieving a pair of sterile disposable gloves from his pocket, donning them with deliberate calm. Then, using his gloved fingers, he gently brushed the surface of the rock. Raising the white glove to his eyes, he noted a layer of nearly invisible, fine dust clinging to the fingertips. Lin Mo's expression darkened instantaneously. He had a compulsive need for cleanliness, detesting anything unclean. Turning to Long Qingxue, his gaze bore a hint of dissatisfaction, subtly indicating a failure in their work. Have these stones been cleaned? His tone was flat, yet to Long Qingxue, it struck like a thunderclap. Cleaned? It was more than just cleaning. Hundreds of array masters have been employed, utilizing the purest spiritual spring, combined with dust-clearing talismans and purification arrays, washing them no less than 81 times. Each stone was so clean it could serve as a mirror. But now the Sir had implied. Long Qingxue's heart plummeted. A lightning bolt pierced through the chaos of her thoughts. Enlightenment struck her. She had erred once more, using the trivial and laughable standards of the mundane to gauge the divine. What the Sir referred to as cleaning was not merely a physical endeavor. The dust he indicated was the worldly residue that clung to these stones after extraction, the countless causal threads of ordinary mortals picked up during transit. In the eyes of the Sir, who perceived the essence of all things, these were the most egregious stains, filth. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on Long Qingxue's forehead. She bowed deeply once more, her voice trembling. Sir, it was my oversight. I shall command the repurification of these stones at once. There's no need for such trouble. Lin Mo interjected, waving his hand to interrupt her. He had already waited 3 days and was unwilling to wait any longer. A little dust, while irksome, was bearable. If necessary, he could simply wipe it down himself later. Remove all of them and stack them here. Lin Mo indicated towards the vacant expanse in front of the warehouse. Yes. Long Qingxue promptly issued her command. Following her directive, the energy fields and alloy chains on the military trucks were methodically disengaged. One by one, the immensely powerful warriors ascended the vehicle's cargo area, collaboratively maneuvering the colossal boulders, some weighing dozens of tons, with utmost care. Within half an hour, a genuine stone mountain, constructed from 10,000 tons of granite, emerged before the warehouse. Long Qingxue approached Lin Mo once more and respectfully stated, Sir, Everything is in place. You may leave now. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an insect. This, Long Qingxue was taken aback. Leave? Just like that? She wished to linger, to witness how the Sir would handle these 10,000 tons of divine stones. This was a rare opportunity to observe a miracle. Seemingly perceiving her thoughts, Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeper. I prefer not to have anyone watching while I work. It is a distraction. Yes. The younger generation understands. We shall depart immediately. Long Qingxue, startled, dared not harbor any further thoughts and hastily led everyone away at the fastest pace. Soon, the entire abandoned warehouse returned to silence, leaving only Lin Mo and the small mountain of stone. Lin Mo gazed at the stone mountain before him, nodding in satisfaction. He then extended his hand and with a gentle wave towards the mountain, without any earth-shattering sound or overwhelming force, the mountain of granite simply vanished in a thin air. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed in this world. Meanwhile, on a high ground 100 meters away, Long Qingxue and several senior officials of the Town Marshal Division were secretly observing this entire spectacle through military binoculars. Upon witnessing this scene, their binoculars simultaneously clattered to the ground. Their mouths gaped wide enough to accommodate a dinosaur egg. Their eyes bulged as if they might leap from their sockets. Only one expression remained on their faces, an amalgamation of sheer astonishment, fervor, and reverence, the blank look of a mere mortal witnessing a deity placing a mountain into their pocket. In the number 0 restricted zone, Lin Mo released the 10,000 tons of granite from the system space. Following the system's instructions, he meticulously filled each stone into the vast, unfathomable fissure in the foundation. As the last stone was placed, a notification chimed. Ding. Monthly task. Repair the No. 0 restricted zone foundation. 1-1. Completed. Task evaluation. Excellent. The quality of the materials may be average, yet their abundant quantity proves satisfactory. As the task rewards are being settled, a message appears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special structure - Eternal Stone Spirit Foundation. The Eternal Stone Spirit Foundation allows one to designate a specific area, transforming its foundation into a conduit of essence of rich earth. Upon this foundation, any edifice will be endowed with the attributes of indestructibility, self-repair, and nurturing spirit energy. Note, a solid foundation is the first step in constructing a comfortable home. Lin Mo gazed at this reward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 77. An earthquake triggered by an apartment emerging from the Forbidden Zone 0. Lin Mo felt invigorated. The exchange of 10,000 tons of granite for the Eternal Stone Spirit Foundation seemed to him an incredibly lucrative deal. The remark that a solid foundation is the first step in constructing a comfortable home profoundly resonated with him. Home. This word held immeasurable significance in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he hailed a cab and made his way to his newly purchased apartment. Nestled in the old district of Jiangxing, the modest complex named Jing'an Li had seen over 20 years of age, with its exterior walls bearing the marks of time. Lin Mo had acquired a 3-bedroom unit on the top floor, encompassing 120 square meters at a cost of under 2 million. Preferring subtlety, he appreciated the tranquil environment and convenient access, making it ideal for residing. At this moment, standing in the empty shell of the unfurnished apartment, Lin Mo inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. System. Activate the Eternal Stone Spirit Foundation. Beep. Special Structure Eternal Stone Spirit Foundation has been initiated. Please specify the area of effect. Let be this building, Lin Mo stated generously after a moment of contemplation. After all, joy is best shared. Since this was home, harmonious neighborly relations were also essential. Transforming the foundation of the entire building would ensure safety for all residents. Command confirmed. Area of effect. Building number 3 of Jing'an Li. Initiating foundation transformation. Estimated time, 12 hours. The transformation process will occur at a conceptual level, with no physical energy fluctuations. Lin Montag nodded in satisfaction. The system was indeed reliable. Dusting off his hands, he turned to leave, contemplating the type of furniture and decoration style he desired. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he turned to depart, a silent yet terrifying metamorphosis, capable of overturning the entire martial arts community's understanding in Jiangcheng, was quietly unfolding beneath the aging residential building. Deep beneath the ground, at a depth of 100 meters, the seemingly mundane reinforced concrete foundation of building number 3 was undergoing a profound transformation, infused with an ancient, supreme power from primordial deities, reshaping it at the most fundamental particle level. Every grain of sand was imbued with an indomitable concept. Every steel bar was inscribed with the principles of self-repair, a pure and gentle essence of earth, akin to a nascent spiritual vein, gradually took form within the foundation, silently permeating upward, nurturing all that it touched. The following morning, Mr. Wang, a retired teacher residing in Unit 401 of building number 3, descended the stairs as usual, cradling his cherished birdcage while humming a tune. However, as he stepped out of the corridor, he suddenly froze in his tracks. He paused in surprise, taking a deep breath. The air today, why does it feel so refreshingly pure? In days gone by, the air of the old town was always tinged with a certain murkiness. However, today, he felt that every breath he inhaled was akin to the negative ions of a forest after rain, imbued with a refreshing sweetness that alleviated his long-standing bronchitis. How peculiar. Indeed, old Wang shook his head, attributing it to a good night's sleep, and thought little more of it. Meanwhile, Xiaoli, a pregnant woman residing on the first floor of Building 3, was equally astonished as she gazed at the nearly wilted orchid on her balcony. Just yesterday, this precious Jianlan looked as though it was on the brink of death. Yet this morning it astonishingly revived. Not only had it returned to life, but the few yellowed leaves had transformed into a lush green, and a droplet of dew glistened on the leaf tip. Most remarkably, atop the flower stalk, a brand new bud the size of a grain of rice was poised to bloom, greeting the morning sun. How strange, Xiaoli murmured, gently touching her slightly rounded belly. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, but she sensed that today her baby seemed far more animated than usual. On this day, the residents of Building 3 all sensed, to varying degrees, subtle yet delightful changes within themselves or their surroundings. Some felt their long-standing arthritis had abated, while others experienced improved sleep quality at night. Additionally, a stubborn mold stain that had plagued one home for years mysteriously vanished. Yet, they all chalked it up to mere illusion. Little did they know, they resided atop a true paradise, a place that could make any martial arts sanctuary envious. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, atop an unfinished building, a sinister-looking man with a hawk-like nose and serpent-like eyes sat cross-legged. He was Wang Bao, a steward dispatched by the Wang family of Jinling to Jiangcheng, tasked with handling some unsavory business, possessing the strength of a 7th-grade martial artist. Today, his unsavory task was to resolve the demolition issues concerning the Jingenli community on behalf of his inept nephew, Wang Teng. According to the Wang family's plans, this old district was to be razed and transformed into a brand new, top-tier commercial center. Most residents, under pressure and persuasion, had already vacated. Only Building 3 remained, with a dozen stubborn households, relying on their local status, refusing to budge, significantly hindering progress. That worthless Wang Teng couldn't manage this trivial matter and was scolded by his father. Hence, Wang Bao was summoned. He intended to employ a bit of martial prowess to instill a sense of reverence in these ungrateful mortals. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a streak of fierce malevolence flickering within. Rising to his feet, he coldly addressed his equally formidable subordinates behind him. Let us go. It's time to work. Today, let those old folks understand what forced demolition truly means. With an intimidating aura, the group made their way toward the Jingenli community. Swiftly arriving at the base of Building 3, Wang Bao gazed at the dilapidated residential building before him, a scornful smile creeping across his face. He resolved to deliver a stern warning to the recalcitrant residents within. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the formidable blood vitality of a 7th-tier martial artist, unleashing a powerful aura that radiated from him like an invisible tide, sweeping over the entire Building number 3. This was the might of a martial artist, Though it paled in comparison to the domain of a martial emperor, it was more than sufficient to instill fear in a group of ordinary individuals, leaving them in a state of trepidation and despair. He envisioned the elderly, frail, and ailing residents within crumbling under the weight of his presence, begging for mercy in sheer terror. However, an inexplicable scene unfolded. As his overwhelming aura approached within 3 meters of the exterior wall of building number 3, it dissipated suddenly, as if snow meeting a searing iron. With a silent hiss, it vanished without a trace, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The entire building No. 3 remained eerily quiet, resembling an ancient mountain, exuding a weighty, archaic, and even sacred aura. What? Wan bao sa pupin konstit sapi. And his subordinates behind him wore expressions of astonishment. Brother Bao, what is happening? One of his underlings stammered. Wang Bao remained silent, his face etched with uncertainty. Refusing to be cowed, he once again summoned his entire blood vitality, this time exerting all his strength. The crimson malevolence coalesced almost into a tangible form, akin to a roaring tiger, lunging fiercely towards building number 3 once more. Yet, the outcome was identical. As the ferocious tiger approached the building, it met the invisible barrier like a fly colliding with a transparent glass wall. Not even a cry of despair escaped it before it was utterly obliterated. This time, Wang Bao's expression shifted dramatically. He finally grasped that something was amiss. This building was peculiar. Wait here. Do not move, he commanded his subordinates in a grave tone. Cautiously, he advanced step by step towards the entrance of building number 3. The closer he drew, the more his unease intensified. It felt as though he was not approaching a mere residential building, but rather the lair of an ancient, slumbering behemoth. The primal sense of dread weighed heavily upon him, making each step feel as if he were carrying an immense mountain, rendering his breaths labored. As he reached the threshold, just a step away from the rusted iron door, he found himself unable to proceed. His legs trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His heart raced violently within his chest, as if it sought to burst forth. In horror, he discovered that his internal blood vitality was sluggishly operating under the pressure of this invisible force, as if it were on the verge of freezing completely. What place is this? A tempest of emotions surged within Wang Bao's heart. He abruptly lifted his head and gazed upwards. His eyes traversed through window after window, ultimately resting upon the newly adorned floor-to-ceiling windows of the topmost floor. At that moment, the curtains of the grand window were gently drawn aside by a hand. A youthful visage, strikingly handsome to the point of being almost ethereal,